There we go. I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Yeah, technology is it's not a nice thing, is it? But hopefully we'll get through it anyway. I'm doing fine. We've actually got some really banging games this morning, so I'm excited. Even though casting Counter-Strike early in the morning, it always it always feels weird. It's supposed to start later on, but I'm excited for it. Big versus Paravision, first game of the day. I don't know. How are you feeling, Brandon? How are you doing? Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, I mean, those two games alone, I think, are really exciting. Obviously, with Apogee, that right now people are, kind of waking up to the fact that they're an interesting team. Got some fun new prospects there. Funny to see OG here as well. We're going to be playing Amiga. Obviously, Amiga making some waves by taking on Heroic lately in EPL, and just I think in CCT they've been doing a little bit worse, weirdly enough. But that might mean that Amiga are starting to finally wake up a little bit. So I am excited for that too. Chance for Ents and Navi Jr. on the other side of the bracket to meet again, which hasn't really worked out that well for Ents in the past. So there's like a little rivalry that's building between these two organizations. I actually think it's really fun and really interesting. But, Ents on any given day could probably lose to Nine Pandas. I won't rule that out because it's hard to predict what Ents are like, I think, from 1 week to the next. And obviously 500 is another team that could definitely take that match down there. So it's just the brackets are insanely hard to predict, which is kind of one of the fun and interesting things about how we're going through this. That Passion UA and Serious Tenacity game, I guess is also like just to add to the mix, another one of these completely unpredictable, very very hard to read kind of games. So yeah, if you're trying to predict the bracket, you're not going to have a fun time at it at all. But yeah, Serious Nasty team was fun when I saw them last time. Lots to learn about some of the individuals. I definitely had a good time.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll tell you what, it's quite fun to see Glaive, obviously being the historic figure that he is, now struggling against the kids and like the newer generation of CS. It's fun to kind of see that clash. Let's narrow in on Big versus Paravision, because Big, they've been competing at a mixture of LAN and online events recently. They're in the grand final of Yala Compass Winter just a few days ago. They were obviously at the PGO Cluj Poker event, didn't quite make it through to the playoffs there, but still had some really good showings. And I'm excited because I've not watched this team so far this year personally, so for me, I'm excited to see what Tabson has been cooking up with Crimbo and JDC, and then bringing back Kyubi, a young talent that really deserved a call-up to a big organization. Quite literally, he has now got that chance to be in one of the best national teams that Germany has got to boast. And bringing back Hyped, I think, is a really calculated decision that is clever. Tabson said in a recent interview about Hyped that he didn't have the experience at first, and it was really hard because with Searson, he knew what he was going to get. You didn't really need to micromanage Searson, and with Hyped, it was a lot more about being comfortable in the role and then calling around plays that you wanted to go for. Apparently, Hyped's now found that voice, which is a really good thing because it just goes to show his mechanical ability is still valued really highly because he is a really good prospect, and I'm excited that he has hit the ground running with this team, and hopefully for especially Big, they can go on one of these deep runs in the playoffs, because whenever I see them, they just get bombed out at these online events, and that needs to change.
Yeah, I think that's all pretty much true. It is a bit concerning because you look at the lineup and you think, man, this should be easy. On the other side of things, for Paravision, we sort of, I think, at this point, Kicker and James, the names that stand out. But the truth is that the other player on the side that's probably going to be worth talking about is Beltranok, who is sort of one of these up-and-coming players. Definitely interesting. But the more fun thing is the fact that the team as a whole is just playing really, really well together. They make great decisions. I think still kick it aside yelling, which is always surprising to everybody because of the fact that James on the lineup. But they just look really dangerous. I think they are going to go on to surprise more teams in the future. But already, more and more people are starting to wake up to the fact that this is not a team to be underestimated. It turns out when you play great fundamental Counter-Strike and you're just making a bunch of good decisions and you understand some of the basics of like when to rotate and when to play aggressive and when to play more passively, you can do a lot with maybe a roster that people wouldn't normally be that impressed by. So I think it's really fun, and I think Big are gonna have to take this super seriously. There's absolutely I might even, if I had to make a prediction, I might even pick Paravision to win this one, just in spite of the fact that I guess in theory and go by the VRs and everything else, Big probably should be winning this, but I could totally see Paravision upsetting this.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you, like, Big come into this, even off the grand final with Yala, I'd still view them as underdogs, just because of how consistent Paravision have been. And that's the key little thing to touch on what you said. It's so difficult in Tier 2 to find solid consistency, and Paravision, it feels like they've found it. They've already had deep runs in CCT tournaments before, they've been champions, and now they want to try and do it again. We can bring up the veto, and we kind of know where it's going to go. There's really obvious punishes in this veto for both Paravision and Big to lean into. Big have not won a game of Dust 2, and Paravision love to sort of flex that map in their veto quite a lot, so I expect Paravision to go there. Big, similarly, love a bit of Mirage, and Paravision have been struggling on that recently. And then our decider, it's just a battle of chicken of who's going to ban Train. It probably will be Big, because Paravision do love to play it, which means we've got Ancient as this decider.
So we've really got all the most, let's say, sort of straightforward maps in the pool, which I don't really hate. Just could be fun for a bit of a battleground. I don't have any real problem with any of these maps. I sometimes have problems with how people play Dust 2.
Yeah.
But in theory, it could be fun, So let's see what happens. How do you feel about the maps?
Yeah, I quite like it. I think it's pretty clear cut the direction the veto was always going to go in between Big and Paravision, and I'll be honest, I actually really enjoy watching Dust 2 a lot more since they added those boxes down by CT. I think it adds a whole new dynamic to the rotations. I think it's really interesting to watch, and the fact that you've now got this stylistic clash as well on these traditional maps between Jame, who is a lot more passive, compared to Hyped, who is now going to be a little bit more aggressive, brings a whole new, more element on the riflers having more influence. And JDC, you can always get good numbers out of him. Hyped can be pretty decent, but you look on the other side and you know what you're going to get out of Travis with Paravision, but you really want to look at Nota. When it matters, where you got these big games, Nota now needs to step up and show that he can do it, especially against a really highly tenured organization and a well-run ship in Big and Tabson's calling.
Yeah, I think it could be. I think it could be a really interesting game from that point of view. I will say also, Hyped, I think, still unfortunately has some of those problems that when we talk about the consistency stuff, and that's really annoying because he's really fun AWPer and can have a tremendous output when things are going really well. So that's it, but it is like a Counter-Strike wide problem with AWP consistency. How many AWPers do we really have where we can say, yes, like I know what I'm gonna get. It's pretty predictable. And also when you think about how much of an investment the AWP is, right? Like there just aren't that many rounds in out of 12 and a half where you can say, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna have the money. If you screw it up the first go around, then it could be another couple of rounds so you can get it again. And you need for that weapon to stay alive and to have a bit of an impact. And sometimes with Hype, that's not the case. But on the flip side, obviously, there are times with Hype where things just go completely out of control, and he does take over the game, and that's great. But let's see how this one plays out. I'm excited. So if you were forced to make a prediction here, Brandon, how would you go about it?
It goes all three. It goes all three maps, and I still think Paravision do take it in the end. I think it is going to be a really close best of three, but I think just the overall consistency of this team is probably enough to get them through. So that's where I'm going to sort of lay my hat. We'll jump into the game, but I want to obviously flip the question back on you. If you're forced to pick one, who are you going with before we get underway with the pistol?
The thing is, I'm so shaded by the fact that it's big playing. But if I really just on gut instinct and the fact that I've seen them play, I would pick Paravision. Sometimes you get so drawn away, don't you, by, you see a big name, you're like, ooh, same if NIP was playing something, you're like, ooh, it's an IP, like there's got to be something here. And sometimes that's just not the case. But I'm always happy to be wrong. It does happen more than I like to admit. So I guess we'll see how this one does play out. Oh, they've thrown the smoke. This is from outside of B that they've thrown this the CT spawn smoke. It's very cool. It's a very long smoke. Doesn't get used that much. Unfortunately, they will still use Nota, or lose Nota in the middle. Nice flash to come through. And look at the aggression here on the CT side. They're saying, we're going to fight before you even get to the bomb side. And I actually think that's pretty rational, because once they're inside of the B bomb side, we all know how hard that could be. Great work. QB with the double, and Big with a very aggressive retake of the middle. But I thought the strategy for Paravision there is actually really sick.
Yeah, it's interesting because they throw the mid-doors smoke, and the way James precisely thrown it, it completely blocks off, but it doesn't bloom further than the other side of the...
Oh, I think you're okay.
There we go. It means they can pop through it a little bit more efficiently, and it means that they're not completely blinded as they walk through with their own flashbang. So that lineup's so deliberate. It's for that exact pistol, and that's really sick. Compared to one that we've got here, you see, like, you got the edges, and it feels a little bit more disjointed to run through. So I really like the idea, but the response from Big to just be forward-facing, taking the space, is really sick. Because if we're going to get this out of Big, if we're going to get aggression thrown onto Paravision, then this is something that I don't think they're going to expect.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's not what you normally think of when you think of somebody like like a James. But very nicely done in this round, I've got to say. The MP9s take all the kills. Also a nice grenade to begin with, but yeah, it's just the start of it. Obviously, no bomb plant the pistol, so they couldn't buy in the last round. Even though, weirdly, I don't know if you noticed, but some teams are starting to buy in the second round, even if they don't get the bomb plant on T sides. So, like, the buys are just creeping in everywhere. But Paravision, they've waited until this round to pick something up, and I guess we can respect that. And they've got some good utility. Okay, Belchanok with a very, very, very fast smoke for long there. Curious. They're not even trying to push it at all, so just that might just be something that they set up for down the road. That they're just going to keep smoking that long corner every time, whether they go or not, because then when they finally go, it's going to be super hard to read what's coming. Definitely possible to do something like that.
Yeah, and early, again, Big have just disrespected all the utility. You've got Crimbo that has just lodged himself in towards long to drop the smoke and punish any counters. And Tabson hears the steps on short, gets out of dodge, now gets ready for middle. But Nota's just taking the space. Paravision now gone full contact, and this might come back to bite Big, because you've still got this double setup. Hyped is not looking over here at all. When's this internal timer going to tick? Because if it doesn't happen in the next few seconds, he's going to get backstabbed, and suddenly Paravision have got the complete element of surprise. And he's not looking, and watch Nota. He's killing him.
Yeah, he already knows. He's looking for a double. You're absolutely right, Brandon. This is so sick. Just to elaborate on what you're saying, right? When you say that going contact, this is like this should be in a Counter-Strike textbook somewhere, and say, what does it mean when you don't throw any grenades? Because sometimes what it means is that the CT side has absolutely no signal for when to do anything. They're waiting for the usual Molotov to catwalk, the double smoke to set up the wall to take the A bomb site. Like they're waiting for those noises to play out in the background. And when they never do, then they just never move. It actually makes them, funnily enough, they do end up looking a little bit like bots, and that is really funny. Nicely done.
What a really good reaction to call from Kicker early, right? The fact that you have had these set plays out of the pistol, you're not using the long smoke, but you're still attracting all the attention there anyway. There was a small fight in towards the long doors, so it keeps all the attention. And I guess there was no audio cues in towards short, because Tabson was so worried about there being this mid to B threat, but they didn't even throw the smoke. So I'm not sure what the tell was for the rotation. Maybe Tabson didn't want to be caught out in towards short in the first instance, but there's some communication that has gone a little bit missing there from Big, because, as you say, it just looks like they're caught completely off guard.
Yeah, it really does. So not just winning the round here, Paravision, they steal the AWP as well. So it's, it doesn't get much. But I guess the only thing is that Big make it out with a bunch of rifles. So that's on the flip side of things, is that they're not completely wrecked on that front, but still pretty dangerous to be in this position here. 2-1, backs to the wall when it comes to the money at the moment, and we'll see what Paravision can do. But when I said earlier that that they do look like a really well-drilled team, and that you can just tell that they're so deliberate in their decision-making. This is the sort of stuff that we're talking about. You can see it.
If we want to get really nerdy with it, the smoke that Belchenok's throwing off the spawn, the one that's landing long, is slightly off-center to the corner. So it's actually blooming a little bit further. So it will 100,000,000% deny that AWP peak, but it will also potentially deny riflers just sitting on the angle, which has become the common counter. So now we're seeing Paravision innovate further into their smoke lineups, which is just really cool to see, and especially for someone that's incredibly nerdy, like me watching the game. Hyped, though, will hold the line, gets the AWP pick, backs off, and is now in close tethering with Crimbo on site. And with 35 seconds left, Paravision have got to make a move. They've got to clear all of long and all of short. Somehow, just get through. They've dropped the double mid-smokes to delay, but Big just counter with utility of their own. Time's ticking, they got to go.
Oh, this feels like a classic sort of Jame influence around. 20 seconds. You're right, though. This is going to be really hard. They seem to be in a lot of trouble here. Tabson shooting him in the back, and I think there should be no way. This is never going to be happening. Unfortunately, with 10 seconds left, you're trying to get onto the bomb site here. One player with a FAMAS is all it takes, and you do not have the time any longer. Jame going to be caught on long, and that's a very interesting round. You brought up the idea earlier that Big were disrespecting some of the utility, and I think they were again. Like you mentioned, the double smoke in the middle here, and Tamsin actually pushes in front of it, which is why he's able to get on that box so quickly. But even before then, I think Tamsin probably had a good read that we certainly weren't going to be seeing any B splits or anything like that in the round. So, yeah, curious situation for Paravision where, you know, it feels like they're waiting and waiting and waiting for some sort of CT aggression that never comes. And that's maybe okay, but what's the plan? Like, there's got to be a cutoff point where you say, okay, well, we've waited long enough, guys. Let's go. that just doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, it's also really interesting as well because you've got Big not pushing extremities. Typically on D2, you've got a lot of wiggle room for CT aggression in towards tunnels. Crimbo tried it in towards long a couple of rounds, but Jame was there. Even though Crimbo wasn't punished, Jame was still there, so maybe that's an element in the back of the mind now. Paravision are just doing so much that it almost feels like they're being caught up in the amount of conditioning that they want to achieve. Once again, they've got lowers. They're now taking this short control. But the reality is, you've burned all of your utility. There's a minute 10 left on the clock, and you need to go into this double setup. And it's going to be tough. Although Crimbo does get caught, Hype's also been removed as well. The Tech-9s do the damage, and now Tabson's on an island.
I don't think he had any head armor, so he just dies so quick, and I think you could see that at the end there. That's so dangerous. This is one of those rounds where you definitely... I think you should be allowed to criticize Big here, because they shouldn't be losing rounds like these. Even if they lose one player long here, there's got to be a different response at the end of it. So pretty devastating stuff, unfortunately. Paravision getting away with way too much. And that's off the back of, you know, Big, I don't want to say gifted around previously, but certainly being helped by Paravision kind of, you know, fluffing their lines a bit when it comes to the timing on that previous round and kind of screwing it up for themselves. And then they're getting right back into it like this. Again, you know, not just getting the round, but stealing weapons is kind of devastating. What a weird beginning.
That's a good sentiment, because you're right. As you were saying that, I was thinking, like, it feels like they've traded rounds that both of them shouldn't have won. Because in the previous Paravision had all the map control. This time, again, they didn't really have the map control, but Hype misses one shot, and then Crimbo gets overwhelmed by Tex. Yeah, not ideal. There's still conditioning going on, though, even in that round, even with all the smokes being dropped, because you still have that long smoke, you still have the mid to B smoke. Paravision are really saying to Big that you will have no idea where we are going to go until it's too late. Now, it's a heavy contestment for long, and this is the change-up. Belchnot goes fast. He actually fights for the space before the smoke is even down, and Crimbo loses his life early. Tabson and Hype need to back up just a little bit, but this is a good reposition from JDC. He's now taking space in towards mid. James is holding for it, and Nota's in towards tunnels. Plenty of time to work with the man advantage for Parry Vision.
That is a really interesting way for JDC to actually get to the catwalk position, because if you just joined the game right now, you'd think, oh, he's just playing catwalk. You wouldn't think the fact that he's actually made his way in through middle, which also helps explain why he's going back now, because he probably, again, feels like, I've got to find more information, I have to know more things. Hard round to guess at this one, because there is still a player in upper dark, and while the rest of them are out long, obviously JDC is looking for it, but again, there's probably the timer on how long he can stay looking here. Unless Hyped can shut down the entire long push alone with the scout, then JDC eventually will have to move from this position, and then we'll see how this one plays out. Could also be hard to rotate from B. Oh, okay. Maybe he can. There's the first one. Let's go.
That might be enough to push Parry Vision away. But instead, no. Flashbang forward. Hype finds another. He just keeps going with this scout, and he's done more than enough. You said it could be the scout that holds down long. Currently it is. Nota tries to make his lurk work, but Kyubi is still holding. And now with 25 seconds, you need to not only get past the scout, you need to get onto the bomb site, you need to put the digits in, all whilst receiving resistance from 4 big players. This round feels doomed, and it is. JDC will get a couple. Tabson will finally remove Kicker after he makes the blushes a little bit spare for Parry Vision, but it's that man Hyped. He redeems himself after that howler with the AWP.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So Nota definitely needs to get that kill when he's flanking. I don't think it wins the round for them, but that's just like a detail that's there. And honestly, Parry Vision, you know, the idea is not bad. You're just not expecting to lose 2 people to the scout in that fashion. You know, you're 9 times out of 10, the scout gets a body shot, everybody swings wider, and then you just probably trade that. And even if it's a headshot, you probably trade it. But the time to kill there was just so low for Hype. So these rounds they're very, very hard to predict at the moment. But great defense, and like you said, making up for the previous round here. We're back to a position where there's not that much money either on Parry Vision. They're going to have the AWP, a couple of AKs, and, alright, another one there on Kicked. But, yeah, what an interesting start. Oh, they actually have enough. Okay, for a Galil on Travis even. Didn't see that coming. So a little bit more money than I was expecting. That's good news. They can keep the pressure on Big. This is... I will say this for Big. 4 rounds already on the CT side, I actually think is really good. How they got there is you know, it's a bit interesting. But whatever, we'll take it.
The point of contention for me in that round was the fact that James has gone contact wide swung trying to get a pick with the AWP.
Yeah.
And then they flashed afterwards. It's like, surely one flashbang gets him in towards pit and that fight feels way more favourable.
Yeah. I mean, that's normally how you know, you set up your sniper, right? Is to flash them into every corner, basically.
This round, they bring the AWP off of long completely. They're just holding it in case there's aggression. You've got the normal layering of the utility here for Nota this time, so he's been pulled off his lurk, which indicates to me that Travis is going to move over towards mid, and they're just going to split short, and they're going to do it a little bit more aggressively. The only thing they need to watch out for here is if Crimbo does decide to push and go for this flank. They need to miss this timing.
They actually threw a smoke to the doors out in B. Like, they smoked the B doors from really far away to try and put pressure on. Now they're smoking the middle again, but like you already mentioned, I think it's good that you did it earlier, because Big are really disrespecting it. They already pushed through the smokes at the B doors, and now let's see if they can find a way to do some more damage here. There is a player lurking in middle for Parry Vision, and that's a good opening, but like, again, they're winning the mid fight. If Kicker doesn't get these 2 headshots this quickly, this round could fall apart very, very fast, but a great job for them. Crimbo's down in the pit just holding on. We'll see if he can find the right timing for it. He's got the right idea, but they know he's there now anyway. And some damage onto QB as well. 3 versus 3. Set up with a flash. James way out in the open. Not expecting it. I don't know why he's doing that wide. He must have known that there was an opportunity for them to show up. And Kicker's going to go down at the end. So, nice retake. JDC with 3. But, you know, a couple of interesting choices. I guess James was opening towards that pit position. But the fact that he's open to short just looked a bit weird.
I agree completely, and I think, again, that's maybe another comms issue moment for Parivision. It's also good work from Crimbo, because he's keeping his head down in towards pit, he's taking the contact, he draws all the attention. And the biggest issue with this is that Parivision don't have really any short control, because they don't really have the personnel when they're going towards the site, because they're losing these entry fraggers, as you said. The fact that Kickert is the guy to provide the outlet shouldn't be how this team is operating, and if Nota or Belchanok find one kill there on short, you know damn well that Kickert's probably going to come back towards short and hold for that quick rotation, and therefore they have space beyond the bomb site, but instead they just get trapped in. The two players that died, the riflers, were just on default. There's just no safe passage for Parivision whatsoever, and again, that they implemented these double smokes in towards mid, which means they didn't have one to maybe drop on towards long, or one to even drop on the CT cross to give them a little bit of space in towards ramp. There was no clear game plan after Kickert trades out on site.
We need to see some of this being ironed out a little bit. Definitely some more bumps in the road here for Parivision than I'm expecting, and especially considering the fact that they've had just a couple of really favorable positions that maybe they shouldn't have in terms of the money and everything else. Remember some of the rounds they ended up winning here. They steal so many guns, and so their economy is actually secretly better than it even should have been. It could have been worse for Parivision at this point. The fact that they have an AK and that they've had some rifles in the last round too, that's maybe unexpected, but yeah, it's a good start to this one too.
They're not even disrespecting their own util. I mean, QB's just dropped a smoke, dealt with Jame. Jame, by the way, hasn't got a kill in this entire first half, which makes things even more sour for Parivision. JDC is still playing ahead of this util that he initially dropped in towards short, and Kickert is just left high and dry. Kickert on 9 kills, your next highest is 4, and 2 players on goose eggs. I don't know, like, I've seen Parivision pull out these rounds before where they do these double smokes in towards mid and that they try and condition their opponents, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the way that I'm feeling this game out right now is that Parivision have done a substantial amount of anti-strat, and they're really sort of invested in making sure that they've got all of these protocols done correctly, that they're being unprepared for when things just go a little bit south, and they're just not ready for the next thing to happen. Oh, that isn't the timing that these players normally push at. What do we do now? We're stuck.
It does, I think I actually would agree. It does sort of feel like that you're throwing all the grenades and you're expecting a particular outcome, but if Beak just aren't respecting that and saying, no, we're gonna do things a little bit differently, which again could be part of the could even be part of the prep for Beak themselves. That's really, really interesting. Hyped getting the kill on Kickert, I think by blowing open the grenade in middle, or the smoke that was there. So nice way to get started. 4 versus 5 is always feels pretty good for the CT side. We'll see if they can find a way to get this one. If they can, again, the money's going to be gone for Parivision, and I would already say that 6 rounds is... I'm really happy if I get that on the CT side of this map, if it's somewhat evenly matched. Nota is going to burn to death up on Catwalk. That's also kind of a little bit funny and interesting. And yeah, they're going to lock this down once again, so... Just not having this is just like a game theory thing as well, Brandon. I don't know, something could be hard to talk about, but some plans, if you have a plan, if you and I were trying to rob a bank, and my plan is, a spreadsheet that has 400 different points where it's like, we're going through this, and we're going through this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and the plan really only works if all of the different, elements of the plan are, done perfectly. It's like, well, damn, what are the chances that that's really going to happen? And it does feel like sometimes you see teams where the plan is so elaborate, and all it really takes is for one part of the plan to screw up, and there's just no chance, like with all these smokes and all these individual people who are trying to do something on their own. It's like, yeah, but if that guy fails, then like a huge part of this mission is just dead.
What I will say is, to kind of bolt onto this, is that the 2 rounds Parivision have won, they're not replicable rounds. Like, you come back to it, it's contact short, and they hit a time in, and then they ripped heads off with a Tech 9 out long against an Orpa and Crimbo. Like, you can't bank on that for continued success. And even here, we haven't seen Parivision actually go for anything as 5 outside of 1 short hit. So it's a shame. Here, they're going to go a little bit more aggressively, but tabseN just turns the flashbang like it's nothing. Crimbo is playing just behind the smoke, providing a good support network of utility. Another resmoke on the long doors. You got to disappear. And the only way you can really go is straight in towards B. QB is by himself, but again, JDC is just being so proactive on the map. He has to be the MVP right now for Big because he's going through every util set. He's breaking it open. Let's see if he can hold. It might even be needed because QB is just one-tapping them on site. And this is a complete disaster for Paravision.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, it's so funny because we were talking about them so much. But you're right, like you mentioned earlier about Travis and James still with 0 kills. Like, just,
oh, dear.
How could it be true? But it is. Oh, thabseN, on the other hand, look at him. The German captain with a 13-4 scoreline right now. The most, for my money, the most German name as well. Johannes. You know, just it's perfect. It actually is perfect. I'm glad that thabseN's saving German Counter-Strike. This is what he was meant to do.
That's a great molly. Jumps on the car to throw one going close. Then Crimbo throws another one deep. Jumps over, and James, okay, does spot him. But that then sets up the AWP to hold the line. James aware of this, I think. Yeah. So that's a good indication to Paravision that currently the long rotates are so far away from short. So that's why they're accelerating right now, and that's why Hyped and Crimbo are already moving in. And Hyped gets on the line just in time. James pulls out nades, thinking he's got the time in, and he doesn't. And it's JDC again moving away from B into mid, and he is eviscerating them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They really... I mean, logically, like you said, they thought they had the timing on short. And maybe they even did, but then, you know, they're way too relaxed about everything. Just like standing out in the open. It's like the previous round where we had James AWPing towards short and just not being aware that there could be a, you know, AWPing towards pit and there was a player on short killing him, right? And here it's like, you know, you're trying to set up some grenades, like fair play, but you've got 4 more people with you. That just can't be the case, you know, that can't be happening. But yeah, Paravision showing up to this game in a very weird state. And this is their map pick too, you know?
Yeah.
What's going on?
This is their map pick with basically 75% win rate over 24 maps. Like, that is an unbelievable level of consistency, but it also means that you've got a lot of demo tape to go and review. And we know thabseN loves to go and watch a demo. So for James, he's been completely absent. At this point, if you're Paravision, you want to stop setting him up. Like, we've seen boosts, we've seen flashes to kind of get him on angles a little bit, but you want to be trying to set up Belchinok and Nota, to be honest. Like, they're your entry guys. Maybe Kicker could utilize them a little bit more. Instead, he's trying to utilize his own body in towards short. This will be a B exec. This is the closest that they've come to a bomb site in like 4 rounds, making it out of the tunnels, which is a really big compliment to Big at their defense.
Yeah, and look at what they're doing as well in terms of the defense. They're already leaning slightly towards the B bomb site, so opening kills could still be huge, and it will be. QB unfortunately getting caught at an awkward moment, and the fact that he's got 2 people in the middle right next to him, I guess, doesn't really help him out when he's dead. Flash over, JDC, and, you know, on a normal occasion you would say save, but we're in the 12th round, so obviously that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Belchinok here, good position, instantly, yeah, so he just knew the angle very well. Which is good because his teammate was planting the bomb down below, so if you mess that up, it's probably going to be an automatic death. Crimbo and thabseN, 2 versus 5 here. That's just I mean, that's straying away from the very, very elaborate plan that we were talking about earlier and saying, let's just try and enter the B bomb site and shoot someone, and then we're going to win the round, which it works. It does work. Really nicely done here.
Yeah.
Oh, could you imagine?
Imagine that. Imagine if they just went, guys, let's go B, or let's fight short as 4 or 5 for the majority of the half. Maybe it could have gone a lot better. Look, you got the experienced players on these teams to at least say, do you know what, that didn't work, but we're on CT side now, and you can innovate CT side a little bit, but I imagine it's more over on the attacking side for Paravision. And hopefully we get to see some of these names start to put a spotlight on themselves for positive reasons rather than what's currently happened.
Yeah, it's not the match that I was expecting, but you know what? We'll see what if they could do anything. Hopefully we didn't overhype Paravision too much. It's going to be a kit and a couple of flashbangs on Kickert. Always interested whenever there are diffused kits about in the pistol rounds. But look at the utility here, Brandon, as well on the T side. They have so much. Let's see what they actually end up throwing. Got a Goosh to begin with. Noter in the corner with the dualies. And he's actually going to get 2 kills for it. Unfortunately, Kickert's going to be running in, so a little bit too late there. And he obviously wants to save the dualies and try and help out his teammate there. But the actual result is that he leaves the rest of the team in a bit of a weird 2-on-3 right now. It's going to be very, very hard to retake.
Oh, look at Hype. Hype might just add insult to injury on Jame.
No.
Jame is quietly considering it, but yeah, Hype's now got his back turned. And he might just let him walk. Oh, it's even more of a full sense of security. Jame turns round, but is now just dealing with Hype that the bomb, it's still ticking even further. Travis tries to come in the site to help out, but it doesn't work in his favor. And Jame, now no one's going to peek him. He gets a flash in his face. Big are just looking in cruise control, and Paravision are all over the place.
Well, at least he got a kill, okay, Brandon? At least he got one. So that's good news for Jamie. He's 1-11. I mean, it's a pistol round. So much is decided on who gets the opening, and Big did a really fine job. Don't know what the stats currently say about the correlation between opening kills and winning pistol rounds, but I feel like it's got to be higher than in normal rounds. This one they actually buy into. They've got smokes up, but it doesn't matter. Look at Big. They're just saying we don't care about the smokes. We're just gonna bomb right through, which is insane. And Hype keeps going. Gonna be trying to catch that scout, and they can't even think about retaking this. Surely you just have to say that's it. We're gonna be saving. That's actually so cool. Just complete disrespect here from Big. Absolutely calling Paravision out and saying even if you throw that kind of utility, you can't hold it on the other. You don't have the firepower, you don't have the HEs, the incendiaries, you won't be able to stop us.
Yeah, it's a really clever call, but also I like the adjustment there for Hypes to go through that smoke, and whilst it does look a bit silly, firstly you got to think about tendencies of teams, right? You've lost the B-bomb site, cool, right? Paravision will be saving, they'll probably be retreating from the conversation because the anchor players get nothing because they're only on pistols. Secondly, it's clever because it goes back to the conversation we were speaking about in the first half, in an instant where Paravision were just stuck on site. They didn't have an escape route. Hype was the player in the pistol that was holding deep outside tunnels. So therefore, Big had an extra element of map control. This time, they do the complete opposite. They push forward in towards CT, and they're still adding disruption. They're still doing economic damage. And Paravision... yeah, look, we did predict them. That's fine. There's still plenty more maps in the series. But to get blown out like this, it's a catalogue of errors, but it's also Big playing some fantastic Counter-Strike.
It really is. This is the kind of team that we hope to see when we're looking at Big.
Absolutely.
Ooh, that's a very deep Molotov landing onto Car there. I think you mentioned about them throwing the reverse Molotov when they were on the CT side, but they just tossed one out that threw over the entire building as well. Go back and do it manually because that one actually burns a little bit closer into the corner, or it nearly does. Those Molotovs are so fickle sometimes. You've got to be very careful that they actually do spread in. Shadow advantage, obviously, for QB in this one, but it won't help him because they bait him into the fight by showing their shadow. So, lots of nerdy tricks here. James somehow getting a headshot on the Hyped, and actually now it's a 5 versus 3 and a very winnable round here for Paravision.
Yeah, they're applying a good amount of pressure here. They haven't immediately swung this corner at long. Tabson, you feel like with low HP, you should be traded, and is, by Travis. Bomb has gone down in the meanwhile. JDC and Crimbo can flex the range advantage with the AKs, and JDC, again, is finding multi-kill after multi-kill. The one-tap on top is just outrageous. And that leaves Crimbo with all the room and the time in the world to find Jame. From a position you really feel like Paravision are finally going to get something, they come up short once more.
Honestly, if you replayed that sequence with JDC, it's so perfect. He gets the first kill like very far away down the bottom of long, and then he retracts his angle so that the people who are trying to swing against him can't catch him in the open. Like, it's impossible the way that he moves. And every consecutive kill, he goes a little bit further back so that the next player doesn't have the advantage of swinging against him. Like, it's really beyond textbook. But if you wanted to study something and kind of understand how to play some of those positions, that would be the round to look at. I say there's someone myself who would definitely end up standing out in the open after I got the first kill, and then you're like, oh no, like I'm really visible. Hype got a kill on no turf through the smoke, but this is absolutely outrageous. It's not even a game that we're having, Brandon. What are we doing here?
We're waiting for it to end, I think. Look, Tabson has taken matters into his own hands. He's on 17 kills. JDC on 17 kills. Crimbo, you felt like he would have been receiving a lot of contact over at long, and instead he's 4 and 5, and they're winning the game 12-3, which is kind of funny more than anything. Paravision are so split up. Big are gonna end B, where they've been taking all of their rounds. Of course, Kicker is a consideration as Crimbo clears the doors. And as Travis moves over towards short, he's got to rely on Belch not getting a multi-kill here. And he doesn't even get one. Yeah, GG. Go next.
Oh, one of the most absurd games I've really seen in a while. But Big showing up incredibly prepared. JDC and Tabson, you know, fragging just completely out of this world. And unfortunately, on the other side of things, just no, like, 2 people not even doing anything. Jame at one point was 0-10. Just a really miserable way to get the game started. But honestly, kind of funny too. Don't really know what to say. Paravision just getting crushed on their own map pick. And yeah, we're starting the day at least, Brandon. Now we're all woken up.
Yeah, exactly. We've now been put on high alert that this Big is a team not to be messed with, and one that has really just blown Dust 2 out the water. They're now gone to home territory of Mirage, which they're really comfortable in normally. And Paravision, you've got to now go into the break for 10-15 minutes and just pretend that that didn't happen. And you've now got to pretend that Mirage is map 1. So compound on the problems, as you spoke about James going 0-10, Travis got his first kill at the last round of the first half. So it's a lot of different players needing to step up and do different things. And for Kicker, it's about coordinating all of them to be one cohesive unit. Can they do it on Mirage? Well, they better, because otherwise Big is going to be moving forward emphatically into that quarterfinal. We'll see how it shapes up just after this break. Welcome back into the broadcast, everyone. Anders had enough of me in map 1, so he's kicked me off and he's brought in Zeus. How you doing, mate? You good?
Hello. I'm doing all right. How about you guys? The power nap went a little longer than I expected. Sorry to everyone on the broadcast. How y'all doing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're doing fine. We woke up on that Paravision game, you know. Unfortunately, Paravision didn't. They actually might have needed more sleep themselves, you know.
Yeah. I saw. I was dreaming about James, and I don't know what happened. Can you guys explain to me what's going on?
Yeah, I could try. Basically, he didn't get a kill. Travis didn't really get a kill, and it was a little bit ropey. Tabson looked amazing. JDC was really disrespecting all of the utility, and for Paravision, now they're on the back foot. We went and had a little chat about this just in the break in our little virtual green room, and you were saying, look, Paravision play Mirage a lot, but they don't win it a lot. What do they need to change in order to win it?
I mean, I think you were highlighting some of this stuff. It does really feel like they were playing this very elaborate, you know, Counter-Strike, and they just couldn't make it through the first stage of any plan that actually goes into play. Is something about like, how do we, you know, can we win an opening kill? Can we actually get anything done? I'd love to see them come out here with a lot more easy stuff. One of the few rounds they actually won on Dust 2 on the T side was just pushing through a smoke on B and getting the first kill on somebody. It's like, just do that. Like, try and make it easy. I think they need to complicate things less. You know, even if it is a sort of Jame-branded team with Kicker leading it and all the rest of it. So yeah, I think I just can't try and slow things down a little bit. I like that.
And Zeus, you've watched Big play a little bit. Just in terms of the way they set themselves up, would Chaos be a good answer to this sort of structure that Big have?
I like that. I actually like that term, man. I think it is. I think it's organized chaos. They have structure, right? So they look at a macro picture, they have an idea where they want to attack, and then they focus on micro executing tiny details correctly and just refining. And they use chaos kind of like just letting it guide you. They're letting the opportunity just arise. It's more flow natural, I guess. So I like that analogy. I actually think it relates to Big's recent form of CS.
For sure. And look, Belchanok was a player that you highlighted, Anders. You said, look, this is the guy. He wasn't the guy. We should really be expecting him and Nota to step up rather than sort of giving all the sort of, I guess, reliability to James here, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, we saw a couple of unfortunate sort of misses even on the individual front. I wonder if that couldn't also be a side effect of, you know, just the restraints being on too tight. Like, you know, like everything is so controlled on this Paravision team that if it even goes a little bit wrong, like nobody has any ability to do anything. But I guess we'll leave you here, Brandon, and get into it. Speaking to be starting on the T side, Paravision is starting on the CT side. So let's just get into it. Sus, where does Mirage rank on your current sort of maps that you enjoy watching or playing?
I'm Brazilian, and I gotta like Mirage. I think it became the new Dust 2. It's that map where everyone knows how to play. They know the exclusives, how to go up fast, right? So I like it. It's a little fresh take on, you know, people are able now to actually do so good CS. It's nothing new, revolutionary, but it's good.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fair. I guess that's also why it is played so much, is that you know, most people can kind of recognize some of the basics, and you feel like you always have a bit of a chance to do something. We do have the smoke kit combination on Paravision. I always love seeing that. I think it's always fun when you got a little bit of something. Hyped has his own smoke and a couple of flashes that he can throw over, so it seems like they're committed just to the speed push right now.
It seems like they're going. I mean, it's gonna be a hard ask for him.
Yeah, Belchanok, you're absolutely right. Like, not easy when he's just playing this one on his own. And I think smartly going to be backing off of this one. Oh, he actually sticks around for a headshot. It's really sick, but nice way to limit his exposure and setting up his team for the retake, which, again, when you have the smoke kit on Kickard, why wouldn't you try to stay alive and get into a better one? Oh, no, Crimbo might have been a bit of a mess up here. Hype's going to be going down, too. Yeah, just big. Sure, they find the bomb plant, but that's pretty much it. What a nice retake.
That's a really well played round by them. I didn't see map 1. Like I said, even though I'm joking around, sometimes that happens. You just don't wake up where everything's flowing. You got to get to map 2, and they have a good start. Nice. We got a match.
Yeah, that's what we want. Like, imagine coming into this one and not making it work. Hold on. Yeah, I you know, like if they ended up losing the pistol round here, you know, it might just be all over.
Explain the first map to me that just woke up here, just like the rest of chat that's getting up here, and it happened. One word.
Just way too complicated. One word, like complexity or something like that.
Okay, one phrase. One phrase, then maybe I'll help you out. I'll help you out.
Let's go. I feel like
let's go.
this was it. Like 3 grenades into connector for big in this round. I think that would have been so sick if it would have worked. Imagine if somebody was there for Paravision, they feel so defeated. But they're gonna go with with some Tech 9s, some Galils towards the B bomb site. And once again, I think for Paravision, this is gonna be about trying to stay alive rather than fighting to the death. Surely.
Old faithful, man. B pop. It's gotta happen every Mirage.
Yeah, you need to do it. Belchunok here. Good little lineup and a good headshot as well. And Big just kind of hanging out now, trying to see if they can get the further jump down. Belchunok ready for more. He's going to take the kill onto Tamsin, and this is kind of already falling apart here. I don't know about you, Sus, but when I see, you said B pop, and that is probably what the plan was, but they end up slowing down and fighting from the hallway. Why does that happen on some teams? Is it ever a good idea to stand there? I'm genuinely asking because it always rubs me the wrong way. But like, is there a reason you'd want to sort of stop the attack and say, okay, let's try and take these fights instead?
There are many reasons, and because normally, like, unless the captain is saying we're going for the pop or we're going for a contact, it's kind of on the second player to decide. So there's many reasons to do it. In that case, since they don't have like the actual weapon cases, you are correct to assume that they probably should have just popped instead of just contacted it. But it happened like it happened.
Okay, so yeah, so if one of those players says, okay, I actually think I have a potentially a good fight where I can take it and win it, then maybe it does make sense. Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
I heard the guy jump. I'm hearing the guy jump spotting here. Like he's communicating. He's like, guys, get ready. I'm about to go. Have your flash ready. I hear him jumping. Go flash now. Like that's kind of the communication that you're going through in the middle of that round. You're trying to find that timing and set up your teammate's position so that they have that macro view of understanding that you're just waiting for that one command, one signal to go,
Okay. That makes sense. Definitely did work out for them in that round. Team kill here. Not the end of the world. It happens. But the first real buy round coming up from Big now. We've got AKs and AWP. T-side AWP, you got any strong opinions about how that plays out on Mirage?
I mean, I really enjoy the op on Mirage. I'm just a really big fan of the ZWoo principle of wait to get the op from the other team, but Big is kind of like putting everything into here.
Yeah, that is actually, I like the idea, yeah. That he does that so much, doesn't he? And he's so comfortable playing with the AK himself that it's absolutely fine.
Very swing, man. It's CS2 meta.
I mean, if Cyber's doing it, it's hard to argue with, isn't it? So.
True that.
Oh, Paravision, they are off to a little bit of a better start right now. Travis gonna get some information, and he's gonna throw out an incendiary. I think there's another incendiary for him to pick up a little bit further back if he wants to, and actually smokes it off really quickly too. So, absolutely worried that they're going to be aggressive towards this site. There is bit of mid control for Big right now, so they could maybe get the bomb site by just splitting it if they can push Jane back.
They pushed him back, yeah. I mean, they got 2 on the bomb site, but it is an op.
Yeah, good point. All he has to do is miss, 1 or 2 shots here. And the backup is really far away. So it really is just down to Travis and James holding the site. 40 seconds. And it's interesting for me that nobody from Paravision is even close enough to look into middle. If they did and they realized that there was nobody here, I think they would start to rotate some more people over. Yeah, they're really frozen on the map right now, Paravision.
They are. They don't have information and they're scared to get it right now. They have utility. They're not in position to flash for each other to get that information. 17 seconds, and they got to do something here.
Yeah, smoke is up towards the market. James, he will hit that first shot. It's so critical on the defense because, again, like we said, the rotation's going to be a little bit further away. Now, they do have a second player coming in, so maybe they can still do something. 4 seconds left, 5 seconds left, trying to defend the bomb here. I think that was the headshot on QB. Travis, he won the round with that one headshot swinging into it. In a way, I do admire the idea for Big to try and just execute that literally in the last 8 seconds of the round, but obviously it's also a little bit crazy where you could see like there's no margin for error on that one, but it's fun to watch.
It's fun to watch, but Big outplayed themselves because they pushed James off Cats, right? and they had maybe a solid 35 seconds to organize themselves there to actually execute. But to their luck, Paravision didn't have that information, but they still delayed it too much, and they couldn't even just get the bomb plant down. It's just a little hesitation.
We see the value of James getting just that one opening on the B defense. Obviously, a really, really important shot there. Looks like we're grouping up for something like a standard execute. We've got 3 smokes, a couple of Molotovs here. I mean, can this work with just Tech 9s and 1 AWP?
1000%. I think it's probably the go-to strat is right now on the force by some kind of A contact or A execute.
Yeah, if he finds this one, unfortunately, James is right there. Out of all the positions he could be in with the AWP on that CT side, that couldn't have been any better for them. QB's still going to get the kill on Kickert, and it will be a 3, or maybe a reminder, 2 versus 4 here, as JDC does go down, and they sneak up close. Tabson, can he actually find a way to... even if he does throw it away, I guess they have another one, but that probably is the better choice here, to just try and see if they can make sure that, that James doesn't easily have it once again. He's sticking around for a bit of damage here with 45 seconds, but eventually he's going to be found. It was Nota right through the smoke. Not even sure if he saw him. So, couple of kills there for the side of Big, but no bomb plant, and maybe not quite enough to do damage to Paravision either.
That goes to show just the community. Like, everyone likes to talk about James time being slow, but this is exactly why he's right. He knows he has the better weapon, so he's playing safe CT. He doesn't give them the chance to even take that round, even though it's like the default strat right now. So, say what you want about boring Counter-Strike, but it's effective. It's smart.
It is, and it's hard to play against, right? Too very annoying when you can't actually get your opponent to fight you, even if you give it a bit of a shot here. Oh, look at this! You talked about earlier playing contact. Like, this is almost what they're doing here. A couple of grenades thrown out. Good Molotov underneath the shadow, and just a very solid execute coming out here from Big. Now, they will lose one as the HEs get thrown into the smoke here. You could see they're trying to open it up to get some more fights in, but already Notes is very low, and what a headshot from Hyped as well. Bomb plant is a little bit delayed, but that's not really the important thing, is they're winning the rounds. Just got to make sure you don't peek too much into James here, because we know what... Oh, he's peeking out into the open. He said he's someone who plays it safe, but taking a bit of a risk, and he ends up going down. Surely Nota not going to have much of a chance here to do anything. Low on health, and Crimbo will take him down. That's not bad.
That's not bad. I was going to say, I think right now Big needed at the very least these 2 alive right now, just to not screw themselves economically. But it just goes to show CS really has gotten to a high level. Even though you have a good contact, the plays coming out, the timing, the flashes are behind the players when they're scaling. You just notice they had 2 break smokes for, like, the CTs, the instant reactions. Break the smoke. Let's fight together. Don't give them that timing. It's really nice to see. Like, it's well coordinated CS.
Yeah. It looked to me like right at the beginning of that execute, also just even before anyone even died, you could just tell that Paravision were kind of out of position for the defense, so it looked like it was going to be almost like just a smash and grab kind of thing for Big. But you're right, like those HEs into the smoke were kind of lethal. That maybe could have cost them something here. It doesn't, so Big have the first round.
They do, but Paravision smartly calls a tactical here. Like, they have momentum, 5 rounds, coach mentality here, right? They get 1. At the very least, your pause is like breaking them down right now, not letting them get momentum, letting things chill out. But I think they realize exactly that. If you saw how big scaling was at the beginning, they got way too much space with Paravision unaware. So they're like, okay, they're changing up the tempo. What do we do here? So it's interesting to see how they come out.
Yeah, and I think that is something that Big were really good on Dust 2 as well, was just, beating some of the timings that Paravision had. It's hard for Paravision to slow down the game enough that they could sort of feel comfortable. So, maybe even more right than that. They probably don't want to experience that once again. Some good mid-control here coming out from Big. Pretty standard stuff, no matter what you want to do on Mirage, to try and see if you can force CTs back from connector and window just to have a bit of safety. See how quick they want to be once they actually get this control.
They're taking their time. They're doing it nice and well, connecting smokes, window, and connector. They're taking their time off leading here. Really well strategic success by Big. You wouldn't expect anything different from a GOB team from the past.
Yeah, true that. What a Molotov. Must have been thrown in from behind. Forced Belchanok into the fight, and then they just catch him running out there. Unfortunately, they lose JDC. But they have so much connector control. They're going to flash their way, I think, through top connector. Deep Molotov as well. That actually stops Nota from being
Really
able to
nice.
stop them coming out of connector. That's such a sick Molotov. And now there are 3 people at CT spawn. Question is, can they actually plant the bomb? There's a lot of the Paravision team that's just waiting on this corner.
Man, this is a crazy situation with 3CT. They're so close to each other.
Yeah, they really are. Travis does go down. Hyped. Turning around. They will put on the bomb at the very least, but Tabson caught with a jump up on the ticket booth. So now it's all on Hyped. He is the kind of AWPer that can win these rounds, and they don't have any utility to try and get rid of him. So weirdly, this is actually winnable for him. We'll see if they can find a way. They're already trying to wall bang him out a little bit, and James just absolutely taking care of business. So super well done. Paravision, after the tactical timeout, like you said, slowing things down a little bit, and Big unable to win the next round.
Yeah, and I'm praising James a lot here, but it stands out to me from where I'm watching with my experience. It's just every correct line. You see him opening the correct pixels. So many operas just like get one step ahead. They try to shoulder peek a little too early. Every time he's peeking into you, it's the crouch peek. It's annoying. It's like such an off angle. It's like an awkward opera to face because there's so few traditional CS players that play like that. So props to him.
That in a way, that's sort of the summary of James' entire career, you know, just weirdly hard, like a little bit out of meta, you know, kind of making his own way, and it's hard for people to read, even if you know that it could be coming. Like you said, 90% of the time you're playing against something different. So your brain is kind of deceiving you a little bit here. This is great. Utility onto the ramp. They've got the first couple of openings here. Paravision, just a completely different team here from the first map, but obviously it helps when your teammates are actually getting kills. You know, it's not just 3 of them, but all 5 are kind of doing something. So really locking it down here. I've got no complaints so far.
None at all. Kickert has been playing, I think, A on Mirage for the last 73 years. I remember playing him at the Major in 2016, and he was already annoying there.
Yeah, he certainly has the experience to do this, and he's probably I don't know. The problem is there are too many good CIS players that I always feel like we end up kind of undervaluing some of them because there are just so many that when you try to make a list in your head, it's like you just kind of forget that, you know. Same for me when I think about somebody like Fame or Flit or something like that. I'm like, I always forget that these guys are out there and they are really good, you know. But there's just too many.
The core of their team, if you think about it, like even with Chopper and Spirit, they've been together, like refining the entire CIS region for over probably 8 years now.
Yeah,
it's a long time, and so you got to give merits to the older generation who passed that knowledge on to the youth. It's something that we messed up here in Brazil. North America is probably the best example of where that was messed down. No one passed down the knowledge, so it's good to see that people learn from mistakes, even if it's not their own, right? Like CS esports is truly evolving, where we learn from other mistakes and are able to do a little bit more.
Well, let's see if Big can learn from some of their mistakes and actually get some more rounds on the board, because this is starting to get a little bit uncomfortable. That is very nicely done. QB just crouching in.
Crisp.
4 on 5 after the fact. Let's see what they do. I mean, what would you call right now if you're on the Big side? It seems like they're just kind of waiting around after that kill.
They're trying to see exactly that. If someone from Paravision is just going to give them that first kill, that's something they don't know how to do right now. Find an opener.
You know, they almost stopped waiting at the wrong time there. You could just tell. Okay, so a bit of a freeze. I mean, it's weird because Big... It seemed like they were slowing down, expecting that kind of peak might be coming out, but then they just gave up on it exactly at the wrong time. James, though, good position for it here. Flash doesn't quite hit him because that Archers is sort of blocking the flashbang, and he's going to get the kill on JDC, so right back into a 4 versus 4.
That's crazy. Right now, Big is getting out-opt by James, because you can tell just from the way they're moving, they are scared of the off in the map right now. He's having that much impact even though he's 9-4.
Yeah, which that is the god tier position to be in if you're an AWP player, is if you can actually stop the other rifles from feeling safe and kind of have a bit of a weird round. Tabson runs right into it, knife out. Hyped is certainly thinking about it, or with a Molotov as well, but he's actually allowed to get around the corner. Oh, he's standing in the fire. He does get the kill on Crimbo somehow, but what a wild round. Travis, 10 seconds left. He's going to get the kill on QB, and if he had more health, I bet he just pushes on through. 8 seconds left. Oh my god! god, with the wall bang as well. It's Travis to take down Hype, and it's Paravision to win the round. I can't explain it. There's just like 10 million things happening in the last 5 seconds there.
I keep saying this. Big is not playing bad CS, right? They started going down a slippery slope now, where they're double guessing themselves. They're scared from the op, as you see, like they're not swinging together. The flashes aren't there. But Paravision is playing really solid CS. I didn't watch map 1, but if I didn't know better and if I didn't see what happened before, I'd say that we're dealing with 2 different classes of team right here, and Paravision is the higher class.
Yeah, which is definitely not. That wasn't the feeling that we were getting on the first map. But it is fun and interesting, and I mean that's maybe even worth just as a question to you. Like, how does it happen? How do you get a team that can go from Paravision where absolutely nothing was working? Like Paravision was big on map number 1, and now they just reverse roles. How does that happen in the span of 15 minutes?
It's actually easier to happen like that. Because if you lose a close match, that's when you get frustrated. It's in the details. If you get stomped, none of you showed up, or it just didn't happen, you're like, all right, guys, fuck this. Like that, you know what happened. This isn't us. Snap out of it. You're just, at least you have you can lie to yourself and be okay with it. After a stomp, you're just like, all right, let's just go.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Just Paravision forgetting, wiping their brains from that first map, and Big having a really hard time. You can see it individually too. Just 6 and 5 are the top frags there on Big, with Tabson and JDC, who they were playing out of this world on the first map. They really were. And this time they're having a bit of a rough go of it. They're back to testing that B bomb site like they wanted to do earlier. Double smoke in the window and middle is probably not what they wanted to do, but we'll see when they actually hit this bomb site.
Perfectly executed, Anders. It's the new meta, the double smoke window.
You make it so that you need 2 HEs to blow open the smoke if you throw 2.
How can they know what we're doing when we don't know ourselves?
That is the classic. I think that's what people used to say about Russian Counter-Strike in 1.6. Like, if they don't know, how can we know? 50 seconds now. I mean, they've got... do you like the setup right now for a B split?
I like the setup for a B split right now. They still have utility to hold, so I think Paravision is really big an advantage. And as you see, Big can't do anything with this space. They have mid, but what are they doing with it?
Nothing at all. They don't even have smokes. I just noticed that they're flashbangs, so they're just trying to flash their way over. Crimbo taking a real long time to get that kill, and they just get wiped out.
And just good triangulation. Look, like the op is always picking up the first. Then the second guy is trying to trade, and there's already a trade fire going on. But for Paravision's side, it's straightforward CS. Big has no answers. They need to pause here. Come on, guys.
Yeah, and you know what? That's a weird thing that we see in a lot of these online games. Now that you bring it up, because it's something that we've been talking about in some of the past CCT series, that sometimes the tactical timeouts just are not there. But usually when we talk about it, we're talking about it for much lower tier teams, and not a team like Big that I would definitely expect to be able to do this a little bit. Also, they failed to smoke in the middle, so Big just the whole machine is breaking down right now.
Yeah, it's just you got the jitters. You're in your own head. That's why you got to snap out of it. Pause. Look, it's a mow down.
Yeah, it really is. Nota having a fantastic time. He's 15 and 3. James is 12 and 5. Like, I don't know what to expect. Okay, listen, we have a third map on Ancient. I think that's probably great news, because it just doesn't seem like it's too late for Big to do anything here. It's just 10-1. Round number 12. Last of the half is coming up here. They've got some Galils. Like, this is rough.
Let's switch the roles around. If you, Anders, were coaching right now Big, and you had to take this pause, what would you say?
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I probably would try and rely on some more A executes. I know it's so boring, but I might just say, hey, listen, guys, this is way too crazy, and we're losing way too many fights in the middle. So, like, we're trying to take mid control, but it's costing us, a lot of people, and even when we get it, we're not doing a lot with it. So I'd probably just say, let's just go for some A executes and see if that doesn't work.
If all else fails, you just say, guys, let's go. Let's warm up for map 3. Like...
Just try to get things going. But yeah, I mean, like, It's really tough, and I guess, you know, apart from the tactical side of it, from the emotional side of it, I'm gonna be honest. Like, if I was coaching, I probably would try and hopefully, if my team trusted me and we had that kind of, you know, that kind of back and forth, I try and make fun of it. You know, I try and, like, you know, say something funny and try to get people laughing a little bit, and kind of, you know, like you said, get ready for map number 3. It's on Ancient, which we know Big, you know, like, they definitely know how to play the map. So, yeah, I'd hope to do that. You know.
They have everyone I think remembers the Force when it was 0-15. They get one round and he just hypes up the crowd. That's how you have to be right now. You have to find joy in the craziness that's going on and the chaos.
Yeah, true that. Not going to be finding joy on Mirage here for Big.
Found lead.
Just completely wild game.
What's that taste like? Jesus.
Not good. Not healthy. Don't do it. Crimbo, 25 seconds alone, and, you know, sort of, there was a time, a real long time ago, when you could win 1v4s like this in Counter-Strike, you know, because everyone just sort of fought, and it was, you know, it was the Wild West back then. In modern-day Counter-Strike, you only win these rounds if the enemy team makes a whole long list of mistakes, and we don't see that very often. Paravision gonna win the half with an 11-1 scoreline. Wow, that's we've got mirrored scorelines here.
Wow, yeah, I mean, great first half right here for Paravision. I don't know what happened. I think that Paravision showed up, woke up, and Big went to sleep. Let's go for map 3. Let's hope for at least a little 50-50 right now.
Yeah, that's what we want. Actually, I lied. It was 9-3 in the first half, I think, on for Big on Dust 2. But so even better for Paravision. They're really teaching them something here. And again, this is Big Maps pick, so we'll see what happens. A lot of utility on the T side here, Wilton. What do you make of that for Paravision?
I'm with you. I love it. I think teams finally understood how important it is to have that utility on the T side. Since pistols are a little bit of a gamble, might as well go for something where you're like well oiled and like drilled in at least.
Yeah, I do like it too, especially if you're going to hit the bomb site, right? Because those USPs are so dangerous at range, so try and put up a little bit here. Oh, he even knew that there was a chance of peek on top of that. Pretty sick, actually. But QB's look at the headshot. No smoke towards CT spawn. Looks like they might try and fight it here, actually. Oh, there is a gap in that one, though, unfortunate. So I still kind of like this round from Paravision, but the retake is on. Deep grenade, landing in the back, and Tabson going down. It's Crimbo, 1 versus 1 against Kicked, and he's just hiding in the corner here. He already got grenaded down, and he's going to be sneaking out. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare fuel, isn't it? Just creeping in, but nice attempt from both teams, I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, really well played out round. The trade kills, as you mentioned right there, they know which lines they have to hold. The guy that is supporting now, he holds contact, holds the cover. They're playing really well. I mean, really well played round, and Paravision right here. Yes, I mean, GG. Is that what you can say? I don't even know what else to say.
I think you are allowed to say that. Big G's. Yeah, I don't know. For Big, like you already said it though. You lose like this, at least you can sort of say, whatever, you know, it happened. On to the next.
Find the light somehow. Find something good, for the love of Jesus, because it's not looking good, my friend.
It's really not. Scout up there on hyped, and you know, some extra pistols. Would love to see JDC or Tamsin just try and do something, anything here, just to feel a little bit better. Try and get the aim warmed up just a tiny bit. But execution's already coming in. They're going to lose Kick It, but the rest of the team is flooding out of the bomb side behind. Nice shot from Tamsin. Picking up a Galil and doing even better here. Bomb
He's so
being
good.
planted, and James in the middle. Truth is, if Belcher dies here, which he will actually stay alive, if he was going to die right then and there, then I don't think James can do anything, right? Coming in from the middle. Yeah, straight on that defuse, and I think they know that he's in there, so he's blocked away from this.
Nah, no way, right? No way.
Imagine.
Spam was possible. It could have. If he finds the op, he gets that. Nice round, JDC.
That would have been sick, wouldn't it? But did they get another one? You know, so yeah, nicely done.
Round by round, boys. Only 10 to go. Let's go.
How does it work? Would you say, like, from sort of a mentality point of view, like, because even if we get up to 4, 5, 6 rounds here, you know, presumably still it's gonna feel quite lost and quite, you know, like, oh, okay, like this is over. But like, is there a point here where you start to say, you know what, guys, let's just try and win the map now, you know?
If that point comes, it comes naturally. If you try to force it, it's gonna be fake. You know it. You actually just have to try to enjoy it, and like, if you start getting 3-4 rounds in a row, you turn that like that happiness that you're creating out of something sad and really horrible in the moment can become something. But many teams just don't have the fortitude to do that. That's why there's so many roster changes. It's like you got to find a really good gel of people to have that mentality.
Yeah, that's. I think that's probably that's interesting to think about. That you can't really plan it in that sense. You just have to. You feel the energy of it, and
yeah, it's the fighter spirit. You gotta have it in you. If someone punches you, you're gonna punch back or run away. Right? You only find out on the spot.
True that. There's QB on the other side here, from us in hand, and it's gonna be a bit of a trade back and forth. James with the Tech 9 alone versus 3 now, and he's gonna end up going down. So another round there. Yeah, you said that I was brought back momentarily in my brain too, because I used to do boxing, and I definitely remember. I remember the first time you actually get hit in boxing, and that is one of those moments where you're like, oh, like I just entered a new reality. Like your body is not ready for that the first couple of times.
It's I don't know if like I'm just a masochist or whatever, but I think it's so much fun when something like that happens where you're just like, oh shit, I'm not made out of glass, it's like
yeah,
what do you know, I'm not made out of sugar, let's go.
Here we go. All right, into the middle. We've got the bomb dropped back in T-spawn. So I don't know, when I'm watching games and I see the bomb drop like this, it tells me so much about like what's gonna happen. Obviously we don't have the outer spall cons. We've got the defaults just being rolled out here. So yeah, probably gonna be a bit of a slow round.
If you see the bomb in spawn, you're playing Perry Vision.
True. Oh man, it is. Luckily, I think for us, it is a bit of a different team than the other James teams. Even though they do sometimes have some of the same characteristics, but it isn't. Luckily, I think the same ultra slow counter strike.
Not at all. It has the fundamentals of it, but James, I think he's trying to reinvent himself. You can tell that they have speed. Just remember how much they changed the pace, how fast they were going, full execs. He took it to heart.
Yeah. I think even after the Rio Major, they already tried to reinvent it, and obviously that just didn't work out at all, but they already tried to do that very quickly. Look at the rotation here over towards the bomb side, and actually the bomb is making its way the other way. So 5-on-3. Travis, if he'd stayed alive there, how sick would that have been? Then he could have maybe stopped them from, or at least shot them in the back rotating, because they actually probably will get the bomb plant here.
Yeah, infiltrated, really well done. Nice positioning by James. The thing is, they will expect, since no one's even close to them, so he shouldn't have too much of an advantage here. 1 kill maybe for James is what he should get here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because they're gonna know we weren't even nearby.
So slow, Big. But so slow. They're walking under past double. Oh my, no.
I love how triggered you're getting, but you're right. Like, I agree. This is very, very slow. One little mistake here, and you could be running out of time. Sure, they've got the kits, but that bomb is so far ticked already. Okay, here we go. They're going to really start to put some speed behind this one. Running onto the site. Nota's going to get the kill on one. Bomb already being defused, but JDC trying to... Or actually, all right, there we go. I was going to say Nota. He did get taken down at the end. A little bit worried for that one, I've got to be honest, but I guess the angle which they end up sort of retaking that is going to be working out for them. So nicely done with the smoke and everything, but that is scary to me as well.
It is. It's just without. Now I understand the fans. Without being in there and having the communication, it just looks stupid. But I bet you it's 100% planned, because look how well executed it is. The X-ray vision. I'm starting to get it, Anderson.
Yeah, it's all we can do is make it. Like, we obviously can't know, so we can only work with the information that we have. But it did look very, very slow. Hyped with a classic grenade and then the kill onto Nota. Very well done.
He's 9-14, but he's had some crucial kills. Like, he has some high impact kills.
Yeah, I think this is where Hyped actually does become a really fun AWPer, because there might be some consistency problems, but there are some Hyped games where he really does. This almost look like he does win them on his own, which is super fun. So maybe this could be one of them. Imagine if they do get it back into overtime. That would be a bit of a story. He's going to take down Belchanok as well. And yeah, this round is, they didn't have a lot going into it anyway, so definitely going to be done.
Nice and clean. I mean, for big, it changes nothing because they know it doesn't matter how many guns Paravision holds on to. That it's one round, so just keep going. I guess it's like just keep laughing about it. You still lost the game. Don't worry about it. Once you hit 8 or 9, then you start actually changing that gear.
Yeah, still some distance away here, but yes, it's nice. Big allowing themselves to get something done. It's a good wallbang as well. Love to see it. AKs.
It's the kind of team that's gonna make us go to like 13-11, isn't it?
it could well be that does happen a lot. Like especially I feel like you get all the way there and then you just lose the last round for no reason.
There has to be a name for that law.
Yeah, weirdly nobody. I think we just keep calling it like the Counter-Strike thing, but yeah, somebody could probably claim that, you know. Here we go. Some Molotovs being thrown in. QB, he was actually so flashed, but still he got the kill. It's actually not bad at all. 3 versus 3 now, and the madness just continues onto the bomb side here. Belchanok waiting for just a second. Nice Molotov towards the back there, and actually if he'd shot that AK, he would have probably had the kill there.
Really well. Just well played out, CS. Step by step, but you notice how the smokes were still up and they were doing the Molotov to clear firebox to spacing. That's really good. It's not easy to organize because from the time the smokes lands, you're going to have 16 seconds and you still need to get out. You still need to do your thing. So really well played and still in the 3v3. Very methodical.
Very funny to see Paravision just waiting and look at, because in the previous round, the bomb got planted at B. So Hyped is, going all the way back to check. Even Crimbo here, they're really worried about what might happen. And that's kind of bought some space for Paravision to actually, go back to the bomb site. They were there all along, but now back in a good position. Oh, but range there for Hyped. He obviously is not going to get flashed to that one. And Crimbo is going to win the round with a kill onto Nota. There's nothing that James could do now. 1 versus 3 here. Going to try and see if he could sneak his way around the corner. Might get the kill on... Oh, not even that. Hyped is going to be in position. Super, super well played. What's your take on Paravision, sort of freezing the game in that 3v3?
For me, that's beautiful. That's the experience that we talk about. That's needed from teams that actually won tournaments, won these heavy case scenarios where an entire arena, let's say 30,000 people, a few million at home, are laying on your every move. You have that clutch, just the breath. Like you hear your own breath, you hear your own mind think. Right. Once you've been through that, these kind of situations become a little bit more common. You're able to slow down, just let the other team make mistake. And I think I want to point out to the chat and everyone watching, because that was some beautiful CS by Paravision. Do you notice how every utility to flush out Firebox, to flash out CT, to flash out connector, and even though all of that's going on, you still have Big covering from Cat with the op. They're holding angles in line for each other. As soon as he gets blind, goes behind the wall, there's always someone covering. It's really good CS that we're watching. So it's not every day that we see this.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the exciting things about even I said Peak, obviously more of a recognized name, but even a team like Paravision, they have so much structure. They're still sort of a new team, right? Like this is still sort of a new project, and they're just coming into this year with so much to show for it. Here we go, execute. We've got a double smoke towards the connector in jungle. QB, pretty good. He almost maybe could have had that kill even up towards the palace, but the bomb could maybe even be planted here. Belchanok's going to be taking out JDC, and suddenly it's another 3 versus 3 here. Hype, though. All right, rock solid for him. Oh, and he does jump up. Look at it. He's trying to jump up to actually spot it out. He does a lot of damage on top of it with the HE.
Look at the utility again. Everyone's just getting pegged.
Yeah, you said it, like HE landing in the corner. That's just so devastating. I think this is, although I think even if they lose it here, it's still another really good attempt for Paravision.
It's a good attempt for Paravision, but it's a double-edged sword right now. Because even though Paravision is playing some really good CS, so is Big. Big is getting that momentum. Remember, they were completely out of this. This is the kind of scenario where anything that they do is a win. They're already happy that they already at least got back into the board for map 3. If they get even more, they're going to start believing in it even more. And for Paravision, it's kind of the other way around. Only bad things can happen. They have this in the bag.
Yeah, it's getting way too scary. It really is. I mean, for Big, they must know as well. One mistake, and this little comeback could turn into, I think, what the kids now call a fake comeback. Great turn. Nice
I
flashes
just
in the
call it a
middle here
choke.
to try and get the swing.
They're going through mid. Belchenok, right now, he's the player to keep an eye on. He seems to be playing really well up to par, really good aim, and I like their control right here. Look, decision together. James gets the bomb, already commands his team like a leader to go back, regroup A. Let's just finish out simple, and now we get to watch CS in motion.
Yeah, setting up that smoke play. Or they could go through middle as well. QB going down. Oh, this is really a big issue. 3 versus 5. Tabson at the site. They know that he's in here somewhere, so he can't just stick around. He has to do something, which is why he's trying to get this flash out. Backup is still a couple of seconds away. And actually, weirdly, Paravision has slowed it down so much. If they go on Tabson, I think they can trade him out. But now there's some backup here. Hype's going to be showing up and taking down Nota. They're bringing the bomb back because they do have the B bomb site. So I guess that's the logic for Paravision, is if we run, then they might just never expect it. But we'll see if they can find Belchenok. If they do, they're going to realize that there's nobody else here. Yeah, there's the kill on Belchenok. 2 versus 2, Wilson. This is a wild round.
This is insane. Let's see if James can pull this off. It's a winnable round right now. Misses the jump from the radar.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so they actually plant 4 short as well, which I guess is actually, that's a genius way to plant it, because it means both Kickert and James can do something in the after plant. Whereas if you
And they know where they're coming from. It's over.
Yeah, it should be, right? There is a smoke on Hyped, I guess. So maybe they can just try to do that and then just pray that it's going to work out. But I mean, it's not going to feel good, right? AK's on the other side. They should be able to find anyone defusing. They're going to throw it up, and grenade goes in. All right, nicely done. Kirimbo actually pushing into the fight there, and Jamie, he's going to go down as well. I actually can't believe it. With the kit in the back pocket, they have enough time to win this round. That is so unlikely. What a retake.
I think I'm choking here. I think it's happening.
No way. Oh, that's... You, even though they got the kill so fast, you could hear on that bomb timer in the end that there was, you know, there was not a second to spare, basically. So it was so clean, and it just had to be.
It was really well set up. The swinging times are really good. They're in the flow of understanding how Paravision is playing right now. Board has flipped 180.
Well, here we go. They need 4 more rounds to get this into overtime.
Look at the op on the other side. Mirage is such an op map as well. Like, both sides had the op on CT side just wrecking right now. Yep, sorry, James. My bad.
Honestly, though, he played it so well. He saw the flashbang in the air. He turned around. He was ready for the close peek. Like, every bit of movement there for James was what you wanted to see. He just unfortunately didn't get the shot, which is the last part that is important. Belchenok to try and save it 1 versus 3. He's pretty much locked in, but this one is kind of a winnable 1v3, I guess. If he finds an early kill, he's got some element of surprise here.
It's kind of winnable, but the way Big's playing right now, look, they're not giving the shot. They're tag teaming up. Third guy's there, and now they know. Grimbo. Close. I felt it. I felt that I tried to even out the odds because I feel like James did everything perfectly there, and I'm the one at fault. I'm the one that made him die. So I tried to use the bad juju the other way around. Didn't work. Nice. I'm sorry.
Gotta be careful with the caster cursing, you know.
I'm learning my limits and my powers.
Do it all the time. That's remember, this was an 11-1 first half for Paravision.
With a pistol.
Yeah, oh yes, you're right. How wild is that? And now they're struggling to close it out.
12-1. If you believe we are good, now's the time.
It'd be with what a legendary way for Big if they get this into overtime and actually win the map. That is one way to start the day.
Yeah, it's one way for us. It would be another way for Paravision. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I don't want to. I would hate to be part of a team conversation like that afterwards, where you're like, "Oh, guys, like."
I'm the opposite. I'd love to be a fly on the wall and just see what shit they're talking about each other.
Yeah, that's true. That would be interesting. Like, I guess the problem is if you end up losing a lead like this, and there's so many rounds where you can go back and think, "Man, if only I had that kill."
Oh yeah,
win, you know.
It's gonna be a blame fest. It's my time to shine. I've been living for this moment. I just want to see it.
Travis gonna get the one, but Tabson on the follow-up. I like that from Big, the double push down ramp, just to try and, you know, mix things up a little bit so that they're not just holding the same position every time. What a headshot from Tabson as well. You know, he might be a veteran player, but he still has some really crazy mechanics at the right time. We're down to 35 seconds, and look at the flank coming through T-spawn as well.
Yeah, they're really well positioned. This map is, we've got a really good map. It's on 12 to 9, 3 rounds right here. Tactical CS. No one's playing scared. They're taking a position, and we get the last 20 seconds, Anders.
Yeah. Tabson might get killed here, though, but again, Hype is sneaking up from behind. That's the bomb on the ground with 15 seconds, and the real flank is Crimbo that they're just never going to expect. So, really, really well played. I think Big played this so smartly because, again, Paravision tried to do the same thing from earlier where they slow down the game, but because Crimbo's flanking, I don't think Big care about that slowdown. Like, they know everything.
They don't care at all. Actually, they're happy for it because that has to be going communicated right now. They're on a 10 round win streak basically right now. Big. That's being communicated. The moment that they take the shot and they know attention's on them, they know they won the round.
This is this is getting really scary. Oh no! You look at the kills there on the Paravision side. Nota and James and Belchanok, like they're all doing really, really well, but unfortunately, they're not winning that one crucial round that they need. A timeout being called here. What do you do out of this timeout?
Big has they don't have the read because there isn't much to read on Mirage, if we're very honest. Not early on, at least. So if I'm Big, I'd actually bring out some aggression right here. Now's the time to mix it up, but not early on. Let the round play out. Just have a really solid start, and then try to aggress as a group. I'd go Cadian style. Gamble. Do a little bit of a gamble right here. You push with forces, then you trade out those kills. After you trade out those kills, you're going to have information and be able to react. It's at least something where you're in control of the action.
See how they end up playing it here. Hyped in the middle, gonna get smoked off, and some utility being exchanged. Oh my god. Tabson. It almost even looked like he did like a, you know, he was deciding, do I shoot a little bit left, a little bit right, and he just zones in on my notes are just dead. You can't even explain that.
The Spidey sense, it tingles.
He's been playing.
I remember a cool story about Tabson. He used to just like do theory sessions, just going crazy on techno. I can just imagine him like full on techno music going, just demo viewer skybox is there. He's just going crazy. That's how he's feeling right now.
Somehow that's actually perfect. Like I can't imagine anything more aggressive than German techno music with, you know, just watching Counter-Strike and just doing that. That's pretty sick.
Yeah. 5v4 right here. Not enough money for Paravision. James is going with that hero AK kicker gets a kill, but they're trying to do it for the last round. They're betting everything on that one last round.
Yeah, they really are. Kickert is going to go down, 40 seconds. I don't know if they can get the kill on QB here. If he overextends just a little bit, it should give them the bomb plant. Oh, but nicely done. He takes down James, and that was the AK. Belchanok is going to trade him out. 29 seconds left, and 2 versus 3 in a very hard round to win there. I think Belchanok probably needed that deagle shot to make it even close. More grenades raining down, and they're going to find Travis. So at least they get the bomb plant. Like you said, you know, playing for the last round, you get a little bit of extra cash. Planting the bomb, and Paravision see if they can stop overtime from occurring. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
They're gonna have the money right now. Max loss bonus, the bomb plant. They have everything, but the problem hasn't been just economy. It has been not figuring out what to do in the late round situations, because the few times that Paravision was actually able to get out, we've had game like a round play out where it's the 3v3, the 4v4, the 2v2 just going down to the wire and playing in the trade frags. So they haven't had reads, they haven't had the trade frags. They've lost 11 rounds in a row. They're in their own heads. It's not easy right now. It's not easy to stay focused.
Yeah, I can't imagine. But this is where you need the real leadership, right? If you can get the team back online for this last one, then all is forgiven. We'll move on to the third map on Ancient. We don't have to have the awkward team conversation later. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a way to do it.
Man, someone get Overdrive to just find out what's going on. Something's going to happen if this comes back.
Yeah, exactly. Get him on the line. They actually were pretty aggressive big at the start of the round here in the middle. Like, look at how much they're controlling. And I think Paravision even saying, okay, we're going to give up on mid, which that's a lot of map control that they just kind of surrender.
They are. I mean, Big has kind of that information. They don't have 100% confidence to know what's going on in mid. So they're still hanging around, but they don't have that information. This could cost Big very much that overtime round right now. No proactivity.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can see QB is in that shadow position, which is fine. But if Hyped and JDC that are playing, towards window and CT spawn, if they get smoked off, which they probably will, then how much can QB really do on his own? Especially if he's going to get Molotov, which the Molotov does go down, and look at him burning all the way down to 28. Hyped with the opening kill, though. That's
Two
very
flashes
important.
on him.
He's pushed in front of some of the early grenades, still gets taken down by Belchanok, and JDC playing at the edge. QB finally goes down. He's low on health already, but JDC, he was on point. He hadn't reloaded. If he had, he would have been dead trying to get that reload, I think. Bomb planted and a 2 versus 3. And JDC, he's had a bit of a rough game, to be honest, here on Mirage. He had, 8 kills a couple of rounds ago. Now he's up to 12, getting a double here. James making the leap across to try and line them up, and he almost could have kept shooting.
Nice.
He'll take down Tabson. Is it finally going to be the round here for Paravision? It's Belchanok to go down. JDC finding a third, and now James in a 1 versus 2. He's worried about the flank, but it's going to be Crimbo shooting him in the back end. Wilton, we're going to get into overtime. What just happened?
It's happened, Anders. The choke has happened. Oh my.
There's no way to explain this. If we just cut through the crap, Big just fumbled massively. They couldn't get one round. They didn't take enough of the pauses. They didn't have the proactivity right now. They weren't good at being reactive, and they weren't good at taking the initiative. They weren't good at taking the pauses. They only had one half in here, same as Paravision, but Paravision has the full momentum now. It's their game. It's their map to lose. And Big, you got to snap out of it. Use some of that Germanness in you. Just put that techno going or something like that. Eat a sauerkraut, snap out.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they know how to play the CT side, right, Big? The question is, I guess, can they, when they get to the T side, can they make it work? Because their T side, obviously, when they went in regulation, was just, it wasn't just non-existent.
At this point, it doesn't matter, and they don't even remember that they played the first half. Like they're in comatose state right now.
Okay, well, Crimbo's missing from his chair, so I guess we'll see if we can get him back online. This happens every once in a while. So, but overtime, ladies and gentlemen, from an 11-1 first half, I guarantee you people are going to be mad in the chat. People who put, a bet on this game, they're going to be like, no.
That's what I thought. I looked at Hype, and he's like, oh, no. And he just...
Oh, that's too good.
Oh, man. This is insane. What a map. What a map. That comeback is awesome. What are you thinking, right? I'm here from a coach perspective, from my experience. I'm analyzing it from my side. What do you notice is the difference, like, from what I'm trying to see in you, so that maybe I can help the audience bridge some of those doubts that we have, or get some of those nuggies and insights going?
I'm trying to think. I guess one of the things that's always, like, I think some people might be wondering, like, do teams ever have like a sort of like a certain trick, or like a certain sort of, like, we say, hey, we've got like a super rare sort of strategy that we want to try and pull out, like we just need one round, like, do we have that super rare 5-man tech nines down the middle kind of rush, or some crazy stuff that you don't normally see? Like, is it worth going for those tricks, or do you just really want to play your default game like for 12 rounds and just say, okay, listen, we're gonna, like, on probabilities alone, we'll probably win one of those 12 rounds, so why make it complicated? Why not just do what we know how to do? Like, which of those styles do people play, or is that by team?
It's hard, because that's trying to put something as binary when there's so many factors and variables that go into it, right? We're gonna give our opinion here without knowing 1/100th of actually what's going on inside, but we have to be realistic. It's 11 rounds in a row. It doesn't matter if they play default, aggression. They had many types of different styles to choose, and they couldn't find one way to make it work. And that's what ultimately it comes down to. Doesn't matter what could have been done. It's what they had in their hands that they didn't use appropriately, let's call it. So right now, they really do have to snap out of it, because this is going to be a big learning for them, big learning moment for them regardless. You want it to be a learning moment where you were in the moment, and not that you necessarily won, but that you as a team position yourselves in a place to actually really grow from something that's important, like the fundamental team play, the communication, the holding the stress, and all the environment of what's going on. picking out those little parts. If they focus on just like what you did wrong, that's where you see these teams lose yourselves, and that's where we can start getting the rumors and the roster changes, Anders.
We don't want that, not at all. Especially not around in the middle of the season. But I'm very, very curious how this one is going to be playing out. Now, a little bit of a break here into overtime. I'm guessing a couple of people had to, run to the bathroom or something, which is fair enough. And then we get right back into it. So, crazy game that we're watching right now with an 11-1 first half. And, oh, Nota getting picked off in the middle of the air. Hyped. He probably should have had that. He knew that was coming.
That was right over the shoulder. He felt the air going there.
Yeah. Oh, but look at Tapson. He's actually walking into he's hearing James running. That might be false info, though.
That might, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. I think it's gonna be a false info,
which is so scary. You could end up betraying your team. Now, actually, he's gonna get James anyway here. Free kill for Tapson, and the fact that James is running back might be a little bit of a clue.
Yeah, no, 100%. DDC, what are you doing? Are you gonna rotate him? Heard.
It's Crimbo, just Belchanok trying to run onto that site with really no utility or anything else. Tamsin, a little bit of trouble here, but kick it. I don't know if he might have wanted to jump, but that was exactly what got him killed. And now Travis, unfortunately, on his own here. So Big going to go on to win even more rounds going into overtime. Very, very curious. Travis trying to see if he win it on his own, but again, they're just everywhere. And it's going to be Crimbo to get that one. Very nicely done. Another round that could have gone like 10 different ways.
12 rounds in a row for Big. Just want to point that out. 12 in a row.
That's so sick. This position that Crimbo is playing into, like, I feel like it's so common, and yet it's somehow so hard to defeat for the T side that's coming in.
Yeah, it is. It's you really just, when you're jumping from that window, that's why you see him go through Van. They don't have the numbers to actually run like the double or triple pathing that you need to. So he's taking the solo route, but that gives the CT way too much time to react. So it's a really hard situation for Perry Vision there.
Yeah, that's fair. Hype trying to look over. That would have been a nice idea, but James, I mean, he's been playing very well on this map too. Both Orpas actually just doing really good work.
Reflexes are on point. Age is just a number.
True. It's encouraging for a lot of us, isn't it, these days, you know?
I gotta fool myself somehow.
For scoping. It's QB down here, and he might need some help. Gonna get taken down.
Nice.
Oh my god, what a click from Travis. Sorry. This is the one round that they just needed at any point in the second half. If they had a round like this one, that's it.
A little bit of balls. They remember where their balls are. Look, they walked through smokes. They did something.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know if this is true, but like there are some teams, obviously, I think especially some of the younger teams that are playing here in like a lot of the tier 2 Counter-Strike, they have this quality about them where, you know, they just have a couple of really wild players and they will just call a couple of rounds where it's like, oh hey, you just go, you know, do what you do, and sometimes it just works. But it does feel to me like a team like Paravision because, you know, almost like the leash is on too tight and they never get to have a round like this, and that is kind of a shame, you know, because like it can work, you know, like
it works a lot. You asked if teams, pro teams have safety strategies. A bunch of them, and they are dynamic and they rotate every like few months or couple of months at best. You're always gonna have that one strat in your playbook where you know it runs. So like Mirage for Liquid, which was my last example, we had an A execute where the waterfall smoke goes down, smoke CT, take jungle, molly. It was our safety strat, like 80% win rate. You're gonna have one of those. But I bet you that Big and Paravision, both on their respective halves, tried that safety strat. It didn't work, and that's when you spiral out of control, because even what you think is flawless doesn't work.
Well, this is an exciting position to be in. Paravision, could they do it again? They're going to win the fight against Tabson in the middle, who it seemed like wasn't really, like there was no setup for him to, you know, get flashed in or anything. Just had to take that fight straight up, and that backfires a little bit. Grenade, unfortunately, goes the wrong way. It still does something, I guess.
He aimed. I bet you. All on purpose.
Just meant to be that way. Not quite enough damage on Kicker, but, you know, it's a little bit chipping away at him. And now they're going to slow down Paravision.
Really well played round. Slow, methodical round. Not well played, sorry. Let's see how they decide to do it. They still have the smokes to connect. They're gonna connect window and top con. Do they use connector? Do they use cats? Or are they gonna make a fake, a dribble kind of play?
I love that Molotov into the ladder. Yeah, if they are gonna go connector here, it seems to me like they're missing at least some. Oh, actually, the CTs are gonna throw their own utility towards catwalk. So now they're not even gonna. They're gonna know they're not gonna get shot in the back here. That's nice information if they can connect the dots. But QB coming out with a kill onto Nota. You've got to get another one here. You just have to, otherwise this round is probably gonna get washed away. He does go down at the end. Hype showing up, gets one, but James is there to trade it. So nice little back and forth here. Oh, hold the phone. That's actually a nice angle. Crimbo, he could do this. Grenade out. They're back there waiting for him. No bomb plant yet. Flashbang goes really high in the sky, and he re-peeks into the headshot there. He's ready for it. Crimbo, I was going to say, he's made to win these rounds, and he probably could have. You could see his frustration there. I think he probably had that, but Paravision will take it away.
He had that. That's something that only pro players hold up. It was that microsecond hesitation in exactly the last second. He's like, do I go for it or not? And the fact that he hesitates is what gives the other player to counter walk crouch into him. That is great round of CS. Crimbo played that nearly to perfection. Just faltered in the last single step.
That's hard to deal with. Yeah, you couldn't even. I think you could even see on a little camera there that he knew Crimbo. Like, yeah, you could see the frustration of like, come on, like
That's the NT. That's the whole team going NT. You know that.
Yeah. True that. Early incendiary, just looking to stop anyone. Grenade around the corner. It's actually pretty decent. And
Grenades are just bugged. Like CT Molotovs. They're like sometimes it's just worthless.
Yeah, I have I keep complaining about it. I see people all the time, you know. I've probably done it myself in the past on broadcast. We'd be like, oh, they've got like they got incendiary grenades. Like they're gonna try and just like no. Like half the time people just run right through them, you know.
I do it in my pugs. I bet you the pros. You just say ignore it. It's a CT molly. You actually calm it out.
Yeah, it's. I don't know if it needs to be changed, but it's definitely an interesting part of the game right now that, you know, they get thrown, and then a lot of the time it's like, who cares? Now, speaking of Molotovs, though, if they have one for Belchenok here, that would be a huge way to start this attack onto the bomb site. First to 16, by the way, guys, if you're new to the format. I bet everybody knows, but just gotta always remember. Molotov.
They molly the wrong place.
Yeah, you're right.
Could be the difference.
Nobody throwing it into that little sandwich or get right position if you prefer. Nicely done from Belchenok. Just throws in the M4, trying to pick up the AK instead. Going to be Nota here under a little bit of pressure, but he will work in the end.
What movement? The movement is top class right now. It's just jiggle peeking and shoulder strafing, just keeping attention. Doesn't let him actually think for 1 second what's going on.
It's very nicely done. Okay, but Paravision, they probably should have won it in regulation, but the fact that it's 15-13 now, they're one round away from doing it.
They are, right? Big 13-0 Paravision and still lost the map. Maybe lost the map. Sorry, getting ahead of myself here.
Maybe. Gotta be careful you don't jinx it. There's gonna be
it happened.
Paravision fans that are gonna be really upset. We'll see if they can find a way through this one. Lot of damage onto Nota at the start here. Big. Hoping to win 2 in a row and bring it into double overtime.
He has the info at least, and they know it's Cat. Oh, hyped.
Okay, he actually finds a way. Belchenok back here. Looking to see if he can connect the dots, though. Nice double kill for him, and there's still a player on the site. Oh, JDC taking out Nota. It's all over the place. Kickert is actually weirdly still at this bomb site.
He can do it. He can do it again.
Yeah, it is winnable. You're absolutely right here. Going to be surprising Kickert. Oh, sorry, Crimbo. And now a bit of a wide swing. He does know there's someone. He heard the footsteps, so he definitely knows. The problem is he doesn't necessarily know how close JDC is. You can see he's looking for it. He's got the right idea. With the grenade on top, Kickert's going to be taking out QB. And suddenly 1 versus 1. JDC, he could be coming from a couple of different directions, but now at least he knows here. Kickert, not afraid, goes for the fight, but JDC will take it. Oh my god. We've had a couple of close 1v3s, and this one, I think you're right, though, super winnable for Kickert.
Man, you can tell from the beginning that he's in a winnable position. It's coming down to the little micro decisions, man. What final round to CS that we're seeing. This is awesome. I'm so glad I woke up in time for this ender.
Yeah, this is I mean there are a couple of interesting mistakes happening here or there, but overall, it's not boring Counter-Strike.
Not at all. They say about James, this is really entertaining. New phase.
Yeah. Different style, and his AWPing has been really, really sick, so... Look at the risk he's taking here, but ooh, he didn't quite try. He might be in some trouble here. He's got backup though. It's James taking the shot, but Belchanok's there on the other side. So actually, the setup kind of could have been working. Unfortunately, they're not expecting for a second player.
He was betrayed. He thought he was clean.
Oh, this nade.
Kobe.
Absolutely shutting it down. Notes though still finding a double kill in spite of everything. This seemed like this round should have been absolutely lost, but that double might make a big difference here. Retake is going to be on. Obviously, you're going to be fighting for this. It's either you win it now, and we go on to a third map, or it's double OT. Crimbo and Hyped. Can they hold on to it? A couple of flashes. They got the AWP on Hyped as well. He misses the first opportunity, and actually Notus picked up the orb, swing in, and he defeats Hyped. What just happened? Crimbo.
Well positioned, Crimbo. Well positioned.
Yeah, on his own. 1 versus 3, though. He's going to get the first one. Ready to fight to the window. He takes that as well. And he'll take it. Finally getting the triple. And the ace as well. He actually clutched it with an ace to bring us into double overtime. Let's go.
We get one of the clutches, Anders. All these rounds have been 1v3s that could have and probably should have been won.
True.
Crimbo is the one to do it. Oh, one for the Black Mamba right there. Oh, my God.
What's that? What is that going to do to a team, though? You know, like that's what. Surely that's what being needed in terms of the energy in the room. That's going to be sick.
Oh man, this is just amazing. These rounds are so close. The communication doesn't stop for 1 second. It's the kind of round where neither team is now getting demotivated by it. It's just going to hopefully keep delivering good CS.
Okay, well, the playbook had better be really deep. If you're going to keep reinventing stuff on this map, you've played a lot of rounds. Smoke's going up, looking like a bit of an A strat coming out. Counter utility is definitely there though. That's double incendiary coming in.
Nice
Nota gets the
job.
first one, and yeah, just wrecked on the early approach here.
So clean, so fresh and so clean.
Very true. About to be outcast from the server potentially here.
I see what you did there.
Gotta get working on that stuff. It's what they.
Hey, yeah.
Unfortunately, even that reference might be just too old for most people. Watching, they might be like, "What are these guys talking about?"
These boomers.
Exactly. That's always the danger. Well, Crimbo and Hyped again. This should probably never end up in a 2v3 like this because Paravision got 2 very clean opening kills for a 5-on-3. So it does say a lot about the game that even some of the clean starts in the rounds that you just no way to predict how it actually plays out at the end. I like this from Travis though. A little bit aggressive. We'll find the kill, no problem. And Hyped alone, if they don't fight him, he can't win the round, right? Like if they go and fight him alone, sure you could do it, but he's actually putting himself in a nice position. Gets the first one. Swinging it back in. The AWP is right there. Missed shot for James. Oh no. That's a bit awkward. Tries to reposition. We've got 18 seconds.
Really hard, but he knows both, I think.
Yeah, I think he has the right idea. Taps it once. Travis is going to be walking in. You know what? I mean, he at least tried. He did the best that he could there, I think. So, interesting stuff. But Paravision are going to win the first round in the second overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to that 3v3. The timing to split connector. I think it was actually even Travis himself who got caught in connector or something like that. And just made it Crimbo right there. Made it really hard on the timing because if he gets that kill 2v2 with the awareness of where one of the guys were, it probably would have been Big's favorite. So big power moment of the round right there in the connector come up.
Wow. Well, here we go. We're back into another one. Look at Hyped in the middle. He's just running in there. He's got the AWP. He actually just ran to try and take the fight, but James was on the other side, and he heard the footsteps, and he takes down Hyped. So, we say this a lot. Sometimes the AWP versus AWP battle isn't actually that significant in a game where it's more like, AWP versus the rest of the rifles, but I feel like between James and Hyped, they actually have run into each other quite a bit, and it's been fun to see.
They have, because Hype is mega aggressive, right? Like he likes to go for those quick flicks and scope. So it's providing not only the tactical side that we saw from James holding angles, but we also see the Kenny-esque flashy opper going up front, just flicking people.
It's super entertaining, but it's also clear that James kind of has a good read for it, and sometimes he'll just find himself in a bit of a nice position. Where did he get hit from there? Oh, it must have been, what, a leg shot from James?
Probably. I didn't see it either.
I think it must have been up on the ticket booth, but it just, even the sound, I didn't really hear much so far away. So 3 versus 5, 40 seconds left. Should be almost nothing you can do to get back into a round like this one. Belchanok, I think, making sure that doesn't happen now. JDC going down. That's a bomb drop with 30 seconds. So Paravision, I would say, finding some very, very good openings here in the double OT. Just winning enough early fights to make it very awkward for Big. And I guess, like, what can Big to do to avoid this? You know, they're getting picked off at the start of the round.
It's so well played, Anders, like, for real. Because the situations are unfolding, but look, does not leave sandwich. CT does not peek. Big has a strategy where they're trying to freeze the round to see if Paravision makes that mistake, but they do not give an inch. They keep tucked. They keep on the triangulations, on playing off a flash, and Big doesn't have a solution because, frankly, there almost isn't a solution if a team is playing that well, running down the clock, leaving you with no utility, and still finishing it out properly. So it's hard right here for Big. They got to get one round right here. This is important, Anders.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, if they don't, what a position to be in. They need to go in to win 3 rounds on the CT side with no mistakes at all. So I'm with you. Paravision kind of all grouped up towards the connector. Probably at some point want to be changing that up a little bit, just in case they all go. But maybe actually, if they have HEs, maybe they just don't care if you smoke them off. Belchanok, if he can. Oh, he's really far away, isn't he? I was going to say if he could maybe blow open the smokes here, because they don't have any HEs towards the connector, so maybe a bit awkward.
What a weird setup from Paravision. The triple connector, like, mount up.
I'm not really understanding it either. I thought when I saw it, like, okay, they're going to have HEs to blow open the smoke, because then at least, you know, you could say, okay, we've got 3 people on the other side. That's going to be sick. But this just feels like, yeah, you know the smokes are going to be falling down if they do an A execute, so...
Yeah, they were
really interesting.
Oh, my...
Okay, well, listen, maybe it doesn't matter at all. You get headshots like that, it might just be okay. Couple of shots coming through, but it will be Tabson to get a couple of kills himself.
They turned it around. Really good position. Now just James. Not really good weapon for the retake.
Yeah, it isn't. Belchanok, he was the only one with an HE anywhere nearby, but he's going to go down to Crimbo. And Big, they win the round. And I think in part, at least helped by that weird triple connector deployment. I just don't see that very often.
The only reason that you're going to play there is that if you're going to play retake and you have really set protocols for the boost, for the breaks, you know, the utility that you're going to do. But most of the time it's going to be to actually break mid. Like, I think they were thinking that Paravision would, or Big, sorry, at the time, would be progressing mid, and then they'd be using tricks on the connector to just break mid and flash through it since they didn't have HEs. Sorry. I still don't have that button, but so if you think about what's going on while they're trying to do that, really good read from Big. They execute and explode onto A. They're locked out of sight and really almost near impossible to retake that. Even though Big gets the start, Paravision turns around. Sorry, Paravision gets the start, Big turns around.
Yeah, I just very interested to go back and see if we can find if there are any other rounds like that out there. It actually does make you think that you could probably play around like that if you had like a stack of grenades that you could sort of, you know, keep blowing open the smoke. That actually could be kind of fun to say, okay, you know, we are actually going to play triple connector with 3 HEs, and we're just never going to use the HEs until if you do an A execute, then you know you'll never make it to the site. That could be fun. And
it works. You're leaving spawn with a really set idea of how to do, but the problem is, I think due to it being overtime and having the game that we're having, comeback and wall bangs and everything happening that could be happening, they end up second guessing and doubting themselves, and that kind of creates an uncomfortable, I'm not even going to say play out scenario, but timing, right? This entire match has been going down the wire to the last seconds, and so everything has come down to timing in the execution.
What a wallbang to begin with. Notes up, taking out JDC. Nicely done. Ike's going to be getting a kill. Oh, it's so lightning fast. Oh, thought he was going to get the third one as well, but QB surely primed to take this one. I think James is even thinking about it, and he's going to end up going down. Wow, what a round. I mean, when it starts with a wallbang like that over at the B-bomb side, what do you even do at that point in time if you're on the Paravision side? That's one hell of a way to lose the early stage here. First to 19, by the way. Both teams need 2 in a row to finish this in... Or we get triple overtime, because why not?
Because what? What did I say? what did I call it or did I not? That Big was the kind of team to just make this go 13-11 or even an overtime or something like that. Look at what they have done with this match.
It's so crazy, isn't it? I just can't believe it, but you know, we're being shown the evidence right now. Paravision, they need something here. T side, what's the breakthrough plan?
Right now, they're going to be using a lot of their utility to take mid control. They're doing the same kind of default, just having the guy top mid boxes, just spotting. They're playing out the round slow, so we're going to get a late round execute from them again, or a pop. We're probably not going to get something very methodical, well played out that just explodes out of nowhere unless they kill the opera.
They're certainly taking their sweet time at the moment. I was going to say they looked like the bomb was making its way into the B hallways. I guess James is worried about there being a flank through CT spawn, so you know he's going to waste a little bit of time looking for that. Doesn't seem like anything is showing up, and then they're going to throw the smoke towards connector. So is this enough mid presence to kind of like weaken the B defense? Do you think?
It is because Big is playing scared. Look, right now it's Belch. Who's coming up? Cat? Is it Noda? Noda's free coming up. Cats like. They have all the advantage right here. It doesn't mean it's good. Same scenario. B-pop coming out.
Works so well. They actually spot both of them. Belchanok. That's a fantastic opening, and it's Jane with the flashes as well to go over. So, yeah, what a setup. And Big just never realizing.
They didn't have the mid information. They got crunch. They didn't even need the crunch because it was the B. But it was enough to distract the B looking at Cat so that they just get popped out in 2-0 for Belchanok.
Yeah, that doesn't really get more exciting. Well played, Paravision, again with a chance to actually finish this and go on to a third map. That's in the. They've got one chance coming up into the next round, so maybe they can. QB just you know, trying to do a little bit here. Obviously not going to be having any impact on the round itself. Hyped, trying to get some exits on the other side. Don't think it really matters that much. They should have enough money. Hype is going to go down again. He doesn't care about losing the AWP either, so not a lot lost there, really, to be honest. So here we are, last round of the second overtime, and Paravision. What is the plan? I think it would be fun to see them execute something really quick here, just to try and change the flow of the game a little bit. But we'll see what they do.
I like that. I like that. I think that if the other team calls a pause, I wouldn't do it. Other than that, I would definitely go your route.
Okay. James, he's certainly ready for this one. Tabson's going to be going down, but the Molotov, the incendiary, is eventually going to burn him out. He does spot it out. They know that there's someone back there. Communication, it needs to be on point, and you got to make sure you don't shoot your own teammate as well. JDC, oh, he somehow got away with so much, but the HE actually doesn't kill James. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This pure chaos at the top mid. Flashes here. Now they're stuck in the corner. Oh, imagine if he had an incendiary to burn them out, but instead somehow Paravision will get away with it.
Isn't that just the moment that you're don't block, move.
Gonna be screaming in the microphone. Also, like, even the communication to say, hey, there is actually a guy flanking you, and I'm gonna try and shoot him through the smoke without shooting you. Definitely not easy.
It's another instance of move.
Yeah, just get out the way, man. Okay. 4 versus 5.
I like the setup from Big on Cat. I really like the setup from Big. I think they're really well positioned here. How aware is Paravision?
Yeah, it could also be that even if you win against JDC, you're not going to be expecting for the AWP to be there. So you're right, there's like a built-in mind game to that. But they're going to get Molotoved off here. Double Molotov, really well, and it doesn't matter. He's going to put up the smoke and just set it up. Hyped. Took a sweet time getting that kill, but it's so well played. Grenade. Oh, he wants to go even more aggressive. I do kind of like it. He gets the shot onto Belchanok here, looking for that triple overtime, and we've got 20 seconds here. Easy kill for Crimbo. And it's going to be 1 versus 1 with Crimbo clutching it once again. They had the ace clutch earlier, and now just a double kill here, but still a very good job.
Once more. Now this time Crimbo tucked sandwich, doesn't move. It's just another example of how solid they are playing and playing team Counter-Strike. It really is about tucking in the angles and just maximizing those small little details that doesn't give the other team a chance right now. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Well, we go for one more round. We're ready for more. This could be really interesting. And you know,
This is a
especially from
match.
like a team point of view, right? If it goes to a third map now, like you're gonna be exhausted, aren't you? Especially if you're big and you're like, come on, like we could have maybe won this 2-0. Like what's going on?
You kind of wish you didn't mount the comeback if you lose this because you just wasted energy. You're right.
Yeah. Oh, again, similar position. James takes a while there, but he will eventually put it out. And again,
Is
like
this a
last time,
replay?
hey, it's worth it, isn't it? 15 health left on him, but you'll take it.
Methodical. Look, James is just far back, still waiting for because the round is happening the same thing to him. It's a mid fight. He comes back, waiting for them to reaggress. He's living the same round. It's deja vu, Matrix, Black Cat, all in one.
We'll see if they can find a way to actually, you know, change the coding a little bit here. Nice mid utility. I do like it. You know, it leaves Big a little bit in the dark right now. Incendiary
Setting up
doesn't
your
burn into
molly.
the corner.
He's gonna molly that window for Noda to get position.
Yeah. Allows him to swing in, you're right. And that means he can join this B attack. Probably he really joins it, didn't he? Nice headshot. Crimbo gonna get really tested here. Leg shot
Leg
won't
shot.
cut it. He's gonna get run down. So, oh my god, he no-scopes Travis. Comes
Please.
back and is ready for a bit more. But unfortunately, I think his back was showing and James takes him down. That would have been so sick for Crimbo. Imagine if he could have actually done it there. But 1 versus 3 for QB. And I don't know.
That was already sick as this. Really hard. Ow!
I don't know what's happening.
Those old man reflexes didn't help that time.
No, they didn't. All right, QB a little bit paranoid. I mean, if he wants to go for it now, he's really going to have to power on through, and Kickit is going to be ready for it. Okay. Yeah, that was probably always going to be a very, very hard 1 versus 3 retake, so didn't expect him to even get the first one. Here we go. Paravision with the first round and third overtime.
This shot by Crimbo, right? Big right now. Nota was playing well with the op. We have Hyped, of course. Everyone can kind of like wield it around, apparently.
Yeah, why not? Just get more people in.
Everyone in the server can, one way or another, at least touch it. None of them have the rain feeling of like three ops. I think in 8 rounds, in 8 years is the rain theory.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we're not quite back to like the double op setup, but maybe we can get there one day.
Oh, I hope so. I love that. You do remember that was my year of Counter-Strike, right? We did the 5 ops.
Yeah, exactly.
It was so much fun to just be stomping on people.
Maybe we can get there. The problem is we already don't have enough AWP players, so I feel like if you try to make teams now where it's like we must have 2 AWPs, like damn, like who are you gonna get, you know?
True that. No, most teams can't even get 1. You're right.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the next round. It's first to 22 this time. With the game just kind of, you know, going a bit wild. A bomb dropped, you know, outside of this A bomb site. I guess that could be an early indication of what's to come here for Paravision.
Yeah, a faster pace default. They're already close to connector at 130. I think they're trying to change up the pace for this crunch, A crunch.
Yeah, I do like it.
Really well posted. Look at this.
James taking that shot on QB. That's very interesting.
Just how much just shows you how having an opper who's actually like a standard opper by profession, let's call it. He just knows how to hold the angles. He just knows how to give support and cover. Look at the flash. Like he knows his role.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with.
Says.
Look at the setup here now for Big. There's nobody actually on the bomb site, so... I mean, I guess that's good because they were going to be burned out if they were playing sandwich or in that shadow position, but instead... How do you do this now? Flashbang goes right into Tapson's eyes. You couldn't see anything at all. 4 versus 5 here. Paravision looking to see if they can get onto the site itself. It's madness in the connector, though. JDC finds a couple of headshots, picks up the AK, spins around for the kill onto Nota, and now James in a 1 versus 4. I don't know how this happened. Big, they were at a big positional disadvantage. They didn't get the opening kill, and then somehow JDC just blows up, gets a quad kill in the round. That's crazy.
You just need to show up at the right time. He was quad kill. He was at 16. It's not bad, but if you compare it to his teammates, you have people at 30. He was being the weak link, if you can call it that. But all it takes is 1 big round from that support player to make a difference, bring it back, and put them into a position now to just actually survive through this OT. 2-0 on the third OT? That's harsh.
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, yeah, again, the number of rounds you're going to lay awake at night thinking about, where you're like, damn, we could have had a third map if I only did, this, that, and the other thing. We had a bunch of those 1v3 near clutches. Yeah, if you lose now in your parry vision, that would be brutal. But we're not there yet. There is still a chance for things to play out differently. We'll see if Paravision can find some more luck in this round. I think they're going back to that A bomb. There's something about that A bomb side the last round they probably liked.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you were asking about comfort strats. They probably go even deeper than just having one comfort strat. They probably feel way more comfortable in the way that they scale on A. So now they're going into an even macro comfort. It's not just one specific strat. It's like their entire style right now is going to be based on comfort.
Well, let's see if it actually is going to be comfortable or not. Nice incendiary being thrown up there from QB, I think. So try and block off Travis a bit. M4 in the right position, and that is the bomb as well, kind of seen and confirmed. If they weren't aware already, they definitely are now.
All right, now still a tense round. Bomb bring it. What a shot!
That's just so quick. Oh, you love to see it, and he's ready for Jame as well. These are the reflexes for Hype that just makes him such a fun player. The bomb is planted, but we are asking Nota to win a 1 versus 4. And, okay, he's getting a bit of a chance here, to be honest. There's a utility. I don't know why they're not throwing it. Just calm down, guys. The bomb is only just planted. You can take a while here and just smoke him off. It's going to be Tabson to get the kill, but they kind of allowed for him to get a couple of fights there at the start.
I mean, well played by Big right here. Hyped is on another level. I look at him. He has 35 kills. And I'm going to give my age away again, but doesn't he look like the Shermanator from American Pie?
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right.
The Shermanator. It's like...
Oh man, yeah. We need to watch like some modern stuff. We need modern references.
We need raunchy comedy back. That's what we need. We need like the stupid comedy that gets you to think and just laugh.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. There's got to be something, We'll ask the kids. We'll figure it out. We'll get some recommendations on whatever people are watching these days. It must exist in one form or another, Tactical timeout being called. What does that mean when you're in triple overtime?
It really is about just focusing on this one round, and I know CS players will repeat the cliche saying, but it is cliche for a reason. You're trying to just focus on what you can do. If you overthink on what they're doing, you're not going to focus on the one key microsecond that's going to happen to play. CS is brutal. It will punish you. We have references all throughout CS history of the 1 second that something can go wrong, it will go wrong. So right now, Big is just, this game has been slow played. Let's keep it understanding what we're doing. We're in control. We already have the half. Let's just close it out.
See what they could do. Nice grenade onto Crimbo at the start of it here. And they did have a couple of people near middle here for the Paravision side. So not necessarily mid-control, but at least keeping an eye on the middle. You can see Jame in with the AWP kind of holding a line just to make sure that that Big don't just freely do whatever they want in the middle. And he's actually going to go back. Like 3B setup right now. Surely that's not going to... Yeah, okay. So I think Jame is probably going to be rotating. That makes sense.
The comfort that they have to walk out A, because Kickert is either playing straight face on or straight hidden right now. There's no in between.
Yeah. Very potentially exposed. I always worry about these shadow players if there is like a real execute. But if they execute A through the middle, like through connector, then Kickert's position is also one of these positions that sometimes could get overlooked,
It can get overlooked, but we see that they have smokes to do the actual connector cross, let's say, right, where you're smoking yard and jungle. So that's what they're doing right now. They're gonna be splitting. Really big pressure.
Okay, Kickert there.
Oh,
early kill. Actually looking pretty good for the defense right now. Jame, nice setup, and getting out of Palace. How do you do that right now? You need Hyped, who's actually with the AWP trying to get out of connector himself, and that's just going to be unwinnable here. Kickert with a nice triple. It wasn't even the fact that he was in shadow. It's just, I guess, the fact that he just swung towards connector right as they were setting up.
It was the mistap. He had that kill. The guy was waiting for a connector. It was on Hall's screen, whiffed a little bit, and from that it derails. Because if he gets that kill, connector comes up cleanly. They look on their balk. It's over. 1 kill, CS rounds flipped on its head.
Yeah, that is how it works, isn't it? You know, it's really, really fine margins, especially in a game like this one, where obviously things are just so incredibly close at the moment here. It is, it's down to the wire, and it has been for a while. We're in triple overtime. We're looking for the first team to 22 rounds, and nobody can walk away with this. I can't wait. There's a part of me that just hopes the third map just to kind of get a sense of what kind of madness is going to be happening, because again, if it's a third map, they must be feeling really tired after that, like spending so much energy on this and then to not win it. We'll see.
I'm with you. I want to see a third map, but more importantly, I want to see these last 2 rounds make sure that these teams show some not only resilience but good mental fortitude. I think is the better word. I want to see exactly this. This entire match has been played slow, methodical. Now is not the time to change. Now is the time to keep doing what you're good at. Keep playing those low rounds and develop the kind of Counter-Strike that you think you are good at least for now.
Travis just hyper jiggling away in that position. Smoke goes up towards the palace as well. Nice incendiary to go down. Dangerous if you repeat it, though, because Hyped is in front of that incendiary, but that is a nuclear bomb on top of that position. Travis ready with the spray down. 3 kills for him, and they were so soft from the earlier grenade from Kicker there, so nice cleanup. Paravision, they take it. And once again, Paravision actually are in a position where they can win this now, finally. They've had a lot of these, you know, map points so far, but they keep just falling short.
That was a really interesting idea from Paravision right there. Because, as I mentioned, Kicker was always playing either head-on ramp or playing retake. He played retake, but they had 2 guys ready, kind of like extra elements, one inside and one in stairs, normally the connector guy. So it just baited big into a trap. They had way more people there for that middle fight, which I had just called out.
Here we go. Big. Are they going to gamble it all on just 1 B-pop?
It seems so. They saved the last round to give us that full emotion. Let's see it.
Okay, Travis, timing is everything right now. Oh, the lineup is insane, and he's going to get 2 huge spray downs. Falls back, throws in some utility. It should be plenty enough here. The backup is there as well. I think Paravision have finally found a way to end the madness on Mirage here. It's just QB left and executed by Belchanok. Nice triple, and it's to a third map, which will be on Ancient. My God, what a crazy run this was, Wilton.
That was fun. That was actually genuinely fun because, come on, 12-1, right? 11-1 half. It's over. Pistol round, 12-1. We get a triple overtime, and Big take it. Oh my God, we get a map 3, and I'm happy. I'm really happy I showed up for this.
Yeah, that was an absolutely exciting game to be witnessing. Can't believe that it sort of took that much. But Paravision, they did have a lot of those map points along the way, and obviously that's you know, at the end of it, they finally managed to find a way to do it. So really well played. It will be a third map on Ancient, but before we get there, we're going to be checking in with Brandon to see how things are.
Yes, thank you. Wow. Where do you even start with a game like this? I think, to be honest with you, it should really all pick up in overtime, because it was a tale of 2 CT sides. It was like Paravision playing some incredibly sound fundamental CS, and Big just didn't know how to counter it. There was proactive A executes. That was the only thing that was potentially sort of getting them anything into the first half, which felt like it was probably about 1.5 years ago now. And you had Nota, Belchanok stepping up. Jame was being just incredibly consistent. And that was the first half. It's 11-1. They then go on to T side. They win the pistol, and you think, oh, it's all said and done. It's over. And then the thing is, Paravision didn't really have any dynamic rounds in this. There was no variation. It was always the same sort of round over and over and over again. It was really slow. It allowed Big to go and get the info. There were some crucial rounds in this where you had underpass control being established by Paravision, and that meant that Big could know and understand that they were just going to push in towards apartments. They were going to take the extremity. There were quick flanks upon quick flanks, and Hyped really came alive. I think the thing for Big and why they were able to get this comeback so often is the fact that you had Hyped being so dynamic and being direct with his opening kills. And this is exactly what Tavson was speaking about in this interview he had recently, just about Hyped and the amount of experience he's got, and by being more vocal. He took matters into his own hands in this game, and the amount of opening kills that he got just enabled and facilitated Big consistently to get on the board. There are some hero moments thrown in this, but it only really started in overtime, and that was finally when Paravision started saying, you know what, these slow defaults aren't really working, we're going to keep trying to hit this a bomb site, we're going to deathball more as a unit and have better trade spacing. And the minute they had better trade spacing was the moment that they were able just to kind of pitch these rounds up on T side. We saw Travis step up in a monumental way in OT, and he was absolutely everywhere as well. He got that 3k in from Sandwich in the penultimate round, and then he started on B and still got another multi-kill. It needed individual brilliance for Paravision to step up and to be able to actually close out this damn map, otherwise we would have been here forever. And fortunately enough, Travis was the outlet that sort of enable Paravision to get that map over the line. But they looked really sloppy on CT side. There was a lot of mistakes creeping back in that we got on D2. And then we just had Hyped, and we had Crimbo really stepping it up when it mattered most for Big. And as I said, the same for Paravision, the same brush you can paint with Paravision. The fact that you needed some individuals to step up, and then the momentum is with them, and that can carry you through so consistently. Wow, what a second map. To be honest, considering how the first map went, we needed something like this to get us going again, and we did. That game, again, really started in overtimes. We got 3 of them, and Paravision forced us to a decider from a position where you don't think they're going to force it out whatsoever. And Big, yes, they've now burned a lot of energy getting to Ancient, but the important thing is that they are there, and comeback effort or not is way better, I think, in my opinion, warming up into that game. Maybe not losing in triple overtime, but rather than being blown out like 13-1, 13-2, because that's a reality it could have been. We need to go to a break. When we come back, it's that deciding game. It's Ancient just after this. Well, it was kind of a boring first map, and then Mirage happened, and that really got us going again. Zeus, I want to ask you, obviously, as a coach, and you mentioned it during the game about Big maybe getting a few rounds and becoming more competitive. Now, after triple OT and losing it, would you rather be in a position where they were actually blown out and you can just reset for Ancient, or you've worked all that hard work to get there and then lose at the final hurdle?
If I'm Big, I wish I just got stomped out. I think full momentum for Perry Vision right here. They're believing, right? They're believing that they can do it. That match that was completely lost. They were outclassed, and then they started outclassing. What was a joke became reality, and now James is gonna have Big. Everyone's gonna have a really rolling this train because they did spend a lot of energy there and got nothing from it.
We'll have to see how it all pans out. Map 3 is live, so gents, I'll hand off to you.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. Let's go. Let's get into it. Paravision going to be starting on the T side. It's Big on that CT side. We're on Ancient for the third and final map. So let's see how this one actually plays out. They do have a smoke, and actually 2 smokes on the CT side, but no kit. So, you know, they could try and slow down any kind of an incoming attack. That's a lot of interesting utility. One of the smokes already thrown over by that donut position. Tabson has the other one ready if it's a B attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, slow methodical, really good setup.
Oh. That's a bit of an opening, though. Headshot comes through. Crimbo, he's here with the dualies, and they've smoked off the ramp on the other side.
They blocked the dualies here through this one choke point. Just makes it really hard. Game here has...
That is such a Molotov into the corner. JDC, he'd love to play hide and seek back there, but he's going to get forced out. Look at Belchanok. Oh. He just snuck in there. Great position. Tabson in a lot of trouble. Did they even know where Belchanok was? It doesn't seem like there was any communication there to show. Now they do, but it might be too late. Crimbo against 2. Bomb could be planted here. Oh, he's got the goosh as well. Yeah, he's going to go for it. Belchanok with a triple in this round. That is devastating.
That is, I wasn't looking at the radar. How did Belchanok actually get there? Because you're right, they weren't expecting. He played it super well, and then on this E-box in the last kill right here, just a goosh. But again, it just surprises me how well at actually the individual movement these guys are. They're really, really clean. They've been practicing.
That's I'm not really sure how he got there either. But what a position to find yourself in. Okay, I think Ancient right now is just such an interesting map. There's so many, so many fun things that are happening right now. In fact, G2 and Mouse were playing it yesterday, and I noticed there were a lot of somewhat wacky things that were happening. What are we seeing here?
Some of Tabson's mastermind tactical, I guess. A little bit different, unusual, but I like it. I like it.
Are they looking over the box into middle? No, not even that.
No, they're just waiting for the guys. Oh, we took B. Let's choke them CT and lose a couple of guns. But no luck. A contact.
I would have been very interested to see this play out if somebody showed up. But we're not going to get that for now. And I guess also, hopefully the USPs aren't going to be dying to the MAC 10s either. So, yeah, a bit of a non-round in many ways. But yeah, I think so. So yesterday when we were watching G2 on this map, I noticed that on the CT side, G2 had they had almost no protocols for getting mid control on this map, but they just left it to Mouse a lot. And I think that was at least one reason why they ended up ultimately losing that game. I'm curious to see if Big or Paravision have good ways to fight middle, really on both sides. Like, it's such an important part of the map, and obviously if you have the right player for it, you can win some mid control on the T side too. But for the CT side, it's about having the protocols to actually throw the right grenades and even run boost. Have become a big part of the meta right now. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out.
Same. What I'm interested in is Ancient isn't typically an op heavy map, right? So you mentioned G2. The first thing that came to mind is Monacy, big name there. Map that he can't get a lot of, let's say, his juices and his mojo flowing with the op and normally, right? Because when it is taking mid, it's all the smokes and the flashes, and it's such a just high reactive map. So having said that, both teams rely heavily on their opper, but I do think that Big has relied more on hype. Hype seemed to be like more crutch, I guess would be a word.
I think that's fair. I think it's definitely fair to say. Okay, well, we're seeing... Listen, this is some of the early protocols, right? There's the flashes going over for the peaks to come in. They've got that elbow smoke down in the middle as well, so a lot of utility here early on being used by Paravision to definitely at least tell us, okay, they've got some ideas. But yeah, it will. That is. I mean, we saw Jame and Hyped. Just the battle between those two people on the second map was really interesting, and could be that it's going to be harder. It just might be on this map to try and find the same kind of impact. So definitely curious. Going to be seeing some early utility towards the site here. Counter smoke coming up though.
Nice block. Ow, that HE.
Yeah,
that's a
hurts.
chunker.
Oh, and they don't care about that smoke. They're just gonna bomb their way through. I do kind of like it here. A minute on the clock with a headshot to add to the HE from earlier. It's gonna be QB going down. Hyped back here. Okay, hold on. He actually does find that kill. Tabson's gonna be taking on Belchinock, and that's a 3 versus 4.
Ooh.
Okay, look, he's got the Molotov,
Making
James.
it work.
He's setting up for the he's gonna try and stop the defuse, but they do have a smoke onto Crimbo. If they smoke the ramp, it could be an issue. Oh, let's see. Are they gonna be ready for it? Tabson already being burned out. He has to come off that. Where's the smoke? Crimbo. There we go. Okay, he was actually a little bit far away. They come back for it. He doesn't have the kit, and Tabson goes down. I think the round is over. Oh no, with the Molotov and the wall bang, and without the kit here.
Look.
Oh, what a crazy way to lose this round. Everybody dies to the bomb. Let's go, Zeus. How you feel?
I feel happy and sad right now, man. They had everything right there big, and then Perry Vision, really good afterplant. Jay Molotov, the tactical prowess. Tabson and Jame are in-game leaders that are...
It's so sick. And if Crimbo had been one of the other people on the bomb site, he could have thrown that smoke out immediately, and it would have been different. But because he was in the cave, he had to kind of run there, and then they had to go back and defuse, and then they got the shot for the smoke, and it just kept getting worse and worse. And look at this, changing the pace. Paravision playing aggressively in this round, saying, whatever, if you have any plan, if you forced into the round and you wanted to do something here, we're gonna slap that right out of your hands. Wow, super aggressive Counter-Strike.
That's the true Phoenix Rising, right? I think that's their mantra, their birth again. They were completely out of it. They are not only back, I think they're gonna stomp here. I hate to make this kind of prediction. It's a map 3. We want to see the action going here, but they are feeling it. They are feeling the momentum, and Big is feeling the pressure right now.
They absolutely are. What a way to get this game underway. It's also, 4 in a row here, just taking it away from them. Now, they didn't actually go for like a full force in that last round. I think they had a couple of upgrades, but ultimately, they're going to have more into this one, presumably with the AWP on Hyped as well. So we might get an early chance to answer that question from earlier about how they're going to end up playing it here, and if they're going to want to be aggressive with it. We do know that about Hyped. Something that I've noticed that's super in meta at the moment on the B ramp are those really aggressive CT pushes where like the CT side will push down. It's 2 or even 3 players sometimes. It's really interesting to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Big has one of those choices to make. Do they want to fight it aggressively? Do they want to break it in the middle where they're waiting for the first step and then just kind of counter reactively timing the flashes and the Molotovs to break it? Or do they think that Perry Vision is going to run a fake on them, that they as well have realized this, that they have been attacking that B banana area, and now they poise for an A? I think it's the A play, not only from the start, just a gut feeling, but let's see.
Oh, nice grenades in the middle. Crimbo, though, very flash. JDC on the other side, too, and the Mac 10 unable to break through. It's a lot of pressure, but once they get slowed down just enough here in the middle, it has some unfortunate side effects.
Oh,
I say
no.
that. Belchinock, how?
Man, notice Pam Tabson, he got unlucky, the second kill, and we're back in the 3v3. Round is back.
That's a bit of an interesting scenario, because it really looked like that was going to be won by Big in the early exchange there. Crimbo, I like this forward position. You can turn that into so much right now.
All right, now he has all the information right here. Big can make a information play, but they are choosing to stay towards that A. They are playing safe. They have the Fnatic style of idea of having an extra player. And let's see the timing now.
Okay,
This is everything.
Yeah, they're going into it here. Crimbo, oh my god, he's got the knife out on the other side. Okay, he pulls out the AK. Travis just...
Oh.
Could you imagine? That could have been the bomb on the ground with 40 seconds and a very hard round to win. QB caught out in the open.
Double-edged sword, Anders. Again, they had to A. They had to A, then decide to push, get bad timing, and then they get split.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Huge for Paravision, though.
Controlling right now, because momentum on Ancient, it's a 50-50 map overall, if you think about it. You can have a blowout on either side. They have so much money in the bank right now. They are comfortable right now. They need to lose at least 3 rounds in a row to be broken right here. And as big, only 1 op saved. Oh, not looking good.
Yeah, I guess at least it is the AWP that's around here, but it's pretty brutal. Some of these early buy rounds just make such a difference, right? If you start to lose too many of these on the CT side, then your chances to really get into the game just diminish radically. And oh my god, he lost the AWP right at the end. Wow, it is one hell. You said it could be a bit of a stomp here, and I mean, so far Paravision doing everything they can to make that prediction come true.
Yeah, Chris putting shots and big, just a little antsy. It was a 5v3 at the beginning. Let's remember that. A 5v3 that you end up throwing into a 3v3, which you still have Crimble up in AK, full advanced with all the information so that you can make a good decision. And you still not only lose that, from that position, from that 5v3, you get 0 kills.
Heartbreaking, isn't it?
Yeah. For some more than others.
Yeah, not if you're Paravision, you're saying, oh, sweet. That was a losable round here. What do Big do? See, this is the kind of round where I would, if I'm Paravision especially, I would expect that there's going to be some B ramp aggression. Like I could see, you know, Tamsin and an MP9 or, you know, like a 5.7 just, you know, try to be flashed down to the bottom of that ramp. I think it's, you know, I would definitely be playing this a little bit more slowly over on that side if I was Paravision. I don't want to, you know, run into that kind of push.
They have no way of knowing that it's an MP9 with this force, but they have to be expecting at some point that they're going to be fighting this banana.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think they might have wanted to, but actually there was an early Molotov from Paravision. They Molotov the B ramp themselves, and yeah, they're going to be getting QB on the other side too. Tapson going down here towards the center of the map, and yeah, Paravision, they did show up. I thought maybe they were even going to play further back, but they actually wanted to take the fight, and they win it, but they were expecting that kind of aggression, so I think it's really well played. 3 people left on the big side of things, and Paravision can just keep on doing the execute here. I don't think they're risking much.
No, they're not risking much, and just like you said, it was expected. They had Molotov to hold the initial ramp so that they can focus on this jump up, focus on the cave coming out. So they 100%, they read it. They were at least aware that it was a really good possibility.
Super well played. Crimbo, last man standing, only for a second here. Nota with, you know, a bit of a long spray, but who really cares? They managed to find a way. Paravision continue to win rounds, back to back to back, up to 6 now, with no sign of Big on the map. What do they do? Now they're back with rifles. What do you say coming in a round like this one? You kind of know now is the time to find a way to turn it.
Now is. I still think that their plan has to be to get some map control, and right now they're gonna have to choose either mid or B banana. There's not much else that they can be doing at this early start.
I mean, those really are the battlegrounds, aren't they, for Ancient? So it does make sense. They are gonna have it's just double donut positions. They could retake middle if they wanted to. They're gonna be boosting on over instead. Okay, I don't hate it. They're gonna get the kill on Kickert as a result. He maybe could have seen it if he was looking, but he was obviously very distracted looking at something else. So nice little trick.
Yeah, it seems like a little communication round. Happens way too much as he has little radar looking. Nice try.
Belchinock gonna end up going down.
Nice little sneak, but Crimbo is aware. But again, will he expect so close?
Yeah, maybe not. Nota takes him down instead, and that does leave Hype. Look at him on a bit of an island out here. I like the fact that he's going forward like this. That's James going down with the bomb on his back. Puts a lot more pressure on the rest. Nota in the middle trying to control it. He will win one fight. Tabson will take him down afterwards, and Travis to drop last. Hyped. Nicely done. And it's back to those AWPs here, doing a real big difference for Big. Finally, they get around on the board.
Yeah, it came down a little bit to that op. Hyped having a little bit of timing right there because they did isolate the split through CT with the smoke, but they didn't utilize it. And Hype, the only man left on the site, was able to smartly position right there. And with a little bit of luck, with some bad strafing from the other team, not clearing entirely, they get on the board. They're happy.
Smoke up and some mid control being attempted here for Paravision. Again, doesn't seem like Big is necessarily looking to fight it too much, but they are going to be in the area. And they, again, with the double donut position, they could do a lot in terms of trying to retake it.
A normal block right there. The round's gonna be played out. We're gonna get some of those utility exchanges just to set up. It's interesting to see how Paravision will try to utilize this mid right here. They're going for a boost. There's nobody there, but this can hold them up, Anders. This will give them the information to know that they can contact if they want.
Kind of a rare move here. We've seen it before, obviously, but it is sick to see. It works out and it will. JDC. No!
What?
What? What just happened?
What?
Did he disconnect?
Did he get legged? What happened?
I'm actually so confused. I don't know what
Can we get the VAR?
Oh, did he really take fall damage for, like, from the spray?
I don't.
I think Brandon said
it didn't seem like it didn't seem like a disconnect. It seemed like he fell and died from that.
That is unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, the disconnect does look different in the kill feed anyway when that happens. Like, you know, they die to themselves when that happens, and he just actually cratered off that copy. Like, the timing is just so weird. It didn't look like he was taking enough damage at all, but I guess he was. Okay, I've never seen that before.
World first right here, live.
Unbelievable. Kicker's going to be going down next. What an absolutely awkward round it's been. Belchenok's going to be the last to fall. Big will win the round. My God.
Weird to say the least, but I like the not innovation, because we've seen that before, and CS is cyclical. We do reutilize and reshape a lot of things, but I like to see them bringing it back. It brings a little bit of innovation to the game, or at least keeps the other teams on edge. We just don't want to see everyone doing the exact same thing. Let's look at it.
Did he?
What? No.
What?
He was full health.
Did he dink him? Like, he must have, right? But even on the replay, it's just.
I have no idea.
Oh my God.
I think the Paravision coach was in there. No, too soon.
Oh no, that is wild. Okay. I mean, listen, Big needed this, right? They probably needed to make this like a 6-6 half right now, so they just need everything they can get, and if this is how they get here, then fine.
And players won't admit this, but you take those. You don't care. You were down 6-0. You take that round.
Yeah, of course. Oh, man. Well, round number 9 is here, and Paravision, you know, it's starting to hurt their economy a little bit, even in spite of winning all those rounds earlier on. They've got to remain careful here that they don't run out of money and give something more to Big. Tabson looking to swing behind the flashbang. He's so ready for it. Kick it. He knew what was coming, right? He hears the flash in the middle, so he knows that there's probably going to be someone peeking, or there could be, but he can't win it. And look at Tabson. He's found out so much information. There's nobody else here. This is super suspicious. What do they do?
I mean, really well positioned by Tabson. They started putting in that aggression. James unlucky not to bring it up, but it just reminded me, I think it was of the major where he was on the triple box on Inferno. It's always with him that this crazy stuff happens, but he can't let it get to his head. It's 100% real. It's small things like this that change outcomes of matches. So right here, he has to reset. Good time for a pause by the coach if James is self-aware by himself, but if he's okay with it, continue, but don't let it snowball. Don't let it get to you.
Yeah. Can't afford it, can you? Round number 9, and I thought, you know, once they lost a kick it outside of the P-bomb side, I guess you could have made an argument that just go really fast A, but they've decided to say, okay, we're going to slow it down instead and really fall back. And yeah, I think Big are thinking that it's going to be A as well. You can see they're smoking it off now. I think they're they're not expecting maybe this late rotation to the B bomb site. They do have a couple of players here, but not as many as they could have been. 17 seconds. They're going to be swinging into it, and QB just caught with a nade in hand. That's not acceptable. Nota's going to be going down. We're 12 seconds here. The bomb needs to be planted. James is holding the back, so it's just these two guys on the bomb site. And it will be a bomb plant right in the nick of time. Travis swinging wide, and the spray, it's amazing. He's just mowed them down, and it's just not going to end here. Vision finding not just a bomb plant, but a huge victory in this round.
Gigantic. As I had said, they needed to lose 3 rounds in a row to lose economy, and they were on the verge of it right now. This keeps them another 2 rounds, so 7-2, plus the comfort of Big now themselves being against breakpoint for a potentially 9-2, even 10-2 half. You're in a great position right now if you're in James' team.
That's one of those rounds, I think, for Vision that maybe can blow up. Like, they're taking a big risk in hoping that Big weren't, checking middle or checking, in the A hallways even to see if anyone was there. But they were right, that Big really didn't know what was happening on the map. But as a result, they had, 2 people at B, and they were really far back. And obviously, getting caught with an 8 in hand doesn't make it any better. But you could just tell Big weren't ready.
They weren't, and again, right, those first kills for Vision on the entry just make it so hard, because in a pro level Counter-Strike, it really does so many times come out to those first 3 players, not only in getting the kills, but the communication, right, having that awareness to not get frustrated if you die from the side or something like that, to just communicate to your team. And Vision is having that success over and over. If you're on the T and you get that first kill and you're able to even trade out the space but keep bomb site control, which they have been doing here very effectively, the game becomes kind of easy. So right now they're just cruising, they're enjoying life, hood down, just enjoying the California sunset right there. Life's good.
Yeah. I like that. Man, a little bit of a timeout here to figure out a couple of tech issues, but how do you do this if you're Big? What's the, again, like, I feel like some of the map control that we're talking about, like middle and outside of B, it feels like when they're not getting that, they're allowing Vision so much room to move around with. It is actually almost like a repeat of what I was watching yesterday with G2 on the CT side. It feels very similar. Like, what's the plan if you're not going to control those 2 spaces, or at least one of those 2 spaces? What are you doing on the CT side?
It's going to require some variation of you conditioning them and faking them out. And what I mean by that is they're going to have to make it look like they're actually taking mid, and that's the time when they counter time and flash banana. They're going to be having to make it look like the smoke comes doors early on B. They do the molly a little bit delayed, try to set up the timing, and then they walk B or they push A. They're going to have to start making these fake out moves where they're slowly conditioning the other team through either very, very big macro repetitions, or someone just has a really good timing and they communicate to the other team, because straight on duels, not happening.
It doesn't feel like that's something that's in their wheelhouse at the moment, at the very least, which is weird because, we've already seen, obviously we saw on the opening map with especially JDC and Tabson playing insanely well. But I mean, we've, on the second map, even if they ended up losing it, they were in, had some players that were really showing up. Like Crimbo had the ace clutch, and just in general, like, there's a lot of big players that were really showing up. But right now they need a couple of players like that to power on through and to win some of those early fights for them. Otherwise, I mean, they're already in trouble.
But they need that one round. As we saw for Vision, the story lined up, and the big round that they needed was the one that they didn't break their economy and instead put Big against their with the backs against the wall. Right now, Big is going to need one of those rounds, and CS is beautiful. They happen sometimes in the macros timing, the macros play, just luck, a whiff. They're not out of it. If they've seen anything, is that 13 rounds in a row is possible from being down.
Yeah, that's true. At least we know, we've confirmed that much. You can always find a way to make it back. We'll see if Big are going to find the right opening here. It doesn't really look like it. HE for an open. Nota, he really wants that. That's so close.
I thought he had that. That was almost there.
But this is the... Oh, say this to Big, though. This is the attempted protocol to take this mid control. Unfortunately, they just got quality rammed by Beltranok. And Paravision just saying, okay, listen, if you're going to want to take mid, which that repeat from Nota confirms for him that there's a lot more players in the middle. So they're just going to execute onto the A-bomb side. Really nice call from Paravision, I think.
Right. Beltranok resting right now. He swung with rollerblades right there and just shocked people. Like a little, again, the timing. He already made it past the angle, so you don't expect which side he's going to be coming from. Really nice.
The follow-up here is a bit crazy, though, because, you know, the bomb's already really fast hit. Okay, they can't really go for it. I was going to say, Paravision looked to me like they were fighting way too much at the start of the after plant, but at the end of it, it will be fine. The bomb is going to get rid of hype here, and that will be another round in favor of Paravision, and... I feel bad because I really wanted Big to go for this kind of mid-aggression. I think it's the right kind of idea that they had. Also pushing out a cheater at the same time. Like, you could see how they're ready to fight this round, but, man, they just get trucked anyway.
Paravision just decided... See that the players are fighting for mid. He just goes. He straight out YOLOs into that donut area and just flank them. So... a little bit risky, you could say, but I actually see it as really controlled chaos and was playing the odds. He knew what he was doing the entire time.
It worked out beautifully. Love to see it. No tap. So ready for this. And
it's clean too, man.
Yeah, and again, it's the fact that there's no mid control. I mean, they really almost couldn't be here for Big in this round. They had nothing to work with. No tap, 3 kills. The round is over. My God.
And clean, right? It's not like it's those 3 kills that. Oh, it was back and forth. No, he just went up. Okay, it's pistols. But I used to say this a lot as a coach. I hate players that want to be eco-hungry that don't know how to be eco-hungry. You need the guy. Let the guy pat his stats and get those equals if he's good at it, right? Like if he's used to getting 3, that's fine. And this is what I like to see. He just went up there, shot people. Not a fuck given.
Yeah, that is. I mean. It can be risky, right? Because you're right, if he goes for it and he gets a kill, but then they get the AK, and it's like, it kind of spirals a bit out of control. But it's just very well played. Going to be 9-2 with Big just disappearing from this first half. It's a bit sad because we've had some really interesting maps. I mean, the first one was incredibly one-sided, but we'd love to see a closer game here at the end. Might not get a chance to it, honestly, at this point. Like, how do Big come back into this game?
I thought the same thing on map 2, and so what I'll say is once we hit the 12th checkpoint, that's when the game begins.
That's where Big start caring again. They're like, oh, okay, guys, okay, let's start fighting. Maybe they are paid by the round, you know.
Hey. If it's something like that, they almost didn't get paid today.
That's true. Could have been way too quick. Well, here we are, round number 12, last of the half, and I'm curious how this one will play out for our friends on the Big side. They finally got some weapons that are worth talking about.
Instant smoke from spawn to window, just very default. They're gonna keep breaking this mid smoke. They've been having tremendous success, so I'm gonna think yes.
Yeah, just right through. You can see James even looking to swing behind them. They're gonna win the fight against Crimbo, and they've spotted that position in Cheetah. They're gonna call it out. I think Travis is on the other side, so yeah, a lot of information. And again, not winning the Big fight here, or not winning the mid fight for Big, it's devastating. Every time it's the T side winning it.
It is. They get a little bit back here. They have Banana. T's will have the overall information that he could be there. It's more about that having that full sixth sense. It is a good crossfire here, though. And Big does have mid pushing with the info and hype. So they're actually in good position, even though a 4v5. I say that, and Tapson goes to check mid and run.
Ooh. Does leave QB here alone. He's gonna the spray. Let's not talk about it.
They have families, man.
I can't believe it. He actually just traced him completely. Like he was like, you know, a full second behind on the spray. I think that's rough to watch. Tabson and JDC 2 versus 5 here. And they're at the right bomb site, but the odds are stacked against them, and the flashbang is crazy. That just locked him out of it. JDC's going to be going down here 10-2 at the end of the first half in favor of Paravision. You called it really early. You said, you know, from the tempo and everything else, it could just be a one-sided game, and it really has been.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, right? I expected a better match right here, and different than the other Mirages. Okay, Mirage shouldn't have been a comeback regardless that I watched, but I feel that this Ancient one is just so much harder because you normally don't see the rounds just be super, super clean on Ancient. You have those fakes, you have those rotations, you have those crazy combats. So Paravision has a lot to do here, and my win condition from the beginning on the op, non-issue for Paravision. 2-4 on Jame right now, and they're stomping.
Pistol round is coming up. If we want to see more mad comebacks, then I would recommend that Big pick this one up. They're going to be rushing in towards the red room. And, oh, actually, they got back a little bit. They kind of, you know, they throw the smokes here. It looked like they wanted to go through, but instead,
they bitched out.
Slowing it down and reconsidering.
Yeah, all right, now they're going to have to make a decision. Not easy.
Okay, well, they get maybe a first kill here on Belchanok, but then the return is there. Good flash to set it up at the back of the bomb site. Will they check it out? They are looking for Kickert, and I think maybe Tabson saw him the first time around. He was so sure that someone was going to be there. Travis comes charging in, executes the guy, planting the bomb. It's now a 1 versus 2 with Travis alone, and he will not survive. Tabson with a nice triple in this one. That's the first, you know, one step in the right direction. There needs to be so many more here, but it's a start.
It is a start. Tabson had a great round. He's 10-10, their best performer right now. For those who are older in the scene, everyone knows how much of a beast Tabson is and has always been. He's had offers from, I think, every top team, and through his own choice has always decided to stay in big, build his project, build the community, build the region. So in that sense, nice to see. And one, he's a really good, really nice guy who's really good at this game. So I hope to keep him seen performing like this more and more.
Yeah. Yeah, I think... oh, no. Piece in the middle. I was about to say everybody loves Tabson, but Paravision certainly don't. Trying their best to see if they can ruin his dreams here. QB and Tabson left.
Them. This couldn't be one of those swing rounds.
Yeah, it could be.
No fumbles. Come on.
You've got to find a way to make this work. Very nice and Molotov onto it, but there's still a guy at the bomb site. Another USP lurking in. And this time it's Travis. QB on his own. This should be one of the easier rounds for them to win. And if they end up giving it away here, then I think even telling the story about the comeback on the big side of things, it's just very hard for them to believe in at that point in time. But we'll see if QB can help them out. He is aware, but the spray not quite connecting. Yeah, you could see his frustration there. I think if you replay that particular 1 versus 3 in slow motion, I think one of the issues that QB has is that he's... like, once he's in the fight, he does nothing really to limit his own exposure to the swing, right? Like, he is aware that it's coming, but he stays in that wide position, and that could be rough, you know?
Yeah. Oh, man. Heartbreak for Big here, because not even head armors, even that 1v2 in the end could have been done. How they lose this is just demoralizing. If there was a chance right now, they are kicking themselves. This is not only not good, this is horrible.
Getting crushed. There's only so many ways that we can say it. Winning the pistol round, I mean, everybody would have thought maybe, you know, maybe there's a chance. Now we've already seen it on the second map. Maybe we can get more of the same. But then losing the following round does make you think maybe not after all. They do have a bit of a buy in this one, and honestly, again, it's not surprising to me that we're seeing them outside of the B-bomb site, because the B-bomb site's one of these sites I feel like where, you know, one good kill, you probably have the bomb plant. And so, you know, you're just all the time one step away from making that work.
Yeah, it is. You can lock them out of the site pretty easily here, right? It depends on them getting a little bit of this cave, and like you said, it doesn't. It's just need one good kill to open up.
Yeah, not quite there yet. Warbang is close to hitting, and actually look at Big. Sliding on back through the middle, saying, you know what, maybe we don't feel it quite. Smoke is up there, but they do get spotted in the middle, I think, more than anything. Now they're running into James' position. He's got an HE, and is just hiding in the corner here. He's going to get smoked off himself, but he'll re-peek just in time. and he's going to be able to call it out, saying, you got to be careful here. Travis is in position. I like the idea from Big, but I think, unfortunately, they got spotted from Donut and then again from Middle, so it wasn't as much of a surprise attack as they would have probably wanted.
Yeah, it wasn't as much a surprise. They ran the whole way, and there was a good setup by Perry Vision. Said Donut had the information. Jame already in CT spawn. A rotator, 2 of them here. They got 4 guys crunched by CT into 1 choke point.
Man, 12-3.
Ooh, you bumped me. Whose fault is that? That's the one where both say it's your fault.
Yeah, nobody likes that. Bit of an awkward beginning to the round, to be honest. But at the end of the day,
just
like,
let's execute.
Look at the position they're in.
Yushi gonna be the entry fragger with the C4.
I mean, you're just going to go for it, aren't you? But that is a bit risky. It means you can't really lose it all here. Grenades raining down. They're trying to see if they can pierce the smoke, but look at how far back Paravision are. They say, yeah, whatever, you can have the side if you want. We're just going to try and get a couple of kills before you even get onto it. Tabson going down, 5 versus 3, and just Paravision with a very, very strong display here on Ancient. Big, unfortunately for them, not showing up on that CT side to begin with, and that is going to cost them at the end. 3 Tech 9s left here for the 5 versus 3. No bomb plan yet, and Paravision, I mean, respect to them, they're trying to be very careful here that they're not giving anything away, but eventually they're going to go for the swing, and they should, just by manpower alone, be able to trade out all of these kills. And they will be. Hyped alone here, not quite hitting the shots. Okay, it's a team kill. It's also Paravision winning the series in a 2-1 fashion.
All right, that was a little bit more clean and convincing, I'd say, right? Germans are probably not happy right now, but Perry Vision, solid CS from what I didn't see in map 1, but what I did see in the comeback in map 2 and this clean map 3. I'm impressed. I like this new variation of Jame time. I want to see more of this. They were slow, but they were calculated. There were some risks there. And you just got to give it to them. They have some players that really bring up the heat, really crisp shots, really good set strats. Team to be on the lookout. It explains how this upbringing from them has come along.
Yeah, I must say, very, very good work overall. That's the first series of the day, though. Brandon, how do you feel about this this whole affair? I mean, good job for Paravision, no doubt.
Yeah, what a third map that was, and it's funny because normally you get blowouts on map 1, map 2, and then it's the banger in map 3. Instead, we had it in the middle, and so you should come into this saying, look, it's way easier if you do get stomped if they're big, because now they've sort of exerted all their energy, and that looked to be the case as well. I think what was really cool in the difference between Paravision last map compared to this one on Ancient is the fact that they just did some really simple Counter-Strike. Like, it was nothing sort of crazy out of the ordinary. They conditioned, I think, Big really well to the point where they faked out that they were going to go B so many times, and then eventually they go A, and it's the one round that Nota gets the advanced info in towards mid. And at that point, I think that round just breaks all the spirit from Big. 'Cause it's like they've read into us perfectly again. And it's tough. It's a shame for Big. Zeus, you liked what you saw out of Paravision. Do you think, based on this performance, they can have a deeper run here, or was that just sort of a touch-and-go moment for them?
Based on what I saw, yes, I think they can have a really long run here. I'm not kidding. If they play this kind of CS, I can see them fighting for the tournament entirely here. This was CS that, if played on a grand stage in front of a crowd in the final, it would have been worthy. So, yeah, I believe in Paravision.
It's a very high praise. We've got our MVP ready as well. I picked Nota for this one, Anders, and when we started the series, we spoke about Nota and Belchnok and their influences. A 1.58 rating, especially after losing 13-3. How important was he?
Yeah, he was critical, right? Like he also played, I think, a lot of top roles where he actually ends up, kind of being the lone lurker, trying to make things work on his own. So high impact, no question about it. And I mean, it was a fantastic game for him individually. So I think this is a good pick, and yeah, I wouldn't really argue too much.
Thanks. That's Paravision moving on to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, it's heartbreak for Big, not only on Mirage, but also on Ancient. They'll be kicking themselves for the missed opportunities. But the schedule has overran just a little bit, so we need to throw it to a short break to get prepared for our next best of 3. You can see how this has affected the landscape of the playoffs. By the end of today, we'll have completed all of that left-hand side bracket. Coming up next is Metasport taking on Apogee, and we'll get second best of 3. Welcome back in, everyone. It's our second best of 3 of the day here. It's going to be Metasport taking on Apogee, and it should be a really exciting game. Another one of these blockbusters where for Tier 2, you're looking for consistency. It feels like Apogee have found that at the moment, and Metasport are looking for a decent run of their own. I'd like to get your initial thoughts, gents, just on the match as a whole, and then we'll just break it down as we go forward. Zeus, what do you feel about just this matchup in general?
I think that this match has everything to be very competitive from the get-go. Some really interesting storylines, new players, as Jacob. I think that Apogee is 55 to 45 favorites here, but it's going to be very close 3 maps.
Yeah, I kind of share that sentiment as well. I think it's going to be a really close one, to be honest with you. We'll take a look at the Apogee roster because I want to get your opinions, Anders, because I know on socials, and you know you've been watching a little bit of Apogee and you're a big fan of Jacob. What's your opinions on him, and why is he such a breakout player?
Oh, it's so hard to say, isn't it? Something when you watch a player and you've been watching Counter for a long time, there's just a certain way that a player will, you know, approach a fight and like, you know, just, you know, deal with certain problems on the map that's just very, very nice. And I think Jacob is showing some of these things right now. You can feel it when he's in some clutch moments. Now it's hard to say outside of that, like, you know, obviously I haven't met him or spoken to him or anything like that, but he's got that kind of shine about him where you can see it from the start. So really cool, really awesome if we can get some more talent from the Polish scene. We definitely do need that. But I mean, Hypex has his moments too, and you know, and Prism. Like this is just a fun lineup. I think they're maybe a little bit underrated, but I don't think that's going to last for long. If they keep playing like this, I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, I think so too. The fact that they qualified to the PGL Bucharest event through the closed qualifier, I think definitely turned some heads. And you've got the old guard at Prism and Demo who have been playing in Tier 2 for donkey's years, it feels like, and it's that blend of experience mixed in with the new high potential talents of Hypex and Jacob that can definitely get heads turning. For a team that has gone through a lot of recent success and then one that hasn't really in Metasport but have got the experienced players to potentially match up against it. Zeus, if you're the coach of this team, how do you prepare mentally going into this game?
Same as every other map. I mean, it's an important stage in a big tournament, but it has to be treated the same. I don't think that they have a big history of facing off against each other. Just a few random encounters here and there. So you're gonna prepare for yourself, prepare for the opponent, and just hope to do the best that you can. And it's about adapting while the match is live. It's nothing grandiose other than that.
Yeah, there's some really experienced heads just on this Metasport team. We've got that Adam B and Jacob highlight in this head-to-head here. Typically what we do as CCT is we pick the best 2 players from their respective teams on HRTV in the past 3 months, and we marry them up here. Anders, I want to get your take on this really quickly before we go into the veto. Who do you think's the underdog in this match?
Who's the underdog? That's just actually so hard like, it's actually very, very hard to think about. You could even say it still might be Apogee, even though I do feel like it's probably true that you know, it's so hard to say right now. I feel like Metasport should have a little bit more with the experience and everything else. They've also obviously got Hampus as an IGL, which is like, you know, I rate Hampus really highly. It is very, very hard to call for sure. It really could be like as close to 50-50 as we almost get here. Map veto is certainly going to be interesting to see where they end up playing. A train is going to be out immediately. That's sad. That makes me sad. But
I want Anubis.
You want to see a little bit of Anubis? That could be really fun, couldn't it?
Mirage, of course.
Don't get to see it for some reason, but it's going to be Mirage and Nuke to begin with. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Go on, Zeus. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's just that. I like that. I think it's both good for both teams right here. Ancient third. All right. I still favor Apogee here. I'm going to actually call this one 2-0.
I can see why you're saying that, because look, Metasport have not looked good on Mirage in recent times. Historically, it's always been a pretty safe go-to, but that was when they were playing with Nilo, and obviously he's moved on to Heroic, and hopefully we'll see him back in action at some point. But Metasport have not been good on Mirage recently. Apogee have been a little bit hit and miss, but Apogee's go-to has always been Nuke. And what's interesting is it looks like Metasport, whenever they play their opponents, they're tailoring their veto based on who they're playing up against, which means there's a certain level of anti-strat involved, which you expect always at a tier 2, tier 3. But for Apogee, it's always nuke. We're going to go with nuke. We're going to go with this, and I can definitely see the conversation for this being a 2-0. I think, do you know what? I'm going to be right there with you. Anders, are you with us, or are you going to go against us?
No, listen, it never goes as predicted. I think we're going to see a third map. Somehow it'll find a way in there. So, but I guess if I had to pick a winner, though, as the question is, who's going to win that third map? Damn, that's just very, very hard to call. I don't know. There's a part of me that wants to pick
Follow
Apogee
your
for this
guts.
one, just to be
guts.
contrarian, you know. Let's just do it. I'll get Apogee for this one. Let's go.
What are you talking about? Don't you go stealing the picks and contrarian?
he wanted to sit on the fence, but look, we don't have to sit on the fence too much longer. We can hop off it and hop straight into Mirage. Gents, take it away from map 1.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Thank you, Brandon. Let's get into this one. It's going to be the opening map here on Mirage with Metasport starting on the T side, Apogee on the CT side. So we are getting into our second best of 3 of the day here. We got the diffuse and smoke on demo, so far so good, and a little bit of utility on Plopsky, enough to go for something. If they wanted to sell this, this B stuff, they could do it, and then just kind of connect with the bomb. It's obviously in Palace, so this could be a more elaborate pistol strat here.
Yeah, it seems to be a little fake out. They're walking out ramp, so they're gonna have contact now. I'm interested to see how people react.
Oh, it might even be like a 2-layered fake where you throw in Adam first, and then you go B, and then you're gonna run in with the bomb late. This is insane. Yeah, like, they're actually... The only thing is, if the bomb doesn't get planted now, there's still one player waiting. Do they know Apogee?
Oh, they know.
How do they know? Look at Isaac. He's going to be walking in with the bomb on his back, and there's still a player in shadow. I actually can't believe it. This must be some next-level research. Okay, now he's running back. I think Isaac really... The fact that he even lived is crazy. This is all over the place. I don't know what's happening.
They're chasing those CT guy from...
Yeah. They're actually going to go try and find him. Look at him. I mean, this could still go any which way, but the fact is the bomb is trying to make its way back because it can't reconnect with Plopsky on the other side. Prism is now in shadow. And we've got... we got a player just waiting here. Isaac, he's going to get a bullet to the face. That's the bomb on the ground. Trying to fight it back, but there's only 21 seconds.
Okay, everyone's...
Yeah, but can he plant at all?
Yeah, he can.
What on earth is going on? Okay, Hampus trying to see if he could find something. Again, he's very low on health. Flopsky's dead. It's going to be Hampus against everybody, and he will find a quick death there. That's a really interesting round. Like, the fact that Apogee didn't rotate when they lost the B-bomb site, that should tell you something.
Only 3 words can describe this, Andy. What the fuck?
It's so crazy. How is that happening? I mean, that must be just great research coming in.
So that's just the round where everything that can go a little bit different than you expected it on the anti-strat goes. You start going this way, like it's a double fake, the guy doesn't move, they don't do the retake, you're stuck on B site, we run down CT, the guy's still far away, he didn't get close, like everything that you thought would happen did not happen.
Okay, well, second round is here. We're gonna get maybe more of this, I hope. If both teams are gonna be really well prepped like this, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, Adam goes down at the start. Plopsky trying to pick up the AK. I think it's a nice idea, but Prism, he had no fear pushing that with the MP9. And look at Hampus, really close to a potential fight here against Demo. That could be fun. If you could find that, then there is a way out of the round here, because they did invest into it, obviously.
Yeah, super hard right here. I mean, they are going towards the easier side, if you can say that, but it's not easy at all. If they are able to get 2 here in the bomb plant, that's a mega win right here. It looks like they're about to just run into a grinder.
Yeah, especially because he's now further away. When he was in the hallway, at least you could try and get an early kill on him, trade him, maybe steal the FAMAS, but when he's this far back, it feels like you're always going to have a bit of a harder time actually getting the kill. And backup is there. Hypex, okay, he's shut down, but again, like we said, there is a second player on the site itself, and it's going to be absolutely fine. Good round.
I mean, decent round overall. That it was a nice shot coming out B, but they didn't have much of a chance. As to your part, that's kind of like why everyone says being the anchor player is so annoying. Is because you have to do exactly that. Oh, I'm alone. Let me block it. 18 seconds. I play close. The 18 seconds are running up. Let me go far away and just play for the information. Like, it's so methodical that you have to be, or you have to be just so aggro on your timing that you're just like stealing rounds. So it's just an ungrateful position.
It's tough for Metasport because it means they don't have a lot to fight with here. Going to be a little bit of a slower start for them. Okay, funny grenade. Probably not what he was looking for. Lumi. He was playing very well, I think, last time I saw Metasport. You know, with the AWP later on, and just in general, he just seems to be... He seems to be someone that can shoot pretty hard, but he's going to be downed this round. So, yeah, I mean, for Apogee, it's a nice little start here, right? Map is picked by Metasport, but you win the first couple of rounds. At least you get someone to fight for at the beginning here.
Yeah, I mean, Apogee, they're playing controlled Counter-Strike right now. They didn't need to do anything too crazy. The situations have been unfolding, and they react to it. They're reacting well. Just keep going.
Slowly here. Would love a peek against some of the Deagles, but they're not being given very many chances. So, yeah, it just might be a slow round. We just have to accept it. It happens sometimes. For Metasport, obviously, they would love to do damage. Even if you're not dreaming about winning a round like this one, just doing a little bit of damage, getting another couple of Deagle headshots here could go such a long way to slowing down the Polish side. Just a tiny bit more. Bomb is picked up, and looks like with 30 seconds on the clock, they're going to be deciding to try and see if they can do anything at this A-bomb site, which, again, somewhat unlikely. Good kill there. He's ready in case anybody else wanted to jump him. Hampus, though. Oh, he's going to get taken down. I was going to say maybe he could have found the timing, but they actually get nothing more. So, nicely done for the Polish squad. You know, getting quite a lot of money at the beginning here.
Yeah, clean round, well executed, good flashes for each other right there. They not much more has been required of them, but what has, they've delivered so far. Now they get this nice bonus round, which can't even be considered a bonus round with AKs and ops. So great place in life to be right now if you're Apogee. At least good start.
Yeah, you love to see it. But now that AKs are out, we're curious to see how this one plays out. We just had Mirage, obviously, in the first series between Big and Paravision. And that was a very interesting match that ended in like triple overtime. It's Jacob to begin with. It's going to be taking down Plopsky. And a nice grenade. Oh, that's so much damage early on here. But Demo, I don't think he realizes they're already up. So,
oh, he does.
Going to be setting up a smoke. Okay, I thought maybe he was going to get caught on timing there.
Yeah, no, same as you. He got either someone communicated or he heard a step or a flash pin. Something happened because he did the defensive smoke just as it would have if it were a pop. Yet we didn't see anything.
Yeah, might have been that a teammate, you know, called it out, or maybe there's a radar or something. But it did look like it was potentially scary. But they're going to go back mid control. They're going to be boosting up to try and see if they can catch anyone. I mean, these are fun tricks, but when you don't find anything, then it's always going to feel like, oh, we just wasted another 10 seconds, and it's going to get a little bit close here. Smoke towards the ramp. It's actually really nicely timed. And Prism. Oh, he doesn't win the fight. He should have, I think.
Well positioned right here.
They're going to get the kills anyway. Lumi goes down. This is very nicely done. And Metasport kind of, you know, just ending up dying one by one in the middle. Like, I guess they take middle to have a way to execute onto a bomb site, but they just never get that far. That's kind of a shame, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing is, I think that, like, while they're doing the boost, the one big thing about Inferno is counting connector smoke. So, like, if they knew it was 4 and they were waiting for that 5th smoke, I don't have a problem with that boost. That 5th smoke came out ramp. What I do have a problem with is when nothing is going on because that smoke hadn't been deployed, they're not making moves proactively to try to either get that information, make a reaction happen. It isn't about your kill. It's about macro-wise as a team understanding what they're doing so you can position yourself better.
Yeah, not in that position. You're right. I mean, it's going to cost them a little bit here. 4-0 in favor of Apogee.
Mirage seems to be having a meta of like slow, methodical default. Everyone's using mid smoke all the same. So it's exactly what I mentioned. It's a new Dust 2 where it's about doing things perfectly at the right time.
Yeah, as opposed to reinventing a bunch of things. It's probably true. Don't see a lot of that, which is just fair enough. I mean, sometimes you don't have to. You can just like you said, perfect what somebody else is doing. 5 versus 2. And I always think, you know, even in rounds like these, if you kind of know it's unlikely that you win them, having at least the benefit of getting a couple of kills and doing some damage. If you don't do that at all, you just know the mountain of money you have to fight through on the Apogee side is going to be a real problem later on.
Yeah, I mean, it already is, and they haven't even finished the round yet. With 4 alive here, they're going to have, what, 3 players breaking 10k here? They're really close, but the op is already on Hypex's back. He has 8,800 left. This is a half, and this is a half and a half for Apogee already.
Yeah, it is. They are showing up really fresh right out the gates. I think something you and I talked about in the past, but I mean, like, if you know, in this new world where people play so much online Counter-Strike, like, how do you, as a coach, like, how do you get your team to stay sharp for a game and really, like, have the adrenaline pumping kind of from round 1?
You do what you can. They have to motivate themselves, and I think it's more about pacing yourself, like doing bursts of intense training, or, sorry, looking at this round, like bursts of small set plays that you can do, that you can maintain consistency. CS is too big for you to try to do everything.
Well, they almost got away with it here, but unfortunately, after the initial success for Apogee, because you're right, like, that was a bit of a nice little skirmish into the middle where they take that fight, but then they just get completely blown up. They actually had the advantage for just a second, but I guess they didn't find a way to disengage from the fight. So, bombs in the middle, 1 versus 3.
Yeah, great round for Metas, because it starts off badly, but they executed the trades better, and then Apogee were at least 1 or 2 players of them were caught like halfway in between where they couldn't go, but they couldn't fall back.
Okay, first round on the board. It took a minute, but as we say, sometimes all you need is the 1, and then things start to kind of flow from there. Good flashbangs being thrown here, and just very, very careful work from Metasport. That honestly, that beginning fight seemed like a very losable one to me, but it worked out.
Yeah, it worked pretty well, and so far not much deviation, right? A context and mid control B pop, very defaulty Mirage, if you can call that.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Seeing a little bit more of the same here for the mid control. Jacob though getting 1, and look at Prism, just he knows he's got the backup there for it. They're gonna swing and win those fights. Jacob, I think, was playing down towards the underpass, so just a lot of firepower here, and you've got the confidence. This is the other thing. If you're one of these players on the Apogee side, and you feel like, you know what, we can swing and win these fights, then like, fair play. Why not do that?
Yeah, that's one of the best strats that you can do. You actually go a little bit aggro, or you take the risk, and if things are working out for you, you go for it. We know that confidence mental is really big, and if you start off strong, sometimes the game will just flow where you're not even thinking. It just works out.
Right now, it absolutely is. 50 seconds. Bomb is miles away. Which, even if they were to pick up this, or a kill here or there, they still would have to go back and pick it up and sort of try and find a way to a site. Not necessarily that easy.
Oh, he saw him. And that's the round. But look at the Raider while we wait for this round to finish. Look how safely Apogee's playing a 5v2. It's a retake on B through market. It's 1 guy jail. NA, it's 1 under the guy from far away covering. Like, they're just playing well. They're not giving up those small guns, small flashes, something like that. They don't even let Metasport think they have a control over a kill.
Yeah, and which, from like a viewership point of view, it's like, oh, where's the action? But at the same time, like, it does make it so much harder for Metasport to do anything here. Round is going to be running out, so Hampers, you got to be sure you don't die after the clock, obviously, and he won't. But yeah, very frustrating. I'm sure you're right. Like for the T side, they're not finding any free fights that they can, try to get back into the round with. So good stuff.
They haven't. I think that they really need to start utilizing underpass more, because they're mid. They've been able to take boxes kind of, but at the fast pace. I think if they just slow down a little bit and connect better underpass, they're gonna have a little bit more space to actually create the round and let it unfold. Because right now, they're not even getting a chance to start making something happen. They opt for something faster, it seems, but not fast enough.
Yeah, it looked like they wanted to go for it here, but... Okay, they're gonna flash their way around. Kind of ready for it. Prism. Oh, it's so well played. The time to kill on that first headshot is so low, and he's ready for the follow-up on Hampus. Actually, I don't think he's even favored in some of those fights. He's alone. There's no backup there. He just wins it anyway.
It was, in theory, it's a 4v1 for Metasport in mid, because he was the only guy that swung from Cat, and he takes down 2 and gets away with more HP than he had now. That's insane.
Yeah, that is as a bit of a steal, and probably you know, it's one of those flat kind of rounds. If you're on the Swedish side, everything, come on, you know, we have to trade those kills, guys. We're like we can't let him get away like that. But he did, and it's another potentially tough position here. They aren't, at least if they get around the corner and get 1 kill on B, maybe this is doable. Ooh, that timing.
But they're aware still. It could happen, but it really does depend on like unfolding perfect Mars, Jupiter, and the moon aligning kind of things.
Getting into astrology to try and solve the game. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta believe in something to pull this round off.
Well, look at how much they're already rotating. Apogee just know everything. They even got the boost up. They've got Prism with low health boosted in the corner now. This boost you're not going to expect in a round like this one. Maybe that's something if you have an MP9 or a 5.7 or something, but probably not late in a round like this. So either way, it's going to work out absolutely beautifully, and the battle continues here. But for Metasport, it's a struggle to try and even find something reasonable at the beginning of this one. The CT side is just very strong right now for a couple of these teams that we're seeing.
They are, but both teams that we've seen so far, I mean, all 3 teams that we've seen on the CT side, which has been favored, they've played the smart CS. It's the tucking, not giving the angles, like playing compact. So good CS has been wielding great results on CT side. I'm sure that once we see teams start deviating from that, we're going to see the T's get a lot more rounds.
Yeah, where do you find that now? I mean, you need to find a way to force that, or need to create enough chaos to make Apogee feel a little bit unsafe. Because if it keeps going like this, I mean, you're not going to have the money, you're not going to have the rounds to play with. It's brutal.
It's brutal, but like 13 frags, I think, combined between the Metasport side. The difference in frags isn't even that big, but look at the rounds. It's just like, it's been a 5v3 every round.
Yeah, you hate to say it, don't you? But you're right. You're bordering almost on a 5v2 for Hampers and Isaac there. They do need a little bit of backup. My God.
Both make up half, so it's okay. Like it's like. The 2 that are working maybe are a player right now.
Round number 9. Let's see. I mean, these are the kind of rounds you can win, right? Even if it's not a lot. Tech 9, if you just get either Prison or Demo, or you just one good flashbang over, we'll see if it's going to be doable or not. If not, then they continue to be in a lot of trouble here. Nice smoke. He's got the M4A4 on the other side. They're going to have a couple of extra bullets to play around with here. Hampus in the middle. Look at the push into Palace. The T-spawn. They're going to know that there's nobody here on the side of the map, so they should be, I think, at least mentally a little bit more prepared for the fact that it could be a B push, because there's just nobody on the other side at the moment. Plopsky sneaking on in with the Deagle, but I think he's going to be exposed in that early position. Yeah, they knew about that, and unfortunately, they're slowed down by the Incendiary. Oh, a bit of a fight here that isn't necessary. Jacob kind of going for it maybe a little bit too much, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. 20 seconds. Hampers here with the flank should be destined to get the kill. Okay, second bullet will do it, and the long flank coming in from HFA at the end. Don't know what he could do. Okay, he's sneaking closer. It's gonna be Isaac. Okay, he was watching it. Good play.
It's what you said. Any round it can happen. All it takes is a little bit. Really well played. Again, the rotations don't work out in favor because of timing. This time once for Metasport, but Hampa's going up connector. The fact from that A-Hall's push that makes them rotate just gives them that space. I think that even if they don't get those kills out of B, they probably still win that round. The fact that they do just makes it an eco win with guns and their economy back to something at least.
Yeah, second round. I mean, you've got to start the story somewhere, and it is not too late to turn it around. We've seen it before. We're not going to get fooled again. We definitely know that there are always going to be ways to get back into the game. Money is pretty good still on the CT side, and that's obviously something that they're going to have to fight their way through. But for Metasport, I mean, if they get up to like 4 or 5 rounds here, I still think there's a conversation to be had. I'm not going to write them off, you know, just yet.
No, not at all. Not at all. I think that 4 rounds right here, we still got a match. 5, they're going to leave feeling great. It's that momentum thing. They're going to know where they were.
Yeah, the difference between how it started and how it ended could be huge. Well, they are setting up for what looks like a bit of an A attack. Smoke going in towards that top connector position. Flashbang going over just to try and take the peak towards a ramp, that is. And Demo here sneaking into the middle. Oh, he's going to find the perfect time for it. Running and gunning, in fact. It's going to be Hampus going down. I think there was Jacob jumping out of the window. And actually, they couldn't have found a better time to attack that middle for Apogee. And just, it crushes so much of the Metasport attack here. 4 versus 3 with 40 seconds left. Adam does get a kill on the 1, but Prism, yeah, Adam is so low on health already. And so is Isaac. He's going to end up going down. It's Prism for the triple kill, and it's Apogee to pick up the round. That's just really great timing.
Well played. Prism right there. Good movement. The run and gun right here. Come on. Oh, it wasn't him. It made it look like that's frustrating because it's so hard to follow that. For those that are still trying to play, it's almost impossible to get a guy running like that.
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening, or at least not with an M4, right? But, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think it was Jacob jumping out, so it kind of works out. We've got...
Sun spotted.
Here we go. Plopsky. Somebody has to answer back, right?
Oh.
Not for long.
Great utility work.
Gets absolutely exploded, unfortunately. Round number 11 here, and Metasport. They need this so badly. Adam on the other side. Expecting that there might be a push. He's not wrong. HVAC gets for 1 there, but he does spin around for it, so they get something in return. That's a way to get started. Still briefly a 2 versus 3, but this time it's Demo sneaking in. Hypex gets the kill on Isaac, and just like that, it's Adam alone. And they know where he is, so not a lot of surprises left.
Really smart by him. Just shot, flash, instant reaction to group up with his teammate. No need to keep that space. Let them second guess themselves. I'm liking the decisiveness and good decisions.
Yeah, they're giving so little space for the T side to breathe here. Like there's not a lot of time where you know they can just call their round Metasport and they feel safe. They are kind of getting jumped. They are getting peaked a lot, but not necessarily right at the start. Just in the middle of the round. It's very hard to deal with, no question. Adam goes down, and what a beginning to this map for Apogee. Just yeah, a suffocating start. You've got to be honest here. It's 9-2 going into round number 12.
I mean, Metasport taking a page off of the last map, of the last match. Let's see how they fare on the CT side. Maybe Mirage has flipped and everyone just knows the script for CT side. That could be it, because no one today has been able to do absolutely anything on this T side except in overtime.
Yeah, that's where it changes. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but I think it's a bit unusual. Normally, I feel like we see something more, but oh my god, just runs right into it. Nicely done, though. Jacob knowing the lineup. And suddenly it's a 4 versus 5 here to start with. Again, Metasport kind of feeling pressured. And now grenades landing on Hampers. He's just getting nuked out of there.
Oh, man. That does not feel nice as an IGL. You're getting outplayed individually as a team. It's not comforting right now. How does he pull this back?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody knows that at the moment. What a way to get started in the first half. I really love the fact that they've just been applying so much pressure. You want to ask the question, what would this half have looked like if Metasport had more space to, execute from the mid position if they hadn't been peaked so much? But I mean, obviously we don't know the answer to that because they really just haven't been allowed to even test it out. So nice game plan for Apogee.
2v2. This round is actually gigantic for Metasport right here. The difference between 3 and 2 is so many more chances for you to actually just have that one extra round. If they start getting some momentum, I don't know. They're split up in this defense, right? So they need the 1-for-1 in the afterfight. But Hypex gets his kill, leaves that really hard situation though.
That is. Oh, not even a chance. Through the smoke it goes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's Apogee with a stunning, a blinding first half. I just don't know. Metasport, there's... Like, I guess I have to ask you, Zeus. How do you... Let's say Apogee. I bet you if you watch them a number of times, they're not going to come into Mirage with the same game plan every time. Like, what do you see in Apogee's T side if you watch demo stuff like that? Like, what would make you think, hey, listen, we can probably stop them by just, you know, never allowing their default to even play out?
I mean, it's really hard to say without going in depth into the study, but it's probably something along those lines. One of the things that Zeus would look for when looking at the other team isn't necessarily even just what strats they're running, it's what style they are. So if they identify that their style relies heavily on being able to set up and execute, that could be a really good game plan. But we'll never know without being inside that room, right?
Yeah, fair enough, but that's already like a good thing to point out, right? Like maybe that is, and it did seem like obviously that was the case, that they really wanted some of the defaults there. Into the second round we go. It's the pistol round now, and for Metasport, you know what? This is exactly what they needed. Maybe they can run it back themselves. It's headshots all across the board. It's Metasport winning the round before we even really get a chance to introduce anything. Nicely done.
I'm getting deja vu, Anders. I believe.
Yeah, you think so?
I don't, but I believe.
Okay, well, I'd love to see that. That could be really sick. If we see another potential comeback into more overtime, I mean, why the hell not?
Hey, I'm all for it, man. I'm all down to see this Mirage brawl go out, and it has to keep going right now. Imagine the shock of an anti-eco or a eco here right now. The Eagles are dangerous.
Yeah, they are. And we know Apogee are going to have the confidence, right? They showed that in the first half. They're not afraid to fight, so maybe there is a way. It does seem like Metasport for their turn on the CCT side are pretty careful. Nobody's really fighting, peeking anything. And I mean, just like we were praising the Polish side when they were defending, Metasport, we kind of probably need to see something similar here where they don't get into too many battles, at least early on here. A little bit of a peek coming out. Hampus, that is very careful. I don't hate it.
I like that he's playing the smart, and even Apogee, the fact that they're going slow, they're not getting Metasport to get up building any steam. Slow it down, make him fight for even each eco kill. It's just like annoying to play against.
Yeah, like it's actually one of the things I hate the most if you just end up playing matchmaking or something is when the rounds really slow down and you just think, come on, like can we just do something? Can't we at least get a fight going? Or why am I just waiting around here forever and ever? But yeah, in a match like this one, you're up against just pistols. You kind of you wish that the rifles would give you an opportunity to get a bit of a fight going. Not going to be that easy. Nice crossfire here. It will be Jacob to get one, and if they can find another one really quickly, then maybe there is a way to get the job done. But Isaac holding on nicely. 8 bullets left here. Grenade to soften him up, and he does run out of bullets, but so does H4 at the back, so ends up going down. Prism alone.
If it was Simple, he would have knifed there. I'll just say that. I miss Simple.
You know what? I've been saying that so much recently. I'm on that train too. I really do miss Simple playing Counter-Strike. What can we do to get him back? How do we bring him back?
I mean, just get him to watch some of these matches. I'm sure he's gonna lose his shit.
Why are they doing it?
Yeah, idiot. What are you doing?
I think there's a part of me that thinks he could still just come back and play. Like I want to see it.
No, he won't come back and play. He'll come back and own.
He can come back and own. Okay, let's do it. Let's get the peer pressure out. Okay, Prism, hold on. Gets that one. You get one more, and it is interesting. He spotted the player in the corner. He knows Lumi's there. Very controlled. Like, that's the kind of shot. Like, he's envisioned it already. HFS going to be following it up, taking down Lumi, and 3 versus 4. They know Plopsky's there. They don't have to commit to anything, and they got a player in the B hallways that could, with the right timing, find a way in there.
Oh, important kill right there. Simple but important.
And good timing for Isaac. Very nearly gets jumped on there. That would have been kind of scary, but it looks like they found a way to control the round here. Metasport. Ken, this is just like just some deagles. The real threat's going to be coming up in the next round, but honestly, assuming that they win this one, so is it, you know, 5 to 10. I mean, suddenly there's more of an opening to kind of get back in the game here.
There's an opening to get back in the game, but again, Apogee, even though the round right here was 3 alive, they left the entire round that gut feeling for Metasport where, hey, it can still happen. So like even then there's no comfort for them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just the feeling on the when you're losing a game and you're like, even the rounds you win, you're like, oh, but we had to fight so hard even to do this, you know.
Think on your matchmaking, right? It's what you were saying. When you're getting stomped, isn't your instinct to just, oh, let's just do something fast, things like that. When it doesn't happen, like if you're on the other side, you're starting to mount the comeback, but the other team is playing slow. You're like, oh, these tryhards, they think it's like the major world final, blah blah blah. You think the same thing as a pro. Because you're just playing this game so much, you're like, oh, why is this guy tryharding so much? Even though it's the logical thing to do is try hard.
Yeah, obviously, especially like you said, these VRS points are just, they're so critical, like across the board for these teams, but if, you know, for bigger organizations, you know, it just matters so much right now. It's literally the difference between, you know, the success of the whole organization or not. If you can't make it, then yeah, it could be trouble for everybody. So they should be tryharding, but I think you're right though. Like, it is still something that could be very, very frustrating to be up against. Here we go. It's round number 16. We've got a 5-round gap. We've got Apogee with some AKs on the board. Let's see what they could do here for their first sort of, you know, real rifle round coming up.
Let's see their variation of the A exact. Which one are they running?
We're going to find out right now. It's going to be pretty quick, actually. Smokes are up, flashes in. Look at him just drop out immediately. He's already at the back of the site here. Plopsky's going to get taken down. Nice shot from Lumi, but he's also Molotoved all the way out from here. Does spot a player up in the palace and would love to get that kill, but at the same time, the bomb is making its way across slowly but surely. They do have a player near CT spawn as well. Demo, he's... I wonder if they even know that he's there. He might be a bit of a surprise.
They can't expect him. He's the X Factor right now.
Bomb being planted. They could have peeked it right now, but they didn't. Demo does go down, and so will Prism. So hold the phone. Nice couple of kills here for Metasport. Very, honestly, very sort of relaxed round for them in terms of a lot of pressure being applied, but they never really looked like they panicked. So that's really well played. 1 versus 4 here. Should be no chance. Smokes and grenades and everything else. The bomb is being defused in front, and I think he realizes that's not going to be working out. I actually have a lot of respect for this for Metasport. That could have been an easy round to panic in, I think.
Not only respect, I actually really like coach shine my eyes right here. The fact that they had the HE from Cat saved, communicated at that point in the round, like late in the round after the execute. Respect. Coach Zeus approves.
It's the small things, right? You like to see just you know, a little bit of thinking, because people do sometimes end up just kind of throwing their grenades somewhat at random. You know, it's like, oh, I guess I'll throw a grenade here, and you're like, okay, but maybe you could have used that a little bit later on if you didn't.
It's not even, maybe you should have. Like, every thing should have impact. Wow, Spock taking into effect too.
Yeah, here we go. Lumi going down. Prism gets one. Jacob gets the other. It's sneaking through. The bomb is making its way towards the A ramp. Looks like there's going to be... Oh, the smoke is so well timed. I was going to say it looked like they wanted to double swing and fight that. Now they're going to be boosting up instead into the window. Assuming that it's been blown open. Okay, just... No, alright. Just up on the bricks, waiting. They're really
Very
waiting.
smart by Apogee. Yeah. Just freezing, letting Metasport overthink this, not know what's going on in the map. Grown-up CS we're watching. Grown-up Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and again, for like, you know, for some fairly young teams, this is the sort of stuff that is normally quite hard to get people to do, but actually doing a fine job. 45 seconds. Nice find for Hampus. All right, a little bit of punishment here. Should be a kill as well for Isaac, so it would have been so sick if he could have made his way through and found a kill, but now, you know, maybe they've overcooked it. 3 versus 3. Still got 30 seconds. They can make it out. If they get Adam at CT spawn, then so a good path for a bomb plant. They will trade him out, so that, yeah, it just continues now. Gonna go for the bomb plant here, and let's see if it's being covered well enough. He's in position for it, but he can't stop Hybex from going down. So 15 seconds now. You have to run and pick up that bomb pretty much right now.
Ampus. Well positioned. This is his to lose.
Yeah.
No way.
5 seconds, 6 seconds. Oh, he just has no idea. That is as a really huge comeback into the round for Metasport. They were not favored at the start to win this, but they managed to turn it around.
Not favored at all in the 5v3. And again, one of those rounds that's a gut punch for Apogee. Huge confidence for Metasport. Huge economy. That would have been their breaking round. Hampa's right there. Was able to clutch it out pretty easily. But the A players right there and the B player, everyone did their job insanely well.
Listen, we are, again, we're dreaming of like a really huge comeback. But it's already down to like a 10-7 scoreline, so it's more doable than it was. They're not building.
I mean, this is normal game mode right now. We're fully locked on.
Yeah, the only real difference is, I guess, is that the money isn't quite the same for the CT side as it was in the first half, right? But apart from that, things are starting to look pretty fresh.
Yeah, but the break round was the last round, right? So this is the round where, in theory, they should survive with 3 at least. If they survive with 3, their money's going to be great.
Well, it started pretty well here with the kill from Lumi. Going to be taking down Jacob. Splopsky on the other side, and the spree is absolutely perfect. Catches both of them. Quick kill on the first one, so he's ready for the jump up. And like you said, a good chance here that they could make quite a bit of money. It's certainly shaping up that way.
It is. This is the round where we want to see keep tucked, play off each other, do not lose these guns. This can be your full round momentum swing right here.
And they are doing that very far back here. AK? Ooh, okay. Somehow thought that was going to land immediately. It looked like one of those shots. They will get Adam at the end. A little bit of spam coming through, but caught with that Molotov in hand. Hypex.
Not the best use of a utility.
No, and even if he wanted to throw it into the corner, right, he doesn't actually have to be peeking it, right? He can just kind of bounce it off the wall. So, yeah, a little bit of a mistake there. Definitely going to cost them at least a chance to get closer into the round. But, you know, returning the conversation for Metasport, look at the money that they have. I mean, 8-10, listen, Wilton, if I just threw you right into this game, right, out of nowhere, and I'm coming in here looking at the money for the CT side and looking at, like, this 8-10 scoreline, how confident are you in Metasport at this point?
If I see the game as it is right now, I'd put it at 50-50, right? Not knowing what's going on. Now, having seen what I've seen, I put Metasport at around 65, just from the momentum that it's going. If I'm doing like the AI live prediction thing, that momentum thing is a heavy counter right here.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, presumably something that yeah, you wouldn't get if you were just trying to dropping in. Tactical pause being called from Apogee. And they don't really have necessarily that much to work with. Curious what they will come up with at the end of the... Like, I guess if you call really fast rounds out of a timeout, I guess it can sometimes feel like it's a little bit more telegraphed, because you kind of, you know, you're taking a timeout. The other team's probably going to have a chance to talk too, obviously, and maybe sort of say, hey, listen, guys, just be aware. You know, this could be the B rush. It could be something like that, you know?
Yeah. After the pause, this is like so 2015-16. And that's one of the things that when analysts are doing, they're like, oh, let's see how the coach pause success is going. As a coach, half of my pauses, I was talking about the round after the pause, not like the immediate one. I'm like, all right, let's do something light here, already build the economy. Let's get, because you're trying, after the pause, if you call something too direct and obvious, you're wasting it there. So it's better to let your team feel it out after the pause, and then you just hit them with something that you conditioned after, you know? At least my humble opinion.
Yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? That you can't let yourself be read, you know, maybe that easily. And you're right, like, it's something that we used to see in the past where people would do a timeout, and then they would, you know, at the back of the timeout, they throw in, like, a rush right away, and that does, unfortunately, become a little bit too predictable, so... But I'm still interested to see. Maybe Metasport can also use this as a, you know, as a way to say, okay, let's try and switch it up and see what they actually, you know, maybe we can reinvent some of the defense here a little bit on the fly.
Maybe, who knows? Right now they got to do something, because they had that hot start and it cooled off in a spectacular way.
Yeah, they've gone missing just enough that it started to be a bit scary. Where's Jacob? I mean, this is where, you know, T-side, for someone of his you know, abilities, you'd want to see something. Is Demo instead to start off taking out Plopsky. Okay, keep the pressure on, I would say. Don't slow this one down. No shot coming through the smoke either as they're running towards CT spawn. And what a kill. Looked like he almost did a 180. He was sort of spinning the whole bomb site. He just throws the gun back. He says, you know, I'll keep the Tech 9 here. You guys take the M4. Hampus goes down. And this has worked so well. Just that first kill, and then they just do not stop.
What? That first kill, speed on it, and then blocked out.
Very nicely done. It's going to be a tough loss here for Metasport to take, and again, it's not like their money isn't exploding. They can cope with this loss a little bit, but yeah, got to be careful you don't lose too many more rifles here, because even saving these two would actually be very important, I think, going forward.
Oh, definitely the op and an AK, right? It's not even M4s that we're talking about. Plus the economy. It's an entirely different game if they hadn't saved this. But it's just one round that happened after the pause. It was a little bit unlucky because the op got locked out by the smoke and the CT guy got wrecked, right? They lost 0 for 2 with the run and gun Tech 9s. Cannot happen again here. Just reset, go back to normal. You guys were having a really good fix on the game.
Yeah, still only a 3-round gap, so, you know, still maybe not too much panic yet. We'll wait with, if I guess if Apogee start to win a couple of more rounds, then maybe we can start to see that creeping into the side here for Metasport, but mid control, 3 people in the middle for the CT side.
Mid take starting slowly here. A lot of the utility from the CT, they were fighting early because jump cats, HEs to blow, flash over that even blinded the teammates. Re-smoke, they're really trying to hold on to mid this round.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Just, you know, a bit of a switch up, just, you know, trying to keep it interesting and not change things around too much. Smoke up in the window, smoke up towards top connector. So Apogee, in spite of the early presence for the Swedes, they're still saying, all right, yeah, but we're going to take mid control a little bit later and see if we can force some pressure on that defense. They boosted up into the window. Huge position if they actually make it through on the B attack here.
And nice round to call it in. Hasn't been used all game. Around 20. Ooh.
Yeah.
Close.
But what does that window position mean if you can't make it through, right? Then now, I guess they could still fall back and go underpass, but it's going to feel a bit awkward. I think they really, really wanted to try and find a way there.
Oh, they're not going to expect the guy right there above. The window guy has rotation information at least. No one can run CT. He can know if any fast rotation's going on. But still, like, the A guy in a ramp and CT, it's kind of the perfect situation and spotted.
Yeah, nicely done. Plopsky shows up and they absolutely get wrecked. Okay. Oh, man. Bomb down and everything else. Yeah, it is interesting how sometimes you can sort of see how all the pieces are moved around on the chessboard, and all they needed was that one kill at the B bomb site, and the rest of the plan sort of follows from there, but they just never get it.
Yeah, you set up a house of cards, and if you can knock the first one down, you know everything's gonna fall. But if it doesn't, then you're screwed. And that's what happened. They couldn't go B. They try to go underpass, but they're still not in great position to do it. And that just happens. The round just unfolds from a great position into basically demolished.
Yeah, thought was definitely there. Okay, 2-round difference. Metasport continued to impress on the second half here. Apogee just need a couple of more, you know, just 1 or 2 rounds here where you find an opening. I say just, but obviously that's been the problem for both sides. When they're on the T side here, they're not winning some of these opening fights. They're not getting the mid control, and at least for Metasport, they were never allowed to execute their default. Here's Demo taking on Isaac, who wanted to get a bit adventurous.
He got adventurous. He got adventurous, and he found what he wanted. Too much
adventure, basically.
Yeah. Indiana Jones found lead.
It's not what he was looking for. 20 or first round, but yeah, I think I don't even mind that Isaac was trying to do that. It could be another variation of like an interesting defense where again you're trying to switch it up. You're trying to look for like new ways to get something done every round, but. This time it was too much, and they're actually going to go back. I thought maybe they wanted to go for that B bomb side, but it feels like they're leaning back. Bomb going to T spawn now, so yeah, more of an A split instead. And actually, look at the timing for Metasport. Look like they're about to retake middle.
They are. Let's see how much time they're gonna have to follow through, because Metasport is in mid. They're doing the aggro plays to get information, but unfortunately, it's gonna be the A side. Or before still.
They find Prism at the very least. Easy kill. Demo goes down. They don't quite know yet. They should be made aware soon. The Molotov going up onto that shadow position, and now they are going to be realizing. So yeah, retake is coming in here. 15 seconds. Bomb is being planted. If you run through right now and get the kill, you might actually be able to win the round, but not quite going to happen. The bomb will be planted. 3 versus 3. Lumi, nice position. Jacob dead. No flashes to set up the peak for him there. Unfortunately, going to be a potential another shot here, but no, he goes down. Too much to handle. 2 versus 2. There is a smoke and a kit, so they can apply a little bit of pressure, and that's a problem, especially for Hypex down here with the AWP. If they manage to smoke it off, he's in a little bit of a problem, and they just straight defuse it right in front. Oh my god, it's close. He was less than a second from doing that. Hampus unable to do it, and Apogee, they find another round now, up to 12.
Oh man, they got it. They get that comfort zone. They have the buffer now. OT's at least guaranteed, and such a close round. I actually like the balls to go for the straight defuse. If they're able to just hold on half a second more, they get that defuse.
No, I love it too, and without the smoke as well, because that's normally the signal. Oh, they're defusing. You know, they got the smoke up, but just doing it with no warning whatsoever. That worked very nearly, at least. Prism, in spite of the incendiary, just going to take that fight with Plobsky. They're peeking, a little bit disjointed, perhaps. Metasport. Oh no.
Oh no, they could have almost been out right here. They still got it, but HPA, great lurk.
I really feel like that mid push was, you know, just a little bit uncoordinated. They had a lot of people in there, but they were all swinging kind of at different times. So Apogee, great work. I mean, not to take anything away from them, but I feel like if Metasport wanted to fight the middle there, they needed slightly better timing for it. Just gonna get this kill, but again, it's just with the health that's left, there is nothing that he really can do, and he's smoked off and everything else. So gonna be the Polish side to pick up Metasport's map pick, which that's throwing a wrench in everything, isn't it?
Yeah, for Metasport, definitely. They didn't start off as strong. They got back into the game, but it was a little bit too late on their map pick specifically. I don't know how they're gonna pull this off, and there's this next map on Nuke right here. They're gonna have to really pull something off, because now they're going into comfort zone territory for Apogee.
Yeah. Again, Mirage showing, you know, sort of similar vibes here, where those T sides are really hard to get rolling once the CTs have any kind of money. But at the end of it, the Poles, they found a way, and that's very, very nice to see. So good job on their side. Map number 2 is going to be coming up. But not before we get a chance for Brandon to break it all down for us. So take it away.
What is it with Mirage and comeback stories today? I mean, that was a really well put together CT side from Apogee to kick things off. Zeus was saying, look, it's smart CS, it's organized CS, and it's the most efficient. And that's how you sort of get things done over the line. You could see that it was all dynamic, it was all moving as a unit for Apogee, and you had the individuals not being scared of fights. And this comes off in my opinion, just the run of confidence that they've been on based off recent results. The fact that they qualified through to the PGL Bucharest, the fact they've had to do a lot of online grind, and a lot of it has been without reward. Finally, they get something that is tangible, and from there they want the taste of success. They want something a little bit more. In this second half, you are starting to see the experience of Metasport and how they are able to build back into games. I was really impressed with Plopsky and Hampus. You can see that his call-in was manipulating a lot of Apogee, and it made them a little bit tentative. It made them doubt the calls that were being made on that T side, and it slowed them down. And it's that hesitation, that micro sort of decision making where you get a little lingering piece of doubt in your mind, and it's enough to completely offset absolutely everything. And that was really pivotal in the gun rounds, where it felt like Apogee, all they needed was a burst of confidence. They just needed one execute to go right, one timing to be hit, and then a piece of individual skill, and it'll wake them right back up. But Metasport did a phenomenal job building back into this game, playing some really structured CS to deny the opportunities. The amount of 3v5s, 2vx's they were able to claw back and show resilience towards will give them a lot of confidence, I think, going forward into the rest of this series. But once Apogee got the ball rolling and they were like, guys, no, this is still the same team we played in the first half, and they started taking fights on their own terms, they had better trade spacing, and they actually took space on the bomb site, which was really crucial. That helped unravel everything for Metasport, and unfortunately Metasport didn't do enough in that first half, because otherwise you look at that, say that was an 8-4, say that was a 7-5, Metasport could be in the argument for winning the game outright for how well they did. But unfortunately Apogee just got off to too hot of a start, and it left it really difficult in the end. We now go on to Nuke. As Anders said, home territory for Apogee. Things are now going to start to get really difficult for the Swedish squad. We'll have to see if they've got anything they can muster up between now and then. But for now, a break. When we come back, it's Nuke, map 2 of the series. Welcome back in, everyone. Map 1 was nearly a Metasport comeback, but not quite. We now head on to Nuke, which is Apogee's map pick, and we know going into this they're the favourites because they pick Nuke all the time, they win it a lot of the time. So actually I want to take the conversation in a different line of questioning, and that's because it was revealed recently that Carrigan's partner is now the mental coach of Apogee. He's been working with the team since the start of the year. And since then, they've had a real uptick in performance. So I wanted to come to you, Zeus, and just ask about the importance of having the background staff within an organization, more than just the coach and the analyst. How important is it to have a backbone behind a team?
Crucial. Structure is everything, right? From my own personal story, it's not even only about like the psychologist or performance coach. Before we started, there was someone that was helping us just focus on CS by cleaning our clothes and like helping keep us fed. It's about being able to keep our focus on what matters, and that's Counter-Strike and performing to the best that we can and as a group. So she has a ton of experience, right? I know Anya, she's of course majored in psychology, but she's also lived with Kerrigan, one of the greatest of all time. So she has experience. So yeah, I think this is one of the clear cases where it shows that she knows what she's talking about. She's not doing something just academic or just trying to push something down. She just sees what works and talks to people and knows how to talk to them. So, awesome.
And do you think by having sort of this success coming from a tier 2 org that has seemingly come out of nowhere by having the importance of a sports psychologist, do you think it should be something that more tier 2 organizations should be looking into rather than just your coach, rather than just your analyst?
Yeah, I mean, I think it might even be more important in the future. If you look at how crazy the VRS world is right now, with how many games you have to play, and it's all online Counter-Strike, and it's like a grind and a grind and a grind. It's like, I actually think showing up to these games and being really focused, and like, because there's, I think in the past, like even last year, a lot of these games people would have shown up and it would have been like, oh, it's not a day in the office, let's try some stuff, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, we'll win the next one, whatever. It's like, that's not, you can't think like that anymore. Everything matters. Like how deep you go in CCT can easily be the difference between you getting invited to a future LAN or not. And it's like, it's really brutal. So I actually think having the really sharp prep for every single game, no matter how early in the morning it is or how much you feel like, it's just online Counter-Strike. It's not like you must stop thinking like that. And if you can have a team behind you to help focus the team, I think it's going to be important.
With that in mind, then, obviously Metasport back up against the wall now, need to win Nuke to stay in the series, to stay in the playoffs contention for CCT. So who are the players that we look for on this team to make a difference, not based just solely on what you saw in Mirage, but what you know needs to be done on Nuke?
I mean, Metasport needs to step up. They need Hampus. I think he's one of the biggest differential makers. He's a frag in IGL. That's worth gold nowadays, right? So big number there. Had experience since NIP from the beginning. He came in very early. He's sort of that young guy veteran kind of mentality. So those are two names that I put emphasis on, not necessarily to get the kills, but they're the guys who have to make the team actually stay in it, show them the stepping stones of how to pull yourself back from those matches. And they started to do it, right? So I want to see them do it from the beginning. They just put themselves in a really hard spot from the get-go.
Yeah, it feels a little bit tough, especially when you take a look at Apogee and the performances they've been providing. Like, they've got extensive history on this map, not just in CCT, but in other tournaments. They've had victories over BetBoom, NIP, Partisan, Fnatic, just to name a few. Like, you go into this, you need more than just your players performing. As you said, it's this whole combination of being in the right mentality to tough it out and potentially get it over the line. I've been really impressed with watching Apogee and just seeing their growth, to be honest. But Metasport, the individuals, you feel like they definitely should be chipping up here in a big way, especially with the VRS head-to-heads. And as I guess we've had this conversation before, you and I, about VRS and sort of the implications of it, but do you actually think that's another mental factor now, that the fact that every single game, it actually matters how you do against your opponents rather than your tournament placing as well? We take a look at the playoff bracket here. It's like some of these teams definitely need to have deep runs.
They do, but you're right. Like it can also make a big difference if you take down like a high level team in the middle of that run. Like that can go a long way too. You know, it's like I can't remember what the actual technical term is over on the GitHub page, but you know, something about the whatever your opponent matrix or your opponent landscape or whatever the case may be. But like, yeah, it does make a big difference. Like, so for Paravision taking out Big, for instance, that it matters that they move on, but it also matters that they manage to defeat Big. So yeah, just a lot of intricate stuff, and obviously very hard to predict at times exactly how it plays out. But I think it will be important for these kind of things. And you know, for Metasport, I mean, their individuals are better than I think they showed at the start of the game. Unfortunately, like it was just too much of a slow start to really win on Mirage. But they definitely have like much stronger players than I think we really got a chance to see. So yeah, hopefully we can get them fired up for the second map. We're gonna need to see that for sure. But I mean, again. I think everyone finished on a positive rating except for Prism on that first map, so that's hard to deal with, you know, for Apogee, that is.
Yeah, I think you want to see Isaac stepping up as well in a big way, like a really dependable anchor player normally, and we showed that on CT side. I'm not too sure how much time we've got left, but if we have a couple of... Never mind, we don't have any time. So I'll ask a question after we jump into Nuke. Guys, let's see if Metasport can make a comeback here, or whether Apogee are going to win 2-0.
Yeah, we're going to find out right now. So let's get into the action. Once again, if you're just joining us, the second best of 3 of the day. There are 2 more coming up after this. All the different crew working that one. Yeah, Seuss, what's your feeling? You know, about Nuke here? How do you want to see the start for the T side? Apogee, what are they doing?
I think that they're going to be really strong here. Just going to vary outside an A most of the time.
A little bit of slower starts. They do set up the early smoke for it. Prism trying to get close, but you can look right over that smoke. Bobsky is a good start. The Molotov, I don't think he's even going to burn him out. He can stay on top of the box, but not for long. The Glocks will get him eventually, but this is a very good defense to start with. Hampers. Nice. Last bullet almost, I think, to get that kill. But yeah, it's rock solid. You try to go for that A-pop. And unfortunately, I think, again, losing that first fight in pistol rounds, it just means so much.
It does, and especially on Nuke, what tendency that I've been seeing is exactly for these kinds of door plays where there's no pop flash right in front. So it isn't specific to this case, but especially on a pistol, all these close angles, dual Berettas that could be there. I think it's a flash that teams are overlooking the importance.
Yeah, it feels like it. Certainly would have made a big difference in that round. Oh, they're pushing right into it. He's actually standing on top of the Molotov here, but Adam somehow doesn't really... I thought he was going to take a lot more damage. You couldn't really see anything. But he's managed to slow it down, and that's huge. Tech-9s on Nuke can be super dangerous. If they find a kill on him in Mini there, who knows what's going to happen. They can drop down the vent, and they can go and plant the bomb at B very fast. So that is secretly a bit more dangerous than maybe it seems.
Yeah, Metasport right now, that's a great start for them. They need to play smart CS. They need to get the kills. They need to get on the board. And especially, as you said, they need to get it in those comfort rounds. This round is full of pressure. They have to win this. If they win this, then they get into more comfortable territory. Right now, they probably still feel pressure. And I like that he went for the door fight, at least not showing that he's feeling it.
Yeah. Not bad at all. Prism's going to be going down. More of the T's falling one by one in this one. Critical once again for Metasport. We know, we say it's maybe not the most exciting Counter-Strike when they're not fighting for these kills, but it is important that they try and stay alive here. It's going to be the Deagle to get one. A little bit of a surprise. And he's going to go down really quickly. So 1 casualty in the round. It's not really a big deal here. Metasport, quite good work, I would say, at the start of it. And it might continue in the same fashion because there just isn't going to be a lot to work with in this third round. Those early force-ups when you don't get the bomb plant are just... I've seen them, for a bit now. It's certainly interesting.
It is. It's also interesting. Each team tries to do a different strategy of how they want to approach it, right? Some go full eco, some are going a little bit more gaunty, let's call it, for the fights. But this position they're in right now, this is not going to be comfort. They won another map, but they're going to start off really slowly here, more than likely.
Yeah, they're going to be forced into it for sure. So Deagle ringing out one of the yard as well. And yeah, for Metasport, why take the invitation? Those deals are sort of, you know, they're sounding off. They're saying, all right, oh, you know, you should come peek us right now, but don't think there's much to be won by doing it. So more good work for the Swedish side, and I would expect nothing less. Again, we have some very, very experienced players. I mean, Popsky's been around for a long time. Isaac, obviously, weirdly, has been playing outside of Swedish Counter-Strike for a long time. I feel like he was maybe one of the best Swedish players. He just wasn't playing in Swedish Counter-Strike, which was kind of funny.
Yeah.
And then Hampers, obviously,
finalist, right?
You know, he's great.
We have major finalists in Isaac, right? When he was playing for Gamer Legion, I think it was, or was it semi? Memory fails for the old person, but players with experience and high skill ceiling possibility. Let's see how right now, as an IGL, Hampus is able to doctrinate his players. How do you see it, Anders? Like how do you see Hampus's impact as an IGL growing?
I think he's just got so much to teach about the game. Like I don't know how he you know, some people just have a mind for IGLing. It's pretty hard to explain why that is, but I feel like Hampus is one of these players, a lot of these people, and you know, I think he's commanding a lot of respect too. When Hampus calls something, I don't think anyone on this team is going to be saying, oh, I don't know about that, or you know, I'm doubting this a little bit, or maybe I'll wait like 2 more seconds or something. So hopefully what he's teaching them is to really trust in him. So that, you know, that they can follow his vision. I certainly would if I was on the team. I think Hampus is, you know, maybe a little bit underrated in some sense.
I agree with you on that. I definitely think he's one of the better IGLs right now, and he does command seriousness, right? Like he doesn't seem like someone that the players will take lightly, and he doesn't seem like someone that uses either. Rounds going on. Yeah,
right into it. A couple of good kills here. Picks up the AK. Adam B with this beautiful couple of kills, triple in fact. Yeah, the quick thinking to throw away the M4, pick up the AK, and just continue the fight. Definitely saving the round here. For Apogee, this is dreadful news, right? If they finally have some money and they can't really make it work, so it's just a bit unfortunate, really. I will say this: the other thing, though, when Hampus was, you know, back on NIP, it wasn't just that I think he was a good IGL. I think he was a huge impact player. Like, I think of Hampus as being a real playmaker when he needs to be. Like if I'm in a game and Hampus is in the server and you know that especially on the T side, there's something lacking. Like you need somebody to find a wild opening or something. I feel like Hampus is the man for the job a lot of the time. So he's got so many different qualities that make him an interesting player.
I agree with you. I think, you know who he reminds me of? Dexter. New Zealand. It's someone that is really, he knows his position. He knows what he has to do as an IGL, and because he's so aware, he's able to actually make a lot more times the correct play, the better ones, and that shows and gives us who watch this game for a long time confidence too, right?
Yeah, it does. Unfortunately, he's been benched now, hasn't he, from FlyQuest just today, I think. So.
Did he? Oh, yeah. Great timing.
Great timing. Yeah, I'm so confused about that benching. I really am, but I could tell on social media I wasn't the only one. I would have kept Dexter and Rigali forever if it was me, but who knows? He's
training an entire generation, right? New sponge.
Yeah. Maybe there's something we don't know. We've got Tech9s to the ramp. I mean, the AWP is far away. This is a really good setup for the CT side, surely. You know, not going to get straight run down. Misses the shot, Lumi. It's dangerous. Okay, he does go back for it, but that is also how you kind of get yourself killed at times. You come back for seconds, you know?
Yeah, he was greedy there. He was greedy, but he made it out alive.
Yeah, don't want to be greedy. Not necessarily anyway. Isaac back here, but he's got more backup for it. So, and that's the other reason why it's not necessary for Lumi to take the second fight, because he's got support down here. There's nothing to be won by dying at ramp. So just, you know, play the higher percentages, and they definitely do at the end. So it was a tiny moment there where, you know, I just get worried. But I'm like that, you know, when I see players re-engaging in those fights, I always think, oh, no.
Oh, well, you're correct. I heard this from Twist, and he's 1,000% correct. You can't plant the bomb on ramp. Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, that's a good. We should remember. That's a good way to sum it up. I actually like that. I'm gonna steal that too.
Yeah, it just makes sense. You can't plant the bomb there. Get out.
It's gonna be an AWP on Hybex. T side AWPing on Nuke. Definitely can work out, especially if you feel like you're gonna be taking a fight around these smokes when they get blown up, which the CTs will do quite a bit. Then maybe there is a way to do it. But it's gonna be Jacob going down instead. Lumi. Kind of a crazy escape that he just kind of runs and jumps out there. That can, I mean, if the orb was up in the silo, he could have been dead right there.
I mean, it's that fast up. Just shot, move, reposition. It reminds me of how Device used to play this map a lot.
Yeah, I think repositioning those is just absolutely key, isn't it? Plopsky. Oh, he actually does so much damage. How is he not dead? That's gonna tell the T side that they've lost lobby.
Yeah. Now let's see how they want to react to this. Normal reaction would be secret heaven, but they're just stopped.
They really are. Not quite sure. Out in the yard, and again, I think you mentioned this on Mirage already, that if you don't get a chance to get some fights in a round like this one, then what do you really do? They do finally get a chance there, but I was gonna say for Isaac that he actually is giving them potentially an opportunity, but he takes it right back anyway. Prism trying to sneak on in. He should be traded every single time, and he will be. Hypex and Demo 2 versus 4 with only 20 seconds. Nice Molotov here, and good shot. It's going to apply a little bit of pressure. Bomb plant is necessary, but doesn't seem like that's going to happen now. Very tight defense. I must say, Metasport, they're kind of blowing me away at the start of this game. And again, it's not even their map pick. We said it again, the stats definitely favoring Apogee in this one. They can't get their foot in the door.
Yeah, I mean, right according to the script, as everyone saw it coming, right? Metasport with a 6-0 lead on the Apogee map pick. And at one point, I think Adam was like 9-1, and everyone else on his team was like at 3 kills. So he was like, they're just storming him, and he's taking them down.
Very curious situation. It's hard to say because there haven't been necessarily even that many rifle rounds. Because they did force early in the second round and then weren't able to buy into the third one, and it was kind of a bit interesting. But there's some yard utility play that we haven't necessarily seen for Apogee that I'm curious about. There's so many different ways to play that yard, but I feel like so far all they've really tried to do was, you know, they threw the smoke wall, and then they didn't even manage to do anything with it. They kind of got shut down before they really did a lot, but.
It was the only round that they actually had a chance to use the smoke wall, and as you said, like, Plopsky was going up lobby, so they knew they lost and got screwed. What you pointed is more than correct is their economy. They got cocky with the first win, they kept forcing, and right now they've had 1 full rifle round and 1 half-life.
Yeah, how could that even be? It's so crazy. It's like 6 rounds.
You stomp on the first map, and you lose the pistol. You're like, no, let's force it. We can get it. And then you lose that. Then it's 4-0. You lose the first gun round. Look at this, where we are.
Okay, this time at least they get down secret. So they've got 3 people going down. And that's still a strong position here. Plopsky, though, gotta be careful you don't get overexposed right now. They are going to be coming through. He's found the perfect angle for it. Never mind. Plopsky's under control here. That's sick.
Jacob screwed his entire team. Sold everyone out.
That is true, isn't it?
A little W too much. Saw one, sprayed the rest, and you're like, oh, man.
Did you bring someone with squeaky shoes to the robbery or something, you know, sneaking around the middle of the night.
That's a rat right there. In jail, he has to walk holding pockets.
Oh man, Demo and Hypex, I mean, you hope in a round like this that you can get another kill, get the bomb planted, you know, make it interesting after plant, but realistically, it's going to be very hard to get onto the bomb site without losing at least 1 more player, especially with Yorp holding this angle. Lumi. Good to see. Just, yeah, get the kill. It's all good. You don't need to do really much more than this. And good work. Hampus will take him down. Such discipline from Metasport.
Yeah, nice and clean. There's every team we've seen today has been a pleasant surprise that, at least from the tactical side, from the coaching side, the situations that present them, they're playing correct CS to the T. So CS has evolved a lot. I'm pretty happy to see that.
I mean, it goes a long way to explaining why it's so hard to you know, for many teams to stay at top in the ranking, because all the time there are more and more teams coming in to chip away at them. It's hard to deal with. Oh, that's a team kill.
Oh no, not like this, Apogee.
I mean, sometimes you can, you know, you get in a situation where you just spray through your teammate because you know there's no other way out. This
seemed like not even his fault. I don't think it even is his fault, but it's like he has the guy, then your teammate walks in, you kill him, and then you get spammed. It's not going well for you.
Oh, yeah, that's really shocking, unfortunately. Plopsky barely surviving that one. Okay, this is one of the... Oh, never mind. I was going to say... Yeah, this grenade's going to catch him. He's so dead. I thought maybe so obviously there's so many places to play this yard. Hamper's absolutely cleaning it up, by the way. But I was gonna say if you smoke off Mini and then you go around and attack that side of it, which by the way is something that Mouse love to do, and they love to do when Sue was on the team. But even now that Broland's in charge of the team, they're still doing it. Like it's a very, very nice way to put pressure on the defense if you can wrap around Mini and just kind of go for that heaven hell position. Love to have seen Apogee actually try a little bit more to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be some variation of the smoke walls. Put the pressure into secret. That's gonna force your ramp guy to either go down or they're gonna fight you yard. Whichever one doesn't happen, that's how you know how to react.
Oh, yeah, it's unexpected, but honestly, it's following the same blueprint that we saw in the first game, isn't it? You win a lot, and then you go into the second map, and then somehow you lose a lot, and, you know, that's very much what was going on between Paravision and Big, you know, without the overtime, I suppose.
True. The question is, are we seeing this trend of back and forth because teams are inconsistent, or because CS is inconsistent right now?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a really, really good question. I think it is just the fact that we do have like an overflow of, you know, good players, and even if they're kind of new to the game or a little bit younger, they still are. They come equipped with so much expertise on how to play a bunch of these positions that, you know, even if you win a lot, it might not even be indicative of the fact that you're going to be, you know, continuing to do that. So yeah, I'm not sure.
My take is it's probably more on the CS side because everyone is so good, right? It could be that it's the limits there, but I think CS is a lot more T-sided right now, a lot more run and gun, and that brings a little bit more entertaining CS, but also inconsistency from competition, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would be very tempted to agree with that. And it's obviously there's been some criticisms also of like how the economy is working out these days when you are on the CT side. Obviously, it's not a problem for Metasport right now, but in general, that is something that we sometimes do see, that teams just kind of get blown up when they're on the CT side because they, you know, the loss bonus in MR12 is a bit of a rough deal sometimes. Plopsky with a nice kill, but obviously you can't really do much here in terms of retail. It's such a quick bomb plant, so Apogee may be finally finding a way, and honestly, you can still do pretty good. You know, if it turns into a 4-8, which is, you know, the best they could do right now, it's not over at all. So for Metasport, it's a good opportunity right now, I think, to have a serious conversation and remind each other that this game is not won yet. You've got to be super careful you don't get too overzealous here.
100%. I mean, for Metasport, they can't take their foot off the gas. For Apogee, this round also doesn't mean that they're back in it because they already have a great big task in front of them. So I think that right now, Apogee they just need to reset. They don't even need to think about this map right now. They don't need to think about the past result. They just need to figure out what it is that changed, because this isn't a map thing. They're supposed to be more comfortable than anyone else in this map based on their results. They're just not clicking. Things aren't going well. They need to reset.
And get some individual kills. I mean, before this round, they had really almost nothing to work with. HFA is going to be going down after getting the opening, but that's okay. Nice trade. You know, you can live with that. Adam, great position, playing right on the edge of that Molotov, so really not ready for it. Isaac with a spray down, and Demo alone just... Again, on some level, some of the individual fragging here, if you look at the scoreboard right now for them, they have so little to work with. Like, so few kills across the board. 15 in total right now for the Apogee side. That's just, unfortunately, not enough.
It's not enough, and if it was only the fragging that's doing it, but as you can see, it's one guy that re-pushes HUD on them. It's the other guy that stays ramp. Metasport is just feeling it right now, and Apogee not only doesn't have a reaction, each round that goes more, they're 2 or 3 steps behind.
Demo would be the hero if he could win this round for them. So 1 versus, I think, 4, and he does turn into 1v2 with the bomb plant, which, you know, still is pretty good. It's just not enough. It's too much to ask for. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, what, from a coaching standpoint, I feel like the harder problem to solve surely would be if you're looking at your, you know, in this case, 3 of your teams, of your players who just say, we're just not hitting the shots right now. Like, what do we do? How do we make that work?
Yeah, it's because I as a coach, even from the outside, I can tell you it's not on the shots. It's on them clicking because nobody's performing and they're not proactively getting the spaces.
Okay.
Oh, but Metasport is pushing on them. Well, that's why you have to have really good defaults to stop and read. But Apogee right now on their map pick, they're playing Puggy Nuke. They're just winging it. There's no really big macro vision over it. And as much as I praise them right now, I do think Metasport is playing well, but the first team that I will say not playing well at all is Apogee right now.
Okay, that's really interesting. Man, we should have, if we have more time to talk about this at one point, it would be interesting to dive into that a little bit more. But speaking of diving, Prism is down the vent with the bomb. Great play, super quick. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you need to win, and you do need to win every round here. 9-3 still is very bad, but you can fight for it. Nice little flick up there, and Plopsky's dead. HFA is still on the upside of the map, so for the minute here, Prism is kind of alone, and that's a problem because he's going to get taken down. Lumi with the aggression, smoke show up everywhere. He's trying to get the Dow down there, but they've got the kit already. They're going to be defusing this bomb, no problem. So nicely done for Lumi. Very aggressive AWPing there. But yeah, just to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly, you basically say that some of the aim stuff that maybe it looks like, you know, Apogees aren't getting the kills because they know they're not hitting the shots, but maybe that's downstream from some like, you know, some problem inside of the team where like people just aren't feeling comfortable, basically.
I think so, because we were seeing a lot more defaults and no progress in the default, and now they switched up to some set strats, which, come on, the map is already gone. They're gonna be ready for this kind of stuff, you know. So it just it doesn't pass confidence at all that they know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate, especially because they've basically run out of time to try and fix it here. It's 10-1. We're in the 12th round. Hampus is going to be going down really early on. So 4-on-4 as they kind of slow down towards the lobby. Again, I don't think there's nothing wrong with trading 1-for-1 at the start of these rounds. If you're on Apogee side, actually would be a big benefit. But yeah, from here on out, what do you do?
Theoretically, it's your favor. And theoretically, right now, Apogee is favored in this round, in this 4-on-4.
Yeah, they should be. A little bit of damage onto Plopsky and Adam as well. They slow it down. They are, again, maybe rightfully so, a bit worried that there could be something else coming. Isaac, kind of an interesting off angle here. He's very committed to that ramp. Lumi's going to be running in here, see if he could do anything. Might be catching 1 kill. That's probably all he needs right now. But oh, what a clear from Jacob. That's so crazy. 2 versus 3.
Just aware right now. Now it's time to slow play this round. Identify where they are. Are they split? Are they not? If you just freeze, could get awkward. Nuke is one of those maps where they could be anywhere.
It really is. Well, look at where H5 is. I think he's up on the rafters inside of the A bomb site. Am I wrong about that? Plopsky's now standing behind them. You're right. They need to identify where they are, but it looks like actually it's possible that Plopsky's going to have an absolutely crazy flank. They would not be expecting this right now, I think. Bomb is going to be planted. Plopsky sneaking up Jacob. Okay, he sees it coming. That's huge. There really was an opportunity there, but now, unfortunately, for Adam B, as well as he's been playing, he's 14-3. It's still a wild scoreline to bring into an opening half here, but this is asking, I think, unfortunately, way too much. Now, maybe get one of them with a grenade, but look at the position again or it's Hypex who's up there. He's low on health, but he's just in a very, very advanced position. Hard to clear out when you're coming in like this, so yeah, easy shot for Hypex. And Apogee will find another round, but, I mean, very, very late to pick this up. I doubt they can make the comeback.
Not an easy comeback, not a comforting round, but it's something. It is Nuke, maybe a pistol round, 1 first bonus round, 10-6, you feel comfortable. But right now, full pressure on this round. Very interested to see what they will do with this pistol. Are they going to default with dualies on top of HUD? 2 dualies on CT side. Very interesting. I'm going to guess A-stack. A-stack or B-stack. It's the only thing that it can be, right? They're not going to be lower with the dualies. or do they? Yeah, top hut and something else.
Yeah, why not? Like close space like that for the dualies. I think it's not a bad idea. Okay. Jacob outside, just happy to take a bit of a fight here. Gotta be careful though. He does have a teammate there in Mini, so he doesn't have to stay and fight forever, but he kind of does a little bit maybe. He's gonna say if he falls a little bit further back, then he's got the HVA who's hanging around inside of that Mini position. Prism. This often happens when you lose one player on the CT side. The rest also want to try and do something, and he does. Goes and finds Isaac, so that's kind of worth it. Nice, it's a risk to do this, but it's also a risk to do nothing.
Yeah, I mean 4v4. He pulled it back. Overthinking this. Who's gonna make the first mistake?
Yeah, we're under a minute right now. They do still have a couple of flashes, so maybe you can set up for a bit of a pop, even if it's, under 50 seconds now. Actually, not even that. Hampers, just look at how close he is sneaking out. This is why I say he's such a high-impact player at times, because he's just found so much real estate. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't get the first kill, and the dualie's back here for Prism. He's good at landing that shot. Down. They've made the drop down. The bomb is here as well. Oh, but HVA. I don't know what happened there, Lumi. It's a straight hallway. It's literally inside of a vent. How do you not win that fight? They go down, and Apogee end up winning the pistol. That's you can see how careful everybody is in this round.
Yeah, they knew the importance of it. Thankfully, right there in the vent, a little bit of help. Outside Jacob, I think he only spotted once. He didn't see that the rest had crossed, or else he wouldn't have sticking around for that long. But it works out in the end. Good cover, good situation, and a chance to at least dream, right? They have a dream.
That's how it starts, Without that, what do you really have, Chaos. I was gonna say friendship, bring it the Disney route a little bit more, at the end of the day.
Lovable bears.
7-round difference. I mean, if you missed the first best of 3 of the day, we know this could be done, right? We had some wild comebacks in from even more, from 11-1 type scorelines, so it's doable. Whether Apogee can do it is kind of a different question.
I mean, Metasport, same thing. Trying to waste all the utilities. Metasport, Apogee seems at least a little smart, holding on to it, not giving the fights. But one deagle round here can do anything. How many times have we seen Nico just obliterate people outside?
Too many, and still, it never gets boring. Every time I see a good Nico round, it's like it's the first time.
I remember a Nico round.
I don't know how that's possible. Because again, some of us really have spent our entire adult lives, and maybe even beyond that, watching Counter-Strike. But there are some players where you just see me like, damn, I remember now that he can do this, but somehow I forgot, and you see it again, and you're like, okay, yeah, now I remember.
Yeah. With Nico, the thing that always impresses me about him is exactly here on Nuke. His little secret peek, where it's just like the guy, people holding right there with just the smoke, and he just peeks them.
Yeah.
That's demoralizing. You just feel like a bitch. You're owned.
He's got so many, if you ever see Nico clearing the hallways as well, down, once he's down secret, he pre-aims everything through the wall, right? He aims into the wall and then swings out.
It's fluid motion. Yeah, because he has the whole little routine in his head already.
Yeah. It's so crazy. It's so hard to play against. Yeah, good time, good fun to be watching. If anybody wants to go and study a little bit, there's an opportunity. Well,
Google Nico Deagle Nuke. I'm sure you'll find the clip.
Exactly. Oh man, at least he can laugh about it now at the very minimum. That's good. Molotov thrown into that forward position, which I still think you can hide on top of that red box, even if the Molotov's thrown. So you just got to be careful if you're on the T side and you're jumping in there, that you're not getting into a weird position. Scout doing nothing as they run past, and kind of a good start here for Metasport. Just getting down secret. It's putting a lot of pressure on. Oh wow!
And they're past. All right, a little bit of speed from Hampus there. Let's see how that moves rotations. Not at all.
Yeah, they were absolutely ready for that. It's kind of that's a really, really good call for the Polish side, I've got to say. Especially because Hampus was running, he was opening the door down below, like he's doing as much as he could to try and really sell the idea that, okay, we're going to be going for the B-bomb side, it's going to be pretty quick, but didn't work out that way. Lumi will get a kill here. 4 versus 3, and wait a minute, back into a 3 versus 3. Somehow, Apogee, in spite of defending that mini position really well, they're actually in a lot of trouble right now.
They are. They pieced this together really well. Oh, gigantically important kill.
Yeah, you needed that to start the retake with, but you know what? Hampus and Lumi, they still have the AKs. There is a kit on Jacob. That's going to be super important here. Demo's going to be going down, but not as bad as it was Jacob at this point in time. Scout on Hypex, so maybe not necessarily a free kill when you find it with the AWP. It might be different here. It's going to be Lumi going
Jacob
down, and now can they get the defuse in? Being guarded up front here. Good spray. Hampus just taking care of business. Nice clutch. And Metasport, now they're on their way here to try and see if they can get us a third map.
And I just say, as a coach, seeing the guy with the scout and dualies be the one that's trying to cover and do everything like that makes me just want to gauge my eyes out.
It's not fun to say.
Why? The dude has a scout and dualies. Just help your teammate. Go for the click yourself.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have time for the 10-second defuse, right? Like, you know, if there's no time, then maybe there's no...
It's just it's both fault. It's not just the guy, because the teammate who's diffusing or doing the click should know that he has to be the guy that cover. Like, my role in this situation, I am the stronger gun. I'm just like a turret sentry right here. So it's a mess up on both, but it's such an easy concept to understand.
Could have easily cost them right there. They don't have a lot of money in the bank, but they will be able to put together a buy. Obviously, if they lose this one, it's probably going to be a fairly quick third map, which would be on Ancient, by the way. I'd be really happy to see that. Again, I think both these teams are really enjoyable to watch, so wouldn't be sad if we get to see a third battleground for them here.
I agree. I'd be happy to see a third Ancient. Ancient is just fun to watch at all times, and this nuke's still going. Let's see it now.
Yeah, flashes through. Prism up on the high ground. Very nicely done. Good utility overall, right? But some of the counter utility coming out as well for Apogee did slow things down just enough. And yeah, it's Prism with the triple kill, just doing all the work that he needs here. Deep nade.
Solid. Ooh, 2v2. Getting scary.
They're so beat up right now, though, is the only real issue. We'll see if they can actually get down the vent without losing. No, you could see it coming, Jacob. I think he just saw maybe like the shoulder or the tip of the gun as he's trying to get down, but Lumi, okay, what have you got? 1 versus 2.
All right. Your time to shine. Close it out here.
Demo, not peeking it, jumping straight into it. That is so scary. If I'm Jacob right now, I'm saying, come on, man. We had the 2v1. Like, now you've put me into this 1v1 scenario. Opening the door, trying to check it. He's not quite sure where Lumi is. He doesn't seem to be thinking about the back corner there, and he's going to go down. Huge clutch for Lumi. A 1 versus 2, a triple in the round. And Metasport now, they steal the round away, and they should win the map by now.
This I'll give credit right there. Really well played by Lumi. Got a little bit lucky that the bomb dropped down vent from when his teammate died, because if it doesn't, then his round is screwed. The fact that he's able to get down and get that kill, yes, you're right. He should have survived, but I will say it was a really nice shot. I think the CT thought he'd get there before.
Yeah, I think you're right. Round number 17. MP9s, 1 Deagle, 157. I feel like this is the kind of round where you'd want to boost in ramp, but the problem is it's probably so obvious if you're going to do it. You know, like they probably Metasport will be like, yeah, they're going to ramp boost, so maybe you just don't do it at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's counterintuitive because you think you can only do ramp push, ramp boost, like lobby crunch, and if you stay back, they have all the advantages to go through. Like, it's such an ungrateful map.
Yeah, like, because, and they were, I think you're dead on, right? Because they were trying to go for the lobby crunch, essentially, and all of it probably is going to be, also feel really telegraphed. It's like, of course we're going to be doing something, you know, crazy in a round like this one. It isn't working. Isaac's going to be taking on Prism, and Jacob is on his own It's a 1 versus 4 for him, and I mean, it's not even really worth talking about here. Metasport, from a devastating loss on their own map pick, now into Apogee's map pick, and they make it look like they were just meant to play Nuke all along. And their win rate doesn't show it, but this is really impressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, solid performance. I think Apogee was a lot below, but that's not a demerit by any means to Metasport, who did their part and played good CS, really good CS actually here on Nuke. So props to them, and an exciting map 3 ahead of us.
Yeah, let's go. Ancient going to be coming up as the deciding map in this particular series. I've got to be honest again, like just curious and interesting to see how you can play really well at the beginning, and then sort of, you know, all of that confidence and all of that kind of disappears going into the second map. We saw it earlier today as well. It is something that just happened. So hopefully both teams are going to be ready to play the third map that's going to be coming up. So Ancient, and stay with us and we'll be right back. We've got Brandon breaking some of this Nuke stuff down for us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is actually probably quite a quick breakdown, because what's really interesting is we see Apogee trying absolutely everything. They go for these aggressive lobby hits, they then start transitioning towards this outside play, and they even try and wrap Heaven on a few occasions, and nothing they did was working. And it all comes down to the small little micro details, because I think on a macro level, the rounds that were being called were absolutely fine in principle, but the trade spacing was just horrendous for probably like 6-7 rounds in this first half, and they just couldn't get anything going. And then you compound that with the fact that you're not throwing key pieces of utility when you're going for executes. Zeus mentioned the pop flash in towards the pistol, but more than just that, like there was so many like mistimed efforts with Apogee where it felt like they were really lost on their map, and this is a real stark contrast to what we got when it comes to expectations coming on this map, because Apogee are supposed to be solid on this map. When I've watched them play, they're a lot more coordinated than this. It felt like they were treating it very much like a pug, and almost with the mentality that they've got the hard map out of the way and anything they do will just succeed. But on the flip side of things, the way that Metasport were playing, the communication, you can tell, was just free flowing, because every single player on this team knew exactly what was happening. They knew exactly the right moves to make, and there was a lot of trust and comfort from Hampus that his team could do whatever they wanted in retrospect, and it was going to work out. And I really enjoyed the fact that you've got Adam B stepping up in a big way. You've got Lumi having some really big impact when he wasn't even really AWPing all that much. And then you had Hamper stepping in with a really big clutch. Every single player for Metasport, the clutches went their way, and it was everyone stepping up and having a real team group effort. And it was really good to see that. I think the comeback on Mirage definitely played a big factor into this as well. And I thought that was a really good showing of Nuke. And now you head into map 3, and it's one of those where, based on how we've got the maps going today, just in terms of the broadcast, not just this best 3 but also the last best 3, we don't know what's going to happen, and that makes things really exciting. And I'm really glad the playoffs is competitive the way that it is. I'm really glad Metasport didn't get blown out there on Nuke, and they've shown, hey look, we are still alive and kicking. We've still got Hampers, we've got Plopsky, we've got Isaac, we've got players that demand respect on the server, and our Apogee need to give it to them. This decider is going to determine who goes through into the quarterfinals. It's going to be Apogee versus Metasport. It's map 3 coming up after the break. A third map is what is needed between Metasport and Apogee. And Zeus, you mentioned it during the game on Nuke that Apogee looked a little bit out of sorts. Do you reckon that's more down to how Metasport were playing, or was it just a really rough map for Apogee?
Both and more is my take. Completely unbiased on anything, but I just think that they got overconfident with the first map. It's just some pattern that I'm seeing here, like, is telling me that they won very convincingly. They lost that pistol, went into the.
Well, here we go. Brandon, we're going to get back to you real soon, or maybe a little bit later, depending on how this game goes. We're into it now. Metasport going to be on the T side. It's Apogee on the CT side. Final map in this best of 3, and there's more CCT to come. There's 2 more games after this one, so you want to stick around for it as well. Look at this flash to set it up towards the donut position. The dualies are going to get traded out by Adam, and then we're into a 4 versus 4. Prism, let's see if he's going to get peeked. I feel like people do this all the time. The dualies, though, will stand tall. That's a huge double, and the bomb on the ground, too. Oh, no.
No. Still doable, but we're gonna require some nice shots here by Lumi or Adam. Check it.
He's gone to the other side, hasn't he?
Checked out. Checked out. Yep.
It's a 50-50, you know. Now what can you do? Lumi playing in the dark there. Pretty nice camera angle, actually, to be honest, for online Counter-Strike. I kind of like it. Yeah, once the bomb is lost, I mean, he said can be won, but not unless you hit some really banging shots here. Lumi, he's got 1 there, picking up the bomb, and he's going to get overwhelmed. Nicely done. Apogee back to winning a little bit.
A little reminder of our first match of the day. Similar pistols, both teams there with the dually, same position, trying to gain space. But this time, just for Apogee. Really good success right here. Prism locked it down.
Super sick. Well done. It's always like that position that he's that you know, that he was playing in there, you know, for a front Prism, like not just in pistol rounds but like in a lot of rounds. It's just so hard to get rid of. Like even if you kind of, you know, you can guess it, it's like, damn, still people aren't doing a great job, I feel like, at that point.
It's about being thorough, right? Like if you just do your routine correctly and someone doesn't interrupt, you should be able to get him. But like normal players, we sometimes just forget, and our intuition says he's probably not going to be there, so we do that half check, and that's where you get caught.
Yeah, I think it was Nothing Gilbert at one point, who I think brought in the idea. He said it very nicely. He talked about peaking with intention. And I think that does kind of, like, you know, summarize it when you're sort of looking into a corner. Like, are you just kind of doing it because you're like, I know I should be? Yeah. Or are you really swinging to say, I'm going to fight whoever is there, even if nobody's there? It's like, it looks different. You can see when you watch the game how someone's approaching it. Okay. This is great work with there's a team kill in there too, but with the FAMAS. Yeah, I mean, FAMAS doing great work these days. I still can't figure out how to use it, but the pros can, and that's really all that matters.
It's great, but they still haven't got the FAMAS burst down. That was the most satisfying thing, just having that clean.
Yeah, you know, people said it was gonna be good for this one, but you're right. It doesn't seem to be used really at all. So
no, it was just so much fun. Like you're running your full auto mode, start running back, burst, just destroy someone running with a burst.
It feels like one of those things that's like very easily either useless or it's overpowered. You know, like there's almost no.
Yeah, do you remember the UMP back in the day? Jump in, run in, distance.
Yeah. I hated that too. I don't like the UMP either.
Nice little contact play here. Will they expect Demho? How's the bait gonna be like?
Yeah, if they Molotov it, then it's gonna be great. But obviously they're not using the Molotovs at the moment, so you're right. They don't expect it at all, and that's gonna cost them a lot. Double kill with the FAMAS. They are trying to bring it back anyway. Nice attempt, Metasport here. I think hampers through the early Brolan Molotov over by the Cheetah Cave, and that might have given Apogee a sense that it was going to be more of like a B lane control kind of round, and then instead it's more of an A execute kind of round in spite of that Molotov being thrown. So I like the whole setup for the round, but obviously when they don't check the back line thoroughly enough, they make it a contact play to the A-bomb side instead of trying to use utility, and it almost ruined the whole round for them. But they're still in it. 40 seconds, 3 versus 3. They're taking a very long time here, Metasport, but I understand why. It's very hard to control this bomb site. Even when you actually have them in advantage, you can end up losing anyway. Grenade goes in front. Wide swing. Ampus just barely gets the headshot. That's ridiculous.
Oh my. 2v1 right here. Both extremely low, and there's...
Yeah, and the bomb is planted. Look at it, it's planted 4 CT spawn. It doesn't even matter. I was going to say, even if he gets this one, Hampers could just play around, I think, all day in CT spawn and try to buy time. Wow, that is a very scary round, and it does really. I think a large part of the round comes down to that one from us in the corner there.
It does. That I was curious about the bait exactly because of that. They did a very good A contact. They just didn't expect there to be 3A, because that's what happened with flashbangs and grenades that were being thrown along with the fire. The T saw too. They never expected a third guy there.
Yeah, and you know, good call for Apogee to actually to sort of have the defense. Again, could have been some research that they've been doing to get a sense of it. It almost worked out. Typically, typically on this map, there could be no people on the A-bomb side, right? Like that's a very common setup. You got 3 middle, 2B, 0A at the start of the round.
Yeah, this is one of the maps where sometimes you can even have someone not starting donut, and then you can have an A rush that isn't even heard. It's like one of the only maps where you can sometimes get to the site and there's no one there.
Yeah, it's super curious, but also kind of hard to know exactly when that's going to be.
Oh yeah.
Okay, timing to blow it open. Nice way to not to have mid control, but nice way to be allowed to fight middle on the CT side, because obviously mid control requires so many grenades that they don't have here, Apogee. So instead, you just try to to get the job done using a single HE. You get a kill, maybe that's going to be worth it. But yeah, we talked about there being nobody on the A-bomb side for a long time. There wasn't in this round. They're all at B, and they're pushing down. Like I said earlier, pushing this B ramp is so meta. And after a little bit of confusion, it kind of works out.
It still got one. Like, if the flash is perfect, he gets 2 there and gets out alive.
Yeah.
But all right, not the worst thing in the world. You know what I'm remembering, Anders? How did this map work before the HEs blew up smokes? I don't even remember.
Was it even in the map? Listen, you're asking me so many crazy questions. I'm sorry,
I'll shut up.
Listen, I just like you. I don't remember anything that from before. Like, it just all goes out the window. Like, this is the downside of watching and talking about way too much Counter-Strike, is that it all sort of flows together. But yeah, I think this is something that people just are going to have such a hard time remembering. I always think about this. Oh, obviously, that's actually scarily close. Hold on.
Wow,
he could have nearly won it.
Almost.
Like, when people talk about how much they miss CSGO, and I get it, but like, the thing I always think about is, man, you guys are forgetting how much people had to wait around smokes. Like, smoke goes down, you're like, oh, okay, we're waiting, like 16 seconds, we're waiting. And it's like, okay, guys.
I remember in CSGO, people said Molotovs were useless when they came on. They said the same thing about the smoke. Look, it's one of the most insanely game dynamic things I've ever seen. It was such a good detail. Shooting through the smoke, people are still underutilizing that. Being able to little gap.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, Hypex. That is some spray control if I've ever seen it, with the AK at a really, really long distance. That's so sick. And great timing on the smoke to be thrown down to the B-bomb side, just to control, making sure you don't lose it. Prism. I don't like to see that, though. The fact that they were defensive at the B-bomb side, I was just praising it. It's really nice. But now they've actually opened it up again.
Yeah, you kind of jinxed it a little bit. It was going super well for them. Now it's split up. They have a chance here. 1:20 to make the CT sweat. They don't even want to do that. They just commit.
Yeah, very committed. Could cost them everything here. Hypex going to get the one, and surely will pick up another one. Look at how smart he is, though. Falling back. Even if you give up the bomb plant, sure, it would be nice to stop the bomb from going down completely. Oh, but the timing doesn't work for him. AK picked up for my second. That's all he needs. One good headshot here. And he could do it. He's exactly the kind of player that could. Oh, he's going to go down, though. HFA able to take him. We'll go back and pick up the AK. But, wow. I mean, if not for Hypex, they don't even get into this round at all.
If not, they don't. Again, the T's right there. To me, that's a little bit of an inexperience, because 1:20 on the clock. The CTs they're gonna have to split up, find out. Like you just gave them the 50-50 instead of actually making them sweat and work for it. It's what we were talking about before. Just you gotta make them sweat for every kill. Imagine a round like this.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, keep the pressure on. Don't allow them to get those slightly better percentages. It is a game of that at the end of the day. But it's a 4-1. Apogee, even if that last one is down to a 1 versus 1, we got to see a little bit of a fight in the middle here. Hampus still battling it out. If Hampus can somehow win one more battle with the Tech 9, it's not going to happen, unfortunately. Yeah, he was alone there. Prism, I don't know. Okay, he's going to win it, but there's so much noise being made and so much movement. Like, just be careful, because you can still lose rounds like these. I mean, in the 2v4, if you get shut down somehow, you never know what's going to happen. They're going to win this round, but there are a couple of things here that I'm seeing out of Apogee where it feels like they are moving around, you know, just a little bit too much. You know, if I was the coach, I would probably be calling a timeout and telling them, saying, listen, guys, it's great. We're 5-1. That's really nice, but you guys have got to chill out a little bit.
Yeah, 1000%. That comes down to experience. It's what we're talking about with Hampus, with Plopsky, with Isaac, even Adam to an extent, and Lumi's doing his part right here, but maintaining yourself in the game. We saw Apogee at their peak in map 1 when it wasn't needed. They look good. They're out of it now. It's a different team, so it's bigger than just the map.
Yeah, it definitely is. Nice. Here's the grenade again. It really is a classic. That, and then the lineup that you could do. There's like the door handle lineup that you can sort of do to just shoot through the smoke, which, again, anyone who's playing the game map at a high level will know how to do that. Oh, good job, Jacob. I haven't had to say Jacob's name enough. He's been playing pretty decently, at least on one of the maps, but I want to see more. We know he's better than this.
Yeah, he hasn't been needed to, though, at parts, because not that he hasn't been needed, but it's not falling on him. Hypex is supposed to be doing a lot of the work. Prism has been pulling in big numbers. I don't know what's going on with Jacob right now.
Well, maybe I mean, it's possible that, you know, from map to map, he's playing different roles, and maybe that's going to make it a little bit harder to get into some of these rounds with a big impact. But I just, you know, we know he could do it. All right, there's one, but unfortunately, he gets just as much return. So, bit of balance in the universe for us. 2 versus 3.
The chance for the spam again. People are so good at this spam. It's just like it's filthy.
The thing that I love complaining about on this map is, as much as they are on the B bomb side, they're just not as good on the A bomb side, and it's really confusing to me, because I think you can block out something like 95% of the A bomb side, like default plants, with just like the right lineups on the CT side, so that when they're trying to plant, you get some damage through. Yeah, like I'm fairly certain that that's like an underutilized part of the A bomb side. People know it on B, but like, it's just as true for the A bomb side. Maybe it might even be more true on the A bomb side, because at least on B, there's that pillar that you can plant behind, the totem or whatever. Like, there's nothing like that really on the A bomb side that covers everything.
Oh no, you're right. I mean, just even the HE thing, just to blow up and get the plant, is super underutilized right now. Though people know how to play retake B, they don't. Not many teams play well retake A. They'll try a basic attempt at it, but something that's actually structured and step by step, it's rare to see. I haven't seen recently.
No, I feel like it's, you know, people do fall short on that quite a lot. So I was gonna say, yeah, just don't get into it. Just spam them down when they find the bomb. Here we go.
Look at that. Dirty.
Yeah, nicely done. Look at this. They are forgetting about that back corner where they were for master one time, but it's just a USB this time, so just not even the same threat here. But yeah, still probably worth thinking about. I'm sure from now on they actually will check it out, because now they've lost a couple of players to that position. But this is going to be fine. It's Metasport coming up with a third round, and you know, from our point of view, we'd love to see just a more close map here. We don't want this one-sided nonsense. So yeah, 5-3 right now. I think that's a good start for an interesting game.
I agree. It's a start that's worthy of what this game has been, because both teams had their moments. Now it really should just come down to who's better on this one high-pressure moment. I expect Metasport not just from this round, but from the experience to be able to handle this well. I hope Apogee can prove us that this younger generation already starts off at a high base level.
Yeah, I don't think that's too much to hope for at this stage, because we really are seeing it a lot. I think it's been talked about a little bit throughout the community, like some of the different coaches or top players when when they get interviewed at times will say, yeah, like some of these kids that are coming up and playing now, they know so much more than people did 5 years ago about what it means to be sort of prepped and ready, and like they know a bunch of the basic strategies, and it's just it's impressive.
It is. I use the analogy like the skill ceiling has been, the skill floor has been raised, right?
Yes.
Like, so for you to be a pro nowadays, the base level understanding that you have to have of what it means to play CS to the minute detail, like, well, it's kind of crazy. It's, in my opinion, it's actually taken over traditional sports already. Like, in that sense of the difficulty it is to reach this. We can reach it faster, but the amount of people that are playing computer games and like trying to be pro compared to the amount that are making it to pro, it's crazy.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because I do actually think it makes a big difference, how many people can make it through. It's probably an easy way to test that, but if we only had a population of, let's say, like 100 pro players, then there's only so many teams we can make, and everything's gonna kind of stand still. But if you scale that up to like 1,000 pro players, then suddenly there's so many more options, and team transfers and different teams, and like it's a much more dynamic environment. So I do think it's important that we
become a real sport, like kind of league without the closed circuit bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it goes a long way. So hopefully, the trend will just continue. Get more people in, get more people on board. It's gonna be.
Let's do it.
It's gonna be round number 9 here. We've got some AKs, no AWP in play on either side, mostly because, at least for the CT side, they can't afford it. Metasport might not care as much because, again, you can be very dynamic with the AKs, so maybe you don't mind being slowed down a bit here by that. Jacob showing up and also revealing his position. They are doubled up in Cheetah. Honestly, if they win this fight against Hampus, then the mid portion of this push is going to be super dangerous. Oh, but somehow he lives. How is he alive?
The flash missed, and he still got the kill. He's alive, luckily.
Yeah, I mean, there was 2 players there. I'm so shocked that he lived through that one. Wow, they might get the round behind this.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he lived, he even got one more kill. Man, big difference maker right there. And they already give up. Apogee are out of this round.
That is the kind of round that might be, might be worthy of a look in again, just to see what actually happened there. Did the flash really? Maybe it hit the other player in Cheetah there, and that's why.
No, it was just short. It literally was just short. I followed the trajectory.
Damn.
He just didn't do the flash deep enough, and Hampus still got the kill.
What a wacky way to get a round started. And again, like think of what it means. If Hampus dies instead, then that mid push, who's 2 seconds later is going to be fighting Donut. Those people are now also going to be fighting towards Cheetah instead, and it's probably going to fall apart.
Yeah, big likelihood. They're going to have to be worried about 2 positions. Their pre-aim isn't going to be as sharp. 5-4. Good game. Good game. All right. Started off strong for Apogee. Metasports back here in it and rolling. All right. Who's going to take here VRS points? Who's going to get on to the... what are we going to? Round of 8?
Yeah,
we're at round of 16 right. We're at round of 16 right now. Yeah, round of 8.
Yeah, it's so much on the line. Absolutely is. I think the Polish squad is, they're making a bit of headlines here. So, I bet it'd be great news for them to try and see if they could get the job done. Nice HE on Jacob. He was very, very low behind that one. So quick 1-for-1 trade down the middle, and for Apogee, I mean. They've got a little bit to work with in this round, right? 2 M4s. But for Metasport, if this is one of those painful rounds, I feel like if you lose this one, you're going to look back at the demo and say, damn, we had a really, really big chance to crush them in this first half, right? If you win here, you're going to be in a great position with tied scoreline early on the T side. That would be sick. And low economy on your opponents. This is a big opportunity.
Big round. I mean, Plopsky held a lot of information there for them, so they're able to retake this banana with a little bit more speed. But again, they already have a control, so they're rotating Hypex here. It's coming down to the timing. Can he make it here before? Nope.
Doesn't seem like it. Okay, through the smoke, though. You already mentioned it. People are pretty good at knowing the lineups on this particular bomb site, and we see that once again. Isaac's going to have the advantage on that fight, and we've ended up in a 2 versus 3. The bomb is going to be planted as well. Hypex is well aware that somebody could swing him, but it doesn't matter. The crosshair placement for Isaac is way too good.
That is nice and clean. That's the Isaac that you were wanting to see, that you were calling out. Having impact kills, being able to actually just close out a round by himself or just negate it entirely. That's the Isaac that I remember seeing and enjoying.
Yeah, and it's not even a question. Like, we know that he's already proven that he could do this on big stages, international tournaments. Like, there's no question about it. But you know, some of the maps here, we've been missing him maybe just a little bit. Good to see him back in action for this one. Metasport going to win the round. AK saved from demo, which is again kind of nice. But I would, if I'm Apogee, I'm crossing my fingers and I'm aiming to try and see if I can win these last 2 rounds. 7-5, I think that's a nice handshake for the map. I think both sides are going to be pretty happy with that, and that's got to be the dream here.
Yeah, I mean, Apogee from the 5-1 to now all even. CT side here, it's not a map that has too much of a preference for a side. I prefer CT. Some teams prefer T side, but definitely not feeling good for Apogee.
Okay, very forward attack here coming in. Jacob pushing up because he doesn't realize there's somebody there. That's so strange to me because, like, part of that whole play is to try and isolate that player, and there are some great flashes that can be thrown in from inside of the B bomb site to try and help out with that. So very curious, but you know what? They'll find the kill on Plopsky anyway. So at least they do that. But a little bit interested to see that he didn't actually go and check for that.
They blinded themselves because if you look at the Raider, he was there by himself, so he couldn't have flashed from like the banana. They flashed themselves up.
Well, that's not ideal. We don't love to see that. Hyvex gets 1, but Lumi on a good return. The trades continue. He maybe could have tried to take more map control behind it, but he also has the bomb, and maybe he's a bit worried that he's going to be giving something away. So Metasport trying to play it slow, and it somehow backfires. I almost do love the idea of the boost up there, just to try and make it interesting, but it actually does kind of blow up in their faces. 2 versus 3 now.
Big plans. What will he expect on the second one now?
Maybe not.
Just a mental game.
Yeah, you can see every time he tries it, the shots are coming through. So that, you know, they are trying to set it up a little bit with some of the spam positions. They didn't have donut to spam from, so obviously they couldn't cover this one line.
He did a good job getting out. I hate when the player gets stuck sides, you know. So they have a decent 2v3 here with the bomb planted for him.
Yeah, they do. Tapping the bomb, no kits, so... Oh, wow, that is so quick. Metasport.
The control also. The control and the spray transfer has been beautiful to see today. We haven't had too many of the clean taps as we were used, but we have been seeing the really nice sprays, and I think that's another underutilized. Everyone wants to be the Scream from back in the day, but the truth is, once you fire the first bullet, the spray is more than likely going to be better because you can just like start messing with their aim, getting them to aim punch, getting them to lower health and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you see someone who really knows what they're doing with spraying with weapons, it's really hard to argue against. Obviously, there are some circumstances where the tapping is going to be, you know, it's going to be a nice tool to have, but yeah, I don't really disagree. Here we are, round number 12, the last of the half, and it's still pretty open. Like I said, even if Apogee win this one and make it a 7-5, I don't think Metasport are going to be too sad. We got another push down the B ramp. Again, he's going to keep going towards T-spawn. This is super sick. I think Lumi is going to be dead, and he's got the bomb as well. Does have the AWP just around the corner, but again, it's going to be too late. They just were not expecting it. That's as a really powerful play.
That's a good punch. Let's see right now. Because they have the information for him, so they still have equal potential. There we go.
Yeah, he maybe could have found a way to make himself a little bit harder to find, but... it's all in the past now. 3 versus 3, and they're going to lose Adam. Let's see how this one plays. Nice little flick coming out. Hypex taking down Isaac, and Metasport again on the back foot a little bit.
They are. They're trying to piece this together, but as soon as they try to make a move, Apogee was just one step ahead every step of the way throughout this round. They still have a chance, though, here. This 2v3 is doable.
It is. Nice little smoke. Flash goes a bit too deep here, and they're taking a lot of damage. I think Incendiary being tossed out or something like that. It's going to be 1 versus 3 here for Plopsky. Grenade lands on front, and still no bomb plant. And that bomb is actually, you could see it right in front of Plopsky here. Very uncomfortable for him to be moving in there to try and pick it up. It's going to be Hypex holding the line, and Plopsky a little bit frustrated, but he really shouldn't be. That was going to be hard round to win no matter what. So Apogee, 7-5 at the end of it. I think this is really nice. We want a more even game here, and I think that's kind of what we're getting.
It is. Both teams are going to leave happy, and both teams are going to leave disappointed that they could have done more. So great half overall. So nothing crazy happened for either team in terms of the result. Very open right now. But I am going to say Hypex has impressed me, not just with his opping, but with his rifling and his overall positioning and speed in which he moves. He has this Monacy reminder to him, and I don't want to overhype here, but has anyone said something like that before?
I've heard a couple of people bringing him up. I think again, Jacob stole the initial kind of attention from this, but you're not wrong. Like a lot of people have been mentioning Hypex as another one of these potential future of Polish Counter-Strike kind of players. So maybe we need to pay more attention. Like I said, the problem is there are too many good young players that some of them do really drown out against everybody else. It could be hard to pick the right one, so to speak.
They do. I mean, hey, maybe my intuition's off, like people have been saying, but look at that. This kid, to me, it shows he's got something for real.
Well, see if he can do it now. 1 versus 1. Grenade goes up. Smoke there. It's a 10-second defuse, though, and he has no idea really what's going on. Okay, Hypex trying to run in there. Knife out. He's not quite sure, but there's no kit, so Plopsky is trying to find it. Knife comes out again, and I think he's running out of time right now. Unfortunately, they just can't find each other. That's an absolutely wacky way to end the round. Plopsky with a quad kill, but still losing the round here. That's just so interesting, isn't it? Lost in the smoke.
In Brazil, we say that the beautiful goal is the one that goes in. That's all he cares about. It went in, man.
Nice. I like that. That's not a bad way to phrase it. Who cares? Just get the job done.
Yeah, beautiful goal is in. That's it. 8th point. They get the pistol. Doesn't matter if it has to be pretty or not.
Well, we are going to be seeing a potentially scary position unfolding here for Metasport.
Hampa's already bought up, so he's telling his team to buy up a CZ, a CZeus. I haven't seen one of you in so long. Oh, the contrast. Plopsky, 69. Adam, 2-11. Not feeling it this game. All it takes is 1 round, Ben. 1 round. Have some impact here. Get back flowing.
And Adam was sick on the second map, right? Like, he did so well. Unfortunate.
Yeah, again, CS is brutal. 1 map here, God. The next, nobody. 007.
It happens, but now would be the time to come alive again. There's no question. We're gonna see.
Here's for the Apogee T side. Sorry.
Let's see if they can actually get the mid control here for Metasport. Oh, the flashes are so good, though. That's the problem. It's no joke to say that it really makes a difference if you're playing right where they were or, like 5 feet further up. It could make a difference. Adam's going to be going down, and they are getting crushed at the start of this one. Devastating flashbangs coming in from the T side there, and just Lumi and Plopsky left.
Again, another. I mean, you have to do this on Ancient, but the amount of teams that are doing this well, that are timing the combination of flashes, the breaks, and just get the other team CTs just getting caught off there, people are gonna need to adjust the meta. I'm not coaching right now, but I can tell that there's already a lot of stuff that's being repeated that needs to be adjusted by teams.
Yeah, I mean, that mid fight is just every week, more or less. Maybe that's too much, but like every 3rd week, there is some new thing that's happening in the middle of this map, which I personally love it. I think it's super fun to kind of see how things change over time. But yeah, it's a place where things are just evolving pretty much constantly. Fortunately for Metasport, not quite. I mean, they also didn't have the best weapons or anything else like that, but not able to pick it up here. Going to be another round for Apogee. 9-5. Things starting to look pretty tough here. That first buy round for Metasport suddenly has a lot of pressure on it. Like, you know that you have to win it, or if you don't, I mean, how many more chances are you gonna even have to come back into it?
Very few. It's the nuke thing that bit Apogee in the ass now might come back to haunt Metasport. I will say at least Lumi recovered or kept alive one of the rifles, but now look at the money, Adam. 1.8, 2.4 on most right now. This is not a good situation to have your back against the wall.
No, it really isn't. Tough position. We'll see what he could do. I feel like Lumi's one of these people so far that's proven himself to be, you know, willing to take some aggressive fights and find some of them. So, you know, maybe it's a good thing that he's the one that has it. He does go down, speaking of which. Damn.
Damn, man. It's your fault.
Yeah, I did. I absolutely cursed him. I'll, you know, I'll take the L on this one.
Well, yeah.
Taken down. Rocked. So is Isaac. Again, the rest are just pistols, so maybe not too surprising that we're seeing things unfold in this fashion, but yeah, Rapidly. They're loving life, and also they're getting, like, it's great momentum coming into the second half, you know? They're probably having a little bit of fun again, running around the Mac 10s. Like, it's kind of stress-free Counter-Strike that we're seeing out of the T side right now.
It is, and the way the rounds have been going has also been stress-free. They're building a bank account. Of course, one's gonna die, but right now, 4 alive. They still have all the guns. They still have all the money. This is a pure bonus round right here. At a 10-5, having one of these, your only goal is to get 3 kills. Like, anything over that 4 kills 5 and or the bomb, of course. That's just like gigantic map winning conditions for you.
It's shaping up. Round number 16. Now, we're going to have Lumi back on the AWP. We're going to have M-Force picked up by the rest of Metasport. And, yeah, it all comes down to this. Everybody knows it. You guys watching, and the players for sure as well, Metasport. If they don't stop the run from Apogee right now, then there might not be very many more chances to do it. So a hard dose of reality, unfortunately. HFR, nicely done, and he knows there's going to be a boost there. So tries to even get the second player at the very same time. Doesn't really do that, but rough beginning here for Metasport. Also, the fact that there are 2 people at Donut kind of does tell you something, but they're not ready. Nicely done. Adam B just coming in with a kill. We were calling him out a little bit, and that's what you need.
That's exactly what you need. I think this map can be very CT-sided, but it's for the teams that know how to be aggressive, know how to take that banana, know how to push A, fight mid. Right now, Metasport just making it look like it was really T-sided, and they have no clue.
This shot here from Lumi, scary repeat to be perfectly honest, but he's going to live for the first stages of it. They are running quite a bit back and forth here. Got to find a way to plant the bomb, and there's nobody in CT spawn. If they knew that, all right, there we go. And Incendiary, unfortunately, a little bit too late. The bomb is planted here. Plopsky going down, and because Lumi's already low on health, how much could Hampers do? They're going to back it up. They already know the answer to that question. That's so rough.
That is fast. This match went from being super close to one-sided, like, in 3 minutes, it feels like.
Yeah, very much so.
Metasport, this is your moment. Back against the wall. If you want the VRS points, if you want to show that you can actually do this and continue to fight and are worthy to fight right now, you have to wake up, because you are the voice of experience. You've been here. Apogee's outclassing you now when the game matters most. So they are showing me what I asked of them. You guys aren't.
Yeah, they have no time to turn this around, really. So, I mean, I feel like typically when teams do turn it around at this stage, it's down to some crazy individual performance where somebody does win, you know, a really wild round. And, I mean, it doesn't start well, just getting demolished here. I don't know how Hypex is the one to get that particular kill, but he does. I like the attempted aggression, but they're not winning the fights at the moment, unfortunately. So it backfires on them. It puts them in a really weird position.
Yeah, I mean, second one, they tried to go for the crunch. Couldn't get it. Again, another round with just like everyone alive. Yeah, they get a lot of chip damage, but at the end of the day, it's going to be rifles in the hands of Apogee. And 12.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, no question.
Oh, man. I mean, not the reality they wanted to be living right now for Metasport. They went from an extreme high to back into the extreme low very fast.
I mean, this is, I guess, also could be just be like a map pool kind of thing where, you know, like that's got to be one of the hardest things as a team is to build a wide enough map pool that even at the end of the best of 3, you're like, hell yeah, like let's go. We're feeling good. We're you know, we're locked in for everything. Takes a long time to build.
Yeah, no, you're right. The difference between the best teams has always been in the map pool. Of course, they play well, but it's their ability to use throughout every map, right? So that's why, to me, it also comes down to the team play. People put way too much emphasis on maps and things like that. A team that has good protocols, good synergy is going to be good on every map.
Well, let's see if there's any miracles left here for Metasport. They need more than probably just the one, but it's got to start somewhere. Looking at a very, very long comeback, and don't know if there are many believers yet. Okay, that's not the way you want to get started. Dinked with a wall bang and dropped kind of low to begin with.
Not the fun start. It's like running past mid on Dust 2 and just getting offed.
Yeah, you're like, oh, okay, well.
Oh, and he went full down. Look, he ended up going down to the rest of the spam.
Yeah, because why not at the end of the day? Why not? Oh, man, what a start here.
Oh.
It's going to be a little bit of a fight in the middle. Lumi and Adam trying to get it back with Prism Dick at the double. And again, they're going to be on the site with the bomb plant here. I don't know. This seems like it's not really going to be doable. Adam and Lumi walking into it. Demo gets the one and hiding in the corner. There is a bit of a swing, but Lumi's draw low. And there's no surprise here either. It's not like he can sneak up and be unnoticed. They won't know that he's here. Like, all the advantage with Apogee. And the bomb planted out in the open as well. It's not even, you know, something that can be covered behind a pillar here. They're going to know absolutely everything. They even have a Molotov. They even have that just to make absolutely sure that this is never going to happen. So Lumi, unfortunately, he's been playing a really good best of 3, but it's too much to ask for. Hypex takes him down, ends the map with 19 kills, and it's Apogee to go on with the victory here. Really well played.
Yeah, I mean, flawless T-half. Just 8 rounds in a row. Closed it out. Wasn't even close. Congrats, Apogee. They showed who they are. They showed that they are a solid team, that they are on the uprise, and that they can handle veterans. Now it's about how far they are going to be able to go. Can they keep this going? They're already in the round of 8. They made it through.
Yeah, super, super sick. Nicely done. Brandon, what do you make of all of this? You know, victory for Apogee.
Guys, where did that T-half go? Because I felt like we've only just swapped sides and suddenly the game's over. Like, that was incredibly fast, the pacing of it. It felt like Metasport just didn't have a chance at all when the sides swapped. And yeah, I mean, full credit to them, especially, again, credit to the mental coach and the hard work behind the scenes for Apogee to be able to bounce back on, especially after suffering that defeat on Nuke, where you should be favored and you're just not. It's a tough one to then rebound and then win so emphatically. So full credit to them. Kudos to Metasport for running it a little bit close. But Jacob, player of the match for Apogee. You could have thrown Hypex in there. You could have thrown Prism in there for his holds on Mirage. Like, it was a fantastic display all around for this team. And I'm really excited to see what the future holds for them, not just in this tournament, but for beyond, because they're on a really exciting upwards trajectory right now. We can see how this looks for the playoff bracket. We can bring that up quite quickly and just see that, look, we've now got 2 quarter finalists. Anders and Zeus, before we go, because we've got to throw it off soon, who's winning the tournament? Come on, we'll do it. It's boring, but let's do it. Who's doing it?
Man, the way it's going right now, I'm going to say I'm going to be rooting for 9 Pandas just because I like it. But I'm going to go Apogee right here, or Perivision.
Okay.
One of the 2 that we saw.
Damn. Okay. I've got so much excitement for Navi Jr. It's got to be their turn. I'm picking Navi Jr. on this one, but it's so hard to predict, man. It really is.
No, for sure. It's all said in jest, because, I mean, how are you going to know? Like, that's the reality. Lots of fun teams in the playoff bracket for sure. We have got 2 more round of 16 games to throw up on the screen. Coming up next is Passion UA versus Zero Tenacity, and then a little bit later, it's Namiga taking on OG. I've been B-Dog, your host. It's been Anders and Zeus taking you through all the action. Thank you so much for watching these first 2 best of 3 so far. Don't go too far, because that Passion UA Zero Tenacity game is coming up just in 10 minutes.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Hello everybody, welcome on back here to some more action at CCT. We're rolling through the opening stage here of playoffs of the last series of the season here for season 2 before we head into season 3 and those global finals. We're looking forward to closing out strong though here. I've got myself, Exner, alongside Zola and CMD. How are you all doing today? Zola, I'll start off with you.
Yeah, look, I'm good. I'm feeling ready for these games. This is actually kind of the last day of the season for me. So look, I'm gonna try and enjoy it the best I can. But for the games that we've got, I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat there. I think for both of us, it's going to be our last day on the broadcast here. Going to have to be watching from the sidelines, but I think honestly, what a great day this one is for us to get to close out the round of 16, and I feel like this is the perfect way to close it out. We've got two great matchups coming up, and I think the fact that we're going to get to see all of our quarterfinals, we're going to get to really piece together where we think this playoff's going to head, maybe get a few predictions after today of who's going to take the whole thing, and I think, yeah, this is a perfect day for me.
Yeah, I'm right there with you all. I mean, last day for myself as well. So we get to close out together here as we take a look at some of the remaining matchups here. With, like you said, determining our quarterfinals throughout this playoff bracket here. And it's an exciting fashion in which we get to do so as well, right? We got two obviously high expectation rosters when it comes to Amiga and OG with what they're able to bring to the table. We get to watch in Zero Tenacity, a matchup that they played up against each other. It was just constant clashes in between these two teams, and we get to see it as well here in Series 20. But I guess zooming in on our opening matchup here, we have Passion UA, roster that's had to go under some changes here heading into 2025, knowing that there were some big shakeups with this team here. Zola, what do you make of this roster as they're kind of entering into this rebuild year?
Yeah, I think it's always going to be tough when you lose such an important player like Fair, obviously on Fnatic now, and we've seen plenty of him here in the CCT, but I think obviously they've now had to undergo some changes not only in the firepower but also in the cooling, so I think that's always going to be really, really tough. I think Kvem's a player that we've been watching kind of in the tier 2, tier 3 scene for quite some time. I remember the first time watching him back in 2021 on Run or Die, so I think this is a player that is still really young, still wanting to show his individual prowess, and to be honest, I think what he's brought to the table here at Passion UA has been that. We have had someone else kind of stepping up to the levels of Jambo. We have had someone else putting up high performances, but I think something that we do need to say is this Passion UA side, they have undergone some big roster changes, so I think we are going to have to still give them a couple weeks, couple months till we can actually see what they do have to offer. But look, I'm excited to see how they play through, because they've always been such an exciting side to watch.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I think I'm in a similar boat. I think this team, it has got a lot of promise. I feel like they're honestly in a much, much better spot than Zero Tenacity, who we're obviously going to get into in a little bit. And I think it is just sort of working out some of those minor factors that do come with bringing in a couple of new talents that we're eventually, in maybe a month or two, hopefully going to get to see this team in their final form and get to see where they fully do progress too. But I think on the other side of things for Zero Tenacity, I don't know, maybe you boys are going to disagree with me. I think this team's in a much more difficult spot. Look, I said at the end of last year, I think something's got to change in this team, whatever it is. Not necessarily in the roster department, but there has to be some changes coming into 2025, because it looked like they stagnated quite a bit towards the end of last year and dropped off even more substantially. And I'm still not fully convinced by the results that we're seeing. I mean, VRS rankings now, these guys are super low in comparison to where this team should be looking at. They're sort of 86th in the world there. They have to have a lot more, and sadly, the results aren't exactly backing that up.
Yeah. I mean, they're looking to gain those results here. Crucially, I think that's what they're kind of gunning for at the moment here, and with how closely contested these rosters were last year. You're trying to resurge and bounce back here for both these teams, kind of, and become more of a namesake in tier 2, which is going to be a pretty big goal for this squad, for both of these squads rather. But we'll take a look at the vetoes here and see what sort of battleground we're going to be playing out on here. I think that's important, looking at these rosters here and the comfort territory of these two teams here. Not too interested in Nuke for the side of Zero Tenacity, and then of course you're going to see that ban coming through from Ancient as well from the side of Zero Tenacity rather, and then Passion UA banning out Nuke there as anticipated there. Zola, what are your expectations here for starting off this series?
Look, I think we're going to be seeing a bit of scrappy CS, and obviously kind of questioning, well, where's that coming from, Fred? But it's the fact that Passion UA's best map that they have gravitated towards so heavily with this new roster has been Ancient, and the fact that what we know that Zero Tenacity have to offer on Nuke leads to such a weird finish when it comes to the vetoes, because we see Zero Tenacity pick Inferno. It's a map they look pretty decent on. Passion UA haven't played too much of it, but as Charlie said, this Zero Tenacity side aren't that kind of polished product of what we saw throughout the whole of last year and the year beforehand. And I think they proved quite heavily that grinding out officials, playing all these games was really vital for them. But it seems as though they've kind of hit a brick wall. They really have kind of stagnated. And I think when it comes to this, the first veto, the best teams maps kind of being vetoed from the start, it makes it quite interesting to see where this has gone. Obviously, Mirage picked by Passion UA. I think we understand why. It's a weak map for ZT. Obviously, we did see Zero Tenacity best 500 on it very recently. That was their kind of final game, the progressive game to the playoffs. And that was a very dominant one, in fact. That was a 13-3 for Zero Tenacity. So maybe Passion UA haven't really done the kind of true digging of what Mirage could pose for them. But look, Anubis to end things off, I think it's pretty fair. I don't think either team have been great on Anubis right now. Passion UA, 33% win rate, 6 maps. Zero Tenacity, 50% win rate across 18 maps. The only reason I say it's not the best for Zero Tenacity is they were a team that would have 60, 70 maps played on Anubis in the last 3 months, and they'd have about an 80% win rate. So I think what I'm saying about Zero Tenacity isn't about kind of how they fare against these teams, but it's more about kind of putting them against their old selves, I guess you could say. And it's only a year ago, but I feel like Zero Tenacity have fallen a bit flat.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the head-to-head here and, see these two going up against each other here. Obviously, Jambo, a big presence in the server with the AWP, and what he brings to the table has been very explosive. I think definitely one of my kind of surprises of last year in terms of the consistency in which he was able to bring with this roster. I mean, just always super impressive in the tier 2 space there. And then, of course, Nemanja on the other end of things here. A guy that not only can bring through some big-time calls, but, gets his squad through with a lot of reps. And his rifle presence still remains strong there. Obviously not in those peaks like we saw last year. Maybe that's, kind of the reason we do see Zero Tenacity with some small drop-offs heading into 2025, but I will say, this was a very clean Swiss stage for this squad. He was a big reason as to why they mopped up the Swiss stage for this team, and if this is the event that can kind of spark back some of the, action that he was able to bring here, that's going to be an excellent sign. I mean, one of the victories that they picked up was a pretty one-sided victory over 500 in that Swiss stage, so there's a lot of excitement around getting him in even better form here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be hopefully the start of some big things to come for Zero Tenacity, because, I was pretty underwhelmed with probably sort of the last 6 months, if I'm being honest, but Nemanja being in the head-to-head is never going to be a surprise. I think regardless of what form or iteration of Zero Tenacity we're talking about, he's always going to be the one spearheading this team forward. And like you said, we've seen a little bit of a drop-off from him individually, but he's still the main man on Zero Tenacity, and it is very noticeable when he is absent, and it feels like that's where you see a lot of Zero Tenacity's losses. He does need to have a big game today, because I think on the flip side of things, when you do have someone like Jambo to contend with, and Jambo certainly not being the only person who can have some massive moments, you've got your Gavem, Jacasmo as well. These are two guys that I'm looking at sort of in Jambo's presence, or sort of in his disappearance potentially. This is where these two can step up, and they really do start to make up for some of the loss of firepower that Jambo potentially could give up if he's not having a great game. But if all three of them can play well at the same time, which does happen on occasion, there's not many teams that I feel like can stop Passion away when they're in that stage, really. So I think it's good head-to-head, but I think Nemanja definitely has a lot more weight on his shoulders.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Right, I mean, I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure here to continue the firepower, continue the rifling here. I want to see how the op head-to-head works out for Jambo, right? Because when you talk about the other end of the server for him, Brute Monster going to be dealing some fights up against his opping presence. And again, Brute, I think last year was super consistent on some of the shots that he was connecting. I didn't think he was really an opper that was able to, miss all that often. So when you're walking into his crosshair, you're usually coming up on top there. But looking at the map pool here and how things start off, it's going to be really interesting to see a team like Zero Tenacity, who oftentimes really don't pick into Inferno all that often, start off on that map here, and for that head-to-head have to start off on that T side of Inferno. Could create some challenges there. Jambo going to look to exploit those out of the gates for a Passion UA squad that's looking to get some reps on Inferno here successfully.
Yeah, obviously the only 2 times they've played it in the last 3 months, both have been losses. Look, I want to talk about the recent form of Passion UA. They've been getting continual kind of tournament invites here in the CCT, getting their way to playoffs. Series 16 knocked out 2-0 by Sinners. Series 17, they got to the quarterfinals, but lost 2-0 to Ents. In Series 18, lost 2-1 to Gun 5. They lost 2-0 to BC Game in the quarterfinals of Series 19. I think when you look at it like that, okay, yes, Passion UA, they have upset some teams among, in those round of 16 games, but this isn't the Passion UA that I think we all remember. This isn't the side that were kind of making waves and breaking their way into these kind of bigger events and really upsetting some opponents. I think we do have to say, not only have we seen a bit of a drop-off in form from Zero Tenacity, Passion UA are nowhere near where they were. I think, we can say, oh, they're going to have some challenges with these roster changes, but it's clear that they are still lacking in that kind of killer threat that they once had.
I do agree with that in terms of I do think Passion UA are also struggling a little bit for form. But the only thing I have in sort of comparison to Zero Tenacity, it does feel like there is an understandable reason as to why.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It does feel like they have made 2 roster changes. They've taken out 40% of their team and added new players into the mix. And that just naturally is going to cause a bit of turmoil from time to time and definitely make things maybe a little slower to get off the mark. Whereas I do think for Zero Tenacity, I don't know, maybe I'm looking too deep into the Inferno pick as well, but even that screams as a punish pick. And if that's the case, I do think Zero Tenacity, a team who always we were seeing pick Anubis, they're playing to their own strengths, and now it feels like we're seeing them lean into their opponent's weaknesses a little bit more. It does, for me at least, feel a little bit like this team knows that they're not as big favorites on their map selections that they used to be, and it feels like this 5-man roster, I do think we're starting to see a bit of a sell-by date on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think if you're talking about the interest here in Passion UA with the roster changes, it's a big deal that you talk about the identity of this team in 2024 being really built up by Fear. There's so much credit to him in terms of the very explosive and decisive nature of Passion UA in that last year, right? They were so exciting. The way that they could work a map there and just dominate the control in all facets was a big deal. But we'll get to see here what the identity they bring to the table today is in this opening round matchup here, guys. Feel free to take it away.
Yeah, look, Inferno, the last time that we got to see Zero Tenacity on Inferno, we saw Simka light up the server to levels we have yet to see from him. It's as an individual game, it is his record-breaking match, a 2.79 rating. He got back-to-back aces, Charlie, pistol round, and then, obviously, the subsequent. So, I think when it comes to Namana, maybe the fact that when he's not fragging, there's not always an outlet. I think if Simka can provide that same level of form, I don't think Zero Tenacity are going to be too worried. But Namana was the one to get himself on the score sheet early on. Jacasmo can get the pick back, and with this smoke towards long, Jambo now cautioned as to whether to go through it or to fall back, but he's opted for the former. Yoffa gets the trade, and now Kvem's under pressure. There's 3 players maneuvering their way up short. Kvem shows his hand, yet to find the kill. He's had opportunities. He will get the one and doubles down. Big trade from Brute Monster. Little does he know, though, Topa's on the flank.
Yeah, Topa can get really close into this bomb site. And Brute Monster's got to be how aware is he? What's the timing going to look like for him? Has been spotted, but Brute Monster now got this intel, and the fight comes through, but Topa is the one to come out and take it. And a massive round from Passion UA stolen away from Zero Tenacity there. I mean, every moment felt like it was going in Zero Tenacity's favor. You look at the top banana fight, the flashes were super poor, and the Mana wasn't blinded by any of them. He was the one favored in all those gunfights. Very lucky that they at least went 1-for-1 there, because that could have easily been Namana finding both kills due to the flashes being weak, and then looking to open up that B-bomb site. Kvem as well on A. The double kill before going down is huge, but it is Topa's massively quick flank that turns the tides there. Or, I mean, it's tense stuff already, but this is what we wanted for one of these round of 16 games.
Yeah, definitely. Look, we got 2 AKs in play. Brute Monster able to afford one with the 2 kills. The bomb plant possibility, but Namana's been dropped one over by Kyofo. Yeah, I think it's interesting because we see the fights from Kvem, and let's be honest, Charlie, he had many moments to get that opening kill. He had, possibilities to isolate the fight. It seemed where he least was likely to get the kills, that's when he started to frag. But Namana, he's lost that AK. AVN could go searching for it. It is Simka, in fact, to be wielding. Top is still here towards top banana. Flashbang. Nicely thrown. Trying to back away. Topa successfully evacuating the clutches of Simka's AK. It's quite obvious here that Zero Tenacity have got a lot of eggs here towards top banana, so they are going to be backing away. Might look for an avenue elsewhere, but the disciplined nature from Passion UA on the A-bomb site kind of negates any indication. You know, if we had control of apartments, if we had control of brackets, this is where Passion UA can easily say, look, it's going to be this B play, it's going to be this continuance, maybe rotate a player over, but still, no utility for Passion UA, no defuse kit. To me, if we see Zero Tenacity close out this bomb site quite cleanly, Passion UA might just have to look to save, but Kyofo, Deagle no armor, Kvem's shown his position. Jambo finding Kyofo poses many problems.
It's a reposition from AVN as well. He needs this long setup to work. Brute Monster can find one. Is he ready for Zero fixing the bomb site? Apparently so. But caught switching weapons. AVN falls. Brute Monster triples, but 14 seconds on the clock. Bomb still needs to be retrieved.
Ooh, nice shot that.
Great shots. I just don't think he's going to have time. Switches to the bomb.
He's got it. Oh, it's crazy. It's a Brute Monster Topper 1v1 once again. Drops the smoke. Spots him out, but Topper finds. Back-to-back 1v1s for Topper. Brute Monster somehow gets 4 there. I think once he took that fight onto the player in library, I didn't think he'd have enough time to get the plant off, but he makes it happen. And again, Charlie, this has got to be a reinvestment from Zero Tenacity. They get the bomb down, they get 4 kills. But Brute Monster, what a start there.
I mean, that's the thing. They actually put themselves in a little bit of a weird spot now where I actually think they've got the choice to eco if they want to. Just due to the fact that there was the bomb plant, they might be able to justify not going for it. And yeah, they pretty easily can if they don't want. They can go for a bit of a heavier half-bite rather than actually needing to fully commit for the force. So it's going to be down to them. But Brute Monster is at least bringing out the AK. We certainly can see just still weaker weapons around this, rather than it being the full investment, and still keep things competitive on the side of Passion UA. And that is what we're going to see. So, look, they could have full bought, I just think with the bomb plant extra, you just guarantee yourself such a good buy in the next. I just don't think you really need to risk it if you don't want, while also giving yourself a bit of a chance in this round. But I like that Brute Monster's going for the hero AK. Look, he's looking pretty sharp with the rifle, so certainly go for it.
Well, look, for me, I think the main reason they might have looked to force, and probably could have looked to force, is the basis that there was just one survivor again. You can look at the finances for Passion UA, you can look at the buy now. There's still no defuse kit, there's limited utility, there's weaker weapons on Jacasmo and Zerafix. This could have been Zero Tenacity's kind of way back in, but the flashbang's good. Brute Monster AVN playing in front of it, though, so Jacasmo, the lone defender. Topper does get a pick beforehand. Jacasmo can be systematically spamming through said smoke, but nothing connecting. So a 4-on-4 here, though. Brute Monster still wielding the AK, surely to be switched across, although his teammate doesn't have armor. He's only on 3 HP, so one bullet would do the damage itself. Man advantage now, though, for Passion UA. There's an HE grenade on Kvem, so Brute Monster's got to be cautious, he's got to be careful, but Simka now, with a lot of weight on his shoulders in this post plant.
Yeah, so much pressure on him, so much pressure on AVN. If Brute Monster can sneakily find one, that would be big. I think AVN might have been spotted, but the flashbang comes through. AVN only able to find one. Simka does get one back, but at the cost of so much damage. The time is ticking. Simka peeks on out, and it's all on Brute Monster in the pool, but there's no time. Unless there's a kit that can be retrieved, which there isn't. Brute Monster doesn't connect the bullet with the deagle just yet. Peeks on out. Then will go down to the bomb. And it's a round for Zero Tenacity just with the weaker weapons, and still only one survivor for Passion UA, so they can get at least an AK, or sorry, rifle into that round. Able to bring out another, but you can see it is sort of scraps alongside the 2 M4s.
Well, look, I said Zero Tenacity would have had an opportunity if they went for the full buy. The fact they did half buy and still get the round is going to be so valuable for them. Okay, yeah, there's no survivors, but it doesn't matter. They've got, 4 AKs, full utility. So I think it's perfect here for Zero Tenacity. It's kind of hedging their bets. Look, we've got a strong enough buy to win a round, but even if we lose, we can get a buy. For Passion UA, a lot of difficulties to be seen. They've opted for a quad B setup, which could work quite nicely, but the utility here from Zero Tenacity will keep the Passion UA defenders at bay for now.
It's just this one-man hold towards long from Kvem. If AVN dares risks taking that fight, could open up so much space, but it could be this re-aggression with one flashbang. But I say one flashbang, the flash doesn't come through. There wasn't a flash thrown, just the raw fighting, and It pays off in a 3-on-3, and the bomb has to back away. Brute Monster can't give this up.
Yeah, look, Banana's been taken, but the problem is a bomb site very poorly defended. Kvem's been spotted. Brute Monster finds him. And now this is where Jacasmo and Zerafix, they've got a real problem. It is just going to be the save.
I honestly think Zero Tenacity, more in particular Brute Monster, they're in a strange situation where you're playing superbly with the rifle right now. You kind of probably shouldn't bring out the AWP, even if you will have the finances for it. Because we see a lot of time, sort of these AWPers who do have a really good game start off really well with the rifle. They bring out the AWP, and that they just slow down massively. They don't necessarily have a bad game from there on out, but it's just significantly slower. Whereas the momentum that he has from the rifle right now, the sort of space that he can be taken, is so much more freeing than it is with that sniper in hand. So yeah, I wouldn't mind just seeing Brute Monster stick with this gun for as long as possible, really.
Yeah, look, it's the T side of Inferno. Obviously, we talk about Inferno being a map where AWPers can struggle, especially on that T side. So I think with the current form of Brute Monster, I think, you know, why take that risk? Why, you know, opt to bring out the AWP when not only the AK is cheaper, but such a formidable weapon in his hands? He's 7-3. He's leading the lines. He's got the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined. You know, this is where you don't really want to be kind of dropping Brute Monster onto the AWP and kind of less in the action. Again, it is this half-buy for Passion UA. I've got to say, though, they've over-invested. You look at Kvem, you look at Jambo, you look at Topper. These are players that might struggle to invest in the next. And with this double apartments take here, AVN, he takes down a teammate, but will find Zerafix in the process. A worthy trade.
Jambo on long, just with this deagle, flashbang does come through. Jambo, perfect crosshair placement. Brute Monster going for the spam, gives up his location. Jambo just needs to click and he finds it. Namana has taken this space, so we'll be able to find Jambo, so probably aren't going to see any sort of madness. But I say that as we see the swing in middle from Namana, but so much damage has been dealt, that is going to have to instantly be the save for Jacasmo, and Topper probably going to want to pick up a rifle before doing the same thing himself.
Yeah, look, I think for Passion UA, keeping 2 rifles is important. Keeping kind of Jacasmo alive with the kit, massively important. But I quite like this from Passion UA. Although they have been chipped away at, they realise, well, look, we've got a casualty again here from Namana in top mid. We could try and take another weapon out of the hands and really upset the finances of Zero Tenacity, but soon realising the bomb radius on Inferno is not to mess with. And AVN, guess he finds that out himself. I guess we'll find out the answer of whether we will see Brute Monster on the AWP, but there it is. Okay, Simka's dropped one across. Bringing out the big green here. Look, I think it certainly can work. I think with the finances of Passion not perfect, we won't see an AWP in their hands, so it is an advantage that Zero Tenacity have. Either way, though, you know, it could be a massive helping hand, could be a real hindrance. I guess that's something we'll find out.
Yeah, I wonder if they're questioning if Jambo's going to be on an AWP this round and they want to try that Brute Monster to shut him down. But yeah, you mentioned how finance is slightly mismanaged. Maybe they could have with a safety weapon as well, but not the case anymore. So it's just going to be the rifles for Passion UA as they've got the boosted Brute Monster up. But Banana has been taken by the T's and they're slowly going to be finding out now.
It's this retake utility. Brute Monster still here towards ramp. I believe he was retrieving the bomb. Oh, all of this has been given away. All this information. The flash is deep, though. The flash blinds Simka, yet he thought he was playing anti-flash. The Molly going to force Jambo forward. He can find Namada. 2-man advantage currently. It could be a third as AVN has been chipped away at so heavily. Passion UA, they've taken this control of Banana. They've taken 2 players as well. This is where the A defenders have to be very systematic with their approach. Just keep yourself tucked away. Don't show your hand, but Kyofo, he can find Kvem. Still a 2-on-2 as we've seen a rotating Jacasmo, but obviously the AWP Brute Monster can deal with it, and Zerafix on his own on the bomb site. Jambo, Zerafix might create a crossfire. Zerafix spotted, but can find Brute Monster. Zerafix gets himself a double. A 1 versus 2 now for Kyofo. The bomb to be retrieved. thought he tapped it. It is going to be the full stick, but the CTs are creeping closer. Kyofo under lots of pressure here. Found by Jambo. Up can be saved. Passion Yue. They level things up, and with the finances of Zero Tenacity not perfect, could be an interesting kind of continuance here of this first half.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ideas that I like from Zero Tenacity. I like the idea that you try to flash in Kyofo when you expect the CTs to go to push instead. A couple of things. One, Kyofo peeks even before the flash comes through. I mean, look, he did peek fully blinded, but if he did at least wait for that flash, we would have at least ended up seeing the CTs fully blinded as well. There's a couple of ideas that didn't get executed as perfectly as they should have done, but considering it's a 5 versus 3, they've also did that 3-on-3 temporarily, but it was just zero fix on the bomb site with such a stronghold that wiped out any chances. And instantly, ZT forced onto the Glocks. So Passion UA should be able to reclaim their lead here.
Look, Charlie, this is both teams' preferred side, so I think Zero Tenacity, if they can get 6-0 on the T side, I don't think they'll be disappointed on the basis that we have seen a real struggle out of Passion UA on their T side. Obviously, that's only from the last couple of months. We do know that there is some difficulties. That's the second team kill that we've seen in the last 3 rounds. Nice setup there from Topper and Jackasmo. Passion UA, 5 survivors. Money on the rise. And victory. Certainly a possibility here. Passion UA. I think if they can take Zero Tenacity map pick of Inferno, I think we'll be asking so many questions. And I think the big one that you've already pointed out is, why have Zero Tenacity not picked Anubis?
I mean, that's the thing. They've been a lot less confident in terms of picking Anubis for a while now. And their Inferno isn't exactly great. I mean, Train was a map that could have been picked by them. It's a map that they've got decent win rate. It's a map that Passion UA, again, haven't looked great on. 2 games played, 2 losses, very similar to Inferno. But, yeah, it's an interesting one. I think ZT maybe have a bit of an identity crisis when it comes to their vetoes and their map pool right now. So it might be something that they need to dive into and try to sort out in the next sort of couple of weeks or so. But still very early doors on Inferno. A lot more action to be had. But Topper holding an aggressive stance towards Banana, maybe looking to creep closer after he knows that they're towards top Banana at least. But in fact, just gonna be swinging off the Jambo seemingly. Doesn't work out on this occasion though. Namana does find the kill. Jacasmo holds 1, but Brute Monster there for the trade, and the reposition from Jambo and his AWP is going to get mollied off. But he goes forward in front of it, and certainly has regretted that decision as Simka finds.
Yeah, look, I think for Jambo in that decision, it's clear that he wants to try and take a fight. Realizes that the AWP's probably posted up, and then that Molotov just seals his fate. Zero Tenacity though, they bounce back quite nicely. Look, I think we've got to say, Zero Tenacity were a team that adopted Anubis into their map pool so early on, and obviously it's been kind of in pro play for now the better part of 2.5 years, I want to say, and I think it's now gotten to a point where it's no longer Zero Tenacity's gimmick. It has been adopted into every team's map pool, and a vast majority of the time, it's one of teams' favoured maps. So I think maybe we could say that Anubis is no longer their major strength, potentially on the basis that teams now, they are so well drilled on that map. You know, they are so well, kind of, so comfortable on that map, and I think maybe Zero Tenacity feel as though their kind of greatest strength is no longer theirs, on the basis that everyone has gotten so good at the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things to, I think, for these teams to dive into and potentially decide what they want to do from there. But round number 9 is going to be live now, and going to have both teams on the AWP at the same time, both teams full weapons in play. But, I mean, I wasn't even particularly convinced by the last execute from Zero Tenacity. I just don't think it was defended particularly well from Zero Tenacity. Sorry, from Passion UA. I think they tried to get Topper sent in. He sort of just went to his death. A couple of fights given up. Wasn't a lot of team play in it. But Topper, great moment here. Topper's done great to find these opening kills in this game so far. And Jambo's double shuts down any potential trades towards A.
I think the biggest question to ask is, how has Topper been able to get that first kill onto Namana? Should never happen. AVN, though, he gets the double towards brackets, breaks down the defense, but Kvem, quick and boiler, can get the eventual trade, can save the AWP, and Passion UA, an important round for them to win. But we see that kind of fight towards top Banana. Namana just swinging on his own. Obviously, the Molotov kind of forces him forward, but it just seems like Zero Tenacity, and some of the kills that they're giving away, it just seems far too easy for Passion UA.
I mean, Topper has had some monstrous moments in terms of finding these opening kills this game so far. I think that's his 4th round now where he's found an opening kill. I think he's the only person on Passion UA to do so at all. So a lot of their early successes are coming through Topper. And he's been a bit of a demon through some of these smokes as well. There's been a couple of kills found through smokes to a bit of an absurd level, really. But neither team really wanted to give up the game plan just yet, as neck and neck in the early portions of Inferno, but this could be the round. This could be the straw that breaks the camel's back, as Zero Tenacity do falter here, though his money is already a bit awkward and will only get worse if they fail. Flashbangs surely going to be lined up, have been sent in, but Jacasmo's position is good enough to find one. More players. Do they risk going? Not just yet, at least.
Jacasmo could be sent in here now. Jambo's got a flash. They do still have 2 Molotovs. They could deal with this banana pressure from Zero Tenacity quite comfortably. Obviously, Zero Tenacity have backed away. They're going to make their way towards the A bomb site, but we are going to be seeing a rotating in top as Zerafix. It's just currently jiggling. Room Monster may opt to take this space, but with the smoke down, Zerafix does back away. I think a lot of these types of moments have been fairly obvious from Zero Tenacity. They give up control towards Banana. So, Passion UA straight away just rotate a player over.
Yeah. A bit of mismanagement there with the smokes. 2 smokes thrown towards apartments from Passion UA. So, they might be able to delay for a little bit longer if not done, but the execute is going to come through now. The spam from AVN's perfect, taking down Topper.
They've spotted out.
Kvem with a double Zerafix on the bomb site as well, finds the player towards long. And it's all on Kyofo, just trapped in pit. Zerafix doesn't even need to give up his life.
No, but he wants the glory, and he does get it. Nice find there from Zerafix. Yeah, it's just the fact that Kvem can find 2 that... Obviously, they're not the hardest kills. It's only 65 damage to acquire the kills, but either way... Passion UA, they find their 6th. Zero Tenacity on an eco. Passion UA can find 7 here quite comfortably. And I think for Zero Tenacity, obviously, we know that Inferno and Mirage are both maps that these teams have had weaknesses on, and it's not been perfect. But I think if Zero Tenacity do lose here on Inferno, Passion UA certainly can take it on Mirage. And I think that's where we make an argument of, look, Zero Tenacity, yes, okay, we understand your nukes, you know, your opponent's insta-ban, and that is generally their best map, but it's the fact that they might not even get to play Anubis in this series.
Yeah, I'd be interested if that is the case, and if Passion UA continue some of the successes, then I think there will be some worrying signs. But up against the eco now, this should be their 7th. Another kill through a smoke, of course, that's how Passion UA do it. Being insane at finding some of these, but Kyofo's Glop finds Kvem as the lack of head armor seemingly haunts him a bit there, but a 4-on-4, there has been a weapon retrieve, but honestly, it is kind of, damage isn't really going to matter. Money's going to be at a good enough spot for Passion UA that they can get an investment out anyway. You don't really want to give too much chance to Zero Tenacity, which is what is happening. This is an eco, remember, and somehow we are in a 2-on-2. Topper is being brought down low. There is a real chance of this eco successful. Kyofo is the only real player to watch out for. He is the rifle. And he's now gone, but look at the HP of the remaining players, 11 and 28.
Yeah, real possibility there. Look, Passion UA, you do find your 7th, but it gets a bit ugly. Obviously, finances aren't going to be the biggest of their problems. The bomb plant is key. It will allow for perfect utility, a good enough investment from Zero Tenacity, but Yeah, far too many casualties. I think the fact that Zero Tenacity, there was an argument in there that they could have won that round is ridiculous. It was kind of Glocks and that was it.
Yeah, the fact that there was next to nothing invested, honestly, there might have been nothing invested at all from Zero Tenacity, and they got that competitive. Yeah, that's not a great look, but it's still around, and that's the most important thing. Regardless of how you win the eco, at least you do eventually go on to best it.
Yeah, I imagine Pashue will just dust off the disappointment. I don't think they'll be too bothered by it. Look, it's still a round victory. I think you have rounds like that that go against you that you lose that you can really talk about, but they were still victorious there. And obviously it's not going to kind of have any economical damage. They've still got a perfect buy. They've got, you know, perfect weapons, perfect util. So, you know, it's not the end of the world. I think if a round like that occurred a little earlier on in a game or in a half, then we definitely say the financial damages it might incur. But look, Pashue, it's not really a problem.
And it's the final round of the half here. Massive one for Zero Tenacity to win. It does feel like things start to get a little bit dicey if Pashue going to find 8 rounds in the first half on a map that they've showed very little successes on recently. Jagasmo on a bit of an off angle, dodging the flashbang, but only a little bit of damage could be dealt to Simka, and no kill actually found.
Jambo looks hungry here. Looks as though he wants to take a bit of a fight. Brute Monster is just holding for this, but Jambo. The lack of information here for Pashue is a bit of a problem, and I think Namana's just going to head towards B to sell a bit of presence. Brute Monster, great kill there onto Jambo. Zero Tenacity, they should be able to find their 5th quite comfortably. There's 20 seconds left, though. If Kvem gets this kill, this is the bomb carrier. Missed shots from Kvem, though, initially, and it allows AVN to rotate in. Topper and Zerafix all that remain, but with the bomb to be planted now. Low expectations here out of Zerafix and Topper, but we'll get the first in Simka. Namana posted up with the AWP can take down Zerafix, and Topper 1v4. ZT will end this half with 5.
Yeah, no chance Topper's going to go on to win this. Just got to sort of wait out the smoke. But 5 players to contend with, or 4 players to contend with, sorry. The fact that no one's going to need to rotate out of the bomb site as well. 1 kill's found from Topper, but it is that 7-5 like you said. So ZT do salvage that final round to bring the scoreline a little bit closer.
Yeah, look, I think what we do have to say, though, is Pashue, they won the pistol, they won the force. It was that half buy that kind of brought Zero Tenacity back on the board. I think Zero Tenacity would have felt a little bit in control there. It was 3-2, it kind of got 4-4. The fact that Pashue get those 3 rounds in a row is vital for them. I think there certainly could have been a world in which Zero Tenacity might have ended the half, you know, maybe with 7-8 rounds themselves. But the fact that Pashue have got the lead here, the pistol round could pose some problems for ZT. As I mentioned, Zero Tenacity CT side hasn't been everything, has it?
No. No, not at all. But, look, we haven't got a huge sample size to talk about from Pashue. So they certainly could cause a couple of surprises against us, perhaps. Maybe have a little bit more to show than we fully gave them credit for when we first saw these vetoes.
Well, look, they've only played it twice in the last 2 months. They played it the other day against 500, lost 13-8. The last time we saw them play, that it was back in January against Sinners, and that was a 13-9 loss. So it's clear that Pashue, they don't love Inferno, but let's see what we have to offer. Brute Monster in an excellent position. The problem is too many casualties have occurred alongside him. Dinked him pit, down to 3 HP. They need to now deal with AVM, but Topper, he can find Brute Monster beforehand, but the next target has toppled. And Namana in a 1 versus 3. Pashue, this should be a very promising pistol round for them. This is where Jambo's got to hold his nerve. No need to fight from Jambo. He's offering up a 1v1, but he's confident. And with the outcome of the fight going his way, you can see why. You just have to look at the kills, Charlie. Jambo's 13 and 8. Topper with 13 as well. Kvem not too far behind with 10. The top performers, Brute Monster on Zero Tenacity, yet Namana is lacking. He is missing. He's 6 and 12. Simka, last time I got to see you on Inferno, you posed your best HLTV rating. But close to his worst. He's currently 3 and 11. You know, this is not how Zero Tenacity expected this game to go, is it?
No, I mean, definitely not. Brute Monster gave a lot of the early successes to Zero Tenacity, and it's always going to be tough for him to keep up that sort of level of momentum. But he's done enough to sort of hopefully bring a couple of other players into the game, but it's just not been as much as we wanted. But don't get me wrong, both pistol rounds certainly have helped Passion UA on this occasion, but they should be primed to get 9 rounds on the board. Just be spotted. Yeah, Jacasmo wants to farm some kills with that Mac. Not either one.
Yeah, Topper's nade kind of stole one away there. Look, I think if Passion UA, this next gun round is going to be so important because if they get themselves 10, it's expected there will be against a half by maybe 11, and that's what we're saying, 11 to 5. Look, let's pack things up. Let's head to Mirage. Inferno probably finished. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Zero Tenacity now, and I think the only question they're going to be asking themselves is, look, why have we picked Inferno, guys? What did we do with the vetoes? We picked this map. This was meant to be our strength. We were kind of counterbalancing our opponent's weaknesses, and we've got nothing to gain from it. We could have picked Train. That would have been a far better decision. Anubis probably would have been as well. And I think if we do see Passion UA lose here, if we see Zero Tenacity lose here, we're going to be saying, what was the reason for this? But Glass Cannon on Brute Monster, and he shatters Topper's chances of getting any kills in this one as a nice early frag.
Was supposed to up flashbangs, great, but the timing shot's just as good. Jacasmo will get the trade, but Joffo there to silence him before he can back away into safety once again. So Jambo anchor them in a 2 versus 4.
The biggest problem as well is that that's the bomb dropped. You know, they're going to have to use a lot of utility just to retain control once again of the bomb. And it's kind of cornholed Passion UA into making their way on the A-bomb site. Not to say they wouldn't have that decision anyway, but spotted out one. They dropped the molly at his feet. How have we seen the escape route there? Fighting forward though. A lot of pressure on AVN. Just kind of a bit of a bright light there. A moss to a flame. Passion UA, they were so fixated with AVN that not realizing we've got other rotators in Simka and Namana. Quite like this play from Jambo, utilising the smoke as a bit of a safety net. 27 seconds now, Jambo questioning where has Namana slipped away to? Surely he couldn't have made his way all the way here in CT. But no, Namana residing and finding. Zero Tenacity, they do silence any form of a streak that Passion UA would be hoping for. No warp save though, Brute Monster. We saw successes from him on that CT side. It was a nice double kill. I think the first, well fought. The second, quite fortunate.
Yeah, really good decision there as well to send Simka towards short to get all the information. And Namana realising that something's wrong here, just backs away into CT, and Jambo considers clearing library long as well, but not ready for someone to be that deep towards CT. So massively important round for ZT to win. Passion UA with their buyback consists of a Galil and a Tech 9 alongside the AK. So this could be the chance for Zero Tenacity and the chance that they need.
The thing is though, we're talking about Zero Tenacity, it being the chance they might need. They should be dominating here. This is a map that Passion UA barely play. This is Zero Tenacity's decision. This is their map pick. And I think with the roster changes that we've seen from Passion UA, a kind of a new leader, a new fragger, this is where Zero Tenacity, they surely were the favourites coming into this game. And the fact that they're now needing this round to go their way, otherwise real difficulty could be seen in the series, is never a positive thing to talk about. Steps heard though, brackets taken from Passion UA, but they've not done it silently. AVN, tucked away on the bomb site, has got all this information. The biggest problem that is kind of posed to both teams is the utility is very poor. I like the idea of AVN. Spots out 3, in fact. But no kill found. Brute Monster, he's in a good position here. He needs to get at least 1. Not the cleanest of kills, but we'll find Jacasmo. Now can back away. The problem is AVN is very much out in the open from long. Kvem now charging his way up short. He's hearing the shots ring through from Mini Pit, but he finds AVN first. Brute Monster's double can keep this round alive, and he gets a third and a fourth. Brute Monster. Well, in fact, Kyofo stole that one away. Brute Monster was already on for the ace, but Zero Tenacity. Again, Charlie, they need a hero. They need someone to step up when things go wrong, and it's Brute Monster.
I mean, look how clean this looked initially for the tease, but it's the fact that Brute Monster just does it all alone. It looked a little bit like they were so convinced that Brute Monster was just going to go down that players' focuses were sort of drawn elsewhere. And then it allowed sort of a little bit of a staggered approach there. Jambo should have probably, I mean, obviously, you're never going to realize Brute Monster's going to be able to find 3 of your teammates pushing onto the bomb site. But yeah, the fact that he ends up being a little bit late to the party there doesn't help Passionue's chances, but all on Brute Monster, that round victory there.
I don't think he should have got the ace, really. He dealt a lot of the damage. Kyofo just stole it away. But yeah, great moment from Brute Monster. Banana's been taken here by Namana and Simcoe, and this should be easy identification that Passionue will make their way up to the A-bomb site. AVN can find Kvem. Passionue, best goal is, look, try and get a couple kills, but at least burn your opponent's utility. I've kind of lost that timing, you know, the frantic early moments where you can try and charge your way into a bomb site with Glocks. Now that the round is settled and space has been taken, Passionue expectations are very low here. Both players spotted and both shortly found.
Gamma gets wiped as well, so 5 survivors, Zero Tenacity. They're going to be up against the weapons again of Passionue, but they won the rounds that they needed to, and they've started to claw their way back into this one. Just one round separates these two teams. And Inferno certainly got more action ahead of it.
Yeah, look, I think the most painful thing for Passionue is they'll be able to kind of identify, look, we were in control, we were in the driver's seat, and if Zero Tenacity do go on to take Inferno and do go on to take the series, I think Passionue, we sat there thinking, look, what's gone wrong here? Okay, maybe we weren't kind of the best favourites when it comes to this map, but we had our chances. I love the idea from Brute Monster. They're never going to expect the AWP to be so aggressive. Jambo falling. Brute Monster spotted another. I don't realise Jacasmo's here is the question, and out in the open, Brute Monster found. I think he's a little too aggressive there, but speaking of aggression, Zerafix taking this space towards long. He finds Namana and Moto. And the round gets really difficult now. It's all on Kyofo. Kvem finds him. Bomb is dropped towards T-Ramp. Simca does have that going for him. But he's knife out. Surely not to expect Topper here. And Passionue will get themselves their 10th.
Topper sadly can't upgrade to that AK, just couldn't seemingly find exactly where it was, but thanks to the 5 survivors in the last round for Zero Tenacity, they're going to have no issues in terms of bringing out an investment in this one. Great initial kill from Brute Monster. There's a flashbang thrown in middle, though, towards his position. As soon as he goes for that re-aggression again, that catches him out, but Zero fix. Brilliant first towards long. It's the second into mini pit that impresses me the most. How quickly he's able to readjust towards that position and find that instant headshot.
Yeah, I think we do have to say, look, Topper, not usually a player that we see kind of this level of success from. But I think when you are having a game like this, it bodes a lot of confidence for the team. And especially on a map that you haven't looked so positive on, I think this is where in-game leaders can really thrive. We've seen him win 2 1v1s. That was to get them their first 2 rounds. You know, he's had big moments in the clutch. He's had big moments just in the rounds in general. But taking down an in-game leader 1v1 going the way of Namana, but we can understand that as Namana, a very, very good individual. Look, Charlie, you posed the question to Zero Tenacity. Maybe some changes are in order. Maybe something needs to, something's got to change. Obviously, this roster's been playing together for many years now. They've got great synergies and obviously rising their way through the ranks. But in the VRS rankings, they're not looking too great. What do you think's got to change here for Zero Tenacity?
Look, I don't know if there necessarily is going to need to be roster changes of the sort or something like that. But I think to say the very least, there needs to be some sort of structural changes, some sort of game plan ideas, because whatever they have been doing for the last however long is not being going great. Great position there from Jambo, but not able to make anything work from it. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fact in terms of what we do see in the future, whether we are actually going to directly see Zero Tenacity make changes. And I do love that they're clearly not wanting to do that. I think if they wanted to make changes, we probably would have seen them a few months ago now. During the player break, probably would have been a perfect time to do them. But the fact that we haven't, they clearly want to make things work. It just doesn't feel like they've actively done any work to actually change anything in the team just yet.
Well, look, I think you can just look back to their kind of time from 2023 to, the last 2 years has been really where Zero Tenacity have kind of had their rise to fame. And I think there's obviously been kind of peaks and troughs with that. We've seen kind of lulls in performance, lulls in kind of rating as well, HLTV rating that is. But it's clear that Zero Tenacity, they have really got a kind of a set 5 that they're wanting to keep. And I think you're right on the money. If there were to be a change, it would have already happened. But I think it's a question of, look, can this team make their way right to the top? And I think it's going to be difficult. It really is.
Nice initial kill from Simka here. And Passion Away, those opening kills that they're having a great job finding on the CT side there. A bit harder to come by now since being on this T side. With Banana being taken, surely it's only a matter of time before we see Namana rotate across.
Yeah, there it comes. I believe he's just dropped some utility there towards Ruins as well. Yoffo. I have a little bit of a look towards short. Nothing seen. Namana here to bolster up long, and I think he's just going to pivot off of Brute Monster's shot here. There it comes. All attention taken away from the rifle of Namana. Brute Monster does fall, and Namana realises, okay, well, I should just back away here. No need to take the heads-up fight. Simka's by my side now as well. I like the setups there. I really do. Brute Monster takes the fight. Namana swings. Brute Monster goes down. Namana backs away. Waits for Simka. There's kind of trading potential in all engagements there, which I really like. 10-10 now is the scoreline. Passion Away no longer in control, no longer feeling confident, and with a half buy incoming, Zero Tenacity could be the ones to take the lead.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity looking a lot more confident on the CT side. And Passion Away quite the opposite.
Well, look, we said this was going to be Passion Away's weaker side. They've really struggled with the T side in the past. Nice shot from Topper, but Brute Monster fixated on the angle. I think if AVM wasn't there in middle, we'd see the man advantage here for Zero Tenacity. So a slight misstep, but with that kill coming through as one of the A defenders, I think Passion Away have already identified, well, probably our best chance to hit towards A's now, but Namana's rotated in. Gyofo on the bomb site as well. And like dominoes, they topple. Very simple. Brute Monster third of the round. Brute Monster has really taken this game very nicely. 22-14 now. And we're having moments from players like Namana. Obviously, Namana was 6-12. He's now 16-14.
Brute Monster definitely did slow down towards the end of the T side, but sort of as soon as switching over to the CT, sort of felt like he got rejuvenated again.
Yeah, massively.
And just back to these winning ways. So great effort from him, and Topper's having a good game himself, but sadly, Brute Monster seemingly doing a little bit more, and that's been the difference maker for Zero Tenacity in these rounds. But Banana's found a lot of early success for Zero Tenacity. They are backing away just temporarily.
Yeah, a bit of exchange of utility here between Zero Tenacity and Passion Away. Nades chipping away at both Jambo and Namana. We will see the util land. The boosted position there to find the nade in CT. Heavily chips away at Namana. And now surely it repositions in order. Realising, look, I can't actually stay towards CT. They've got these nades. There's a possibility here for Passion Away massively. Currently the B-bomb site defended just by 1. This is where they are going to be leaning. Namana needs to be very cautious. He's done a lot of damage to Topper. A little bit to Jacasmo. Still surviving is Namana, in fact. We're going to be seeing potential for a 5-on-5 retake. With the utility pretty weak here for Passion Away, problems can be seen. Jacasmo sends that final smoke.
Yeah, Util's actually still pretty good for Zero Tenacity. Namana with a full belt. Smoke down towards Banana. He's going to drop a Molotov as well.
I love rounds like this. 5v5 retakes. Pure chaos about to occur.
Flashbang's not great there for AVN, so Topper's easily able to find. And Kavem backing him up as well, but a 4-on-4 as the CT start to encroach in onto the bomb site. So low HP Topper trapped towards Dark. Someone's got to get on the bomb soon. As the T's find so many kills quickly, but the team kill comes through as well. On the bomb is...
No time.
Not enough time. Simka was on the bomb there. As the swing comes through, but just too much time taken. And Zero Fix again with a double.
What was actually his teammate? I think it was his teammate that is killed.
Yeah, I think it was Jacasmo with 2. Maybe it was just Zero Fix that killed his teammate there. Not entirely sure what transpired towards Banana at the end, but huge performance. Yeah, with Jacasmo. Great double. Zero Fix under zero pressure. Just thought, I'll make it harder. Field.
Yeah. I want the 1v2. I want that going on my record.
Yeah, technically got it. So fair play to him, but huge round from Passion Away.
It's the fact that Zero Tenacity, it seems like they've got the idea, but as you said, the flashes weren't perfect. The fact that Topper takes down, I believe it was Namana or maybe AVN, swinging through CT, it shouldn't really be happening, but Passion Away, they find 11. This is the buy that changes it all. All 5 players dying. The money pretty even. Whoever loses this round is going to be fighting with scraps in the next. Round 23 will dictate this map and series. As said, though, I love a 5v5 retake. And I think we did get that chaos.
Do you?
No, I feel like... yeah, very rarely. I think the only times you ever get to see it is maybe on a map like Ancient, where... You know, we are seeing a lot of teams opt for a triple mid, double B, or kind of a double mid, triple B, where they leave the A-bomb site open. I think that's about it.
Or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Sort of fall buys not too often. Perfect time with the push through the flames. Topper and Kavem find the first 2, and ZT have no choice but to save. So, look, they are a bit lucky that it wasn't a bit closer where they're forced into attempting this one. Because if these weapons did go down, yeah, that probably seals the deal here on Inferno. But the fact that money isn't great for Passion Away, so they can't really go for a hunt, that we are going to need to see ZT end up saving this. But look at the buy that we're seeing from Passion Away. They won the last round, and you still have Topper on a D.
Yeah, not great at all. Look, you say that, it's not great. He drops the rifle just in case. But, yeah, the interesting thing is, right, I would have actually really liked to see a hunt here from Passion Away. I see no downside to it. Look, even if you lose 3 players, you're going to be getting a decent enough buy. If you take the AWP out of Brute Monster's hand, you take a rifle out of someone's hand, it's 1.9 loss bonus. I think this is the round that Passion Away have to play with a bit of ego. Because if
that's
they find
the issue,
just the
if
one...
you're not successful there, if you're sort of only saying we're willing to commit 3 players to this site here, we don't really have much util to be able to do sort of force a lot of players out. If we're only willing to commit 3 players and they beat you there, your buy is going to be hindered and you haven't done any damage to them. And that's where they are going to have this buy that you can see here, full util on sort of every player. You've got great rifles and you might be having 3 Galils at this point, maybe even someone taking even bigger a hit or something. It is a risk. There's not a lot of teams that want to seemingly take their risk. I can't blame them. I fully understand where you're coming from though, in terms of, yeah, sure, if you get these kills and you do it comfortably, you might be able to make your life so much easier in this final round here.
Even if it's just the one, just one kill would have changed it, because we saw FAMASs dropped across. There's 3 FAMASs in play because they've been dropped over by these surviving players. 1 kill would mean there's an MP9, maybe a dropped over 5-7, something like that.
Well, let's see how much work these FAMASs can do in this round. As final round of regulation, Passion Away could steal away Inferno here. The HE grenade do a nice bit of damage. The swing comes through from Namana, who will find 1 before going down. The nade should find Jambo, but it's just the 1.
AVN's in a good position. And with Kyofo and Apps, Kvem's surely going to go down, but it's a question of whether he can get a kill beforehand. Off angle from Kyofo. I think we're heading OT, Charlie. Look at the health of Jambo. What a start, though, to this round of 16 game. The fact that we could be seeing an overtime already.
Yeah, only chance I think Passion UA have is they've got to break into a bomb site, and they've got to break into it very cleanly.
Jambo spotted that there's another Molotov here.
This is quite a risk that they're going for here. They've got lurking Topper.
They know about Simka. Miss nade, though. I think what it's going to be is it's going to be a B exec, or a B fake, sorry. Try and draw a rotation, allow Topper to find a kill. Kyofo's now been spotted.
It's all on this gunfight.
Yeah, massively. There's no utility remaining on Zero Tenacity. Oh, missed AWP shot from Brute Monster. Now Topper can just hold. There's a molly that's going to be coming through. Topper can find him. It's all about dealing with Brute Monster. We might not be going to overtime after all. As the A bomb site taken, Topper's nade finds Brute Monster. Man advantage now for Passion UA. And this is the perfect round to have a bit of a lurk. Because they've opted for a fake. Brute Monster rotated just ever so slightly. And in doing so, it caused isolation onto Kyofo. Simka now. They need to hurry things along, Charlie. The bomb's halfway ticked, but they don't have a kit. And we're going to see Jambo maneuver his way back to short. Passion UA, you have every round, or every moment to take this round. Topper surely to get one. It's a 1 versus 3 for AVN. There's not enough time. It's already done, but Passion UA, they take their opponent's map pick. This is the risk of picking Inferno here. Zero Tenacity. You said they've had a bit of a map pool crisis, and it's already on display.
Madness that's how this game's transpired. That's how this game is gone. Topper, who was trailing behind Brute Monster in kills all the way through on that final round, it's the one to overtake him. And it's the round where Brute Monster, one missed shot. He didn't look like he was missing any of those in this game. A missed shot on a player not looking at him has really cost Zero Tenacity. It's forced Kyofo into an unwinnable situation. Then with Brute Monster going down to that nade, that 3-on-2 is played perfectly by Passion UA. Fred, I think there's a lot to break down there, and I think we're going to pass things over to Exner to try to manage what on earth went down on Inferno.
Well, thank you very much, man. What a finish coming through right there from the side of rather from the side of Passion UA, who just completely take over the server. I mean, I can't believe that's how it closes out. Such a difficult fashion, but this is the Passion UA right there that I did like to see in 2024. You know, that last round in particular, such snappy decision making coming through in the closing statement. I mean, very difficult spot to find yourself in, but as we highlighted in the veto, I mean, you guys mentioned it many times in the cast as well. It comes down to a lot of decision making here from Zero Tenacity, targeting Inferno here, pressing on a weakness of Passion UA instead of your strength. This is the first time that we've actually seen Zero Tenacity pick into Inferno here in 2025. They have always avoided it, constantly, you know, looking to challenge other maps. They have yet to pick this map here. This is the first time, and it ends up getting punished in a big way. They thought Passion UA were weak, and maybe it did lead to some messy Counter-Strike here on both ends, but it ends up just enough for Passion UA to close it out there in a big way. Defensive setups looked good overall here, despite a couple of you know, missteps on the B side, I would say. Offering up a little bit of struggle here for the most part. Their utility did look good. Came down to both camps being able to offer up a lot of firepower in between these two, and for the most part, I really liked what you know, the Zero Tenacity squad was bringing to the table in that sense, right? We talked about the Brute Monster rifling that he was able to do quite a bit in that first half. Just, you know, towards the tail end, both pistols converted for Passion UA. Big factor in this victory here for this squad, right? That's a complete game changer. Being able to escape some of the presence here that could have been the biggest problem for the side of Zero Tenacities. They end up being able to capitalize on a lot of big moments and coming through with a lot of effective retakes. This round, a big swing potential in terms of what they were able to do, and closing out the half strong for Zero Tenacity, I thought was going to be a good enough sign. Building up a CT side economy, which is something they were able to do, a good sign as well. but towards the tail end, running a little bit out of steam, running a little bit out of energy in terms of the closing statement. Has to be frustration fielded here for the side of Zero Tenacity. It didn't look like there was too many nerves coming through for this squad at the end of the map, but I imagine, you know, just the decision making here for the first time here this year, picking into Inferno up against a team that is weak on Inferno and not being rewarded with a map victory. You know, you have to question that call for Zero Tenacity. That being said, there is still a chance to bounce back. Not completely the end of the road here. We are going to see Mirage up next. A bit of a difficulty here for Zero Tenacity throughout the consistency this year, but looking to bounce back, it's what they need to lean on here. So we'll see if they're able to do that. We're going to be sending this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, Mirage. Hello everybody, welcome on back here. We just saw a bit of a tough end for Zero Tenacity there on Inferno. The way that it closes out, it looked like Passion UA were just able to muster up enough strength to finish the job right there. It's a big success for this team here. Obviously, not only is it kind of punishing the punish pick attempt from Zero Tenacity, but they do it in a very surprising way with like a tough conversion in a 3v4, capitalizing on some missed opportunities from Zero Tenacity. Now CMD, do you think that could potentially play into Mirage here, the kind of headspace that you could find yourself in after the way that things closed out for Zero Tenacity?
Honestly, I think it certainly could. I think the bigger thing will be just naturally losing the entirety of Inferno more so than necessarily the nature in terms of how they lost it. Don't get me wrong, that definitely should have gone to overtime. You see a lot of missed opportunities. I think maybe Brute Monster more specifically could potentially lose a bit of headspace due to that final round. It was his shot missed that could have completely turned the tides there. That could have been Topper going down. The other two players on Passion UA were in transition from B to A. We could have seen a very different look to that round just off of that one kill. So I certainly think it could impact Brute Monster a bit, and that's sort of a little bit dicey when Brute Monster felt like the only real player on Zero Tenacity who was able to put an output that was similar to some of the names on Passion UA, like Topper in particular. And the fact that you've still got a number of players on Passion UA who had a good game, just not as good as Topper, your Jambo, your Jacasmo, your Zerofix, these guys still who came alive, who will continue to do so on Mirage, I think there's a couple of worrying signs for Zero Tenacity going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zola, we look towards Mirage, right? And obviously there's a great opportunity for Passion UA to dunk this one on and seal this series up 2-0 and move on in the playoff run that they're gunning for here, trying to rise in 2025. Now, this was a map that they were so dominant on. You had the very dominant op presence that could be brought to the table, but I do feel like, you know, Fear back in the day brought a lot for this team here on how they were able to operate on these T sides. Do you think they're going to be able to keep up the same pace here? Do you think the individuals can get them through on this map?
Yeah, look, I think Mirage has been a map that we've seen, you know, good performances out from Passion UA. I think, obviously, if Topper's in that continual form, then I'd be very worried if I'm Zero Tenacity. Just on the basis, Topper, most opening kills. He got 7 opening kills for Passion UA. Obviously, won those back-to-back 1v1s at the start of the game. Best rating. Topper had great form, and I think on a map like Mirage that Passion UA have been a little bit better on, I think Zero Tenacity do have to be worried. Obviously, we can look to recent fixtures. Both of these teams beating a team like 500 quite recently is obviously very positive. You know, it's going to be good for confidence, especially with 500 being such a strong side. I've got to say, I think Mirage is going to be still that coin flip, still that similar conversation to Inferno. I think the only thing that's going to be helping Passion UA is them having a little bit more confidence than their opponents. But look, I think we could certainly see a 3-mapper. I think if it does go to Anubis, I think Zero Tenacity will maybe be favoured on that third and final. But look, Passion UA, you've taken your opponent's map pick. You're now on yours. Just make sure you don't make the same mistake Zero Tenacity did.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're kind of gunning for right now. I think out of this Mirage side of things here, again, you're still looking at this op head-to-head being a like big turn point for both of these rosters here. You're going to look towards the Brood Monster connections and seeing how he can open up rounds and the cohesion in between these two teams for Passion UA and these squads here. They're just so very familiar with each other. But we have good news. We'll be able to see this matchup once again, see how things shape up here. We'll see who's going to be coming out on top, if it's going to be Zero Tenacity fighting for their lives, or if Passion UA move forward. Fellas, take it away.
Look, I think the scary thing for Zero Tenacity is the fact that Passion UA are very prolific here on their T side. They look really good, nearly 60% win rate on their T side. So I think Passion UA, if they can, you know, have that similar strength, if they can continue with their pistol successes, I think Zero Tenacity have got to be quite worried. But bit of a slow play pistol from Passion UA. They drop the smoke in con, they drop the smoke in window, and leave Zero Tenacity guessing.
Yeah, Passion UA are lining up towards the A bomb site. It's a bit of a even split right now for CTs across the board. P250 of Jambo is actively searching towards CT to see if he can find Kyofo. CT's yet to rotate, starting to now. Brute Monster positions, going to comfortably find Kavem. T's alongside Kavem didn't really take a lot of space.
Yeah, look, they forced the player off CT, but Jambo's had many opportunities to find a pick here with the P250, just struggling to connect that bullet. And now Namana's rotated in. Passion UA, all of the attention taken away by Topper, yet no frags found with it. Bomb's gone down, round's over. Very limited damage even dealt there by Passion UA. A great pistol from Zero Tenacity. But what was the game plan from Passion UA?
Seemingly just to be able to take some kills, take jungle, and go on to win the round from there. But the issue is, really, for me, is you got Kvem that deep towards jungle. We haven't even seen players move from sandwich towards the bomb site. You're basically relying so much on Kvem then to take that control, so that you feel comfortable crossing and getting the bomb down. Look, the fact that Kvem's even there, you know no one's going to swing you directly. You've got Jambo posted towards CT with that PG-50. Take some space, look to get the bomb down. Just the eco here for the T side and an easy mop up for the CTs. It's just Brute Monsters the only one to take any damage, but no kills found from the T side, and a successful and a flawless first 2 rounds for ZT here.
Yeah, going to be the investment now from Passion UA. Rifles in play, utility's pretty decent. Brute Monster's got the AWP. Obviously, Brute Monster usually a highlight player here for Zero Tenacity. If they want to take their opponent's map pick, he's going to have to be a big highlight here. Volley down in mid. They send an HG grenade behind it. Some space taken towards top mid now. Flashbang over the top. Namana spamming will find Jambo. Opening kill going the way of Zero Tenacity now. And this is where Passion UA might feel that this mid control might not have much weight, because they've lost that pick. Space can be taken here from Kyofo if he decides to. Zimka's still just jump spotting. Ollie now towards under Zerafix. Oh, there's a nade alongside it as well. Zerafix has been chipped away at. This is going to be a really difficult
starting
round.
to feel that pressure. Maybe I'm not giving up any control towards short, just still actively searching if anyone is going to be there. Molly will come down, so finally going to be forced back from the position, allowing the T's now to take some space, but Brute Monster's AWP towards Ticket finds one.
It's going to be a wrap through jungle. Namana now under pressure. He's got AVN close by. Nice nade there onto Zerafix again. Felt the force of a lot of utility so far. In front of the smoke is 2, and Kyofo will get 1. Zerafix's trade is good, but AVN quick enough to take him down. And a 1 versus 3 now for Jacasmo. Tap of the bomb through said smoke again. AVN spotted, but with that intel that Jacasmo isn't punching in the digits, the CTs can be a bit more reserved. Namana swinging, Namana finding. Zero Tenacity secure 3-0. Passion UA, maybe not how they expected this initial portion of rounds to go, but they've been shut down quite easily, I think we've got to say.
Yeah, a bit slow off the mark on Mirage so far, so we're seeing the early tactical pause come through. I think it's the right call. Piss round didn't go... Well, I was going to say it didn't go the way they wanted. It didn't really go anyway. Second round as well, just the eco. And then first gun round looked just as easy as all the others. So unsurprisingly, we are seeing this tactical pause, and it feels like the right decision and the right call to make. Gonna be curious what they do come up with, though. Just gonna be the half buy in this one. Maybe in the next round that we see what their full buy looks like. But it's always interesting when we see situations like this. It always makes me question: are we seeing this tactical pause for both sort of this round and the next? Have we seen it just for this round? Maybe it's a bit of a pocket strat that Passion UA have, or is it potentially they're just looking to slow this one down and fully use that tag pause for the next round? Because obviously it's only 30 seconds, and that zooms by when you're in the game.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think just that extra bit of time can be so helpful, but whether Passion UA will find success of it is the question. They've taken the A-bomb site quite comfortably, because it seems like there's just been a bit of a defensive discipline. Kvem, he's able to get 2 here. Takes down Brute Monster. Kvem gets a 3rd. This is a half buy that's gone so wrong for Zero Tenacity. And it's all on the basis that ZT look to back away. If they fought in front of the smokes, I think they win the round. But they show too much discipline, and the late lurk from Kvem is excellent.
I mean, maybe that's what they used that tag force for, and if it was paid off perfectly, Jambo up in hand. Brute Monster, of course, with one of his own, but had a couple of MP9s. One has been sold, so Kyofo gets an M4 instead. We're obviously lacking in a little bit of utility, but this is Passenger Way's chance now to bring things back.
They're up on Jambo. I like the reposition from Brute Monster. They're peeking towards apartments. They want to take some space. And obviously, just with the sheer amount of smokes that usually land towards window, Namana's realised, well, I can still have impact firing through these smokes. So I can try and get myself a bit of a gap. He has used his nade to blow open the smoke, but nothing seen from it. And Kvem's now taking some space. But so is Topper. Looking to maneuver here into stairs. Chikazmo making noise. Topper found. Namana swinging. The knowledge of 2 players, and they actually get info of all 3 now, with Kvem striking onto Simka. 2 towards ramp, 1 in ladder. Brute Monster going to be under pressure now, as we're expecting them to maneuver their way back to B. Mana's progressing through under, though. I like this decision. Very proactive in this approach. Smoke towards top con. This is all to try and allow for space to be taken. Namana can get 1, realising there's surely a 2nd. He backs away and he gets the info. This becomes really difficult. Miss Molly, and Chikazmo falls because of it. That's the bomb dropped. And although Kvem's had this great position towards ladder, he's now going to scurry his way towards under. AVN already flanking through TV. I think this has just got to be a save for Kvem. Zero Tenacity back to winning ways. But it's Namana again. It always seems to be. Such impact throughout.
Yeah, huge turnaround there, Kvem. He tries to keep hold of this AK, has spotted 1, does find Kyofo. So, honestly, damage dealt to ZT is actually going to be very nice as well here. At the very least. There is money on Passion Away. They can get out a buy. But it was just Namana in the sort of underpass that completely changed things. And sure, a nice trade from Chikazmo, but it's the fact that obviously him falling initially messes up with his aim initially, as well as his own Molotov at his feet. Doesn't make life particularly easy for Chikazmo. Another attack pause from Passion UA.
Look, initial predictions here. 4-1 from ZT. Obviously, this being the far favoured side of Passion UA, they've nearly got a 20% preference here to their T side. Are we worried for Passion UA right now? If you're a Passion UA fan, are you thinking, well, might have missed their chance?
Honestly, not majorly, no. No, not just yet. They've faced off against some very tough teams on this map. And I do think it's a reasonably impressive thing as well when you consider some of the likes of the names that they've come up to face. So big, 500 OC, Guns, Heroic, Bet Boom. These are some difficult teams that they've been facing off. So honestly, I wouldn't look too heavily into stats for this, but I do think Passion Away, they need to turn things around sooner rather than later, because otherwise we could have a bit of a story of what happened, I think, on Inferno, where Zero Tenacity in the second half probably were the better team there, but it's just the fact that Passion Away had a much better first half that I think helped them, as well as obviously winning that pistol, giving them a big buffer before they started to finally come alive towards the end of this second half there.
I think the problem here for Passion UA is they haven't really got the utility in this round. Flashbang comes through. Oh, all players blinded. Simka can find 1. They've got a flank as well from Kyofo. Oh, Kvem finds the flanking Kyofo. The altercation never expected to go that way. Brute Monster still very static here in market, but Zerafix found. Is there a kit? There is. Okay, defuse will come through. Gets a bit dicey there. ZT 5-1 now. Simka, a nice triple there. That's his first 3 kills, in fact, of the map, but high impact there in round number 6 from Simka. Look, I think Passion UA, I think when we look at this half, I think if they can find themselves, I think 4's the bare minimum, right?
Yeah, don't really want any less than that.
No. And obviously they're very much used to kind of taking the half here on this T side.
I do think you touched on the lack of utility the Passion UA had. I love how they utilized that one flashbang. The fact that the Tech-9 got caught by it as well. Blinded. That could have turned things around because the 2 short plays completely blinded. And you think even if that Tech goes 1 for 1, that is at least something. It's at least a bit of a chance.
Yeah, I think
It gets so much more difficult though.
they do get given kind of a bit of a chance though when we see the flank of Kyofo go down to Kvem. I think if obviously we see the Tech-9 go 1 for 1 and Kvem still finds that, then there's a very possible 2-on-2. Obviously, though, that's not how the round panned out, and it will have a bit of effect here for Passion UA. They've used a vast majority of their utility. They've got a little bit of control here in middle. Topper seems aware of Brute Monster, or at least worried about him. It's going to be displayed through a Brute Monster. A sneaky spot to Topper will find him. They're going to shift their way through this smoke. AVN can get one. AVN, although not surviving, Namana finds Kvem, but Jambo and Jackasmo, they disable the 2 A defenders. There is a third.
On the top towards jungle as well. It's forced Simka into the corner, but not forced him out of the round. And Kyofo rotates in from CT. Him and Brute Monster find a kill apiece, and Zero Tenacity are continuing. Only dropping 1 round so far, and that was to a half by Passion UA. Their map selection right now is looking a little lifeless.
Yeah, and I think we've got to say that half by, it wasn't as though it was a well thought out, well kind of executed. It was Kvem getting a triple in middle. Obviously, it's clear that the game plan was to allow Kvem to activate, but even still, Brute Monster's having a really good game. He's 10-2. He's having big moments. Obviously, get one of the opening kills in that round and one of the finishing kills as well. Hero AK on Jambo. Certainly not been the hero this game. 1-7. Certainly not the performance we expect out of a player like Jambo. AVN. Not only does he get a kill, but he gets a lot of information. Jambo will find one eventually in middle, but it's the Deagles, it's the Pistols to maneuver their way out A. And the missed shots don't bode well. Topper. Drop down to 26 points of health. Smoke towards Palace. The nade could find Topper here, and it will.
Bomb can be retrieved from Jambo. The steps from Jacasmo back and away from Palace have been heard, so Kyofo in the meantime is taking this space.
Ooh, the gun barrel. The gun.
I think the mini out spotted though.
Yeah. Yeah, the view model there blocking Simka, but obviously the minimap still puts that kind of red dot, the red question mark, indicating Jambo's positioning. And look, 7-1 now. Passion UA. There's 4 more rounds left. But I don't think they're going to find all of them. We could be seeing them get none. I think the way their T-sides look so far hasn't posed much threat whatsoever. And although Zero Tenacity are looking very good on Mirage, we have an understanding that it can all go so wrong.
Yeah, not looking all too likely so far, as Passion UA just haven't given us a lot to make us believe in it. Brute Monster too easy there to find Jambo. Namana gets one as well. Brute Monster goes back for more. It's a swarm of CTs in the middle, and despite Namana going down, AVN's need of the smoke is perfectly timed to find Topper. 4-on-2, and how many times have we seen Passion UA in a 4 versus 2?
Far too frequently. Look, the trading from Zero Tenacity has been perfect, but also kind of the threat factor that they've had in these opening duels has been excellent. A vast majority of the time, though, it being Brute Monster to get that opener. Brute Monster now tasked to get the final. He was double scoped there, or maybe just not quick enough to react. Jacasmo, not the best of sprays, but same can be said for AVN. The problem is, Simka's creeping closer. Jacasmo, he's got an idea. But with the stop of steps, so does Simka. Kyofo now in middle. Kyofo taken down. This is a 1v4 for Jacasmo. We'll go down to Simka. The round gets a little bit complicated for Zero Tenacity. Still victorious, though. And that's the mistakes that we can see from Zero Tenacity. It's just the fact that there's no kind of capitalization of it, off of it. You're never expecting a 1v4 to come through, but the fact he brings it down to the one-on-one. Pretty ridiculous.
It definitely does get close there, but it's just the positioning. That's good enough, and constantly getting whittled away at. It's a nice attempt there at the end of the day, but it is just... It's a bit questionable as to why Passion UA selected Mirage right now. Simka's position is going to be great here. Can just mow them all down. Triple kill from him. Swaps to the Deagle, but not able to fire a bullet in time, and AVN gets one of his own. And doubles up the B defense. Superb there from AVN and Simka. Don't even allow them to get out of apartments.
Great decision as well from Simka to play towards top Balk. I think sometimes when you allow those Tech 9s a bit of freedom, a bit of space, the utility to work, that's where we see a round transpire, but just shut down before they can even emerge. 9-1 now, and I think even 3 rounds, I want to say it, even if Passion UA get these final 2, I still think ZT will take Mirage. Passion UA have a 59% win rate on their T side and a 40% win rate on their CT side. No one's going to be feeling confident right now for Passion UA. But you're looking at the kills. AVN's 11-4, Brute Monster 11-3, Simka just 1 kill behind Brute Monster and AVN. I think it's been really good from these players. And again, it's kind of moments where Namana, has he been required in this game? Not really. He's had a couple kills here and there. He's had a few moments, but I can only really think of one round that Namana has been the determining factor for.
No, everyone definitely is having their moments.
But it's kills like that, you know, Jambo, he looks to try and make his way out of connector, fixated towards ticket, but why is he just overlooking a position of jungle? Jacasmo saw a 1v4 attempt to come down to the one-on-one. Now in a 1v5.
Got Namana to contend with first, who does have control of the bombs while the CTs are rotating towards this position, but Namana will fall.
Still full HP. Full HP, full util. All CT split. Steps are going to be heard though from Simka. Got this information. 25 seconds now. Nading connector. Flashbang coming over. Jacasmo turning from it. Missed shot here from AVN. Can't take down Kyofo though. Look, Simka was in apartments ready, but Jacasmo nearly giving it kind of a good enough attempt. It's 10-1. Look, Mirage is finished. It's done. Passion UA. They've done the hard work of winning Inferno. They look lost and lifeless here, though, on Mirage.
Yeah, this is quite a stark contrast from that sort of grit that they showed on Inferno. And the fact that they've only been able to find 1 round so far speaks volumes, considering it's their map selection. We're going to be going to Anubis, and that's where Zero Tenacity, things look really dicey for them after map number 1. They're going to have a chance to be able to knock Passion UA out.
Look, Topper had a lights-out performance on Inferno. Obviously, as we mentioned, he got 7 opening kills, was a big heavy hitter there, and an argument as to why they were able to find Inferno. But Topper 3-10, Jambo's 2-11. You know, Passion UA, the individuals aren't there, and neither is kind of the team play, and that's why we are seeing such a contrast. So dropped. Oh, Kyofo! You understand him getting the first, but how has Zerafix not got that trade? Disappointing there. Namana spots out Jambo as well. Jambo will win the fight, but the problem is, Simka's ready and waiting. Vem as well now maneuvers up jungle. Can't even get one as Brute Monster shuts him out of this round. And Jacasmo again, required in the clutch. Can't even get one. It's all on Jambo. Simka takes him down. Just a 1 kill found. It's 11-1.
Passion UA are going to feel stunned after that. Everything they tried, even that final round there, they're just throwing utility and are getting punished after doing that. Nothing's going right for them.
Well, it seems like Zero Tenacity, they're having a lot of freedom. They're kind of playing with, I guess, a bit of inquiry, because in a moment like that, we had the AWP posted up, and they're thinking, well, nothing's really happened. We're worried about an A hit. Kyofo goes searching. Even this kill coming through here, I think Namana probably should have got it, but it's every engagement. Zero Tenacity, the preparation is perfect. And now we move to Anubis. This is where we were thinking, well, maybe we won't even get here with Passion UA winning map 1. This is Zero Tenacity's probably their best map after Nuke, and obviously Nuke being Passion UA's insta-ban, you understand why it's not in the series. So I think if you're Passion UA, not only are you thinking, well, we probably should have done a lot better on Mirage, but obviously it's the idea that Anubis is upcoming.
Pissed rounds continuing. As the first half left off, is nice couple of kills found. And Passion UA, you're in a 3 versus 5. We could just see ZT look to group up and make this as simple as possible, but their deep positions towards jungle are going to yield them another kill onto Topper. That's the defuse kit dropped as well. Final 2 players towards J. That is, I suppose, at least where Zero Tenacity are heading, but I say that as they've got all this info on where Kavem is. And he's going to get swarmed upon.
Look, this is a great game for Zero Tenacity, but also it's kind of a great game for Namana. And I don't mean it's a great game because he's top of the server and he's doing loads of work. Zero Tenacity are going to be going 12-1 up, unless if Kavem wins a 1 versus 5. But they're going to be going 12-1 up, and Namana hasn't been at the forefront. He hasn't been doing the heavy lifting. It's not him currently, 21-6. It's everyone on his team stepping up, everyone having moments. Namana's going to seal the deal with a nice kill. How did Kavem not spot him? Okay, what? You can see the smiling face of Namana, and I'm sure if we cut to Kavem, there'll be disappointment. But look, I think in a game like this, when you're winning so dominantly, and it's not because of one individual, because it's all 4 of them, and a vast majority of the time it's Namana doing the heavy lifting. He's not even needed. This is a perfect game where Namana can just say, look, congrats guys. This is how I want us to play. How's he not seen it?
How
is that 4x3? That's got to be,
that's
right?
like 1x2 there. That's insane that he wasn't spotted, but yeah, just really rubbing salt into the wounds. It is a 4 spike from the CTs, unsurprisingly, as they don't really have given themselves a choice to go for the eco. As Fred, believe it or not, we're already hit 12 rounds from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, give it a second, we'll hit 13. 4-on-1, Zerafix. Best of luck. But no luck can help you in this one. Mirage, I feel like we only started it about 10 minutes ago and it's already finished. Zero Tenacity, what a performance. And this is the Zero Tenacity of last year. This is what we expect from them, where we have these kind of dominant performances. Obviously fell flat on Inferno, but what a way to kind of make your way back into the series. And Anubis is where we're going to be heading next.
Yeah, swift way for us to get to map number 3 as Passion UA absolutely get decimated and humiliated on their map selection. I'm curious what X has got to talk to us about Mirage, if there's any specific reason why he feels like Passion UA fell so flat on map number 2, but we'll throw it over to him and see what he's got for us.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I think for the most part, it was a big display of individualism coming through from the whole squad of Zero Tenacity. We did see a constant success coming through in their department in the opening phases of rounds. I mean, you guys mentioned it in the pregame there, or rather during the cast, but it felt like a lot of situations there where it was so successful that they were in 4v2s, very early in these rounds. Very early in the situation, in so many early rounds there towards middle. Brood Monster able to respond after that kind of frustrating last miss as well that we kind of highlighted could be a potential issue for this team in terms of how he responds in that department. I would say it's a fantastic answer here. This guy was ever present in some of the mid duels here, and the only round that we did see out of Passion UA, it was a bit of a fight from Kavem. That was all that we really got there. And Zero Tenacity remain in control of the server all the way through. And this is a Zero Tenacity team that has shown they're capable of developing this sort of cohesion. This is what great chemistry can look like here when you're playing at the peaks, when everyone's understanding their roles, when everyone's understanding what they have to do to succeed, when there's communication flowing. And for the 10-minute break that we had in between the first map and the last, knowing that there's a lot more comfort here, that this is a map that, you know, Passion UA have been good on, but Zero Tenacity in the same boat. It's no longer Inferno. We don't pick that map here, but we do every once in a while pick Mirage here on the side of Zero Tenacity. This is a map that they were willing to play into quite a bit. And with that, they get the reward of Anubis here in this series as well. So that being the case right now, is a huge opportunity for them to answer back and close out this series. Questions around what on earth that Inferno decision was, all redeemed by the idea that they close out Mirage and they still get to that third map crucially. But we'll be tossing this one off to a quick break before we get there. We'll be right back. Hello everybody, welcome on back here. We're going to be hopping into the Decider, gonna be on Anubis, in which we just watched Zero Tenacity tear things up on Mirage here. Surprising start to the Veto, surprising continuation throughout this best of 3. Not the fashion in which I expected things to kind of hop into, but to be honest with you, looking at this Decider and what I just watched in that last map, if you're Zero Tenacity, you gotta be feeling...
Look, Jambo is a player that has so much success. He's a player that has so much dominance. We have just witnessed, of the 441 maps played from Jambo, we have witnessed his worst. 0.17 rating. Not the best, certainly the worst for Jambo.
Certainly not the best. I mean, look, it's going to need to be something that he's desperate to try to sort of rectify, isn't it? Because you're not going to want to have your worst ever game, and you've still got an opportunity to just fall flat here as well. So this is certainly a bit of a proving ground for him to turn things around a little bit here. And look, both teams still have a chance. Taking a look at this one, maybe is a little bit of a best of 1 now, but we know what Zero Tenacity last. Not really been as good as of late.
No, certainly not. But things don't start well for Jambo, as he is the first casualty here. Zerafix will go 1 for 1. Oh, Simka, what's happened here? Had a bit of a freebie. Jacasmo can do a lot of damage. Kvem's now going to want to finish off the initial work the Flying Jewelies can find. It seems like Passion Way will kick things off with a pistol round victory, as it's a 1v3 for Namana. Tapping through the smoke, trying to connect. 40 seconds to work with. Something else I want to mention, Charlie. Not only was it the worst ever game that we've seen from Jambo, same for Zerafix. Worst ratings for both these players. Certainly Mirage is going to be a map they want to forget about.
Yeah, and the fact is their own map selection as well. I mean, it was just such a miserable performance from them, sadly. And definitely not anything we can sort of leave that map. And I mean, look, there's no praise we can give to them at all, is there? And that's the thing. At least for Zero Tenacity, when they fell on Inferno, like I said, I do think they were better in the second half. I just don't think they had a good enough first half, and I think losing both the pistols certainly hindered them in that fact as well. But it's just the fact that Passion Way, it was just pretty abysmal. The only thing, they had a pretty nice half by. That 1 round, that's it.
Charlie, you want to hear some worse news? It was also the worst map for Topper. All these players have over 400 maps played on HLTV.
Have you checked for the other 2 as well?
Yeah, Topper's... Oh, no, it won't be their worst. I doubt it. But... Yeah, Jacasmo had a 0.66, Kvem had a 0.8.
Jacasmo wasn't actually bad, was he? Yeah, he had a few kills and Kvem wasn't far behind. But yeah, for the other 3, having all of them... I mean, look, at least you can sort of... misery loves company, doesn't it? So...
Yeah, exactly.
But at least all 3 of them have that stat together. Pistol round here. Eco round here for ZT. We'll find 1 kill. Zerafix shuts down Simca on the bomb site, and it is just Kyofo with this bit of a lurk. Gets caught off by Kvem, who doesn't rotate, so easy find for him. Just the 1 casualty for Passion UA against the Eco, but a 2-0 start for them on the CT side as well. This is probably what they needed. The fact that they've already found double the rounds they had on Mirage, and they came from just winning the pistol. It's going to be hopefully a bit of a confidence boost for them.
Yeah, look, I think Passion UA, if they can somehow take Anubis after that game of Mirage, it would be ridiculous for them. But yeah, obviously I feel like I do like to highlight it every now and again when a player does have their worst game, and I guess that probably is an easy realization as to why Passion UA fell so flat on Mirage, but hopefully we can see a real turnaround here, because what a storyline it would be. You know, taking their opponent's map pick, then we see the bounce back of the loss of Mirage. If they can reconfigure and find victory on Anubis, what a story it would be, especially when this is arguably one of Zero Tenacity's best maps.
And Evox has been taken again. Chopper might look to extend their advantage, but opts against it. Just securing that control is good enough for him. The AWP has been retrieved now from Simca, who slowly backs away through canals and actually swaps back to the AK. Jacasmo peeks in middle, will get caught out by Namana. Yeah, Namana's now close, and yeah, this space that's being taken is so valuable.
Jambo just sitting in the smoke. It looks like he wants to go forward. With Namana getting that kill, Jambo might decide to keep on creeping. Namana surely goes down to top a hit. He's low HP, but it's still a 3-on-3. It's going to be this crunch on the B-bomb site. Slowly making his way through Temple is AVN. Topper on his lonesome, firing off the shots and not connecting. Zero Tenacity, although losing the early opener of Brute Monster, they get into an advantageous position now. And surely just a save from the remaining two. Zero Tenacity, what a bounce back.
Yeah, Topper looking a little bit unsure as to what to do. Knew that they were crunching towards B, but kind of just caught out in the open. It looked like he wanted to rotate back. He was already in a bit of an advanced position. I think you either make the decision fully back away as soon as you hear those steps, or stay and fight. Kind of got caught in transition and just went down a little bit too easily there.
Obviously with two players saving, we'll see a strong investment here from Passion UA. Vem and Jambo can both drop rifles across. Jacasmo can bring out an M4, obviously at the cost of utility. Could just be the FAMAS, but either way, Passion UA, they will have a formidable buy, and with Jambo still retaining the AWP, we know the importance that that will have. Early expectations of Anubis, are we thinking ZT take it, or could Passion UA do the unthinkable?
I mean, look, I really don't think it is an unthinkable thing anymore. If you asked me sort of maybe 8 months ago now, yeah, I think it would have probably been looking like that. But Zero Tenacity definitely aren't the same team that they were. They definitely haven't got the same prowess on this map that they did beforehand. They're still good on the map, just not to the same degree. I definitely think Passion UA can do so. I think if they have a good CG side, that honestly could just be enough for them to be able to push forth and take up number 3 and eliminate Zero Tenacity here. But I really do think this first half's gonna kind of give off those ideas as to where this one's looking. Because if Zero Tenacity shape up a little bit more, have even an even sort of like your average Anubis T half, I'd probably say yeah. I imagine they would go on to take it. But I think if Passion UA can sort of get 1-2 rounds more than you probably should, I think the ball's definitely in their court at that point.
Yeah, I think if Passion UA can at least get themselves 6, that's why we're saying, okay, ZT, you've got a lot to do. You've got a lot to work upon. Obviously, though, we're very far from that realization. I like this double camera setup, though. This can work out so nicely. Nade forcing them forward. Namana not only spots out 1, he takes 2 down, and 3rd follows. It was a AAA defense. Certainly didn't look that way, though.
No, got dominated there. Got shut down, and Zero Tenacity kind of showing a level of executes that we didn't actually get to see in this series so far. I mean, we firstly didn't really get to see it too much on Mirage, just naturally due to how that map was played out, and due to the fact that we didn't exactly get to see a huge ZT side. As well as Inferno, it felt like neither team was great on that map. But Passion UA, we just had that slight edge when they needed it. But super clean execute, super dominant, and went on to say that, and they are going for the full hunt, and no one will survive. Zero Tenacity level up this game, and should be able to go on to progress to take the lead, as it is just going to be this eco from Passion UA here.
Look, not only will no one survive for Passion UA, no casualties on the side of ZT. Yeah. Very disappointing from Passion UA, and obviously we know that ZT are going to be a strong side on the T side, but I think for Passion UA, this is where every round that they do win, they want to make sure that Zero Tenacity are not in a position where they can so easily reinvest. But with their finances looking pretty strong, and this being a full eco apart from Topper's Deagle, this is where we're saying ZT, they keep, 4 or 5 players alive again. Very worrying.
Going to be a comfortable round here as the B-bomb site slowly getting probed and progressed onto. Going to soon confirm that it is clear. The bomb will go down, and then Passion UA have a bit of a choice with these remaining 4 players. Do you look for sort of a kill or 2, or is it just worth not allowing Zero Tenacity to maybe get some kill reward. But there are no Mac 10s in play. So it does feel like if you sort of just give up on this, sure, there's 1.2k kill reward up for grabs, but you also want to allow ZT to keep all these players alive again?
Yeah, I think Passion UA, they've isolated Kyofo, and I think if they can save this AK into the next, it'll be so vital for them, but just the one casualty so far on Zero Tenacity. With just the brunt of Passion UA towards middle, ZT have already identified, well, look, let's just save here.
And that is the lead taken. Zero Tenacity 3 on the board. It's now going to be what response do Passion UA have now on this buy round. Saw them like to use their attack pauses pretty well on Mirage, despite things not exactly going their way at all. Weren't shying away from using them nice and early. Used 2 within the first 5 rounds. Gonna be interesting if we see it. I was gonna say if we see one here, maybe just discuss what they want to do on this buy, but no confident in what they've got. Well, this is a much better look for Passion UA here as 3 players instantly silenced towards B. Namana in mid takes down Jambo. But it's Brute Monster that's very much on his lonesome. Oh, could just take the shot there and will find the kill. Molotov from Namana as well. Pushes through to try to attempt to find Zero Fix. Will go down, and Brute Monster, the question is kind of how many can he get before going down, because that feels like a certainty at this point. Is getting flanked on as well.
He's got a minute to work with. Obviously, Brute Monster in the clutch is someone that will have a lot of threat. The fact he's 27 HP, though, and the bomb down, this is where we're saying, well, it's probably not a chance. How has he not been spotted? Eventually realised, okay, Kvem does find the kill, but maybe not the best display of individual ability there. But a great round from Zerafix. The fact he gets the triple there is monumental. Shouldn't be happening, but utility alone was so helpful with getting that kind of 3 kills.
Still, money's in a reasonably decent spot for Zero Tenacity, despite losing that one just due to how dominantly they won some of the past. Kyofo finds the opening kill though. The Molotov tick lets him know exactly where Kabem was, and we do see Jacasmo not too confident in terms of pushing with his teammate there.
Yeah, Jambo's been spotted in camera as well. And that's why we're just going to see this smoke into camera. It's either going to force Jambo back or force him forward, and it will be the latter, joining his teammate in middle. Zerafix residing. It's going to be a crunch in mid. It's all about whether Namana can keep himself alive here. Will go down by Zerafix. It is going to be this reposition, but look at the bomb. If Topper finds this kill, we could see the round go very differently, but AVM will take him down, and now scurrying into the bomb site is Jambo. With the smoke down, he opts for a bit of a no-scope. Bomb dropped across. Plant will come through, but already it looks as though it's just going to be a save attempt. Emphasis on attempt as Brute Monster will find Jambo.
Yeah, goes to join his teammates now, so it looks like that's where the hunt begins and ends. The AWP can be retrieved if Zerafix has the nerve to go towards camera to save it, but it doesn't look like it. Might hope that maybe the bomb explosion will push the AWP slightly closer to him. But it does look like the CTs are just going to give up on trying to save that weapon for Jambo in the next. So Zero Tenacity, Deny Passion UA taking the lead again here.
Slowly go creeping. This is where Jacasmo and Zerafix have got to be a little bit cautious. As Simka has got a good idea. Steps heard. Zerafix peeking. Zerafix falling. Not Zerafix, in fact it was Jacasmo. Zerafix will get the trade though. Just the one survivor. And this is surely just going to be an eco for Passion UA, or maybe a heavy half buy, but I'm sure Jambo will be pleading with Jacasmo not to invest too much. Same with Kavim, as both can drop over an AWP in the next. Both could have invested in an AWP in the next. Now, some problems are posed. I really don't know why we're seeing this kind of investment from Kvem and Jacasmo. Obviously, if Zerafix survives and keeps the AK into the next, we can see an AWP come out on the basis that he's already got Kevlar. But I don't like this decision. Okay, I get it. Jambo's not had the best of times on Inferno and Mirage, but you've got to get the big green, especially on that CT side, to Jambo. This is your star player.
Yeah, and he's a player that I think so far in this series has kind of had one to forget.
Yeah.
Inferno wasn't bad from Jambo, but it definitely got sort of overshadowed slightly by Topper, even by Kavem at times as well, and then obviously Mirage has been a difficult time of things. So yeah, definitely wanted a little bit more from Jambo, but gonna have to wait a little bit longer as this round is all Zero to Nasty. Jacasmo spots out Namana's gun barrel and will find the kill cleanly by not taking any damage in the process. Dodges the AWP shot of Brute Monster, who's willing to fight it with the pistol, but he is getting crunched on, and timing's brutal for Jacasmo's weapon switch, and Zero to Nasty. Again, a reasonably clean round, just losing one player.
Yeah, I think my favourite thing about this fixture for Zero Tenacity playing Anubis is watching how Namana plays in middle. A vast majority of the time, we're seeing kind of mid be given up by teams when they want to bolster up bomb sites, when they want to kind of play a triple B or a double A. But the way that Namana plays on mid and the CT side is excellent to watch. He still plays with that level of threat, that level of aggression, and the fact he's doing it on his lonesome is always so nice to see. And I think that's something that we haven't really seen from Passion UA. It seems like middle has been Zero Tenacity's main focus on the T side, and a vast majority of the time, Passion UA, there's been very little resistance.
Yeah, need to see a little bit more from them in recent rounds. Obviously, the game still looks close, but we do definitely have to say a lot of the reason for that is those first two rounds, the pistol and the conversion going the way of Passion UA. Maybe looking at quite a different story if that wasn't the case. But look, it's a buffer that Passion UA have, and they've got to try to look to optimize.
Yeah, certainly. I think when you have that start, when you have that kind of positive implant on the game, you definitely want to double down upon it. And look, the game's not out of hand. You know, it's not as though we're looking at kind of a 7-3, 8-3 current scoreline, but we're close to being there. And as you mentioned, look, 5 out of the last 6 rounds going the way of Zero Tenacity. If they do continue on this trajectory, I think Passion UA, they've got to be very worried. Not there yet, though, but again, as I say, Zero Tenacity on their T side, a vast amount of focus is put here in taking middle. Oh, great from Jambo. He gets the double. Simka gets the eventual trade. A lot of weight on Kvem. Kvem will get the kill in doing so. But Simka in the tough 1 versus 3 will get the first. Repositioning now with Simka. He can still get the plant off. No utility or defuse kit here for the CTs. The reposition from Simka. He spots out the gun barrel. He plays close behind it. They double up. Topper will get the trade. And
Nice
Passion
attempt
UA.
at the 1 versus 3, but Simki wants to take that fight early, hoping that Topper hasn't exactly doubled up quick enough. Doesn't come through. Topper was very quick to get that trade, and Passion UA do find round number 4. We said we need to see a little bit more from them in the CT side, and they deliver here in round number 9.
I don't know whether you saw that. Topper was going to go for the AWP to save in middle. Realised just in time that he didn't have a defuse kit. If Topper goes for that AWP to save, they lose that round. He got off the bomb there. It's clear that someone said to him, look, save the AWP in middle, otherwise you can't get there. That could have been a crazy way for that round to finish. But again, though, it's a nice round from Jambo. Obviously, we say that it's not been Jambo's best series, but him getting that double, and obviously Kvem finding AVN, was what gave that possibility, and obviously gave the round to Passion UA. I think this is where we've got to say Passion UA, they get another round. They are very much in contention to take Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, just say 5 rounds, they'll be content with that. Anything more, they'll be happy with it. Kvem has been forced back. Kyofo looks to extend this push, and the Molly forces Kvem out in the open. He turns a little bit too late, just wanted to get out of dodge, but the utilities, look at the mini-map there. See how many Mollies were down? 3 Mollies just blocking off any exit for Kvem there. An instant call for the savior, looks like, for Passion UA. Back clean exec from ZT just forces the CTs back.
But again, though, it's Passion UA, they win a round, yet they're on the weaker buy. They're the ones limited on utility, on defuse kits, on the AWP. They're still with FAMASs. Zero Tenacity, all 5 players went down, yet they've still got an AWP, they've still got 4 AKs, they've still got money in reserve. And this is the problem that Passion UA have, is the rounds that they have won, they've not been clean, they've not been 5 survivors. Very rarely they've had the opportunity of saving 3-4 people, even on these round losses. So, Passion UA, the second we see Kvem go down, they just say, look, we don't have the util, we don't have the kit, we can't really have a response on this retake, so let's just save. Still, though, there's going to be weaknesses. And surely to be a reinvestment from Passion UA. I think maybe they're questioning just to eco around this so they get a buy in the next. What are your thoughts on this decision?
Honestly, I don't mind it. It is so close to being a full buy already. Sure, they're going to be lacking in some utility, so they'll definitely have to make the most of what they do have. But if you're going to be able to get a buyout as well in the next, I kind of think it is worth it, because if they fully invest here and they lose it, they're going to be in really tough times for the round after, and when it will be the final round of the next as well, you're basically kind of giving up 2. So it feels like you've got 2 cracks of the whip here if you are making this play. If they go for the eco, honestly, I do like the play, and I do think it's the right call.
I've got to say, though, it feels like 2 half chances. Yes, they've got the investment of the kit from Zerafix, but utility's very poor. They've got 4 rifles, but I think this isn't going to be their best chance to buy, and it's just the 2.4k loss bonus, so there's going to be limitations in the next. You know, we're going to have
shouldn't be too crazy. I mean, Jambo will have the least money, sitting at 4k. Everyone else should have a little bit more. Sure, we might need to see a couple of masses invested, but we see those on full buys anyway.
It's going to be util, though. That's the biggest problem.
I mean, that's why we might likely see some weaponry hits and some masses out instead, but I do think this is just the best way to optimize potentially being able to get 6.
Look, do I think it gives them the opportunity to find them both? Certainly. And obviously, if they don't win this round, they have another chance of it. But surely Passion UA, they can't be on a standpoint of thinking, well, what if we lose this full buy? I think for them to win both of these rounds, they've taken that opportunity and that option away from themselves now. I mean, it looks like they're playing for the 7-5 instead of looking for that 6-6.
Well, it was a great start, but very quickly, the Zero Tenacity take away the chance, it feels. Topper kind of needed to take the chance onto Simka. It's just a little late to do so. Might still be able to find the kill, and timing's actually perfect. Bomb does go down. There is a 1 versus 2. The kit has been retrieved, and Topper looks like he wants to give it a go.
Yeah, I think he has to.
This could be a major mistake from Namana.
AVN, has he heard these steps? I don't think so. Namana's not rotated back. I think the problem for Topper is if he kind of overthinks it. Obviously, if he gets the kill onto AVN and sticks the bomb, he wins the round. But the problem is, 1, needs to kill AVN, but 2, surely Topper wouldn't have assumed Namana's already hunting.
Buyout is in this one. So Passion UA. I honestly do think it's reasonably important for them to find 5.
Yeah.
I do think 8-4 is certainly not impossible. It's certainly not a half you'll look at and say it's absolutely abysmal, but it is something that you probably do want, just that extra round, especially when you're given the context that the pistol went their way. We've only seen 2 full buys, if that is the case, but buy is out, gunfights have been taken, a brute monster's been softened up.
Simka is getting crunched in on. Looking at the kill feed, it's gone all blue. It's all on AVN now. He has got the bomb. He can drop a Molotov as well. And he can start the timer, but there's 2 smokes. There's a Molotov. They damage. Not only gets a kill, chips away at. Crosshair placement was good there for AVN. If he just fires off the shot, it's a 1-on-1. Passion away, though, they will get that 5th. And this is where we've got to say, look, they win the pistol round, it's 7-7. It's an open-ended scoreline, it's an open-ended game.
Oh, I mean, this pistol round, I look at it, so valuable. We go on to see Zero Tenacity win this pistol, I'll say, okay, they're in a decent spot. We go on to see Passion UA win this pistol, I'll say, okay, they're now in the spot where they should be the ones in the advantage. They should be the ones who should be able to have that slight edge in this one. So, yeah, this pistol round's got so much weight to it.
I think as well with Passion UA finding 5 rounds on that CT side, I think it's brilliant for them because their CT side has actually been their biggest problem here on Anubis. A vast majority of the games, their T side, they have such successes on. They're able to look really dominant. Kind of they're providing these 8-4s, these 9-3s. Yet it's their CT side that falls off a cliff. But nice opener here. Brute Monster will take some space towards B main, and this is where we've already seen the T's look to back away. I like this decision. Jawley's the mana found. Brute Monster gets another though. 3-on-3. Bomb can
How
go
quick
down.
does this bomb go down? And reasonably quickly will be
Heaven.
planted towards Heaven, but no one's close enough to be able to deny, and Topper wants to take this space, as does Zerafix. AVN has spotted, but very slow to react to it. Just not quick enough. Zerafix finding that one. Passion away. Secure the pistol.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm quite worried about the Heaven plant when no one residing, but they were quick to take that space. Passion away. They do get the round, and they should find a 7th. Obviously, we could see Zero Tenacity up for a force, but it's whether they choose to do so. I like that pistol round, though, from Passion UA. I think it's always a nice call when you see that kind of speedy approach through middle, drop down into window, head to B. Obviously, Zero Tenacity very proactive in their approach, taking space in B main. But it is just the USPs for Zero Tenacity. Round number 15, not going to be the perfect buy for ZT, but certainly one they'll feel they've got a chance in. Couple Mac 10s on Jambo and Kvem. Obviously with the opportunity to make a lot of money here. Jambo taking space in middle, no resistance so far. Smoke gonna fade shortly. Jambo's alone here. Brute Monster. And Brute Monster get the knife kill. Oh, Brute Monster taken down because Jacasmo was ready and waiting. 4 kills have been found by the Mac 10s now. And Zerafix has been dropped one across to get this final. If Jacasmo isn't there in middle, Jambo gets knifed, Brute Monster gets an AWP. He still gets one, in fact.
Yeah, it goes to the glass cannon. See a lot of players doing this. See Hades on Monty doing it. Sort of every opportunity he does get. I think this is crucial for Zero Tenacity. You've got to give yourself the best chance in this one, because otherwise, Passion your way, they're going to start taking the lead, and that's when, on the T side of Anubis, taking the lead, things get very awkward there if you're on the CT side. But I feel like this is a necessary round for ZT.
Yeah, I do have to say, I feel like Anubis is the type of map where I feel it's not like Inferno, where if you play towards B, you're getting hit by at least 3 nades. Zimka did a bit of a systematic spam through the smoke, all in an attempt to try and find a pick on the players towards stairs. Kyofo, lone defender here towards A. I pointed out that Namana usually left on his lonesome here, but Kyofo completely alone. We'll drop the Molotov. The T's will respect it. Namana's rotated in already. He's dropped the smoke towards camera. Namana's got to go huge. He will get one, but Kvem with a quick trade. 4-on-3 here. Zero Tenacity. Disadvantaged. And might just opt for the save. Save's got to be the call.
Yeah.
But we got a Mac 10 still on Kvem. Might go hunting.
I mean, I honestly don't think he'll care that much. Money's going to be in such a good spot for Passion UA that you've got a choice that, yeah, you genuinely can upgrade it if you want without it being a bit risky, as well as the fact that he could easily keep... There is a FAMAS on the floor that can be upgraded.
M4 as well. It was less about the kind of the idea of the upgrade, but more just if you can get one kill with a MAC-10, it's not about the money made from the MAC-10, it's more about the money taken away from ZT.
I mean, I even think Passion UA, if they had to play with a MAC-10 in the next, I honestly don't think it would have been that big an issue. Look how good that money is. You could even just say to Kavem, alright, let's take space somewhere. Let's take space middle. You take the initial part middle. If we find a kill, perfect, you got an upgraded weapon. If not, we'll get the trade at least, and that's a super worthy trade for a MAC-10. But, look, easy upgrade, easy decision made, and tactical pause from Zero Tenacity here, as this game is starting to slip out of their hands.
Yeah, you certainly understand why. I think ZT have realised to kind of put a lot of pressure here on round number 16, because they lose this one Passion UA 5-9, subsequently they get 10, obviously all conditional whether players can save or not, but either way, this is where Passion UA can pivot back to control. They've won these first 3 rounds, and has there been much discomfort from Passion UA? I don't think so. I think it's been fairly simple.
I mean, I definitely do think that when you look at Inferno, you look at Anubis right now, the pistol rounds have been insanely helpful to Passion. So far, they're in the lead of this game, and half of their rounds have come from winning the pistol and conversion. Inferno as well, you look at how close that game was, they won both the pistols there. It does feel like these pistol rounds have been sort of the lifeblood of Passion UA actually being able to slightly take the lead on this series.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about it like that, Inferno certainly could have gone the other way, just based on a pistol. Obviously, we saw those clutches, very important for Passion UA on Inferno. And it's Zero Tenacity trying to clutch their way onto the series, because we saw that 13-1 on Mirage, and I think many will have potentially written Passion UA off, but proving their prowess currently on Anubis. It's going to be a B finish. The problem for Passion UA is Kyofo and Brute Monster are taking this space. And all this means is that Simka's going to drop his molly. Ooh, Kvem. You can find Kyofo so easily there. No trade either from Brute Monster.
Just on the edge of the molly. I mean, these players are all still behind the bomb site. No one's able to actually take them down. So the bomb can be planted, can't be denied. And Topper, so much weight on his shoulders as the smoke fades and does go down. Zerif expand through the smoke. So despite the opening kill from Kavem there, it's just... Sure, the utility was good on the bomb site to allow the T's to come out, but they didn't actually take any space, and there was no risk of the CTs even being found.
I love the boost, though. The boost is so creative. Boosting above those smokes, able to find a couple kills because of it. But a great retake and great rotation. Simka 16 and 9. Really kind of pulling the weight of the lacking in Kyofo. 4 and 11. It's been a tough game. Really has. But ZT level up the game, and we spoke about the promising and the great finances that Passion UA had. Slightly drained now, with just the one loss bonus coming through. We could see Passion UA being in a bit of a troubling position if they lose this one as well.
Just playing things slowly now. A couple of players in canals, but no control being taken as of yet, as Zerifix slowly makes his way towards E-Box. Flashbang thrown towards A main to keep the CTs guessing, while E-Box certainly is the main point of contention on this attack. It is going to be this B hit. Util starts to rain down now.
The Mana's got all this information, though. AVN kind of trapped here. He's going to look to fight forward. Swing comes through to deal with Zerifix. Simka amongst the chaos. Kvem takes him down, and with Namana just pushing through a smoke. Very easy for Passion UA there. I think the problem in that round is Zero Tenacity. They opt for a double mid approach, yet There's not really been any utility. There's not been anything kind of conveying that Passion UA are going to hit towards middle. And in doing so, space has got to be taken, surely. We will see an investment from Zero Tenacity in the next, conditioned on both Brute Monster and Kyofo saving. But it's a big round victory for Passion UA. Passion UA, once again, it puts them ahead.
Yeah, I think there's still potentially a decent bit more action in this game, but it all depends on how much resilience and grit is it that Zero Tenacity have, because they really are fighting a losing battle. Being on this weaker side, they just have to dig their heels in and keep themselves in the game, similar to what Passion UA did on Inferno, and when given the chance, that's when they pounce, that's when they look to push for 13. A tactical pause being called now from Zero Tenacity. The saved weapons potentially debating exactly what to do, as this will be their finances drained.
Passion UA 4 rounds away from closing this one out now. Certainly still a possibility for both sides. Obviously, Passion UA win this, you could be seeing an 11-8 scoreline, and that's where we're contemplating whether Zero Tenacity have got any life left to live. Brute Monster, though, he's going for an early peek. Catches off Jambo. And this is what we need to see from Brute Monster. He's a player who's gone very quiet here on Anubis. Simka has got a flash. Stopper going to send the double mollies, or at least just the one for now. They've taken control of E-Box. Passion UA still currently disadvantaged in this one. Brute Monster, the lone defender towards the A-bomb site, and that's side where the bomb is currently dropped, so might see them look to go there. Oh, it's going to be a triple... Actually, a triple E-Box take here, but Zerafix can find the first quite comfortably. No trade again on the second. If AVN goes down, we're questioning what is the spacing, what is the setup looking like, and he will be found by Topa. What was that from ZT? They're all bunched up. It seemed like they wanted a kind of a triple take towards E-Box. How has that round gone so wrong here? Embarrassing from ZT.
Really, really sloppy there.
What's the game plan? What, take E-Box one by one?
I can excuse the first one. Maybe he just wanted to get a bit of intel himself. Maybe wanted to take that fight. But the second two players, they have to be grouped. Or even if you have one tucked in the corner, as soon as they hear the sort of steps that Zerafix is looking to approach towards E-Box, sure, the second player doesn't actually swing, they just hold, but if you hear them pushing, maybe get tucked in the corner so AVN can be there with you. You can have a bit of a bait and switch setup going on, but instead, it is exactly what you said, just 3 1v1s, far too easy, and a round like that, slipping away from Zero Tenacity, could be what is the beginning of their undoing.
Yeah, look, Brute Monster, he's going to be sat thinking, look, I got the opening kill. When rewatching the demo, I think he's going to have something to say about that one. And I think same goes for the coach, because I feel like there's a lack of, maybe just a lack of professionalism from what we've just seen. It just didn't look like anything that you should be seeing at all in this level of Counter-Strike. Just so unnecessary, so disappointing. And from a round that has so much weight behind it, Zero Tenacity, they cannot be throwing rounds away like that. But I guess this is maybe an indication of why Zero Tenacity have fallen so far. It's moments like that.
Digits hit. Aggressive play from Namana. Got a bit of a timing to get out, but Chikazmo starts to get an idea, starts to paint the picture and looks back, taking him down. Push through the smoke here would be a big risk for the T's, but they are still going to do so, and seemingly it's worked out. AVN's posted up, but as soon as Simka joins, AVN just seemingly looks away from the angle.
Kyofo, if you can find a kill here. Oh, Kyofo's going to go for the knife. Well, he's got the money from the knife kill. He's got the AK saved. Still, though, Passion away to find 11. I think a lot of the time, we can pinpoint a round, we can pinpoint a moment that's cost the team a couple of rounds, cost the team potential for a game. And I think that kind of disappointment in Connector from the B-bomb site defenders is certainly the round that we'll be talking about. Obviously, this is no longer the Swiss stage. There's no second chances, Zero Tenacity. This is it.
Aggression or elimination. No other options. Kyofo will be able to keep himself alive and retrieve the AWP. That's all teammates going down as well. I mean, luckily, Brute Monster is able to keep a bit of money in the bank with the full loss bonus. He's going to be able to have options to bring out the AWP. But there might not be many options as Passion Away are continuing this streak. They're continuing to get rounds on the board, and Zero Tenacity aren't successful here. You're giving up map and series points to your opponents, and at that point, it might be too far gone. Such a crucial round for Zero Tenacity. Just come out. ABM finds the first. Can't get the trade onto the second. As Chicasmo behind the pillar, but Brute Monster falls. Swap into the USP, and Jambo does finish off ABN. Zero Tenacity are giving this round a go. It's a 2 versus 4, and Namana completely caught out. Kyofa's position has been given up. The nade needs to connect, but none of the low HP players being caught by it.
Yeah, with the molly dropped. Surely round over. Passion away. They will find themselves 12 now. 4 rounds in a row needed from Zero Tenacity. Passion away. Looks as though they will be progressing to the quarterfinals. They get 4 opportunities, and on a half that currently Zero Tenacity are posing little to no threat on. Look, it's unfortunate for Zero Tenacity. I think there's an argument that they could have won Inferno. Mirage was very one-sided, but Anubis just hasn't been the battleground for them. And look, maybe this is why they didn't want to pick it.
Yeah, CT size just has not provided anything. Don't get me wrong, I certainly think the pistol rounds all going the way of Passion Away definitely helped them out, but it can't all come down to that when it's just been Zero Tenacity. At the end of the day, it's your own doing not winning those pistols, as well as you've got to show us more here, and it's got to be now. It's 12 found from Passion Away. 4 chances for them to close it out, and no chances for mistakes. For Zero Tenacity, flawless CS required.
At least we might see some of this Namana mid control that we're so highly praising. It's been the B defenders, though, that we need to talk about for Zero Tenacity. The amount of rounds that Passion UA have headed towards the B bomb site, have taken control of E-Box quite comfortably. Shouldn't really be happening, especially with the ease and comfort that Passion UA have had on this T side.
And that's the thing. We've seen some good stuff from Zero Tenacity here. Some of the T side executes I praised a lot. I think they've been some of the best executes we've seen today in general, and yet it just still wasn't enough. They just lacked that edge. Kyofo are going to be backing away from A May, not wanting to give up the first kill in what will be the final round if they're not successful in it. With 40 seconds on the clock, Passion UA still quite divided and split across the map.
To be honest, I thought Kyofo, if he stayed towards A main, there was a bit of a gap in that smoke. I don't know whether that was intentional from Passion UA to draw a CT in. You never really know about smokes like that because you assume that, you know, the T's and players of this caliber aren't going to be messing up utility, but it certainly can happen. Oh, Brute Monster, nice find. Takes down the AWP of Jambo. Topper has crossed, and Brute Monster maybe not realising Topper will take him down, a 4-on-4, and again, it is going to be this finish towards the B-bomb site. Simka doubles down, though. Zerafix finds the mana towards the A-bomb site. Completely alone, though, is Jacasmo. And we will see the round go the way of Zero Tenacity. He said we need perfect Counter-Strike on display. Certainly quite far from perfect, but Passion UA, you mentioned that kind of indecisive nature from them. The fact everyone was so split. There was, 15 seconds left, and there's still a lurk on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, look, it just felt pretty weak there. We saw the B main players have a bit of a staggered execute with those towards E-box, so it just allowed Brute Monster to easily find one. We saw, I think it was Topper, just out on the B-bomb site alone, waiting for his teams in E-box to strike. Yeah, just a bit disjointed there, and then the lurk on A just felt completely useless due to the situation that round went in. I think if we saw the E-box players in the B main hitting at the same time, sure, have an A main lurk, but when your site XX is that weak, you can't really do that.
I think as well, great double kill off that MP9. Nice HE grenade from Namana, timed to perfection to deal with Jambo. The smoke and molly coming down towards middle. Namana will drop a Molotov of his own. I believe they have just spotted the player in canals.
Yeah, no easy way of dealing with them though, unless they get pretty deep in there, so they have just kind of given it up.
Look, Charlie Zerafix has really turned his game around. He had 12 kills going into this third map. Yes, 12 kills across 24 rounds of Inferno, 14 of Mirage. Just 12. But already having a far better performance here on Anubis. I think that's why Passion UA have been a little bit more in control. A player very much out of the game. Return.
I mean, it's interesting you said that. Glassy thinks Zerafix has some massive A-holds on the CT side of Inferno, but I suppose maybe just a bit too few and far between.
Yeah, Simka's in a nice position.
Spotted. Time really low again here for the T side. Players pushing out, and it's a strong setup. Time has really been the biggest issue for Passion UA in this game.
Yeah,
it
massively.
feels like they're overthinking finding that 13th round.
Yeah, look,
a bit more simplicity.
It's certainly said the two hardest rounds to win, the first and the last, and Passion UA truly displaying that. They've lost 2 now. Money's not perfect. Jambo has got that AWP. Jacasmo will be on a weaker weapon here, but I think Passion UA is a perfect time to talk tactics. This is your moment. Don't mess it up.
I might be wrong, but I think they could have managed this finances slightly better. I think Zerafix could have dropped over an AWP, and Jambo could have dropped over 2 AKs.
It was saved. It was saved AWP.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. I still think they could have actually maybe dropped the Galil over to Jacasmo.
Yeah, they definitely could have done a couple of different things.
Yeah.
But look, they still got a buyout. Everyone's got a utility, everyone's got a gun. The only weakness is that one Galil, and even then these pros make it look just as good as the AK at times.
Yeah, look, Passion UA, money's not going to be great heading into the next round. This kind of is their best chance now. Obviously not their best, but of the remaining 2, certainly the better. Brute Monster tucked away towards the back of the bomb site. Crossing is 1. Brute Monster finds the pick, backs away, and Jambo glued to the angle that Brute Monster once was. Smoke towards main. Oh, Jambo spotted. So close to finding Brute Monster, and now it'll be this idea of reclaiming the space in E-box. Vem and Kyofo. However this fight goes could determine the game, and Kyofo finds it. 2-man advantage now for Zero Tenacity. And for Passion UA, do you just save this? What do you do?
I mean, honestly, you probably do need to be honest, but it just feels like we've lost some of the spark that Passion UA had. Everything's very individual now. Look, sure, the hit towards B, you understand kind of what they're doing. But when Brute Monster has been playing here with the AWP on a number of occasions, surely you don't want to just give him a freebie.
No, certainly not.
But it's the hit towards A. We always seemingly had a buddy system from Passion UA, and then on this occasion, just see Kavem alone, no util to support him. no player there for a trade, and just him pushing in front of Molly, hoping to win a 1v1 against Kyofo.
Yeah, look, I think obviously the fact that Brute Monster's got the freedom to play towards B, to kind of play towards A when he chooses to, again, it's because of the fact that Namana, he can contain most mid-pressure quite comfortably. And obviously Zero Tenacity, they look to take middle on many occasions on their T side, yet Passion UA, you haven't seen all too much of mid-pressure. And it just allows for the AWP Brute Monster to play wherever he likes. And is obviously causing some problems here. But that save does come through. Zerafix can get full util. Wonder what weapon we're going to see here from Jacasmo. Zerafix could sell a flashbang, drop over a Mac 10. Could be the Galil with no head armor. I really don't know what Jacasmo is going to be going for here. Tech 9. He's missing util. Zerafix could just drop over a Tech 9 and Jacasmo could get full util right now. However, one piece of util, I doubt it's going to have much impact, but an extra flashbang's always going to help. I always look at things like this and I always question and kind of wonder, how has this happened? Look. Well, you have seen it, finally. Deagle, in fact, dropped over to Jacasmo. He's got full util. I always wonder where you can see players drop over weapons, drop over utility, and it just doesn't happen. Either way, though, underway in round number 24. The buy is strong enough from Passion UA. It's not perfect. Mac 10 on Kvem. Yeah, definitely. Look. This is it. There's not going to be any saving here from them. And I think if it gets to OT, I think Zero Tenacity will be favoured. Just on the basis that Passion UA, 4 rounds, 4 opportunities. But they get the opener in this one. They take down the Mana. It is Brute Monster playing towards the A-bomb site, and he's playing deep towards A main. This might catch off Kvem massively, but see the missed shot from Brute Monster. Kyofo now repositioning.
Going towards his triple B setup, a B setup that they did struggle with quite heavily early on their CT side, but going to see what they can do now.
Well, I think this is all on the basis that Passion UA very rarely go towards middle. So, Zero Tenacity, they're going to take a gamble, they're going to take a risk. Brute Monster can just defend towards A main, and the fact that there's no pressure there, this should be a perfect identification that Zero Tenacity can just send 3 towards B. But Passion UA, the 24 seconds, we mentioned that time's been a big problem for them. Molotov in E-box, Simka will get the first. Jambo, still fixated, glued to the back of the bomb site, no one swinging. Eventually AVN will peek out. Simka traded off. Kyofo now with work to do. Brute Monster trying to get her as quick as possible. There's 7 seconds remaining. Jambo, AWP shot's been baited out, trying to maneuver. He picks up a rifle, Deagle in hand. Still Brute Monster yet to rotate in. He will find the frag. It's all on Jacasmo. It's a 1 versus 2, pistol in hand. Kyofo finding Zero Tenacity. They push to overtime. Passion UA sat disappointed, devastated. They had 4 opportunities to close out this game. Charlie, they won 7 out of the first 8 rounds on the T side. But it was that number 8 that they couldn't find.
Yeah, it honestly felt like the pressure got to them at times. Look, Kyofo's alone on the bomb site. You know he's there. You've got 2 players, and Kyofo was able to find a kill here. So we don't see a trade come through. So the 2 Ts take their time, but surely at least put Jambo in a 1v1 or something. Your teammate's just got a Deagle, and they're still playing with a Deagle. And Brute Monster's so late to come, but he's, because of how slow Passion UA are, he's able to get there. He's able to get there as if there's no issue. And they really utilize it. As soon as we do see Jambo go down, they play it perfectly in that 1 versus 2 there. And this is where I'm sort of flipping who I think is going to be able to take this one now. I think Zero Tenacity, they're the ones who are in a good spot. I touched on Inferno and Anubis. Both super close games. Both games where the pistol rounds feel like they've given a huge buffer to Passion UA. Now in overtime, that's not a thing.
No, certainly not.
About these full buys.
Nice find there for Zerafix. Takes down Brute Monster. I've got to ask, Charlie, does mid exist? Because Passion UA doesn't seem like they want anything to do with it.
Yeah, neglecting a lot of the map. Haven't seen a lot of executes towards A. Haven't seen a lot of mid control. And it has
advantage.
been reasonably orchestrated and been more than easy decision for Zero Tenacity just to post 3 players in B most rounds. But big fight from Jambo. Jacasmo does get found. Jambo again. Another kill from him.
Baits out the AWP shot. Jambo misses again. It's the stick of the bomb. AVN. Yeah, look, I think in that 4 versus 3, we see the molly towards Heaven from AVN. If he sends that molly in Pillar or towards A main, we're looking at a different round. I think my biggest problem with that is after Brute Monster goes down, Namana's in middle. He can so easily rotate in. Yet, we don't really see that. Look, there was some slight technical difficulties on our side. Production have since fixed them, so we're back into the action here. Obviously, to give a bit of a short story of what happened. 12-8 to Passion UA. They fumbled it. It goes OT. They win the first round of overtime. Yet Zero Tenacity bounce back. So, Brew Monster.
East, 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 side leave the first half of overtime with the advantage. And Brute opening kill should be able to give them an optimal pathway to do so.
Yeah, look, I think we're both in similar kind of standpoints that Zero Tenacity, you could argue they might be the favourites now on the basis that they did take it to overtime. They're going to have another chance on their T side that looked a little bit limiting. Nade chipping away even further at Kvem. Molly landing at E-Box. And the thing about Passion UA, the lack of control they take towards middle, it allows for this triple B double A setup. They can just bunker down on bomb site. Simka will find Kvem. It's just so simple for Zero Tenacity to identify what Passion UA are going to do. It's far too easy here. Look, Passion UA, my only note that I will say about this game, can we please look at some mid-takes? Just something to spice up these rounds, because it looks far too easy for any team they're going to face to have an idea of what their game plan is.
Oh my god, so
How many
nades.
HPs?
Oh, they've all been softened up. Jambo's found his second kill of the round, but just being 28 points of health will get found eventually. Spots a sliver of AVN, but not able to connect the bullets, and with 15 seconds on the clock, there's no chance to win the round. On a round of OT, players swinging AVN will find, and Zero Tenacity do leave the first half of overtime with the lead, moving on to that T side as well.
Look, Charlie, I don't mind a team that kind of neglects a portion of the map, whether you're quite a B-heavy team, whether you're quite a kind of an A-heavy team. The problem is, the lack of any control or any real idea of middle just allows for these rotations. But the real question is, if you're going to go into a B exec, do it in the first 15 seconds of a round. It denies any control to be taken. It's not as though we can see these rotations. Passion UA will be favoured in that. It'll be a 5 versus 2 on the bomb site, unless if there's a gambling call. But Passion UA, the lack of any pressure towards middle just allows for so much freedom on this CT side from Zero Tenacity.
But you've even seen rounds in the past when Passion UA were throwing out util towards mid just to sort of fake before they go into their B hit. Not a single ZT player rotates off, because like you said, there just wasn't anything in the past. There hasn't been anything even on those rounds, and they just sort of can confirm that, okay, yeah, B, mid's open. They're not going to be there, so we'll just leave it open. Leave it reasonably undefended. But it is now Zero Tenacity's turn on this T side.
Double AWP in play. Kvem and Jambo both wielding. Obviously, over time is where we see a lot of double AWPs, just the finances allowing for it. And it's a AAA setup that Passion UA are opting for. Jambo with the big green posted up from camera. We are going to see a rotation here from Jacasmo. Thinks better about it.
We have seen Passion UA have a triple A setup in regulation that Zero Tenacity handled without losing a single player. Let's see how they handle it this time, as two players are towards A main. Kvem forced to drop a smoke. The AWP shot has been missed, but Jacasmo with a gap in the heaven smoke able to find the kill.
Yeah, now they're going to make their way out onto the B-bomb site. Ollie comes through. Simka will go down to Topper. Now a lot of work for AVN. He gets one. Flashbang's good. Blinded. Namana gets the trade. Brute Monster. He needs to rotate in. There's 14 seconds remaining. Just the tap of the bomb. Namana goes down. And now Brute Monster with 10 seconds left in the 1 versus 3. Attempts with the Tech 9, but Jambo quick to get the kill. Passion UA, they will level things up 14-14 now. Again, though, Zero Tenacity, they probably should have found a pick towards A, but shut down. But I wonder why, kind of what happens there. Namane taps the bomb. No one really swings into him. He takes the fight, in fact, but loses out on it.
I think just worried that people are starting to close in on him. I'm worried that the second tap he'll get swung on, but yeah, you do need to make some sort of risk, because you put Brute Monster in a near impossible round there. The fact he did a 1 versus 3, has to retrieve and plant that bomb with just a matter of seconds on his hands.
It's certainly not easy. Passion UA, though, now, if they want to take things in first overtime, will need all 3 here on this CT side. Little bit of nade damage dealt to Simka and Namana. Simka's been pretty decent
I love
here.
this.
Yeah, this is perfect. Smoke comes through. One player caught off. Nirmana spots the second. A-bomb site open and taken. And now Passion UA, they've got money to go for this. They're surely going to give this one a go, but Brute Monster in middle. And this is what having a player in mid will do for you, Passion UA. You can cut off rotations. You can have a second prong to an attack.
But not just that, look at Passion UA in that round. Smoke drop towards A main, so both the A players full focus on middle, because that's a position that they are worried about. Just allows that to come through. Two players pushing through the smoke, works out perfectly, and such a cheeky round for ZT to get. But it is going to be 15. It's going to be a near guarantee that 15 is where we're going to see this one. The question is it going to be 15 for both sides after this round, or are we going to potentially find ourselves where Zero Tenacity take it here?
Yeah, look, ZT. Their opponents had 4 chances, one able to take it. You've now got the one. Let's see what you can do. Oh, AVN goes hunting, takes down Zerafix. Is that going to have any financial difficulty?
No, it's not going to impact the money at all. All it was going to basically do was deny the AK. Yeah, exactly. I mean, in fact, I don't know if there is an AWP dropped on the floor for Jambo, because if there isn't,
there is. Yeah, there is.
Probably could have seen. Yeah, there is. Okay, so yeah, I mean, look, unless they wanted to go for the double AWP again, unless that was it, but yeah, it's not going to have anything. But I think the main priority was just trying to keep the AK into the next.
Yeah, definitely. Look, slight limiting utility on Jacasmo, just one less, and no defuse kit, but nothing major at all. And again, as I said, middle's been a real possibility here and a promise for Zero Tenacity. They love to take this space, and they find the opener on Jambo. Smoke drop towards camera now. Kvem tries to nade the smoke, but misses it. Molly in Temple. They've given up all this space here in middle. All attention's going to be here, but Zero Tenacity, they've got a minute on the clock. They can do what they please. And you can see it. Look, we've seen the rotation from Topper. The Mana now looks to crunch in on E-Box. He's not gone quiet. The problem is his team aren't really close enough to pounce onto the B-bomb site. So Namana, there's a lot of time. He doesn't really need to take this space right now, but he is going to go for it. And we've seen Kvem contain control in middle. Although Zero Tenacity, they've got the man advantage. AVN gets the trade onto Zerafix, but not the cleanest of kills whatsoever.
Gonna be Topper find. Gets one, and he's just tucked.
We see Jacasmo find one. Brute Monster's nade will get the kill, but Kyofo realizing, well, no one's coming from A main. Someone was hit. I would have found them. Great from Brute Monster. No trade attempt whatsoever from Jacasmo and Brute Monster. He will close out the game for Zero Tenacity. Somehow, some way, after being 12-8 down with your opponent on the favored side, Zero Tenacity claw their way back to victory. Passion UA, devastating, especially when you take into account that they were the ones to win map 1. But look, Charlie, let's bring in X now. I'm interested to hear what he has to say after that map of Anubis.
Well, thank you for getting me involved here, because that was a fantastic finish. Watching the closing sequence come through, fighting back here, I think they still win the award for most unfitting name here. Zero Tenacity showing nothing but that when it comes down to how they close out this third map. And again, you know, even the fittingest of ends, it's Brute Monster with 2 great connections after what he missed out on Inferno. He just stepped up. It looked like what could have been a haunting play throughout this series, and maybe even a playoff run could have been denied for Zero Tenacity, was Brute Monster missing a shot and a player in pit. Looking from that one missed shot to the turning point where he dominated on Mirage and then closes things out on Anubis, a fantastic turnaround here from this man on your screen here. Definitely the player of the match for me right now on the side of ZT. Overall, a fantastic victory as they look to move forward. Still some question marks in the map pool, but you know, happy that they survived the day in the fashion that they show it. It's just classic Zero Tenacity way of just so effectively surviving and so effectively, you know, draining the energy out of their opponents.
Yeah, and again, look, for Passion UA, it's another CCT event that they've kind of foregone their chance. That's 4 now in a row that they've been, or 5 in a row, sorry, that they've been invited to from Series 16. They're yet to get it past the quarterfinals, and obviously now they couldn't even get there. So I think Passion UA are going to have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can do. Look, I think that Mirage game was a perfect kind of application of the problems that Passion UA sometimes have, but what a game it was. We can bring up kind of the the playoff bracket and have a little bit of a look at that, but we've got one more round of 16 game to go, obviously being OG against Namiga, but Passion UA, sad for them to fall out, but not an easy opponent they would have faced, as that's who Zero Tenacity have to play against. Paravision, I think that one's going to be an exciting game, isn't it?
100%, yeah. I mean, Paravision is going to be a great one. I mean, look, we don't have a huge amount of time before we do dive into what is going to be our next best 3. We're a little bit behind schedule, just by about an hour. But yeah, obviously on the other side of the bracket as well, with Apogee waiting as well, they're only tough games forward. I mean, look, I'm even looking at round 16. There was no easy game for anyone, it felt like. So it's really going to have to be a grind. It's really going to have to be a slog for any of these teams to advance any further. But I'm along for the ride, and I'm here just to enjoy how things do pan out.
Yeah, well, me as well. We'll get you guys a quick little rest as we hope to hop into our last best of 3 here very shortly. It's going to be Namiga. It's going to be OG coming up next, guys. Stick around. We will be right back. And we've got one more best of 3 to close us out here for the rest of the day. It's going to be OG taking on Nemiga. Very excited for this matchup here between these two teams. Again, a lot on the line, and you know, two definite titans in this bracket right now, kind of clashing in the opening round here. Zola, you know, what do you make of these two teams coming in, looking in decent form, high expectations for these organizations, and they're finding each other here to start off?
Sorry about that. Some slight technical issues on my side. Obviously, we know OG. They're a decent roster, but they've undergone some recent changes. And I feel like Nemiga are one of the strongest teams here. So I don't think it's going to be an easy game. But as you pointed out, I don't think any of these games are easy. And I think if OG are able to do it, I think they'll be very happy with themselves. I think Nemiga certainly are a tough opponent to take down. You know, there's a reason they are kind of top 30 on HLTV and you know, nearly there in the Valve rankings as well. So I think Nemiga are a strong side. I don't really have any indication of which way this game's going to go. I think it's quite similar to the last, where it's a bit up in the air. Maybe the vetoes will help me out, but I'm not too sure. I think the one positive that Nemiga will have is team synergy. Obviously, they've played over 200 games together, so I think that's something that certainly will help. But look, I think it really could go either way.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, I'm just super interested to see how Nemiga kind of fare up. I got to watch a little bit of them at Pro League and watching what they were able to do, and it looked very weird because they looked very strong up against some of the European competition that they played up against. The results versus South America and North America was where they struggled, which maybe is just like a unfamiliarity with some of those matchups and like the different styles there.
Yeah.
But you know, we're able to also take down a huge victory in Heroic as well. So, you know, I just think this team, with what they're able to bring to the table here, are capable of reaching the heights while also struggling to come through with some more consistent results, which is what they're going to be gunning for here in this playoff bracket. High expectations for this team, but again, on the other end of the server, I think, you know, OG kind of in a similar vein there. They have such a high ceiling with some of the pieces that this roster is bringing together, but there's still question marks around how the roster is going to be able to build through here, and you know, what things are going to look like long term. So you know, CMD, what are your anticipations for this OG roster and how they're going to look in this event?
Yeah, I mean, OG's always been a bit of an interesting one for me because I feel like it's a super different look from when they first came into CS. Look, it looked like they tried to build a bit more of a super team. As time's gone on, it felt like they tried to continue that still, and then slowly but surely we've sort of gone into this project. And in terms of this 5 that we're having here, or at least sort of this 4, and we're waiting to see. I do actually really like the pieces that they do have. I do think it's a good foundation to build off, and we're slowly seeing them make their way up the rankings slightly, and it's got to be something that they continue to do. I think Crisons are a super strong pickup that we've seen a decent while ago now. I feel like from Mouse NXT saw some big things. We're still just waiting to see this team's full form, what they can really produce, and I feel like that's the thing. We're nowhere near, in my opinion, hitting the skill ceiling of OG, and I feel like it's just begun the long climb up the mountain to see where they can really do. But look, in terms of their recent form, I feel like they've been a terrifying team to come up against, and they only sort of falter every now and again, but even then, I feel like more often than not, this team is able to take down some teams equally or even sometimes slightly higher in their rankings. And honestly, I like their odds for this game. I don't get me wrong, I do think this one probably is going to be going to 3 macro if I was going to predict, but I like OG, and I feel like I'd probably even give them a slight advantage in this one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that OG's direction here has been, I think, a lot more efficient in terms of the expectations versus the results that they have to put up. And right now, this roster maybe not setting like incredibly high expectations, but I also think it's giving them a lot of room to grow here, room to build, like you said, not close to the ceilings. You know, I guess we kind of did this in reverse order, so apologies for that. But, you know, talking a little bit about the other side of things, right, and what Namiga's building up together. We talked about the cohesion and a lot of work already being put into this team here. We're watching, you know, Lear step into this leadership role quite nicely, as he's been able to do for quite some time. And I feel like this team has a lot of potential. It just feels like the rifle presence alongside the opping of this Namiga roster is super consistent. There's a lot of faith in their coach Box as well that I've, you know, talked with Lear about, and you know, that sort of foundation being built with this roster has offered up some decent bit of cohesion. I mean, Zola, your expectations for this team here, obviously looking without some of the big firepower pieces that they had from last year, they still remain pretty fierce and pretty strong.
Yeah, look, I think both teams have those pieces, and obviously with kind of with the OG roster here, I think when it comes to individual ability, I think they will actually surpass Namiga. I think Nikados could be a great addition to this side. Obviously, we know the impact that he does have. I feel like so many players on OG as well have got that kind of that it factor about them, right? Kind of just having, you know, a real dominance. And look, Zwei being kind of on this head-to-head, you understand he's been really, really good. But I still feel like Namiga, do they have that kind of, that real quality, that kind of strong talent? I feel like they're slightly lacking in that. I do have to say, obviously, these players' ratings will be somewhat conditioned in a different light. I think the opponents that we've seen Namiga play against and kind of the caliber of events that we've seen them play against in as well is going to be obviously of higher opponents. But still, I think this is going to be an interesting one. I think the Vetoes actually are going to dictate this game massively, kind of all on the basis that we're looking at the strengths of OG. They play a lot of Nuke. That is the Instaban, obviously, from Namiga. And obviously, Train, we saw Namiga play it a few times. It's not been perfect for them, but it's clearly a map they're wanting to introduce, and that being OG's ban. I'm looking at the remainder of these maps, and I'm thinking the only map that I'm confident that Namiga will take would be Dust. But I don't know whether they're even going to go for it. They go for Anubis instead. And for OG, it's a map they have looked good on. So I think maybe Namiga have missed the trick here with this veto. Nearly having an 80% win rate across 14 maps. I don't really know why we haven't seen them pick Dust, but I guess that's something that will kind of unspell and unfurl later. Ancient picked from OG. It's been a great map for them. 27 maps played, 75% win rate nearly. I think that one's pretty clean cut. And to be honest, I think OG surely going to be favoured here now. I don't really know why Anubis has been selected, but we could see an OG 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the final ban is as well. And I mean, I think a great target there in the second phase ban of Dust 2 to kind of avoid a strong suit here for the side of Namiga. I am kind of surprised to see that here. OG do quite like banning Dust 2 in those second phases as well, so that maybe should have been anticipated more. They get Mirage to close out on, and you know, maybe there's something that they look towards when they target Anubis here for OG that I'll be interested to see. But whenever you do pick into this map, I think it leads to a lot of difficulty sometimes in that first half. Having to start off on the T side, or rather the CT side of this map here for Namiga can create some challenges. Watched sometimes this Namiga squad there again when they were working at Pro League struggle up against those NA teams. You know, lost to NRG, lost to MIBR. So, you know, a couple of those frustrating losses there to some teams that you have high expectations to beat here. But we'll see what reason they picked into this map here instead of Dust 2 as we're ready to hop into the action.
Look, I've got to say, we've seen some frustration out of OG as well. Very recently, I believe it was, 2 days ago, maybe even yesterday, we saw OG lose out in that kind of grand final qualifier for PGL Bucharest. And I think that was a tough one for them. They grinded out so many games to get themselves there, unable to do it. They've got another playoff promise, though, being here in the CCT, the last season of Season 2. Not an easy opponent. Amiga, top 30. Let's see why they're there. OG, I like the idea of this pistol. It is going to be a play through A and a great flashbang and a great find. Nikados takes down Risky Bob as well. It's a hefty stack towards A though from Namiga, and it could pan out perfectly, but it goes against them. It's so many players on the A bomb site. It was a triple A setup, or a quad A setup, I believe. Not 100% sure, but it seemed like Namiga had a great game plan, but OG just surpassing it.
Yeah, just the util too good. The gunfight's going the way of OG, and they will secure the pistol thanks to that one. Massive showing from OG. The fact that they go into the stack and still come away looking pretty clean, pretty sharp. But I mean, look, we were talking about potentially why an Amiga selected Anubis. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just on recent form. 3 games in a row that they played, 3 victories in a row. Maybe they're just feeling pretty good on this map. As of late, and maybe want to select it into this one because they feel like that's maybe where they've got a pretty good chance on it. It honestly could just be as simple as a bit of recency bias from them.
Yeah, potentially.
Like, if they go on to win, no issues, but if they do go on to lose to OG, which, don't get me wrong, I think on face value, I do actually think this is a reasonably close game between the two teams. Sure, Namiga definitely have the advantage of having this full 5 that have been together for as long as they have. But I definitely don't think this is OG are huge underdogs in this one. Sure, you might favour Amiga slightly, but I definitely think OG's recent form themselves, you've got to give them credit where it's due. And I think even if they do take Anubis, I don't think it's exactly a mad upset that they've stolen away Namiga's map selection. But definitely Namiga might have made things a little bit easier for them in terms of picking this map.
Yeah, look, I think I'm definitely going to, after the result of this, whether I need to question whether Dust would have been a better pick is something that I guess I'll, could be foreshadowing in saying. But look, I think actually OG are a team that are kind of rising the ranks slowly, making a name for themselves. And I've got to say, I think the calling from Krizen's been really good. I think there was a lot of expectation. There was a lot of weight on Krizen's shoulders. Obviously, still a very young player. Obviously, as well, we kind of saw his rise to fame, I guess, within the CCT, spanning across 2 years of his time on Mal's NXT. And I think Mal's NXT kind of really impressed many sides and really impressed fans at home because there was moments where they were kind of higher ranked than their main roster. Obviously, we know the Mal's NXT is kind of split apart, but I think all the individuals have clearly moved on to bigger and better things, which I think is always nice to see. But look, I think OG, they're definitely a team for the future. They're definitely kind of still a project, I guess you can say. But the project's already, gotta say, looking pretty good. I think Spook's having a lot of impact, not only kind of on an individual basis, but it's clear that he offers so much when it comes to kind of the entrying. And obviously a player that usually gets overshadowed is Fiku. I think Fiku's been brilliant in the last couple of months.
Yeah, there's been a lot of pieces on OG that it does feel like if they're performing at the level that we know each of these pieces can, I mean, this team certainly does have some level of firepower that definitely can be scary. But it feels like, look, since we've seen sort of Krizen join the team, I think OG haven't exactly been put on the greatest display individually for themselves, but look, the changes that they've made, it only feels like it's put them on an upwards trend, and it's great to see that. It feels like we are finally starting to get a successful portion of OG that I think people have been craving for a long time.
Yeah, well, look, as you said, Charlie, it seems like OG have always been this kind of organisation that wants to build these super teams, kind of big names, big promise, and a vast majority of the time, it hasn't really panned out as they'd hoped. Yeah, it seems like OG have opted for a different route, going for these kind of younger players and more of a project. And I think in a couple months' time, I think it could be woven into quite a fine tapestry. I think they're looking really nice currently, and it's just about ironing out just little things. But nice find from Buzz, takes down Zantel, opens things up on the A-bomb site, and it seems like OG are going to look to progress. Little do they know, the A-bomb site is completely for the taking.
Yeah, they are taking their time, so it is going to allow the Khan to rotate in, and the Molotov not actually landed towards camera has allowed these players to make it into this A-bomb site. Khan at the back of the site, finding one, able to dodge the bullets of the second, and Risky Bob can come down and take Krizen, and a bit of a misstep, an oversight from OG just to push into the bomb site. Lear goes into the crosshair of Spook, and now actually the A-bomb site would be opened up if the bomb wasn't dropped on B. Flip those bomb sites.
Yeah, this is a round that should have panned out so perfectly here for OG. I don't really know what's happened so poorly. We will see the round go against them. I'm lost for words. I really don't know how that's gone so wrong for OG. They get the kill towards A. There's 4 players close A main. All they need to do is just accelerate onto the bomb site and the round is over. And I guess these are the slight cracks and missteps that OG sometimes put on display. Because we would have seen a 3-0 start, maybe even a 4-0 start. But Namiga given a gift, and they have certainly opened it well.
Yeah, clearly just... it clearly is just being paranoid that someone's rotated towards A quicker. They try to play things slightly too methodical. Sometimes you just gotta hold W and take the shots when they come for you, but yeah, it's gonna be something they watch in the demo and realise that, yeah, that was a great chance to do so. Flashbang connects onto Xanta, just able to make it around the corner, not ready for Buzz to be that close, so...
Yeah, and it's something that Exner pointed out. The OG, the Namiga, it seemed as though they've made some decent kind of performances, but consistency's been a bit of a problem. I've got to say about this Namiga side, right? You look at individuals, you look at kind of the ability of these players. Their last 30 games, their last 3 months, the best rating's been Khan. It's 1.06. It's actually 1.08, sorry. But no one's consistently lighting up the server. And a player that, you know, I think many have kept a pin in for quite some time, being Lear, when it comes to individual performances, he's slightly lacking as well. I think Namiga, if they just had kind of someone stepping up consistently, I think we could imagine them breaking far greater into, you know, a much higher standpoint. But it's clear that against kind of non-European sides, they did struggle, and that's something that obviously Namiga aren't going to have the problem with here today. But I think we could see Namiga. I'll be honest, Charlie. You said that you favour OG. I think the Vetoes massively favour them. But Namiga get gifted the last round. They win this one. It's unfortunate to watch because I think OG, they could have really had a standpoint here on Anubis, and it's kind of fallen flat.
Yeah, tactical pause being called from them. They're going to have to take the eco. They're going to have to concede the lead to their opponents. And then we'll have to go and see what they can do next time their weapons are in play. But yeah, OG, look, they definitely have the chance. Something that has slipped away slightly, but plenty of time left in this map, plenty of time left in this game. You can see how vocal Christen's being there in that tactical pause as well, fully discussing what he's got in his mind and what he wants to see on the server. But back in the game, round number 5, obviously just the Glocks in this one for OG. So it'll be interesting if they're going to be able to do anything in this round, but chances are tactical pause was more used for the next.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Xanta's had a bit of a tough time here towards A. I think we've got to say that. Time and time again, a flashbang blinding and a player falling. I think maybe some more reservations. Maybe a bit of a slower played approach, a bit more passive and disciplined. Because being 0-4, never fun, but this could be a bit of a confidence round as the Glocks are slowly creeping their way through, and timing couldn't get worse. Luckily, Xanta's got a teammate by his side. If Lear isn't there, I think Xanta goes down. And I think it perfectly embodies how this game's been for him. Every time he should have a gun out or should have a better position, he's been caught off guard. That would have been so rough if he was alone and got taken down there.
Yeah, luckily not the case. Got weapons out again.
Yeah, Khan on the AWP.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how the AWPers perform. What we see from both sides of things, because we know the heights that someone like Nikodos has achieved in his career.
I think we do have to say that maybe Nikodos in this roster, obviously we've seen a few games here and there with Nikodos playing, but it's just, what, I want to say it's maybe about a week's worth of series. I think trying to embed yourself in a roster can be quite difficult, and especially when the AWP, I feel like the AWP has kind of got to be very vocal in what they want to achieve, especially on that CT side. And it's just whether Nikodos feels like he can, whether he feels that he can really have weight with his words. But as you say, for a player of his talents and experience, I think there's certainly going to be a lot of potential with Nikodos here. I mean, you can already see he's joined the roster, and it's gone very green regarding OG's victories.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing. I do think just naturally due to Nikodos' experience, chances are we're going to end up seeing him be a bit more vocal when needed. But I also think just luckily due to him actually being an AWPer, it is reasonably easy in terms of the roles you play. It's not exactly like you've got to learn all too much about what it is you need to do. You kind of already know exactly what they want from you, and you just got to be able to show it in the server. And hopefully, and seemingly, that transition has been reasonably smooth for him so far. And round has gone the way of OG on this one, as it was pretty early, the save call from Namiga. They're just gambling towards B. If the bomb goes there, you've got a great chance. If not, saves a nice easy one. The lurk of Fiku will find one, but does eventually get taken down. But the most important thing for OG is the round on the board, and they've got that.
Yeah, look, Charlie, ever since Nikodos has joined this roster, he's played 16 series with them. They've won 12. 75% win rate. And I feel like Nikodos is a perfect addition. Not only has he got such firepower, he's got great experience. We know that in previous rosters he has been very vocal. I think that's something that can really help such a young in-game leader of Crizant, who's still trying to kind of figure out what identity this OG team is going to be working with.
That's now tactical pause for an Amiga. We saw one from OG a couple of rounds ago. Amiga instantly wanted to bounce back. They are on this weaker side, and they want to really press the issue of how many rounds they can achieve and what sort of level of success they can find in this first half before they do switch over to the T side.
Yeah, I think the one problem that Amiga face is their CT side is usually very poor, their T side is usually very strong. Yeah, for OG it's kind of a 50-50 split. They've looked good on both, so I think if OG can expectedly win the T side, problems could be seen here. They really could. But as we say, I think the risk of picking a map like Anubis is so tough. I feel like Anubis is kind of made a bit of a stable third mapper in a lot of series. Obviously, that's what we saw between Zero Tenacity and Passion UA. And I think it's been adopted by nearly every single team as a strong map. 4-on-3 though, that with Khan falling, the round gets a little bit difficult. And the difficulties will be seen from Zwei, but the bomb's going towards A. This could go so wrong. Steps heard, players line up. And even with the low HP of Xanta, he could fall to the Glock of Buzz, and he will fall. Buzz has got a double. We did see the bomb maneuver from Crizant.
Yeah, very quickly just got out of dodge there as soon as contact was made, but Buzz was able to get the double. The second play completely caught out. Wasn't able to fire back. Buzz definitely goes down there if... I'm not entirely sure who it was, had their gun out. Xanta, I want to say. So a bit unfortunate in timing there, but OG, they win the round, and the tactical pause of Namiga does not pay off on that occasion, and that is going to be them forced now onto this weaker buy.
Yeah, look, I think the idea of the split there from OG, I feel like there's real positives and real negatives you can talk about, right? Because we see two players in Con, they take down Khan towards B, and they're still split 2 and 2. And I think it can work out really nicely, but I think the problem is what happens if Khan gets that kill? It's now a 4-on-3 for Nexus. It's now a kind of round where they have to go towards A, and there's a double A setup. I think there's a real risk to that decision making from OG.
Should be a comfortable finish here on this round for OG, but we are seeing the CTs creep in. Buzz's position alone, though, should be able to shut down any chance As it is all remaining on Lear. The 41 points of health. Deagle unarmored. He's able to get a shot off on the Buzz, but does go down. Similarly to the same rifle that his teammate did not too long ago. And OG find 5, but they've got to continue this. Don't want to allow Namiga to get a foothold in this game on this weaker side of all things.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more, though. Again, Xanta, like, I don't want to isolate an individual for any reasoning for a map loss, but 1 and 8. And a vast majority of the time, it's not as though he's rotating in and getting caught off. He's the opening death.
Still early door, still a lot of time for him to hopefully turn things around. But yeah, it's been a difficult portion for him. Initially, at least. Oh, just a timing shot from Spook. Finds a risky bob. And Zwei is going to be making his way into E-Box. The spams might have actually just helped him there. They might not go for them again. Zwei does get a double Buzz. Completely assuming it's clear.
Yeah, I like the risk taken there from Zwei. I think sometimes you've got to take a bit of a risk like that. And in doing so, takes the advantage. Gives it right back to Namiga. We are seeing Khan rotate back towards middle, though. Quite worried about the idea of it. Prison taking this space. I still don't even know where OG are going to go here. Fiku's outside B. Nikodos is outside A.
Bomb has been retrieved, and we are just seeing Khan rotate off of B. Seeing the aggression from Evox, from Zwei, and it's time to perfection. No one looking. And now OG could just save if they wanted to, but they are still hoping to go towards A with Fiku not having a smoke grenade. This could be an easy find for Khan. He just finds Xanta, but that's an easy decision for him to try to back away and make this save. And gets chipped away at, gets softened up and has been caught out by Khan's USP. Namiga, important round victory, but an important few kills there from Zwei. Completely changed around by himself.
Yeah, it's a risk like that that can pan out so well. It's kind of one of those rounds where you opt for a risk. If it goes against you, you lose the round, but you're probably in a spot where you're disadvantaged. Someone's got to make your hero play. But yeah, absolutely excellent there from Zwei. I think Namiga needed a hero, and they've kind of been in need of one for quite some time. Nice nade there. Xanta calling in the cavalry as Leo rotates in. It's going to be this playthrough canals with Fiku just lurking outside B. Spook. He's gone loud about taking this space. Drops the molly as Risky Bob, and within the flames are the teased. So much damage taken. Spook pushing through the smoke will be traded out. Fiku can find Zwei though. It's a 2-on-3. And it seems like Nikodos wants to take a bit of a risk. Not panned out. Fiku now. 1 versus 3. He knows that 2 players are here towards Evox, and Fiku can find them both. Preemptively spray transferring towards Temple. And he's against Khan, he's against the Orb, but this damage has been relayed. Fiku finds a 1 versus 4. What have we just witnessed? And this is what I'm on about. Fiku is a player that a lot of the time he doesn't get all too much praise, but a round like that is one to remember.
I mean, a 1v3 clutch from out of nowhere, finding both the players there towards E-Box. Gets whittled away, and Khan is being relayed how low they are. And the info has gone to him. Pulls out the USP, and even then not able to fire a bullet, not even able to miss. It's just the instant headshot from Fiku. Great find and great round taken there from OG. And we have to say a necessary round as well. It denies Namiga finding 5. It puts him onto an eco. So OG will at least Well, I say at least, they should at least find 7, and then it's sort of your bog standard T half at a minimum.
Look, Charlie, there's a reason that OG certainly want to keep hold of a player like Fiku. Obviously, the longest standing member of this OG roster, nearly been 3 years. This is his third kind of roster iteration here of OG. But I think moments like that certainly give the seal of approval of an individual.
Space being taken right now from Krisanana's Mag 10. So Xanta, his time was limited anyway, but does find a dink at least.
Krisen needs to help out Nikados now. This is the bomb, but the Mac 10 marching through. Can find 2, and the Glock will get the 3rd. Nice there from Nikados as well, just to back away. Didn't want to stick around for too long. Look, OG, they've got themselves their 7th. And I think this is where Nemiga, I don't think they're in kind of troubling times yet. But I think if they lose this round and lose the pistol, that's where you've got to be worried. I think an 8-4, is it out of the ordinary? Is it something so random on a map like Anubis? Certainly not, no. But I think when you take into account that OG are pretty decent on their CT side as well, this is when Nemiga do have to start asking questions. They do have to start thinking, well, look, we probably should have won that 3 versus 1 against Fiku. And that obviously would have been, you know, maybe even them with the lead. So I think for Nemiga, many things that they're going to be asking. I think they're going to be asking for more heroic moments from players like Zwei. But again, Charlie, look, I pointed out when Xanta was just a 1 kill. I think he was 1 and 8. He's now 1 and 11. It's always tough. Because, look, I think as that kind of A anchor, it's quite difficult to get those opening kills because you've got to go searching a vast majority of the time on your own. And when rotating into bomb sites that are already dismantled, it's quite tough. But I think for Xanta, the problem is he's going searching. He's going for these picks. But he's just dying. He's still losing out on these engagements. And I think this is where you could probably say, look, Xanta, either you play super passive, play from heaven, just keep yourself alive, or if you're going to go aggressive, go with someone else. Make sure there's a second. Make sure there's a trade. Maybe bolster up, you know, the B-bomb site. Have the A defender be kind of calm with the AWP in middle. I think there's many things that we can talk about for Nemiga and maybe their lack of success here so far. But still early doors, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to find a couple more rounds on the board before I'm feeling confident about what they can do, but it definitely starts with this one. I think it starts with this, and like you said, the pistol. I think that's really where we will set our sights forward and see where Anubis could be panning out here. You saw once again, Prison. How vocal he is. Nice early kill there from Lear. Trade not able to come through. Spook eventually does get it, but Xanta, big rotation, but what a find through the wall there from Spook. Instant double headshot.
I've got to say, Prison, he's spamming through kind of the brick wall. If he just swings a little bit further, he surely gets that kill. Nice find, though, from Khan. Does take down Spook, and in doing so, gives them the advantage once again. Risky's got to clear out the whole of middle. This is the problem. Khan posted up on the back of the bomb site. Risky's rotated in as well. Round is over, surely. Fiku, you can't put up another 1v3. Surely not Fiku. He finds one, blinded. And now it's all on Zwei. Fiku. He's had such a big round earlier. The fact he has the opportunity to do it again is crazy. But no one's rotated him from camera or heaven. This should be a clear idea to Fiku. Well, Zwei's in con. Vast majority of the time, the B player. Fiku with an excellent angle and Zwei with no certainties as to where he resides. Fiku spots him but goes down. What a shot there from Zwei. A great reaction there, and you can see Fiku, there's a smile on his face, but deep down there'll be disappointment. He had that round. Had the perfect idea. Zwei. Just won such an important 1v1 for kind of Namiga's survival. No celebration.
I mean, I think he's probably looking at it in the context of what on earth just happened there. 1 versus 3 again, almost let slip. Needed the headshot. Only bullet that connected was the headshot. And if he didn't get that, he does go down. So massive attempt from Fiku again. The young rifler of his way. I mean, he's had a monstrous game, and as the newest addition to this roster, I think Amiga are probably going to be thanking their lucky stars that he is on this team, because there's been a number of rounds that he has single-handedly won this team.
Look, Charlie, we have just got words from production that there are some server issues. Obviously, we've seen some tech pauses throughout this game, and there's been some typing. So I think we are going to be switching to a different server. Apparently, there's too many issues. So we will be having a bit of a break. Hopefully, we're back quite shortly, and we get to see the second half of this first map of Anubis. Welcome back. Going to be heading into Anubis. Second half underway. Once again, some slight server issues, but back into the action now. OG winning the half. I think we saw some big moments. Saw some big opportunities. Namiga now. Pistol round is of vital importance.
Yeah, I definitely don't think it's as damning as it could have been if it was an 8-4. But it's certainly going to be something they want to get, sort of to be able to level this game up as quick as possible. I think it's going to be very big for them, but I definitely don't think it's nearly as dangerous a spot as it could have been.
Yeah,
I would have minded Spook actually saving that smoke to sort of as soon as anyone sees any util flying over. But uses it early.
I like the positioning of Spook. But we can't get in the double.
Middle.
Yeah. Yeah, so... It's not round over, though.
That he's alone, though. They should be aware that they are towards B. We've got Buzz pushing fully through. And slowly we are going to have Fiku clear out towards middle, but it's going to depend how quickly can he do this and how quickly can he get back. Look at the patience from Amiga.
I'll be honest, I think this patience is going to go against them. Because we're going to see a rotation here now. Oh, falling. Well, that's where the round will get much, much harder. But the fact we could have had 3 defenders here on the B-bomb site, certainly possibilities. Miga are so worried about a potential flank. They finally emerge. If the bomb goes down here, Spook could fire and find, but not confident. Now the bomb's planted, I'm thinking the round's over. Miga at a 5-on-2. They get a 5-on-1. Spook, best of luck. He's been tucked away on the back of the bomb site for quite some time. Will be found. Amiga, an important pistol there. I think something we do have to mention, Charlie, is, look, Fiku 101 versus 3. If that doesn't happen, we would have seen kind of a more positive CT side from Namiga. I think the fact that it is going to be this 7-6 or 7-7 with an eco from OG, it's a leveled up game with Namiga on their far favoured side. You know, we question the Anubis selection and the risk it might pose. I think Namiga right now are in a very good position. But look,
yeah,
Khan,
they definitely are.
Khan getting that double was excellent.
I mean, that's the thing. It was him towards middle, being able to find one through the window into canals. But then we see the swing from Crizzen, and he just gets taken down super quickly. Khan, yeah, his double, absolutely massive. And that's the thing. Even if Namiga did play it patiently enough and OG had 3 defenders towards B, it's still the work that Khan's done that gives them a big advantage in that round. Just the fact that there's still a ton of utility in play, and you saw all the angles that did isolate. And it's the fact that Khan's given them that 2-man advantage.
So the T's are hunting. The bomb site is being defended by 1 player right now in Xanta. There's a smoke on Crizzen. Has been dropped over to Nikados. There is a second player manoeuvring their way back to A main. Nice HE grenade. Crizzen jumping out of heaven. Smoke landing on the bomb site. There's plenty of CTs ready and waiting. They're going to be swinging through. Damage dealt. The round will still be found by Namiga. Players should be safe from the bomb. Yeah, no problems there. I'll be honest. If OG went straight away, if they didn't maneuver players to heaven or kind of wait behind that camera smoke, it was Xanta completely alone towards A. It could have been a 5-on-1.
Yeah, hindsight's a magic thing, isn't it? But obviously without any of that info.
I still don't know why they look to kind of wait things out. I think they really could have caught Namiga off guard.
I think they probably wanted to see if maybe they could force a lot of the T's back and maybe see if they could take anyone down to the bomb. Just due to them having that smoke on the bomb. I'd be surprised if they were actually looking to win the round. I would have been impressed if they were able to win the round.
Nice from Xanta, though. Great opener. He's turned his game around massively. As I said, he was 1-11. He's now 6-12.
Yeah, big step up from him.
Ooh, missed flashbang there. OG, they wanted to clear out some space here in Con. Crizzen's rotated across. Nikados, the lone defender here towards A. Oh, he's aware there's a player in main. The smoke. Smoke, in fact, hits them. Zwei now might go searching to get this eventual trade. The molly in camera should delay some rotations, but now has dissipated. Flashbang coming over, Zwei fully blinded. Khan now. He's got a teammate alongside him. Swing good from Krisen. Krisen can find another. Wow. Krisen's found 3. This was a 2 versus 4 at one point, but Nemiga not clinical enough to deal with Krisen. And this is the outcome. Molly to land in heaven. Krisen at the back of the bomb site. Spook close by. This is going to be so difficult. Spook catching off Risky Bob there with a bit of an off angle. OG, they're giving her the gift, but Krisen absolutely brilliant there. How is there no trade? How is he found 3? Should never happen.
I mean, it's that one flashbang you see come through. It splits up a bit of it, but then, yeah, you see the player towards Pillar. That just should not be happening. The fact that we were able to see Krisen swing out wide to take down the Pillar player, and then the trade isn't instant. I mean, great job from Krisen to be able to very quickly dispatch of 3. But we definitely do look at Nemiga. Probably should have got the trade eventually, but OG take the lead. Denying Nemiga being the ones in that spot, and it is just the eco here for Nemiga with Liz Hero AK that gets dropped pretty quickly.
Nice trade from Spook. Xanta finds Fiku, but Spook in a great position there. And look, Spook, he's a player that has had so much success here on this OG roster in the last couple months. 17 and 9. Looking really, really good here so far on Anubis. Nikodos has actually struggled a little. I think we have to say that. He's 5 and 11. Currently the bottom performing player here of OG. Obviously, we do have to say that Nikodos kind of maneuvered himself into this roster. I think we know that it's going to take some time for him to be fully established and ready for what OG planned for. But I think as well, has he had the orb that much? I don't think so.
I mean, I think this is going to be the thing. CT side, get him on the orb as much as possible.
I think it'll be a lot easier.
Yeah, I think this is where we can maybe see him step up a bit.
I believe Nikodos might be able to get an AWP out if he survives in this one. Yeah, can afford it. 1 kill allowing for that. And to be honest, I think he will. He's got full util. Might as well drop the AK to someone, get the big green in hand. Has bought a kit though. Obviously the option to sell it.
Yeah, I think maybe just deliberating slightly in what they want to do, but no, he wants to stick with the AK for now.
Look, we've got a Tech 9 in play on Lear, a couple weaker weapons and weaker utility on Nemiga. Money's not perfect. I think maybe OG are kind of reading into the finances of Nemiga to have maybe a Mac 10, maybe a Tech 9, so that's where sometimes an AWP can get a bit overwhelmed. But Nikodos is going to be under pressure here as Xanta searching for a pick towards A, and Xanta can be found. No support network for Xanta. Krisen now looking to re-peek into middle, and timing couldn't be better. Krisen, he gets the double. Khan and Zwei, the 2 heavy hitters falling. And now the round relied upon Lear and Risky Bob, but 2 on 5.
And Liz is not being allowed to retrieve a gun. Being spammed back, being forced back, and just gonna have to stick with this tech. No space in middle's being given up to him at all. So he's now got a teammate in Risky by his side. So might now look to try to take it, but with so much util down in middle, I think Nemiga started to think better of it. There's no way in, but Spook's position should find Risky, and he's up against the Tech 9, but so low.
I was about to say, I think the only way that Lear gets a gun is if his teammate dies and he can retrieve it, but Lear will get one with the Tech, but Krisen secures the hat-trick of kills as he gets the 3rd there on the late rotating Lear. Krisen's had a very good game as well. Obviously, that triple from Bricks. He's got a triple in this one. Timing couldn't have gone better here. This is the problem with a contact mid-play. You're so fixated on dealing with any player in camera that often isolates moments like that. OG go 10-7. It could be 11-7. Nemiga, from what was once a decent start, for this half has slipped away quite massively. Not to be too blunt or brutal, but Amiga, this is not what your T side should be showing.
No, I mean, look, just about 5 minutes or so ago, we were saying about how good a spot the Amiga are in.
Yeah.
Very quickly is slipped away, and very quickly is probably us going to be saying, OG, you're in a very good spot. Unless these Deagles can cause any damage and maybe steal a round away, it does feel like that's going to be the sentiment I feel like we're going to be proclaiming for a little bit longer.
Well, look, that's the problem with losing 2 full buys in a row. That's the problem with kind of losing a round where Prison should be taken down, should be traded. It's little mistakes like that can start the avalanche. So, Prison. Nice picks in this one. Joins Spook with 19. Prison is hungry for these eco frags.
It's now overtaking Spook and kills.
Yeah, Spook might go searching as well in middle. But it will be Prison. Okay, he goes 2 up here on Spook. 21 and 10. Prison's had a very good game as an individual. Obviously, a round like that, we know is it massively impactful on the outcome of a round? Not necessarily. I think, you know, it's an eco, it's a couple Deagles. I don't even know if there was any Kevlar behind it, but nice 4K there from Prison. And I think this is where Prison, there's going to be a small task for him is, look, Amiga have called a tactical pause. I think the idea is that they might go changing something up. And the question is whether Prison is going to change accordingly or keep things the same. Whether it's going to be an info play in E-box with the AWP. Whether it's going to be kind of an attempt at an A main take. Heavy dominance towards middle. Be interested to see if OG opt with a similar game plan or look to maybe spice things up.
Well, for now, their money's grown to a decent degree. They can probably just keep things how they're going for now until Amiga show any sort of resistance or any sort of change up in their game plan, because OG just 2 rounds away from taking Anubis and 2 rounds away from taking it in a reasonably comfortable fashion.
Spook's positioning here is excellent. Risky's not even going to spot him. There just needs to be a flashbang that comes through, and there it is. Spook will get 1. Khan double down. Khan gets the trade, but information gathered. I thought we were going to see a crunch into canals. There was 2 players close towards the A-bomb site. We saw the kind of the early flash sent in middle by Prison. Khan spamming through. Could connect. He's so close to finding. Buzz is close by, though. So they know there's at least another here towards A main. They can probably identify that the B-bomb site has a single defender. And it is Nikado's. Util landing here on the B-bomb site. Khan now creeping. All about timing here for Khan. AWP shot firing. Khan will take down Nikado's. And now Buzz trying to hurry on this rotate to find him. Fiku's got so much work to do here now.
Yeah, Khan's made Buzz's life so difficult in this round. Finally spots him out, but Khan's just being a nuisance. Still, Buzz able to find 1, and Khan might be regretting dropping that molly as it's allowed space for Buzz to get into E-box, but Khan does finally strike through the flames. So a 1v1 on the bomb site for now, but Fiku's time is ticking.
Nice nade onto Khan. Drops him down to 7 HP. Lear's going to be swinging. Fiku's to the tap of the bomb. It's going to have to be a stick. There's no time. We will see the round go the way of Namiga. Look, I've got to say, Buzz has got this complicated fight with Khan towards stairs. He finds the player, I believe it was Way in connector. Buzz has a lot of utility there. He could have, I believe he had a smoke. He could have just dropped it and backed away. He could have just held the angle of Khan. It seems like he just completely forgets about him.
I mean, you can see they've got no information on where the second player actually is or where the final player is, and it just looked like Buzz was very paranoid about there being someone towards the E-box gonna swing on him, so he's just very focused on that, hoping he can make it into there potentially beforehand. But yeah, it certainly was a tricky spot for him to find himself anyway, and maybe it was just one of those situations in general that he started just the question, I've just got to quickly get on the bomb, so I've got to help my teammate, and just panicked slightly. But you can see, despite Amiga winning the round, their buy's pretty abysmal, and it's a lot worse than OG's.
Yeah, I wanted to say that. Look, OG, they had enough money to invest regardless of the outcome of the last round, yet Amiga were fighting with scraps, and obviously, with having no survivors coming into this one, there is weaknesses throughout. And with the opening kill going against Amiga, they've got very limited utility, just the one smoke, and that's just been used in middle.
Likely contact play with that we're going to see then. There's one flashbang, it's going to be utilized perfectly. Flash comes through for Buzz. The reposition from Christian could be massive here.
Yeah, great find that. Aware of Lear's position as he fires, but Nikodos gets the trade. The final players maneuvering their way through middle. This is kind of a must-win round. Yeah, the bomb's dropped so deep towards top stairs. Look at the damage that Fiku's done. This round should be over. 41 health combined on these final two players. And Spook easily deals with Sway. Risky Bob in a 1 versus 2. Finally retrieves the bomb. Nikodos is going to go searching.
Oh, he surely heard that.
Yeah, still got the AWP in hand though. And there it is, 12 found. And the finances for Namiga are going to be put into question. I think the only way we see an AK is if Xanta goes for a glass cannoned AK or drops one across. But look, Amiga, we touched upon the risk of picking Anubis. We said that maybe Dust would have been an easier outlet. They opt against it, and we're seeing problems. Sorry, they nearly have an 80% win rate on Dust. It's one of their most played maps. Why have they not picked it? I'd love to think of one reason, but I can't.
Yeah, like I said, it feels like the only real argument for it is just that recent form that they found themselves on it, and maybe thinking that's good enough for them to be able to take it. Evidently not, though. Fiku had his finger on the trigger, still able to find one as well. He jumps into the bullets, does get taken down. This BXQ has to come through here. It has to come through now, but the flashbang from Fiku, sending himself in, has killed any chance, and Lear gets the lone kill onto Buzz on A, trying to rotate across. And don't get me wrong, got plenty of time to play with, but we've seen a 1 versus 3 this game so far. Can we see a 1 versus 4? Maybe, as Spook makes his life a little bit easier. Both the CTs split off from one another.
Fiku could go down here. He's back turn. Fiku found. It's a 1 versus 1. How has this 1v4 come down to a 1-on-1? Well, I'll tell you, Charlie. Players are on their own. They're out in the open. There's no need for this. The bomb's dropped. All 3 of them could have just sat together in B main. They could have all just sat together in CT spawn for all that they care about. They would still win the round. They still win the retake. Why are players pushing the extremities here?
Oh, Nikodos, he's pushing ever so slightly. This is a really good position that Nikodos is in here, just outside of E-Box. Eventually, Lear's going to have to make noise, going to have to use utility, and that's where the positioning of Nikodos is going to be so strong.
He switched to an AK as well. Smoke landing now. Worried about a potential flank. Great idea from Laird, just planting your own smoke. He's going to push the CT. There's no smoke, there's no molly on Nikodos. If Lair can get back towards CT, he's going to be favoured in this. I think Nikodos your best chance. Just to fuse in the smoke that Lair's given you. Little does he know that Lair did in fact pick up an HE grenade. And Lair,
it's going to be a lot of information though. Nikodos has cleared this out super early, so he's going to realise that he's flanked around.
He could still just be sat deep CT. There's very minimal time. Nade landing to Temple. Not really much time remaining. Lear, he can swing, but he will find, and he wins the 1 versus 4.
And somehow keeps Namiga in it. Madness on Anubis. And look how good this round looked initially from OG. But Namiga, I say Namiga, Lear denies. This kill onto Spook really unraveled things. We kind of needed to see just both CTs grouped together as soon as that happened, but yeah, they opted against it. And it allowed Lear to play that one perfectly.
Look, I think once it gets down to the 1 versus 1, I think Lear plays it quite nicely. And I don't want to take away from his clutch, but OG, it wasn't a kind of a ridiculous clutch from Lear where he tactically and kind of individually dismantles. It's just players pushing the extremities. Smook caught out behind the smoke, which I guess you can somewhat forgive, but in the same regard, he doesn't really need to be doing that. Fiku pushing into T-spawn. But yeah, an important clutch. It gives Nemiga survival here on Anubis.
Missed shot from Nikodos on this force bite from OG.
I quite like this though. Solo warp towards B. And Nemiga really going to be thinking of going towards the AWP. They can calculate OG's finances. They'll realize that there's going to be some weaknesses. I think maybe putting together, well, the big weapon, the heavy hitter is towards the B-bomb site, so let's go elsewhere. Yeah, OG very well prepared for this. They've opted for the cross smoke. I love this from Nemiga. It gets them into camera quite easily. This is the bomb towards main. This is where the CTs are going to have to swing. They're going to have to push. The flying Mac 10 will get one, but Sway's trade is good. Crimson from the back lines, though, can find a double. 5-7 in hand. Zway, though, quick to swing here towards Pillar. And it puts Nikodos in a winnable 1 versus 2. Oh, Nikodos gives away his position. Can't. Lucky to be alive, but it's another missed shot here. Gonna be about timing. Spots him out, but not quick enough. Nemiga continue. And with the round going their way, we can see maybe a 12-11 scoreline. It'll all come down to round number 24. Very similar to what we saw so recently for Passion UA. I guess for Passion UA, they were on the favoured side. They were on the T side with kind of a 12-8 scoreline, but...
And you suppose, at least for Passion UA, it wasn't the 1 versus 4 that really hindered them closing that one out.
Yeah, exactly.
OG, they've definitely had their chances. If this one goes to overtime and Nemiga can take it, they've only got themselves to blame. A 1 versus 4 cannot get any more advantages than that apart from a 1v5.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you look at that 1 versus 4, you can have a bit of an acceptance for the first few deaths, but it's just poor play from the rest.
I mean, look, yeah, Buzz was basically the player who got the info of where they were. He rotated towards B, not realizing there's a lurk after they fully committed there. So he does get found.
That doesn't matter, it's a 3 versus 1.
Exactly, yeah.
And I think that's the type of round that could haunt OG into costing them potentially the series. And I don't mean that just from this first map standpoint, because I think map 2 and map 3 are quite, you know, decent maps for OG, but I think we do have to say from a mentality point of view, what a way to break it.
All comes down to this. Still have one more chance to close this game out in regulation.
Charlie, Kristen's 25 and 15. Playing so well, yet Nikodo is a player of the highest quality. So much experience, so much individual ability, is not stepping up whatsoever.
I mean, I'd love to have seen Krisen's face cam watching his team in that 1 versus 4 there. I bet head in hands.
Yeah, exactly. And I think in moments like that, I think it's so tough. I think it's tough as an in-game leader, because I'm sure you want to hound your teammates of the round they've just thrown away, but in the same regard, you've got to make sure that as a level head, as there's still many more rounds needed for Anubis to be closed out. Space.
HE grenade. Doesn't quite hit his mark there onto Risky Bob. Iku wants to take this fight. Spots out the player. The jump in M4 baits in Krisen, I suppose. Interesting way. And Krisen in the back lines finds at least one. Krisen can't double up, but so much damage onto Xanta, who retrieves that AWP.
Yeah, again, it's a round-winning moment. Krisen's done the dirty work. It was Fiku in the round a while ago that allowed for that 1v4 from Lear, but it's Krisen that not only has he got 2 kills, he's done the damage onto the last.
Xanta is surging here with the orb. If he's able to find anything, that will be crazy. Blocked smoke, but Xanta goes down. 2-man advantage now for OG.
Nikodos has got to be cautious here. He can hold for these rotations. Space is being taken. Now, Buzz, he can get one, can't double down. I'll be honest, Charlie, if it's the way he gets that second kill onto Nikodos, I'm screaming, surely not another 1v4, but denied by Nikodos. OG, they will take their opponent's map pick in that 13-11 scoreline. It gets dicey, it gets close, but still, we don't have to have that conversation of what if and what have you. Either way, though, OG, opponent's map pick secured, and with 2 more to play.
Yeah, like you said, definitely gets dicey. That's one way of putting things. And I think OG are going to be feeling more relieved than thankful that they won map number 1. But moving on to their map selection now, OG is certainly going to be in the driver's seat of this series. The possibility for the 2-0 is such a real one, as it is going to be their map pick of Ancient coming out next. But before we do jump into map number 2, Exner is going to be on the sidelines waiting to break down Anubis and what transpired there.
Thank you very much there. I mean, what we just saw, it looked like they were going to pay the ultimate price for a little bit of overpeaking, a little bit of trolling. It looked like what happened right there in that map was going to be, you know, the ultimate punishment. And instead, it is OG with just enough wiggle room to survive. A fantastic defensive half for Amiga. All things considered, again, when you kind of split it up 5-7 there, you're happy with the results. When they head into their T side, the issue is OG still have a bit of a strength when it comes down to the ability of them to operate on that defense as well. That's usually a challenge for a lot of teams, and that wasn't necessarily the case for OG, other than some just kind of goofed rounds. I'll just say that much, right? I think that's usually where we complain and talk about the difficulties of this map. It comes down to the defense. It comes down to being able to break apart defaults on that T side, which is such a difficulty, and you can see how effective OG were at punishing it in that second half up until they got 12 and they were up leading pretty healthy. You could see how effective they were at bringing that CT aggression, holding and trusting in the setup, some multi-kills. You know, speaking a little bit about one of the key pieces here for OG is another key map from Fiku, who, you know, as I believe it was Zola was mentioning multiple times. This guy has been a player that OG has trusted throughout, I would say, just a lot of criticism that he has faced on this roster from like pundits and the likes. I still think, you know, the faith that OG had placed in this guy is well worth it. He definitely deserves a chance with this team and has been given some shots to continue to make things work, and I think he has been a really key piece of this roster. We can see it in some of the clutch factor that he brings to the table. We can see it in that X factor that he has available. This was a huge turning point round right here, and Fiku just playing things to perfection, offering up a massive moment like that for OG. It would have been wild to see it all be nullified in that second half if it were to not come through. And as you can see, this was another real chance here to win another monumental clutch. If it would have been another one of these situations, how absurd would that have been here for OG? Could have been even more one-sided, but OG do a good job on their defense once again. I'm really happy to see that this is a team, despite kind of slotting in a new op presence into the server here for them, that they're still able to play incredibly well on the CT side of Anubis. That means, you know, even if Nikodos pretty late to get that op out, it still feels like he was able to have a lot of impact even with the rifles, something that he's known to do here with his squad, and that the setups initially are working out a lot with the rifles as well. So you know, overall I think OG, other than getting in their own way, were pretty dominant on this map 1. They're going to be looking forward to the remainder of the series, you know, being able to kind of shut down Namiga, who obviously are a team that can show up, can bring a lot of fight, but we're kind of nullified on map 1. The fact that they don't get punished for a pretty big error, that's going to be a huge relief. Looking forward here to Ancient now and what comes up next. That being said, though, you know, obviously eager to bounce back as Namiga. They're going to be a team that wants to stay alive here and wants to continue to fight forward. They want to show what they can do here in this playoff run. Falling a little bit flat here would be a bit of a disappointment for this squad, so eager to respond here as the expectations high for Namiga. We'll see if they can do so on Ancient, guys. Before we get there, we're going to be tossing this one off to a quick break, and once we come back, that map 2 for you.